What's up, everybody? It's your main man, Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. You got witch. I'm burning their asses up every goddamn time. Y'all know what time it is. And I don't know. 4 o'clock is supposed to be going down on old Sista Nandi's channel. Shout out to Sista Nandi for letting me come on and tell my little story and stuff and reveal some of the things that goes on in the Hebrew Israelite community and the conscious community. I thank you very much for letting me come on. But towards the middle of the show, things got a little, it took a hard left turn. It took a hard left turn, and Killer P had to come into character. I was normal over there, right? I'm doing my work and stuff, and some people wanted to come in and stir up some stuff, and what happens when that go down. Like, I start laying everything down. Everything that's standing, because I'm the Witchfinder General, right? What's up, Nikki Springfield? How you doing? How you doing tonight? How you doing? So let me I had a problem sharing this post here. So what I want to do is reshare it here and get my tags and stuff set. Sista Nandi, you're more than welcome to come on. I'm expecting Chris Harris. I'm expecting Judah Natzarah maybe to show up, since he didn't show up on the Sista Nandi show. I don't know what happened, but we are supposed to be going live at 4 o'clock. It's now 5 o'clock, and we had a lot of people talking the big talk. We had Suave Boss come up on there, which Negi is going to handle. We had Kofi Hill, old drunk ass Kofi Hill, came up on there, and he shot his shot. So we wait for him to come through with his boy Judah Natzarah, right? This man named Judah's Redemption. So maybe you could come on here. You're more than welcome if you subscribe to the stream here. We're looking for Sista Nandi to come on here, because we supposed to deal with some things. If Judah Natzarah wasn't going to show up at 4 o'clock, me and Sista Nandi was going to deal with some things, right? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I really don't, because I thought we had a deal here. Killer, be ready, always ready. And I felt it that Swab Boss, Kofi Hill, and them, they came on to disrupt the factual information that I present, right? I challenge anybody to challenge any of the things I say, claims and stuff. And the reason I do this thing here is to help people, right? To help people from these venomous cults and these venomous ideologies and stuff that a lot of people attach themselves to, that cause great damage on their life. So I feel just like how Sonetter did me when I did the interview on Sonetter. He put Judah Natzarah on this to disrupt everything that I said. People that are involved with this stuff, they're not in their right mind, right? And they pay little attention to detail and stuff, right? So if you're telling some truth, right, and the people supposed to be soaking this information in, see, these entities like to throw a curveball in there to get the people mind back in tune to the cult and the craziness, right? So it's a distraction. So that's what happened last night. But Killer B shows and proves. We had, the other sister, Sunshine. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. Right? So, old girl wanted to tell me that they're passing laws to allow pedophilia. So they're passing pedophilia laws so people can molest kids. I said, that's not true. That's false information, lady. Why are you doing this, right? She continues to fight with me and stuff. And I'm like, lady, show me the evidence of this. I wrote a paper on it. for school. Okay, so you wrote a college paper on this. I know it didn't get a good grade because it's false information. Citations and all this stuff. I didn't get any of that. I presented my source from a reputable place, right? I presented my source to okay, my bad. I was sitting up in this bitch talking to my goddamn self. Ain't this a bitch? All right. So let me get this thing here. Let me get Nagy Springfield. Anybody else want to come in? You're more than welcome. Where did I leave off before I go out? Before I went out? Because I know I was talking to myself for quite a while. There's the link there. I didn't put the link in because I had something else in on my clipboard that I needed to paste, so I didn't want to lose it and stuff. So that's why I was typing while I get this thing out of the way here. But there's the link. Anybody want to come on? Mr. Kofi Hill, you supposed to be appearing on Sista Nandi show. No one shows up. Sista Nandi didn't show up. Judah Natzarah didn't show up. Suave didn't show up. Kofi Hill didn't show up. But guess what? Killer B was right here on time. Send their email. I'm ready. Sent an email probably an hour before 4. I sent her another email. Right? Inviting her here. So old girl could come up on here. Put Nagy up in here. So, what up, Nagy Phil?
Not much. How you doing, man?
Yup. They're talking about Michael Smith. Thank you for coming over here. So I believe you was over there talking about the pedophile laws, right? Oh, they're preparing. Said they are preparing for it and have put it out there. They aiming at the laws. Like that battle was already, they destroyed themselves. And this is what I'm going to show tonight. That all they have to do is read. And Michael Smith, if you was there, you remember what I said in the beginning of the show. That one of the major problems with Black people in America is that when you're dealing with this type of stuff, that a lot of them are uneducated. Some of them have degrees and still don't know how to do proper research. And now, I presented my sources from a reputable website, right? Rutgers. Now, all news channels get a lot of their information from that agency, right? So, and now the information that they presented said what I was saying. Oh, you wasn't there. Well, you're going to see it tonight. You're going to see it tonight. It was horrible. It was horrible. I mean, it was just a total embarrassment on their parts because the sources they presented agreed with me. And they told them that the claims that they were making were false. Right there on the sites that they were going to, Sista Nandi reading it, and then she started reading it and noticed that it's in favor of what I said. Say, oh, hold on. She pulled another one. Guess what? It did the same thing. Then she pulled another one, right? PolitiFacts. And then I'm like, you never used PolitiFacts before? And PolitiFacts has like a little meter, like a gas meter, if for true or false, whether the claim is true, false, or half truth, half false, right? The thing was all the way to the left. It said, fire, fire, pants on fire. This claim is false. And I'm like, do you see that right there? It's a woman called Sista Nandi, right? She let me on to tell people about my experience in the cult and let people know about the conscious community and all that stuff, right? It said, Michael Smith said, you were talking pedal laws before you cut off the line. No. Okay, all right. So, yeah, so they started to, this woman's son, I guess it wasn't off for too long then. This woman, Sunshine, it said they're passing laws to allow pedophilia. I'm like, they're passing pedophilia. I'm like, that's not true information. I already.
Yeah, he cut out again. That sucks. Well, I mean, that's crazy. You know, just that alone is crazy. But yeah, maybe in a little bit I'll get to talk about some even more crazy stuff. So we'll have to wait and see. But I don't know. That whole topic is just something I'd rather not talk about. I think a lot of people would share that sentiment. You know, it's weird how that works out. There's there's topics you have to talk about even though they're uncomfortable. But yeah, that's one of them. Okay, I guess I'll just hold it down until he gets back. But yeah, I want to hold off a little bit. I don't want to just say everything right now, but I got some crazy stuff about a well-known figure in the Black conscious community, and I can't wait to tell you guys about it. But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm holding off, so we're just gonna wait and see. Got to eat your vegetables before you get to dessert. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, there's no sound. Oh, can you hear me?
No sound now.
They were saying they
Y'all hear
couldn't
me?
hear, but I can hear you. I guess they were talking about you.
Okay, all right. So now I guess. So shit. I still gotta pay for theme music and all this shit. Kofi Hale, Daniel Heru. I can get all the old school heads up in here. Fuck these niggas up. Okay. All right. And who else? All right. That should be enough. That's enough to put in here. Now, so we're gonna play shit. What went on last night? But I find it like she did her audience a disservice by allowing these people on and to cause confusion and cause a lot of uproar. And then she started to do herself, but it's her show. Like, know what I'm saying? So I had no problem with dealing with it. She tried to accuse us of talking over us a lot, but no, I don't believe I was really talking over her. But a couple times I probably did or something right. But maybe more than a couple of times. But I'm sorry for that if I did that. But a lot of the stuff she was saying was topics that we've already passed. Like, those topics have already been put in the trash already. Like, they're dead topics to us. But I don't know how long she has been in this type of way of thinking. You know what I mean? Because she's not well, I ain't gonna say she ain't young. You know what I mean? But she a grown ass woman. Like she a grown ass woman. Like, you know what I mean? She not a kid. So I don't know how long and her location what's going on. Like, especially when you're dealing with Hebrew Israelite, the conscious community and stuff like that. They don't really know how these people work. These people are from certain regions in America, and people act and think certain ways. And so other people in other parts of the region don't really understand the way they move and the way they talk, the way they act, the way they think. You know what I mean? So that's how a lot of these people fall victim to this stuff. I have preparation of Greco-Roman culture of the pedo law. Can you produce the code for a law that lets people be pedophiles? Now, what that law that we were talking about is when, say for instance, a 19-year-old with a 17-year-old, right? Legally, that's statutory rape, right? Now, if it was consensual sex or whatever, right? And it happens, and the judge has the discretion whether to put this nigga on the goddamn pedophile list. And it had a lot to do with the LGBT community to make it fair with them. It's kind of weird, but it's the laws. And the laws, it was created to make the thing a level playing field. So one type of people don't get discriminated against more. Yeah, thank you, No Saint. Now, this is the difference between my viewers and a lot of viewers on these other channels. No Saint. Can we see these commercials? Can we see these laws that are being passed? Right? It's very easy to answer the question. And what we're going to see tonight is how these people can't answer the questions. They make claims, but they have no evidence behind the claim. They said that the planes in the World Trade Center crashed, and there wasn't no plane stuff found. Okay, well, I find right here they're saying this is the landing gear for one of the planes. How you gonna believe that? Don't look like nothing to me, huh? Wait a minute, huh? So now,
Looks like we're having more technical difficulties. I guess we'll just have to, hold tight. This kind of sucks. Whatever.
Right? So we're gonna take this thing one at a time here. One at a time. Thing here out the way here real quick. And we can get this show popping. We can let Nagy Sprayfield come out here and bust his goddamn gun and shit at these fools. Right? Like, come on. Let's get Craig Shrugs up in here, because Craig Shrugs was there for the whole time. Ratchet Craig. Fine here. But we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right. We can tear their asses up and make them go sit down somewhere. Might have to, because he told Craig, said if he don't respond, call his motherfucking ass. So, well, there's somebody just popped up in this bitch. No Saint came up in here. What up, No Saint? You can bust your gun too. You come up in here busting your gun too if you like.
How you doing?
Good, man.
No, the whole thing is, I've heard the whole rap about, they're gonna pass these laws. I've never seen any evidence. No offense to, I think Michael Smith's his name. No offense to him, but and I get this from just being at work and people just spouting off what they've heard and what they say. Yeah, I don't believe it, or nothing against you, but show me the proof, because too many people read into things and it's not saying what they're saying it's saying. And I've never heard of any place in this country that's passing any kind of pedophilia law to make it legal. That just doesn't ring true to me.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That it's no offense to anybody that says it. Maybe they believe that, or maybe they think they saw it or something. I just don't know. I no longer take what people. I mean, if anything, you're watching. If you go on the conscious community channel, you realize you can't believe what anybody's saying anymore. I mean, you think they're being genuine and they're not. They're just spouting off a bunch of misinformation, and that's not just the conscious community, but that's just any kind of like. Yeah, I mean the QAnon guys. It's not one. It's not just one group of people doing it. Everybody seems to do it.
Right. It is all a game to these people. It's all a game. Now, this we're gonna let Negi bust this shit off real quick, right? On these fools. So I'm gonna share my screen here, and we're gonna get right into the part where I showed Judah Natzarah. Know what I'm saying? His wife, the wedding pictures, and the before and after picture, right? Now, get this thing up here on the screen, and we're going to see Mr. Suave Boss, who recently, those of you didn't know, y'all can look back a couple of videos. Boss had decided that he wanted to troll us one day and come in as, what was it on the screen name, Negi?
It was something crazy, something to the tune of big dick, no lube.
Yep, big black dick, no lube, some shit like that, right? And he's in the back chat saying that he's gonna rent.
Well, shoot, he must have called in a favor with his buddies. He's attacking the stream or something. Shoot, man.
Is he sharing the screen, or am I going to see the screen in StreamYard?
I don't know. That's. Oh. I mean, I'm just gonna wait. It's like.
I'm gonna have to subscribe to, what was her name, Sister? What's her name that he was talking about?
I'll send you the video if you have like some kind of social media thing, like. You have Instagram?
I do have Instagram.
All right, so send me a message. It's Negi Springfield of 4CH. So just
wait, hold on. You said Negi Springfield?
I'll type it in the back chat. The thing where you.
Yo, this is tripping today. What up, Chamian? So like you can come on here as your name that you make up for your regular YouTube account. But if I block you, and when I go to the block section on StreamYard, it's only going to say the YouTube handle. Right? So after the show, I know I had no white guy blocked already. He was the only person that was blocked on. Right? I go, and guess whose name was there? Wild Ball. So I'm like, this nigga up on this motherfucker talking about raping people on some straight up weird shit. So I'm like, goddamn, why would this nigga do this? Like, what kind of dude, like, what kind of man would go up on there? I wouldn't even feel right with myself saying that. Like, if nobody knew, it would disturb myself to go on somebody's shit and say the things that he said. Well, y'all know I let people troll in here all the time, right? And I might entertain it or just ignore it. I hardly ever block anybody. My moderators are sorry as hell up in here. They never block nobody any goddamn way, right? So I was like, well, goddamn, nigga. Like, so we did the show. I revealed it to the people. Now he mad. Don't get mad because you got caught. You got caught red-handed. So why be mad at me, right? So I'm gonna share my screen here. Suave Boss decides to come on the show and disrupt it, right? And I feel some kind of way because Nanny said, Swab Boss, my boy, you my boy, even though I don't know her from nobody, nothing. I just came on his channel like first time and been at her chat maybe twice before, right? So I was like, all right, well, I'm the one here. You set up this whole show for me. So you should show me some type of respect, like or whatever, tell Swab Boss to fall back or whatever. Because you was giving me the show, right? Let's go to this thing here. This is the point where I'm getting to it. I'm showing where Judah Natzarah was in Japan. I mean, was in Canada after the tsunami. On my channel the other day.
Let them
you want to rape somebody.
Suave.
He mad about that. That's why he on here. Because he mad about that.
I gotta continue the video.
Where he at?
He coming in. I think he's having some technical difficulties. He's coming back on. He just tried to pop it on.
Okay, so we play the video back.
Suave, come back on. I don't know what's going on.
Wait, hold on. We get it right.
A year and a half ago, they were living in Sendai, Japan.
With our family, with friends, and I had a job, and we were quite happy.
You see what I look like in there?
When the black wave hit Japan, the family moved into the shelter.
Hey,
The next night it began. 75 kilometers away, the nuclear power plant.
So he said, this fake ass nigga coming on your panel and not telling truth and spreading false information.
Man, get Killer B, mute the video. What's up, Suave Bounce?
What's good, man? Peace to you, man. Black Power, man. That's not the same.
Black Power, you heard that, right? Black Power.
And this dude sitting up here lying, man. All
now prove that, nigga. Now he said, I'm sitting here lying on Judah Natzarah for clout. Now listen. Prove that, nigga.
Listen to what the nigga just said.
Go ahead.
Listen to what the fuck. That don't even look like the same girl. You gotta not
fix your mic. That's all I'm saying.
So he's trying to tell me my Judah Natzarah picture with the before and after of his wife, right?
So that was his wife?
Yeah. Well, you seen the picture that said stay off the meth and it's before and after?
Yeah.
You seen that picture, right? So Shamian, the one put it up the other day, right? So he's saying that's a false picture. That the after picture is not his wife, right?
Okay.
All right, let me go back in.
Fix your energy, nigga. You know who I am.
The mic and let y'all talk.
Oh shit!
I'm lying. What up, Trey? I'm not an SVDL nigga, and you know my energy.
I'll mute my mic. Y'all go ahead. Damn.
Go ahead now.
Just moderate for then. Just moderate for. I help you out.
Craig. We stay out of this because I'm cool.
He mad because he came on my channel the other day and
let them is
he want to rape somebody.
Suave.
He mad about that. That's why he on here. Because he mad about that.
I gotta continue the video.
Where he at?
He coming in. I think he's having some technical difficulties. He's coming back on. He just tried to pop it on.
Okay, so we play the video back.
Suave, come back on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, he's here. So I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm staying out of this, and Craig, you stay out of it. They too grown men.
Now watch this.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Suave. Go ahead. Y'all got the floor. What's up?
Hey, yeah. Real talk. Dude did some weird ass hoe ass shit with my name, and that's one piece of, like, that was the second thing I saw. This is the third. That's not Judah's wife in that picture on the right. Why is it cropped? Why is it cropped?
To fit the image, jackass.
No.
Judah's next to her.
Look. Go back to that photo. Please go back to that.
Watch this. Okay, let me put it back up for you. Hold on. I'm see if I can grab see if I can dig out the original real quick.
Yeah, do that.
Let's see here. Niggas gonna be looking bad.
Well, I'm glad you on the panel with me, Suave, under these crazy circumstances, but I'm Glamour, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
because I saw that peace to you. Oh, you know, I've been trying to be active, but you know I do nothing but I stream on my
look,
own
you know
stuff
I
all
ain't got
day.
nothing to say. You
Okay.
keep my peace.
All right, I go back to that original
You let
picture
me
here.
You found on the original pic. You want the primary.
Wait a minute, Craig. Craig, mute your mic. All I'm saying is, you know, I fuck with Suave. Like I told you, I fuck with you, Killer B, because I don't know what y'all beef is. So he let me speak on his panel. Let me straighten my business, so I'ma stay out of it. Y'all too mean.
Yeah, I'm really just got a problem because I fuck with you, and I mean I respect who you fuck with, but like it's too much real shit out there to be making up bullshit.
I get it now. Here's the picture. Evidence. There's the picture.
Where the original one?
I can't pull up. I'm on.
Yeah, I know you can't.
I
know you can't.
So I made this up.
That's not.
Now,
that's not
talking
the
big
same
talk.
kick.
Hold on.
She didn't show herself on.
I'm gonna see if I can pull the picture up, sir.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Really, what you're doing is wasting a lot of time, but it's okay.
No, we ain't. We checking somebody who lied.
Okay. Chris Harris. Let's get Chris Harris because I know he's seen the original. Chris Harris, here. Come on in here if you're here. All right, let me see if I can dig this thing out here. Craig Shrugs is like, goddamn, Killer B better pull this goddamn receipt, or he can be looking bad. A lot of images. Yeah, that's fine, Cozy. Watch what's gonna happen now. Oh shit! What the fuck is that shit right there? Wait, I know this ain't it, but that's the goddamn. I'm finding new shit now. Okay, well, I'm looking for that. Now watch it.
Man, real talk. Keep my name out your fucking mouth, man. Real talk with all that gay ass, weird ass shit.
Nigga, you the one got caught. Get mad at me, nigga.
That's it, man. Hey, look.
I'm gay when he the one up in my back chat saying he gonna rape me and Nagy. Know what I'm saying? Now check it out. Let's go. Look, listen. That was you got caught. On everything I love. Don't get mad at me. Don't come out my shit.
I know how cheap you is for attention.
No, nigga, I always
real talk.
Nigga.
Real
don't
talk.
Play with me.
Leave me alone, fam. Whatever little bullshit you going on the internet, bro.
You came for me, nigga.
Bro, listen.
I didn't come looking for you. You came for me.
Fam, you did a whole video line on me.
I did a whole video. That's right. Because you got caught talking about you want to rape me, nigga.
See what I'm saying?
All right, here you go.
That's what you.
That's what you get. I come with that.
Hey, on the G, quit playing with me. I'm gonna
I stay with it.
I swear to God, in real life,
bro.
In real life,
I stay with it.
Stop playing with me.
I stay with it.
I don't care about you staying with it. I will. You
do what?
It's gonna be useless.
You do what?
You stand with
you
it.
Do what?
Useless. You stand with it. Gonna be useless. But you keep using my name.
I heard you say you gonna do something.
Keep tacking my character in that.
Nigga, I don't think about you, nigga. Okay, stay the fuck off my shit. Talking about you want to rape a grown man and then get caught. Didn't know I was gonna find out the real account.
Like that was me. Why you keep acting like that was me? I'm live on my channel.
Video.
I'm live on my channel talking. You ain't got shit.
Okay,
now. You ain't got
now. He said he live on his channel talking. He wasn't talking on my channel. He was in the back chat typing. You see this? I hold court. I hold court when I do shit. I don't play in with the right, all that confusion shit. No. See, now he set a stage. Oh, I was talking on my shit. No. But you wasn't talking on mine. You was typing. I could be talking to y'all right now and be on somebody else's chat talking shit. And then I can say, well, I was doing a live stream. How could I be on your channel? Easy. I open up another fucking tab and go on their shit and be all up in their comment boards while I'm doing the show. Now watch this. Now watch. Sir, excuse me, sir. Okay, now. You stay mad. Now I said I found it. Now watch what he gonna do. Go ahead and stay mad now.
My name out your fucking mouth.
Right. Now hold on 1 second.
You want to get attention on the internet, fam.
Hold on 1 second,
stop playing with me. No, stop playing.
Nigga, fuck you. Hold on 1 second. Look, why he left? Now, you see him left. You heard what this nigga said, wasting your time, Nandi, right? This one you allow these weird niggas up on here. They like to waste people time. Killer B don't got time for that.
Look. I don't get in people beef.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Nandy.
I'm cool.
I'm sorry about that. I just want to get this out the way so we can continue the show. Boom. Thank you. There you go.
Wait a minute. I fuck with you and I fuck with Suave. I'm not getting in there.
Listen, you're fucking with a liar. That's what you're fucking with, Nandy. You're fucking with a liar. Look. Wait, can I make... Damn, I can't make the screen bigger on this bitch. Yeah, I can. There you go. Y'all see it right there?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see it right there?
Yeah.
Right or wrong? Y'all
See
it right there?
Yeah, that's the one.
So who lying? Now where this nigga at now? Now that I produced the original image. That ain't Judah Natzarah next to that bitch?
That is.
Now, Nagy. Come in here swinging and busting your gun. Go ahead. Tell them what you told me.
All right. Yeah, so I've known about this for a while, but I've been holding on to it because, you know, Suave BOS, as I'll call him, because I ain't going to say it. I thought for a while there was something weird about people saying boss and there's only, you know, there's no second S. So I started thinking about that, and then I realized, hey, there's a gang called the Gangster Disciples. What do they call their imprisoned members? They call them Brothers of the Struggle. So Suave seems like he's swagger jacking and he's pretending like he's a brother of the struggle. So two options. Either A, he's faking it. He's pretending to use that. And he's not a gangster disciple at all. Or B, he's a gangster disciple. And it makes some sense if he was because, you know, in prison they act really weird. They don't act like they do on the streets. They have more discipline out in the free world. In prison, they do things that I can't talk about on YouTube. But let's just say it gets you on a certain list. And they also like to do certain things around COs. So there are definitely some weird dudes. And what he was doing on your stream that one day is certainly on that level of weird. Like, these are guys that in prison, they also go after turned out dudes. So they sexually target people.
And that particular group is known for that.
They're known for that in certain states. In some states, they really keep it, you know, they keep a tight lid on that crap. But, you know, they're known for that. So if you go to prison, like in Florida, if you watch K-Frog, he talks about stuff like this. But in Florida, they do it the worst down there. All the GDs are known for this, known for being weird, that kind of weird. So yeah, he could either be one or he isn't. I don't know, but it's weird that he put BOS after his name and thought no one would notice.
Now, see how we unravel stuff over here. Now I got somebody special in the Big no-go from the 6th, right? He's a guy that used to frequent French Dose channel. Now, Big No-go, you saw that bullshit that happened the other day over there on Mr. French Overdose channel. Now, this young man, he's a young kid. He acts like a young kid. Like, you know what I mean? He young dude, go to school and stuff like that. He gets out of pocket once in a while. Like he do kid stuff that kids do. Some of the stuff I don't agree with him doing. I keep it 100 with you, Noko, right? But I know you a good kid, and he's very intelligent. He talk all that crazy, like, you know what I'm saying, hood shit and shit. You know, like what the young kids want to be about and shit. But when it comes to the schoolwork and shit, he shocked me. He basically checked me a couple times. I asked him, and I'm expecting something different from him. And he shocked me and started dropping jewels. And I'm like, well, goddamn. And I noticed they try to suppress Big Noko when he over there on Overdose channel, Mr. French Overdose channel. And the other day we were talking about the Illuminati, Nagy. And I was trying to get a hold of you to come on there. right? Where they was doing this whole conspiracy theory thing and stuff like that. And then
yeah, it's because a lot of people don't know the reality of the other Illuminati or the European one. They only know the one they've heard about from other people and other conspiracy theorists stuff.
yeah, right. Goddamn, I got a couple of French dose motherfuckers over here. Way 88. Goddamn, y'all niggas came out the woodwork and shit. Goddamn.
Yeah, French overdose. You know, the day he was on your channel, I should have really gone off and just made it look like I was
I held you back, right? I kept it 100 with him. I held you back a little bit. I'm like, yo, chill, Nagy, chill. And I should let a Nagy this wild out on him. I should have let Nagy just turn the fuck up on that nigga.
Because the funny thing is, what happened is I was going to like actually go against that guy 100%. Like before that happened, I was gonna go work with someone who was like an avowed enemy of him.
Yo,
what up, Big Noko? What up now? Big Noko, he get kind of unorthodox once in a while. He's a good dude. He's a good kid. So let me put him up here. So why this disappeared here? So Big Noko, you remember when you was asked about was it better to be in today's times or back in the day? And Noko answered, and every time we would try to talk, French Dose high ass would be he would be out of like he would talk over us. Right? Every time we try to get the answer out, he talk over us. But people that do that a lot of times are doing that because the person that's answering is more intelligent. So they're going to have to cut that person off from talking to make themselves look good. And that's what they was doing with Big Noko. Right? Big Noko, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Well, first of all, you know, I understand where you're coming from with that, but that is my friend.
I know that. I know that.
So I wouldn't speak down on him on your platform.
You right.
So with that being said, right, I think everybody needs a chance to be redeemed. Nobody can just be judged on one fact or the other. So, and in a conversation, especially a heated one between men, you know, we don't like to get our point across, even if we are intellectuals. Because to one genius, the other thinks that they're greater or they have more knowledge, when it's all about teach one, each one. And what that means is that if you have more knowledge and that man has lesser knowledge, but he has, you know, a more faster learning pace, then you can teach him about what you know, and he'll give you something. He'll give you a gem, instead of you just arguing and nothing coming out of it.
Right. I totally agree with you. And by the way, Noko, how old are you?
I'm 16.
Yeah, y'all hear this shit? We got grown ass niggas that be out here 40, 50 something years old, 30 something years old, and don't talk like this brother right here. He's 16 fucking years old. He like to wild out now. He do some in a while. And you gotta stop with all that gang sign shit and all that shit, bro. But I know you young and stuff, and y'all just doing young people shit, right? But his ass is 100, and I noticed that about him. And I noticed they don't give him a lot of props that he should be getting. He get toned down. But really, he should be doing all the goddamn talking. Like, I asked him about business, right? One day. This is like my first time. I got to get back to the show though. I just want to speak on this kid. I'm shocked he came in the show, so I'm happy he's here. He's more than welcome anytime. And it was about like starting a business or something like that. And this kid, he was wilding out that day, you know, being a 16-year-old, right? So, you know, when you older, like a young kid and start talking, they like when they get out of their age shit, you just be like, you tune that shit out. You don't want to hear that shit. So, but then he started talking. Like, he said, well, I learned this in school and I'm taking these classes. And he started breaking down about business with the things that you have to do to start a business, what you need, how the economics and stuff work. That nigga was just laying that shit down. I'm like, shit, I could put this nigga up on my channel, just turn him loose and just let him talk. Know what I'm saying? So, like, I fuck with this kid, like, all day. I fuck with him. Yup. So, yeah. So Toby, that's his real name, Toby. So they do nothing, right? They're like, he's like, oh, you just a little kid and shit. You don't pay no rent, nigga, and all that shit. But listen to him. When he get a grown man to get out on his own, he can be unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that, you know, he's 16, so, but that doesn't mean he's not for a 16-year-old. I'll say this: when he does get that out in the world experience, he's going to be ahead of whoever else is, you know, say me at that age.
Yep.
When I was 20, I didn't have the knowledge he had. So he's going to have a head start on all the other 20-year-olds. There is something to be said about experience, but no, he's got all the, you know, from what you're telling me, he's got all the capabilities and he's ahead of the game as a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
You know, you still do got to go through experiences. I mean, he does book knowledge and then putting it in the process. But
well, you know,
I'm not down on him at all. He's ahead.
I'm happy. Well, you know, I'm happy. I'm actually happy to go through the experiences, and just like Elon Musk said, you know, book smarts don't actually make you what you are. You can be intelligent in the brain and not enthusiastic in the business department. You can be optimistic about your knowledge, but you how should I phrase this? You don't know how to deal with people on a scale of communication.
And that just takes experience, that's all.
Right.
And so the reason I can say this, and it's no reflection on you, I'm just putting my experience of when I was in school, I felt like I couldn't do anything. And then later on in life, when I went back to school, I was like on the dean's list because I was in a different place and I had different experiences and maybe more confidence in myself. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying you're just ahead of the game of where you're at right now. And that's going to do you well when you do get out there. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. That's the only thing I was saying. I wasn't, you know, I was just saying there is something to be said for being out in the world and getting that real world experience as well.
Yep. Yeah. So y'all hear this kid? I was like, damn. I pick a random 16-year-old kid off the street right now. He's not gonna talk, like he's not gonna be on that time.
Right.
And I'm just like, I'm blown away. Cause most kids, you know, they on some weird ass fuckery and shit. Like he get on it. He's good at it. He get on it now. But when it's time to act a certain way, he knows how to switch that, turn that shit off.
Well, you know, one of the things I heard him say that was impressive is when he was talking about he's willing to listen as well. Is you know, like he said, one genius to another genius, but he's willing to also you know, even though he's ahead of the game, he's still taking in from other people. He knows he doesn't know everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and that's the best thing is to know you don't know everything, because then you're gonna listen and take what other people are giving you. So that was pretty intuitive.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, you know, nobody really knows everything, but if you know a little bit more than the next person, then you know they can't game you as much. And when you listen to them and when something doesn't really sound as right or it's not as perfect as you thought it could be, you can you can map out what they said to them. I mean, let me rephrase that. Let me reword that. You can map out what they said to you and point out the issues in it.
Yeah.
And if you can do that right every single time in the real world, you won't have any problems, because a lot of people think um with just with just quick, spontaneous, I want this right now. But if you listen to somebody who is in power, or has ever been in meetings, then you will know that they don't know any. Then you will know that they are intelligent, but it could be somebody who has an IQ that is way more expanded than them. You know, um, somebody explained the IQ process to me, and he explained it as an intelligence quota. And if somebody has a more database than you, then that means that you can listen to them and gain their experiences without having to do it yourself, and go out and make something for yourself. And that's what I think I might do. You know?
See? Now, y'all hear this shit? Y'all hear this shit?
Yeah, I hear it. It's pretty good. It's actually really good to hear this kind of stuff.
And instead of like, normally I know that's his boy and stuff like that, so I don't want to come at it from that angle. But he needs to be allowed to speak a lot more like that, and get the reaction that he should get, and get the attention that he should get, instead of having him in an environment where the attention he get is against what he's saying and the things he want to accomplish. Sometimes people are intelligent in a certain way, and they put in an environment where he doesn't get the attention or the feedback or the, like, you know what I mean? The stuff he needs to develop more. Because people should hang around people to get better. Like, you shouldn't be hanging around people that are going to make you worse off than what you is. You know what I'm saying? At least stay the same, not go reverse, but go forward. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, yeah, man, this shit crazy. Like, so I've noticed that about him, and I always just fell back and just observed. Like, I never really said nothing over there when it was going on. And I just sit back and I just be listening and stuff. I'm like, yo, this kid saying some shit. But then they turn it into some, like, dumb shit, right? And cut off his wisdom. Like, you know what I mean? And I used to be like, wait, man. I'm like, yo, this kid right. And then I'm like, thinking of his age and shit. And I'm like, damn, this kid is like on it. He on it. And look, they say it in the chat. They know who he is. They said they ain't never heard him talk like that, because I feel he wasn't allowed to talk like that a lot of times. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but I want to get back to, like, the original topic of the show and stuff. But, man, shit. Wake your ass the fuck up then, Chris, and bring your ass up on here. Hold on. Wait. Whole ass nigga. People don't know how to see. I don't know how to talk to people and shit when I get mad. It's call people shit. But yeah, Big Noko, man, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep your ass in school. Take whatever courses you need to take, and just move forward. I want to see you doing better than all of our asses and shit when you get our age. Because I'm older than a motherfucker. I'm like shit. What am I? I'm goddamn near, what, it'd be 50, 30. Shit, I'm like 3 times your goddamn age. I done lived like 3 of your lives already. Like, you know what I'm saying? And, like, I was on my shit at 16. I had my own little business and shit. I was running my own little thing and stuff. But I didn't have the people around me to push me farther. Like, I was ahead of the game. I knew what things was, but I didn't know how to apply a lot of the stuff to perfect it to make it work for longevity. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still a kid. I was still a kid, so I'm trying to do kid shit too at the same time. So like, and all my peers, they wasn't up. My peers wasn't on that time. So like, you know what I mean? I would fall back from stuff, and I would get in the zone again to move forward again, and then like, you know what I mean? My surroundings, I would let my surroundings hinder me from producing the way I wanted to produce and stuff. And I'm just figuring all this shit now, but goddamn, I'm almost on my way up out of here. I'm fucking 46 fucking years old.
Well, it's never too late. Just like somebody said, Charlemagne, he died at the age of 65, but the legacy that he left behind was a 200-year legacy. Something greater than himself, something greater than a human being could ever wish to accomplish.
Right.
So it doesn't matter about your age. It matters about your tenacity. It matters about how much you can imagine, how much you can do, what you can produce while you're still living. Because when you're dead, they're going to talk about your legacy and what you did. How much did you change in the world?
Mm-hmm.
And not about the drama that you caused, because no, that's gonna be bad.
I'm thinking to myself when he said Charlemagne, I was thinking, is he talking about the Charlemagne the God died? Charlemagne the God died, and then I realized he was talking about the real Charlemagne.
I have to admit, I was thinking the same thing, but I kind of wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt because I'm thinking, no, there's no way he's talking about the rapper.
Nah,
he threw me off with that one. He threw me off with that one.
We're both thinking the same thing. That's kind of messed up.
That's a good reference, man.
That is a good reference. That actually that kind of surprised me a little, but that's pretty cool. I actually think you're a cool dude.
I think all of us will get along, and I think all of us will intertwine in different ways, but we'll understand each other. We'll get to know each other and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and not use them against each other, because that would be bad, but help throw out the weaknesses, and then help increase the potency of your strengths.
My bad, I dropped.
Because I'm not here to harm you guys. I'm here to help. Yeah, I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to help.
Yup. Right on, man. So do you do videos like on YouTube or anything?
I mean, not really, but I have been thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want some help with that, I could actually help you start up a YouTube channel and even get it going. I'll promote you.
Yup.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks.
I would actually get people to go over and subscribe, and I would, just do all kinds of things to help you out.
Thank you.
See that? Yup. Yes, go subscribe to Nagy Springfield and stuff. His name's Nagy Springfield. You see him in the chat and stuff. You can just type it in. It'll pop up. Yeah, now you're a cool dude. So like, yeah, man. So like that shit. Y'all hear this shit? Only over here. He said, told me I'm trying to become between you and those, to each his own, but you a good kid, bro. Do big things. See that? Even a lot of people that don't agree with the other niggas and shit or whatever and stuff supporting you because they hear some real shit. And that's the kind of shit I keep over here. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have none of that fuckery shit.
Like always,
going on over here, but it'd be like teaching a lesson.
Like always told him, I don't get in people's beefs, you know. And the only time I ever got into his beef is when I felt like somebody was really coming at his neck or doing something morally ambiguous. Anything else, that's wasting my time or taking away time that I could be spending with my family. I don't indulge in.
There you go. Yo, I ain't never heard no 16-year-old kid talk like this. Ever. The little nigglets and shit that be around here and shit, and they is not on this time, yo. They is not on his time. They is somewhere else with that shit.
Actually, the thing is, I'll put it this way: I've never heard a lot of people talk like this, and
grown people.
The age doesn't even matter. It's like this is pretty good. I actually think there's a lot of smarts behind you.
Yep.
And I'm not usually one. I don't kiss people's behind, so I'm not usually one to brown nose. But I'm being very honest right now.
Yep. Wow. Well, this shit try to kind of change the whole fucking show up, but I want to get back to the show. But like, this way better than what the show I have prepared.
You want to get. We can get back to beating up on Suave Boss or whoever else, because
we get back on that shit.
I like beating up.
My question is, you had a video playing on that other channel, and it showed the girl holding a baby with the tsunami.
Yeah.
His wife was on TV for that?
Yeah. Because what had happened, they live near the nuclear power plant.
Oh, the Fukushima, whatever, yeah.
Right. They live near the nuclear power plant. And so they evacuated. And she wasn't allowed back into America for whatever reason. So she had family in Canada. So she went and moved to Canada. Now, I don't know if her parents went, but I'm thinking about this now. Like, if her parents lived in another location, why didn't she go live with the parents? But maybe, I don't know. But they went to Canada, and that's when the news report thing happened and stuff. And she said she had to find a job and stuff. And they didn't really mention what Judah was doing there. Like, what was his purpose and how he's gonna make things better and stuff, right? They ain't mentioned none of that. So I was getting to that, and then I was getting into the Halloween parties and all that bullshit too. And then she stopped it and was like, "No, we're gonna save this for another show because we want Judah here to be able to speak up for himself and shit." I done went through all that bullshit, but I already know this nigga ain't gonna show up.
Yeah.
Who would show up for the shit that I'm about to show? Who would show up for that? If you're supposed to be some kind of Israelite priest and you having Mexican Halloween parties at your house and shit, like your kids eating pork and everything like that shit, who would show up for that? I wouldn't even show up for that. I'm like, well, fuck it. Like, these niggas are going to have to just fuck me up because I ain't showing up for that shit. Because you can't explain it. There's nothing to say. Like, I'm not going to get into those videos because I already got them videos. Like, everybody can go watch them shits. Half of y'all, majority of y'all already saw that shit. Right. But I wanted to do some commentary on what was going on with the show and how these people think. It's like adult. This lady might be like damn near 50. You know what I'm saying? My bad, Nandy, if I'm wrong, yo. I ain't 50. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go through all that shit, but I'm just saying, you look like a grown-ass woman. You got the hat on, your style and shit. Tell me that, like, you at least 40-something. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't 50-something, you 40-something. Either or. But I feel some kind of way. Chris said he just woke up. I mean, where the fuck is Craig Shrugg's ass at, yo? Because Craig was there. Let me call. I'm going to put this nigga on the spot. Let me fucking just call this nigga. Hold on. I'm tired of his bullshit.
So while he's doing that, Negi, where is Judah Natzarah originally from?
Hey, let me mute it so Negi can talk.
where is he originally from?
Uh-huh.
I think he said different things at different times. He's probably lied to us, at Torah Nights people. But he said he's from Cleveland, Ohio, I think is what he said.
Okay.
So I never really could tell you if he is from Cleveland, Ohio, but he's also mentioned other cities and other states, so I don't even know.
Yeah, it sounds like he's no, I don't know the guy. I've seen him, I've watched him, and but I don't know him personally. I just say from
I mean,
No, none
with
of
the
us knew him because most of us just knew what he said, and we didn't really know.
but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like he changes his story quite often, so he might have a problem with truth telling. It sounds like, I don't know him.
He had a problem with lying because he did it all his life. He made up stories about himself to look like an underdog or to look like an underdog fighting through adversity, that kind of thing. So he also really liked Denzel Washington's characters in different movies.
Yeah.
So he kind of tried to be like Denzel Washington. He'd use Training Day screenshots a lot because Denzel Washington holding a gun. It's supposed to associate a mental image. So he did a lot of things like that. So it's kind of like it's subliminal. Most people wouldn't see it.
well, a lot of politicians, they like to switch out their personalities and um, bring in another personality and to brighten up their personality and seem more optimistic. When in actuality, their personality might be boring or bland, but if they can match that with someone else's, then they'll get popularity.
Yeah, or one thing I remember seeing, and this was kind of funny. You had Hillary doing the whole Southern accent thing, and then you had someone else trying to talk like he had a Hispanic accent. So they'll definitely try to pander to their audience.
Well, that never works out in the long run.
It backfires like it did in the two cases I mentioned, where Hillary did her whole Southern thing and she sounded like a bad comedian. That was pretty good. That cracked me up, but also
yeah, even with that, Hillary never really attracted me in my political views. I don't aspire to be blue.
oh shoot, oh.
I've always been on the red side. So with that understanding, I could never, Now it has been some blue candidates that has piqued my interest, but just the political values and the way that I grew up in the way that my mom taught me, and the things that was instilled in me, even with all of the knowledge I have, I couldn't, even if I was of age, I couldn't have voted for Hillary.
Well, I'll tell you this. And I'm left of center, but I'm more center than anybody around here is closer to, like, where I live. It's mostly far right, if you ask me, but way further right than center, right? And so I'm looked at as a real liberal guy when in actuality I'm left of center, and just left of center. So when the whole Hillary Trump thing came up, I had several candidates, and I hadn't voted Republican since the first Bush, and I had several candidates I was willing to vote for on the other side, on the red side, and who they put up? They put up Donald Trump, which there was no way in the world. I thought it was a joke. I actually thought it was a joke.
Well,
But I didn't like
I
Hillary
was-
either. But the thing was, that's what I'm saying. I didn't like Hillary.
I didn't like Trump as a personality either because he just seems so bragging, so boastful, and he just seemed like one of those oil tycoons who never really cared, but somehow got sympathy for the lower class and then wanted to spend their money.
Yeah, it
Like
was.
one of the Tylers. Go ahead. You can speak.
No. I was just gonna say, yeah. So basically, we're both saying that and really that election and this past election, we really didn't have much of a good choice either way.
Oh, if they put Jeb Bush up there, I would have gladly voted because Jeb Bush is a genius and he's really he would be good for the youth all across the board, putting back in place, achievements in schools, putting back in place an economical system to value the dollar. And I would value him being in office for a full straight 8 years and say Hillary or Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely live in real weird times when it comes to politics these days, but it is what it is,
Wow. Shit, I don't know shit about politics. I try a little bit.
Let's talk some football then.
Oh no, please don't. Listen, I'll close this son of a bitch up. That shit, I don't know nothing about no goddamn football, goddamn. I don't know shit about football either. Shit, I know more about politics than football.
All right.
I'll close this
I
up.
don't even know about football. I just know about lacrosse. I know about synchronized swimming. I know about soccer. I don't know anything about football.
Synchronized swimming? No go. How you be up on this shit talking all that gangster shit sometimes and you know about synchronized swimming?
I'll go with them with soccer. I can talk soccer.
Yeah, but those are the good sports though, like lacrosse and stuff. Like you go to good school, they only got lacrosse at good schools. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's a northeastern kind of a northeastern regional sport. That's I don't know.
Oh, it's mostly in the Northeast. Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's where it's more popular.
Somebody got the thing playing in the background or something? Oh, I think that was Noko, but whatever. But yeah, lacrosse and stuff, like I know a kid and stuff. He got a full college scholarship to college off of lacrosse. Black kid too, and they used to make fun of him because he played lacrosse and shit. He was good at that shit. Soccer too. Like soccer is a big sport out here.
Yeah.
Kids play soccer.
That's becoming more popular around in the U.S. is soccer.
I think it's a little more. I don't want to say the wrong word, but a little more. What's the word I'm looking for? Like it's not as. It's more. I don't know. More. I'm just gonna put it like this. It seems like more intelligent kids and stuff like that. It's more of like a more intelligent type of sport compared to like football or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like people that play soccer, they on a different, like, I guess, like academic level and stuff like that. It seems like than somebody that plays football that like gets like shitty ass grades and shit. Team. Like, you know what I mean? Like the soccer kids could go to college without football if they wanted to.
What I'll say is that there's a lot more. There's more schools that have a football team, so there's a lot more because listen, I know you don't know anything about football. There are some of those positions it's a lot more intelligent than you think, especially the quarterback, but not just the quarterback. But yeah, definitely the quarterback position. If you're going to be any good, you've got to process really fast. And I don't want to get into it because it's your show and you don't really care about football, but no, soccer is starting to catch on, hopefully, because I really enjoy watching good soccer too.
Yeah. Oh, let's get back in this fuckery because I see my numbers is dropping and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's just get back into this fuckery. Yes, all right, let me share this screen. We can get back to this thing. We can change the tone up a little bit. I see the numbers dropping. We was way up there and shit. We down to almost nothing. Let's try to hold some of these motherfuckers on. All right, let's get back to this shit. So I proved myself that I wasn't lying. And Mr. Suave Boss decides to disappear without giving me a fucking apology. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's go. Man, and my main man, Nagy, the white boy. See? The one you call the white boy. You gonna rape us. Under a different account, you know how you block somebody on the studio, but they come on with a different name? And then afterwards, I looked on the StreamYard studio to see who was blocked. And it shows the original YouTube account. So the nigga caught. I don't play games. I showed the evidence. Now here I showed evidence again. Now, where is he now? He looks stupid. That's right. He looks stupid. Just like all the other I'm sorry, I can't talk about that on your show. But you see right there. Look right here. Kofi, you see it right there on the screen.
Yep, I'm looking at the picture.
Oh shit! I done fucked up.
I tried to
use the goddamn shit, motherfucker. Goddamn
those links.
Where are they? I don't see them. Oh, see, that's me getting higher ass and shit. Show me the code.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Show me the code. I know what she's talking about. That's why I'm talking like this because I know what she's talking about. Hold on. So show me the code. That's all you have to do. Show me the source. Wait, hold on. I gotta get back to
Solar, all of those people, and see another problem I have with that. When people pull up your criminal backgrounds and shit, because I'm from the streets.
Yeah,
fabricated stories are told, and a lot of people that paperwork that was put up about Solar Mine. A lot of that shit was fabricated, and it was
no, it wasn't. That wasn't fabricated. I'll just be nice on the show. I'll just be nice on 70. However, he bring one.
Talking about Signet or busting Solar Mine.
Stop selling that shit and return all these people their money. Dr. Africa, another lying ass son of a bitch. I had to get on Chris Harris about that shit. Chris Harris is mad at the motherfucker. I was like, fuck Dr. Africa. Oh, yeah, I want to do this video, rest in peace. I said, fuck Dr. Africa. He like, well, goddamn. Yeah, I'm off. I said, that nigga trying to tell us that pork is in sugar. Well, I was before. And I'm like, no, white sugar is refined with pork. It's called bone char, where they take animal bones that's charred. Oh, here
video line on me.
I did a whole video. That's right. Because you got caught talking about you want to rape me, nigga.
See what I'm saying?
All right, yeah. Wait, hold on. Go on here and come on here and yell. Now look, okay, that's all that nigga's gonna do.
We got Kofi.
Look at here. Kofi Hill. Look, what'd he say? Me and Suave don't get along, but Killer is a liar. What am I lying about? Right? And these niggas can never produce the evidence of the lie. Right? And I give people the links and everything. Now look, let's go. If he show up.
I'm right here, nigga.
There go Kofi.
Okay, Kofi is
now.
Right
okay,
here,
thank you.
Okay, 1 minute.
So you calling me a liar?
1 minute, Killer B. Judah's Redemption. Can you tell Suave to get in touch with Judah and tell him to come to my panel? If you can get that done, Killer B saying he don't mind. So if you can get in touch with Judah, go ahead. Go ahead, Killer B. And go ahead.
All right. So, Mr. Kofi, what did I lie about? Go.
That first video you showed of Rob, nigga, that's been debunked years ago, nigga.
Debunked by who? Huh? Yeah, that is. You didn't even know Rob back then. You want me to show you some older images of Rob Rack?
Since you spilling tea, nigga, to tell Nandi about the little gay white boy.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Nagy's gay?
Yes.
Prove that Nagy's gay, sir.
You didn't catch him on the gay porn site?
You hear this, Nagy?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Nagy, you hear this shit? You was on a gay porn site.
I mean that's one crazy spin. That's one
You
crazy.
was on a gay porn site.
Well,
If
how would he know that?
was on a gay porn site, I would have been brung that shit out a long time ago. When we was going at Nagy, I would have been brung that shit out. So I would like them to produce this. Produce the evidence, or we gonna be on his head.
Of course, what he's talking about is Tiny Chan, and
Right.
that's a whole nother story that I could get into. But it was not like that. It was nothing.
I don't know what that is.
Yep.
It's
Right. So I'm gonna explain it. Listen.
Yes.
No. You talking about when he got caught showing his dick? That what you talking about?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
I don't know.
My buddy Nagy, you hear that? Black people love to get on some white people. Like, where got the white boy? What about the white boy? What about the white boy? Springfield, my buddy Nagy Springfield.
The white boy was a Torah night. The white boy was a Torah night.
I know you talking
right.
about. Okay, go ahead.
Nagy Springfield got caught on like the 4chan sites. Somebody baited him, you know, like you on there and somebody act like a woman to get you to show a dick pic.
Oh.
So Nagy showed the bitch's dick. But guess what? Just like Suave Boss, they ended up being a man. And they took the picture and pasted it all over the internet, all over 4chan.
Oh,
right. That's what happened. That's my boy. That's my boy. So now what? So now that's my homeboy. So now what?
I don't know nothing about that with Suave Boss.
So that's my homeboy.
Suave
Now what?
Because I don't want to get in.
Look, now they try to bait me into feeling embarrassed about being friends with Nagy. I said, that's my boy. That's my homeboy. So what now? Now what? What you got now? Nothing. Don't got nothing. He made Judah Natzarah made a fool out of him. They don't know Judah Natzarah plays these niggas like a fiddle. Got him up over here defending Judah Natzarah while Judah Natzarah's at home hiding under the bed from Killer B. And gonna get him to come up on there. Oh, Nagy was on a gay porn website. Judah Natzarah said I was on a gay porn website. And nobody ain't produced shit yet. No evidence yet. But I got Judah Natzarah asking people to play with his booty hole, though. I got that. Hard evidence. You see how these motherfuckers is?
Well, you know, just to add in, I mean, whatever, everybody's got their opinion. There's a couple of things. People who usually go to that as some kind of a cut down usually have something to hide. But even if it were true, and I know this in the conscious community, they use it as a negative. I wouldn't, if Nagy was gay, it wouldn't be any of my business anyway. But I mean, he's not. I'm not saying he is, but I'm just saying it's like that's so funny to me that that's the first go to is a cut down,
right?
You know,
right.
But
like somebody said some shit. Oh, about gay, you do video on gay motherfuckers. I said, yeah, and then they stuck because they think I'm gonna fall back. Like they don't know that I stand on everything I stay on here. You can't catch me. Oh, well, you said this. I like, yeah, I did. And well, now it's over. It's game over, nigga. You ran out of gas. You're out of gas now, nigga. Now what? Now you done ran your mouth and ran out of gas. Now I'm on you and you mad about it. My gas don't run out. Know what I'm saying? I'm solar panels and shit. I'm saying I got a solar panel, motherfucker. I don't run out of gas, motherfucker. And I'm gonna stand on your head and keep standing on your fucking head. until you die.
So what was her complaint about? She was going to something about the white boy.
Yeah, she want to know. Oh, Killer B hang out with a white boy that was on a gay porn site. That was she trying to get the answers to. Like, know what I mean? But it's not true. These niggas coming in here calling me a liar, and they the liar. Now listen.
Suave ain't did that either.
Yeah, he not a
Go. That's my boy. You want me to get Nagy? I see him Nagy's I see him Nagy's around.
I want to let Suave address his own stuff though. You know, I fuck with Suave and I fuck with him. So somebody go tell Suave and Judah to come on the panel and deal with these allegations. Cause none of you ain't gonna say nothing, and I ain't gonna get in it. I ain't gonna
But the original reason for me being on this show is to show those things I was gonna show on Judah Natzarah. But now you see she stops it. And wants to bring out, and they done convince her, oh, Judah should be here and shit. I done did these videos how many times? How many times Judah ever showed up? None. That nigga be hiding under the bed. Like he doing now. It's Sunday. You know damn well Judah be live streaming right now. He saw this shit last night. So that nigga hiding under the bed. Because if he go live now, guess what? All these people, Kofi, all of them be up in there. Well, Killer B was on Nandi shit last night, and you need to go over there and get that nigga and shit. Judah ain't coming over there fucking with me. So he can get dragged. And Nagy and Chris Harris show up. All the people that was there in tour nights that confirm all the stuff that I said. Know what I'm saying? These niggas is crazy.
Yeah, dude, you too much though, bro. You do too much.
All right, now let's get on with it. You sit back and relax, Kofi. All right. Now watch how she stopped me. Okay, Judah now.
Hey, Nanny, I moderate for you if you need a moderator, just in case you get out of it.
What I want you to do is stay out of it.
Let me moderate.
Somebody got a question.
If people, that's just like
somebody got a question in the chat. Let me check this out. Okay. The book Sun and Myth, UNESCO at the United States proves the connection between sports and ancient sun worship. Well, I don't know, like that don't really add up to nothing for me.
And it doesn't make it. Who cares? I mean,
yeah, like if it's sun worship, it's sun worship. So what?
Yeah,
if it's sun worship,
all right.
If it's moon worship, if it's dick worship, is it? If it's goddamn car worship, is it? If it's whatever worships, like so what? Like that doesn't mean anything. Okay, question number 2. He says, please explain. Will you personally do these things, Killer B? Do what? What would I like? What do you ask me? Would I personally do what things? Fuck with spurts that represent sun worship? Like what? Like so what? People have been worshiping the sun since the beginning of time. What that's supposed to mean?
I have no idea how that is even a thing, though. Like how that could even have a correlation. Like,
yo, there's always that one dude, yo, and it's always the same thing. I know who this is and shit. I ain't gonna let it out. It's always that person, yo. They make these things and shit. That shit is crazy, yo.
I mean, curling is a sport, and that's done on ice. I don't know.
And you know, whiskey is a sport too if you do it right.
Yeah,
that's done on right. That's done on ice.
Right. Yeah, this shit crazy. Like it's like, so what? Like it's sun worship. So what? Like that's the conspiracy shit, and people need to get up out of that shit. Like that shit. So what?
Yeah.
Well, like they showed a church on those channels and shit, right? That had the all-seeing eye on it, but the people don't know that the church was sold. Somebody said it in the comment. They said the church was sold to another group, and they put that there. But somebody had taken a picture. See, that's a church, and look, that's Illuminati. Like, what is the Illuminati? They worship the devil. Okay. Okay. And people that worship the devil, what do? They worship the devil. Like, know what I mean? I'm like, okay. Like, do you know what Satan? The Satanists. Well, what do Satanists worship? They worship the devil. Satanists don't worship anything. They're atheists. So, like, know what I mean? And it's like, this shit is crazy, yo. They be bugged out. These people be bugged out, yo. They like Satanists believe in themselves. The self-worship. But yeah, Michael Smith, let me know more about what you're trying to say here. And I'll try to answer it the best way I can.
They let me speak my mind. They let me say what I gotta say to people. So I gotta let people do the same on my show. So Brother Kofi, Brother Killer B, Brother Suave, Judah Natzarah, everybody can defend themselves. I don't want us getting in this because you don't have no dog in this fight. And neither do I.
All right, my bad. Okay, here we go.
Let me see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, now check this out. So if anybody want to say this fake, right? This is Judah Natzarah's Christmas party. Let's go.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Hold on for a minute. Judah's Redemption. How can Suave feel like that? I didn't even know he was gonna mention Suave's name. And how can he say I'm slandering him when the entire time I've been on this show, I've said I'm not speaking on SVDL. I don't have any.
Now, I didn't even mention Suave. Suave came up on there with that bullshit. I didn't mention that man's name. I asked her, I said, yo, did I say that nigga name? I remember when SVDL came up, and I do not remember mentioning his name. I might have did, but I didn't say nothing about the time when he came over there and told us he was going to rape us. None of that shit. Suave Boss took it upon himself to come over there and ask her why she fucking with me. Because she fucks with him. So he feeling some type of way because I'm on her channel. That's what that was about. I didn't even mention that man.
Those guys, I'm not finna talk about them guys. I'm not finna do any of that. How did I even know Suave's name was gonna come up? Oh, okay. My bad. He ain't talking to me. He talking to Killer B. I don't get out like that. Suave can come over here and address this shit just like he let me address shit when I'm on his panel. I ain't biased at all. That's why I told you, go tell Suave and Judah Naz to come on the show, and I'm going to sit back and be quiet. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not going to let nobody be slandered I fuck with. That's why I'm telling you to go bring Suave and tell them to come back to the panel. I'm not going to allow that. That's why I'm telling you it's okay, Killer B. He said he'll address both of them so they could just come on the panel. And me and Craig going to stay up out of this. Because apparently Kofi and all of them, they know what's going on. We don't have nothing to do with it. So if you could just tell Suave them to come back over here, that'll be good.
They not.
Just go tell them to come back on the panel. And I ain't got to say nothing. I don't get it.
Ain't never showed back up.
I think something was wrong with Killer B. Services. I'm waiting on him to jump back on. Craig. If one of y'all want to talk, I don't have a problem with that.
I mean,
go ahead.
I just really jumped on because some of the stuff he's saying is true, and some of it ain't.
What ain't? What ain't?
And like Suave was saying, there's a whole bunch of other shit we could be talking about other than this shit. This nigga, him and Judah, that had a beef for years.
Yup.
And that's all he do. Attack Judah, Judah attack him.
No, Judah can't attack you.
Girl shit. But then when you get to putting lies and doing little lies and shit, man, I can't stand that.
Now,
nigga.
Now you hear this?
He
Nigga. Stay over there on Judah channel. Well, that's all Judah Natzarah does is lie. Judah made a lie to him about Nagy Springfield. And you see how it backfired on him. It got him looking fucking crazy. And where Judah Natzarah at? The only one look like a fool is Kofi. Why Judah Natzarah could sit back and laugh at all of y'all. Judah Natzarah like the road runner. You know when the motherfucking coyote, the nigga trying to get the road runner, and he thought he just got that nigga and shit, and the road runner be like beep beep, and that motherfucker be out. That's Judah Natzarah. Leave you looking like the fool.
I was about to go beep beep.
Yep. And have you looking like the fool. Judah used y'all niggas to fight his battles and leave y'all looking stupid. Send y'all on dummy missions. So you look like the fool. That's what Judah used to do back in the day with the debates. You remember when Judah used to get fucked up on those debates? And then he's like, yo, I want other tour nights to get in on this and stuff like that and get you to get another member to battle somebody that he would never battle. And then when you get your ass beat, he'll act like you won, but really you got your ass beat. And now when something go down, guess what Judah gonna throw in your face? That's why so-and-so wash your dumb ass up. That shit happened many times. Like when they pumped Trey Tail up, the debate.
Yeah, that doesn't even sound right.
Yeah. This nigga Kofi drunk ass got pumped up over here defending Judah Natzarah, the biggest liar on the internet. That nigga ain't never said nothing true. He put up that picture that's supposed to be me. I don't look nothing like that motherfucker. I don't look a goddamn thing like that motherfucker. Hold on, let me see if I can do something real quick. Let me see if I can do something. Oh, nah, y'all can't. If I close up, jump off, can y'all see me in the back? Let me know. Can y'all see the avatar waiting in the background? I guess y'all can't, right? I was gonna show my face in the back and go to Judah Natzarah channel and show the picture that he say is me, and I want y'all to say, is that motherfucker?
I see what you were trying to do. You were trying to make it to where, you know, when you're waiting in the thing.
Right.
I see it. Yeah, no, you don't show up like that. No.
All right. So I was gonna show my face in the back and let y'all see what I look like, and then I was gonna show the shit Judah Natzarah says me, and y'all get to say who the fucking liar is. Gonna put that man up there and say it's me. And know where they say he said he got it from? He said he got it from a gay roster website. Now, you have to answer this question to me. Who the fuck was up on a gay roster website looking for Killer B? Huh? I ain't been a roster and since shit, probably like 97 or some shit. 96, 97. So what the fuck would I be doing up on a roster website and the picture got to do with a big Ethiopian flag on his head and shit? What kind of Israelite will be wearing that shit? No Israelite be wearing no goddamn Ethiopian flag wrapped around his head and shit. Oh, Michael Smith said all sports link back to paganism, idol worship, according to the sun and myth and art. UNESCO scholarship. Okay, yeah. And what about it? So what? There's a lot of pagan religions. Does paganism mean that you a bad person because you practice a pagan religion?
I just don't.
I mean,
I don't know if that's a true statement though, because all sports link up to paganism. Okay, like you said, who cares? Again, who cares? But there's tons of sports that are being invented every day, and they don't sit there and read some pagan book and say, I'm going to make these rules up.
Today you can say that, but 50 to 100 years ago, that was a different story. Everything was Christian. And 1,000 years back, if you weren't even atheist or Satanist, it wouldn't have been tolerated. Paganism wouldn't have been tolerated as well. But today, is a different time, and we're more open-minded to things such as that.
Left Hand Path Kitchen Magic says that's just Greek Roman influence in Western dominated society. All that Greek esoteric whatnot you see in sports. The founding fathers were very inspired by Rome to the point that they debated making Latin the main spoken language. So like a lot of these pagan stuff, even if something is pagan, what does that mean? Like, does that mean we eating motherfuckers and shit? That we trying to sacrifice motherfuckers and drink their blood and stuff? No, I probably even seen the book before. Like, know what I mean? Like, I know what you getting at. Like, I dealt with all that stuff before. Like, I see all that type of shit. Well,
like
not
like
shit,
Christmas.
Yeah, like looking up that shit about the Christmas tree is pagan and all this shit. Like, so what?
Yeah.
I think that would be Nordic. Yeah, I think that would be. Christmas is actually Nordic. Yeah, Christmas is actually Nordic.
Yep. Where's all my occultists and stuff that be watching me and shit? I know we got Left Hand Path up in here. Leonard Yehuda. I don't know if this is the real Leonard Yehuda or not, but it said, is CB 420 working for Judah and Rob? Now, CB 420, Rob brung out, I think, first. And then I found her on French Dose channel. Then she started fucking with Judah Natzarah. And I'm going to get that video. I'm going to find the video. Noko was actually on that screen when she said it. She said in the chat that Judah's going to marry me. He's going to send me to Japan. Yeah, Judah's going to fly me to Japan and we're going to get married. That was she said in the motherfucking chat. And then I brung it up. I was under a different account or whatever. And she said I was lying. Right? I'm going to get it. When I get it, it doesn't really, it don't matter. That shit don't matter to me and shit. Like, she ain't nobody. She don't hold no weight and none of this shit. But she a fool because Judah going to turn on her and have her looking crazy as shit. Just how she made Kofi look. CB420 is going to be looking just like Kofi. Stupid. And how many people, and Judah incel anyway. Who said that shit? Somebody called that nigga an incel. I fell out. I told Nagy fell out too. Fucking.
I think it was Nepal that said it.
Yo, check this.
Yeah, it was.
Did you know that KK came to America to see Rob Rack, and Rob Rack rented a Bentley, right? For a week. Rented a Bentley. Drove her around and got a hotel room. Ain't got no place to stay. He spent money on a Bentley for a bitch. And number one, the Bentley don't cost that much to rent. That shit really don't cost that much to rent. Know what I'm saying? And you probably got some shitty ass hotel sitting in the Bentley drinking Henny and shit out of plastic cups. If you drive the Bentley, you better have a mansion to pull up to.
I had
a garage to put that motherfucker in.
I had a hotel at the Ritz, but they canceled. We're gonna go to this Red Roof Inn over here.
Yup. Yeah, went up in the Ritz and be like, what? You cancel my room and shit? Oh, that's some bullshit. I see what it is because I'm black. Know what I'm saying? Come on, KK. Fuck these niggas. And you're gonna take it to the Red Roof Inn. Looking crazy. That I wouldn't play myself like that. He don't even have a place to live. He live in his sister's basement. He did the video with a nigga throwing up his coat hangers on the pipes in the basement. This nigga got to hang his clothes up on pipes. He ain't got no closet to put his clothes in. He got to hang his shit up on pipes in the basement. But you driving a Bentley? And he was up on the stream the other day telling people that he owned a Bentley. I'm like, nigga, how you own a Bentley and work out a barbershop, nigga? And you on the internet all day. Talking about I own a Bentley. Nigga, like, what kind of motherfuckers sit there and believe that shit? Nigga ain't got no place to stay. He got put out of his wife's house. He got put out. These motherfuckers is weird, yo. Okay, what are they saying up here? No, I'm not sounding ignorant. Like I said, I already done all of this stuff. This is old shit that you kick into me. And that's what I'm going to show in this show, how these people present these old claims to me that I already been through. So what? Okay, so football is pagan. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That we all should stop watching football? That's what it means? I think not. It doesn't matter. What is it going to do to me if I sit at my house on Sunday and watch football, which I don't. I hate fucking football. But even if I did, what, are spirits going to jump through the screen and into my body and shit and make me want to sacrifice motherfuckers and drink their blood and shit? Like, what?
I'm watching. I'm reading what he said. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe I'll read your book, but at the same time, what is the correlation? All these sports have balls. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of because they're all different sports. And like I said, you got curling, which is a sport. You have skiing, which is a sport, and that's all taking place.
Shit, they made skateboarding a sport now. So a skateboard is
that doesn't have a ball. So to me, to sit there and say that all sports are pagan or somehow have something to do with paganism just doesn't ring true. Even if somebody wrote a book, because guess what? They wrote from Babylon to Timbuktu.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that's true.
Don't tell me you read that book and shit, yo. Don't tell me you read that book.
No, I've seen excerpts, and then I saw the guy had like a documentary.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous ass book and shit. I had that shit when I was young. I had that book when I was real young. I read that book in like 95 probably or some shit.
There are tons of books out there. Doesn't make everything in them accurate is all I'm saying, because that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying what he's saying doesn't have any kind of validity. Maybe, like you said, maybe football is pagan, but I'm saying every sport, that sounds off. I don't think that's true, because like you brought up, skateboarding is a sport.
Yeah.
BMX is a sport. I mean, they're all different.
Look, it's two wheels spinning around this shit. That's sun worship, motherfucker. The two wheels represent two balls.
Yeah.
Rack Free LBGTQ production says, didn't the Octavius Prime dude get exposed years ago when you guys are still in Tour Nights? No, Octavius Prime wasn't even on the radar. Like, nobody even know who the fuck that was. He a new motherfucker. He might have been around, but we didn't know nothing about that motherfucker. You know who I'm talking about, right, Neggy? That nigga with the bad teeth? You know the dude with the raggedy mouth, Neggy? You still there? There was a dude with a raggedy ass mouth and shit was up on following Judah talking that Torah night shit. Then he turned on Judah. But yeah, like he's like irrelevant and shit to anything. Left Hand Pass says the pagan is an umbrella term for random polytheistic religions, right? Outside the control of central Rome, the term originally means country dweller. See, we got people in here that know what they talking about, that are pagans themselves. I'll put the link back up here, No-Go, if you need to come back up in here. I put it back up in there for her. Know what I'm saying? So that's like, you know what I mean? Neggy said, you're not bringing anything original to the table. Damn, Neggy hard on a nigga.
Oh, God damn.
Shit, God damn, Neggy is hard on a motherfucker. Shit. I don't feel like football, but damn, dude. Tell me where pagan comes from, dumb. Let's start there. Right. And they can't answer that. Like, know what I'm saying? And it's like, what's the point? All right, you spent all that money on them books, right? And you said UNESCO put the book out. Okay, so there's some validity around the shit, but so what? What does that mean for the people? Paganism, the pagan fucking shit is larger than, okay, people might define paganism as anything that's not Christian or part of the Abrahamic religions, right?
That's true.
Yeah. That means there's more pagans on the earth than anything else. So what that tell you? Right?
Well, I mean, at the time,
here way before Abrahamic religion.
Biblical text at the time that would have been true. I don't know. I guess it's kind of, you couldn't technically say they're pagan because they're identified. Like I said, pagan was like a term in like Rome that was like used to kind of, because Rome in its history went back and forth a lot between like catechism and paganism, like between different areas and stuff. So the people on the outside of Rome that weren't like as easily adaptable as the inner city people were often referred to as pagans because they usually had a different religion because they hadn't kind of caught up to everybody else.
Yeah.
In a sense, is kind of where that term ends up coming from. And you can see where it works in a biblical text, like where in ancient times it was said there is more pagans than us because there is more polytheistic religions, or were more polytheistic religions at the time the Bible was probably written. Then, its view of what should be, basically, in a sense. So
right.
It depends on how you look at it. In a sense, religion is kind of a deep subject. It's interesting.
So basically, it's almost like, in like the Hebrew Israelites say everybody else is heathens. It's just another term for calling something. It's not of that whatever that faith whoever wrote who's writing those books or whatever. They were pagan was outside of this belief, basically.
Yeah, in a sense. Well, pagan became more adapted with Rome, in a sense, but it's not necessarily in the. Well, I can't remember pagans. Pagans in the Bible, isn't it?
It's in there. Yeah,
I've read my Bible.
Right. No, it's in there.
Yeah, Nagy said they called it the Amha Arats, and people of the land as opposed to people of the book.
That's something you'll see occasionally in the Hebrew Bible. Is they refer to the people who weren't exactly well versed in the Torah as the Amha Arats. So what that meant is their focus was more on the ground, the earth, because they had to till the earth and they had to work it. So they couldn't focus on things like priestly things, which are like heavenly. So it was like a way of talking about your average common person who may not be familiar with the whole Torah.
Oh shit! But let me move forward now. Since he wanted to say all about the pagan shit, they be saying that the pedophilia and all that bullshit. Let's get on to this. Let's listen to this bitch right here.
Mm-hmm.
Nanny, I ain't calling you a bitch, but I'm just saying I just said that shit in figure of speech. But let's go. This is the same thing, but let me read it. This is what I think it was. Let me read it. Wait, I back it up just a little. Okay, I'll show me the source. There we go.
She said, okay, just give her. She said, all right, give her a minute.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking her the whole time before. And she was gonna block me and all types of stuff. I'm like, well, damn. That don't make you win. Right, you can't win. Just because you block somebody don't mean you win the argument. That make you look worse when you block somebody.
I want to see you apologize if she had the right information so I can drag you. So I can drag
Greg an asshole. Craig know I'm gonna fuck her. See, you know what I'm saying? He in the middle and shit and everything, and he gonna give me a hard time. But watch what happens.
You know how we do it. So,
okay, I'll check. Hold on, let me look at it.
Yeah, Sunshine, get him, Sunshine. I won't beat up on Killer B anyway.
All right, Craig.
That's my homie.
All right now, Craig.
Yeah, that's my homie. We do this.
We do.
All right, let me put this
Hold
thing
on
up.
a second. She's right, because I'm sitting here reading it. And I'm just gonna put it on the
Look,
screen
she
for
said
everybody.
he
in the
right.
chat.
She right. She right. Now I'm gonna put it on the screen. Now listen to this. Watch. Watch what happens. October. This is the same thing, but let me read it.
Now
This
she's gonna
is
try
what
to
I think
stop
it was.
from reading.
Let me read it. Okay, I'll read it out loud. I'll put it on the screen. I'll share it. Let me share it. Now, oh, okay, it's already up. All right, bet. Oh, you put it up. Okay.
But see, I got another page too after this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up the actual laws that was passed because I have.
Pull up the actual laws that
Let me
was
pull up the
passed.
law.
A couple of weeks ago,
Look,
California Governor
let me
Gavin
see
Newsom
scrolling up.
signed a law
You see that?
that would allow
What's that
judges.
say on the screen? Wait, hold on. Look, bill would not legalize pedophilia in California. AP News, whatever, right? Claim, California just passed SB 45, a bill that would end felonies for child rape and legalize pedophilia in the state, right? CBS 8, verify. Does California SB 145 legalize pedophilia? Right? Right there. Brooks Law Group. What is SB 145? California's pedophilia bill? Question mark. Right? Now let's go. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
Judges to decide whether or not to list someone as a sex offender. This is it. This is the same thing.
Okay, right here though. Hold on, right here.
Okay, let me pull my joint up then.
Let me show you this. Right here on my page, they actually have the laws right here that was passed.
Look.
The SB 145, it legalizes pedophilia.
And what it says.
Okay, now.
And let me see.
I got
this video play.
Look, let's see what it says.
There ain't gonna be no apologizing today.
There has
You'll
been
see, like I'm about to show y'all.
Are the easiest shoes to put on.
Oh shit, what the hell is that? Is that my end or somebody?
So wait, how does it legalize pedophilia? This is
Right, because it don't. That's how, because it don't. Watch this. Look what it says. This is her source. Wait, hold on. Come on, goddamn it. Look what it says. Verify. Does California SB 145 legalize pedophilia? There has been lots of misinformation and straight up lies about SB 145, said State Senator Scott Weiner in San Francisco. I'm going to read the article. She put this shit up. I didn't put it up. She put this up on the screen. And she's trying to tell me that the laws are legalizing pedophilia.
There's no fucking way.
Right, exactly. But we're going to see.
Yeah.
Pedophilia.
Okay, now.
And let me see.
I got
this video play.
There ain't gonna be no apologizing today. We'll see. Like I'm about to show y'all.
Are the easiest shoes to put on.
Oh shit, what the hell is that? Is that my end or somebody
Really?
else's?
It's just showing that they can't fucking read.
It snaps right back up once your foot is inside. There.
Sunshine, drop the fair usage disclaimer in the chat.
Now, I told her the source I put up. I put up the source. Okay.
1 minute, sweetie.
Yep.
Drop the fair usage for the video in the chat for me, one of my moderators, please. This video is being used for fair usage, educational, and commentary purposes only. Let's let the video play and we'll go back.
With a soft bedding.
We received emails about this bill. The author of SB 145 says he's even received death threats.
There's been a lot of misinformation and lies about SB 145.
It's attracting some heated responses.
Y'all telling on yourself.
No, we not. See, what you got to understand, let me stop this so you can understand the underlying.
No, she's stopping it because it's siding with me and not her. They're saying in the video what she's saying is bullshit. The misinformation is what she's talking about.
White people do.
Well, now she's gonna turn it into what white people do. Now it's what white people do.
That's what
white people got to do with this?
Yeah, that's always the go-to though. It makes me
mad.
If you look
now, listen what she does.
Look at the shit that's passed. Children can be married to 24-year-olds without parental consent. They have other
That's
laws
false.
that's also embedded in this shit. Let me go
That's
down
a
here
lie.
so you can see the laws. 24-year-olds can have sex with a 14-year-old, and it's not considered to be predatory. An adult who commits any sex act on a minor 10 years younger must be registered as a sex offender. Law must be changed. They want to change the registration of the sex offender law. Let's go down here. So what does that mean? Under current California law, statutory rapes is treated differently depending on what type of penetration occurred.
Right.
Now, this is a scenario, so we're not even going to go into
No, because you're not going to go into it because they're going to have you looking stupid.
Adults having sex with minors in California is illegal. This bill.
And what did it say? What did it say? Adults having sex with minors is illegal.
Yeah.
Nothing to change that. This is about the sex offender registration.
Right.
And decriminalization, said Patrick. It's a total, they saying that this is a total made up false claim, but when you
now what did it just say? It says it right there on the screen. Look. Does SB 45 legalize pedophilia? No. No. Adults having sex with minors in California is illegal. Period. This bill does nothing to change that. Period. It is about sex offender registration, not decriminalization, said Patrick. Period. It is a totally made up false claim, says Senator Weiner. This bill does not in any way change what is legal and what is illegal. Something that is statutory rape right now will remain statutory rape. If the punishment is over many years in prison, the punishment remains the same. See, she putting shit up there trying to make it something else, and the shit telling on her. Like, how stupid can you be? Like, this ain't dumb, this is stupid. Because there's a difference between dumb and stupid. Dumb mean you don't know no motherfucking better. Stupid mean that you know better and you're still doing the same goddamn fucking retarded ass shit. And that's what she doing.
Look at, let me pull up the bill 145. Let me just pull it up. SB 145. So
you heard me? Let's go back. Listen to what she said.
This is a total criminalization.
Listen.
Don't
even know the word.
Decriminalization and things, scenarios. Penetration occurred. Now, this is a scenario, so we're not even going to go into this. Adults having sex with minors in California is illegal. This bill does nothing to change that. This is about the sex offender registration and decriminalization, said Patrick. It's a total, they saying that this is a total made up false claim, but when you look at, let me pull up the bill 145. But when you look
at it, no. No, what did they say? You pulled that source, not me. You pulled that source. I didn't. You did. So if you're not pulling the correct information to make your claim, what does that tell you? That you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. And once again, Sunshine sets you up for failure, sends you on a dummy mission. You should have let Sunshine on there get embarrassed instead of you. You should have just fell back, let Sunshine come on there, let me drag the fuck out of her all up and down the goddamn avenue, and you would have been safe on your show. You wouldn't be getting cut on your own show. Right or wrong, y'all?
Yeah, right.
This shit crazy. Now, listen.
Instead of going through articles.
Hold on, let me address this dumb shit again. Michael Smith says, sun worship is idol worship. Go Google research if you serious. Google the book. Read the section. So it's idol worship. So what? So what? If I want to worship an idol, if I want to worship a can of Pepsi, guess what? This is fucking America.
All right. So yeah, I was thinking about, before that even came up, the only thing, like you were saying about, like, say, let's just say football, right? The only thing I could see that maybe I could see the loose link between is, say, I'm looking right now on my TV, there's the Rams, right? And a lot of people are like cheering the Rams on, and they got the mascot and they're wearing the jerseys. If you want to link it up like, oh, they have an idol because they love this team and the guy that, the quarterback, or okay, but that's really weak. I mean,
but what it is, he trying to say, oh, that's not Christian, or that's not like Israelite shit. He probably a Hebrew Israelite or something. Right. So if it's idol worship, that means it's not Christian. Okay. So if I'm not Christian, does that mean I can't live on this earth? That I can't be a good person? Is that what you're trying to say? No, I'm not Christian. I can speak for everybody. I'm not Christian. But I can say I like Jesus. I like what Jesus stands for. I can say that. Or whatever. I might like what some Hindu shit is saying. I might like some shit in the Quran. I might like some shit about voodoo or whatever the fuck. It's my fucking choice. I'm a fucking American. I could do that. This isn't Afghanistan, motherfucker, or fucking Iran or some shit.
North Korea.
Or North Korea. This is America. If I want to put the Virgin Mary right here on my fucking desk and pray to it, I could do that.
Listen, if God,
how does that affect you? It doesn't.
If God and Jesus want me to root for them, they should get down there in the field on Sundays.
Exactly. Like they ain't no Jewish football players. They ain't no Jewish football players. The Jews ain't supposed to be idol worshipers. The Muslims ain't supposed to be idol worshipers. Them niggas play football, play soccer, play baseball, basketball, all that shit. You think they worried about the shit you worried about? No. The whole world ain't worried about what you worried about. How does that affect your life?
Do you think this guy is just gonna be a one-note wonder and just talk about that?
Well, he don't know no better. He come from over there. He came from over there off the shit that I'm showing now.
Should I just help him find his way out? Should I show him the door?
Nah. You can let him chill. Maybe he learned something. But he's stuck in his way.
But it's all about the whole thing about separating to try to make yourself look better. I was seeing it's that whole thing of trying to make I don't know this guy, but like the whole we're special, we don't do that because we're special and we're chosen. I'm not sure if he's like that, but we're chosen and everybody else is doing that and it's pagan and it's wrong. Oh, whatever, man.
That's the whole thing. Yeah. He put it up in there and I said, okay, all right, it's pagan. So okay, so what? What's your point? It's idol worship. It's sun worship. So what?
Enjoy your matzahs during the week of unleavened bread. And
yeah. So what? What's up, Brainstorm? How you doing?
Trying to fix myself. God, I look like trash on the camera right now. I didn't even pay attention to how I looked before I jumped on.
Man, fuck all that shit, man.
Well, don't worry. I can't see you because Michael Smith's
on Killer B show and shit. You getting fly on the Killer B show now and shit. I feel you, though. I feel you. And shit, you never know who watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? But,
I'm trying to look at least half decent on camera, not like... Because, I've only sat there and, like, shit on co-editing, like, 7 times.
Ain't nobody paying no attention to you except that mask. That's the only thing motherfuckers is looking at. Anything else going on around you, they is not paying no attention to that shit. Trust me. They're looking at that mask.
You can get that Michael Smith dude off the screen now. We don't have to,
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, boom.
Oh,
All right, let's continue this thing here. Let's go.
Trying to find.
Yeah, you're gonna be trying to find that shit. Look, that's the law. Governor of Georgia, what was she saying here?
Because I actually
That's not it.
a while ago, and I wanted to discuss that. Oh, hold on a second. I think that's Killer Bee.
In the Reuters, I think I pronounced it.
Okay, well, let me go.
If you know anything about that website, most news channels and everything get their information from them. They're the biggest news agency out there. That's right. That's a fact.
Who is the biggest news agency?
Reuters, the third one down, that website right there. They're the biggest news agency. Most news channels and news groups get their information from them. That's the most credible source right there.
But see, this is 2020. The information I'm pulling up is laws that's already
SB 145. That's the only thing y'all talking about is SB 145. It's telling you right there. Everything you pull up, telling you that everything right there. Look, SB 45, myths and facts. Bill text, SB 45, sex offenders registration. See? It's all there. But she's trying to win. She knows she don't put herself in a pickle because she didn't read the information. They just looked at somebody fucking retarded ass YouTube video and they believed it. Sunshine sent her on a dummy mission. So there won't be no apologies here. Now, she said, the Sunshine said, he got to apologize to me and stuff because he was lying. You haven't proved anything. So you made a claim. I say you full of shit. I showed you why you full of shit. I cited my source. And now you're telling me I have to apologize when you didn't show me anything? So I said, okay, present your information. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. Simple as that. I'm not Shane. And now they pulling up the same information I pulled up and trying to say that shit other than what it say when the information is telling them that you full of shit. And they can't handle it. Listen. Craig see what's going on. I'm Chris Harris 2.0. If y'all didn't know.
He's true with that. Yeah, he's true with that. But anyway.
Go ahead, Craig. Come on, tell the truth, Craig. You ain't got the lie, Craig. You ain't got the lie. Y'all remember that shit from Friday? You ain't got the lie, Craig. You ain't got the lie.
You tripping there. Y'all both ex-Torah members, and y'all do have both have.
You know that me and Chris talk all the time now. I was just talking to Chris earlier.
Yeah. He's
Chris
the
come on here and tell y'all the same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, he's the debater.
See if you come on. I just said I just text him.
Yeah, he's the debater. You the research. You a good researcher. Both of y'all good researcher, but he more the debater. Yeah, so even though you would debate too, and you would kick
So
ass too.
here's one of the laws that was passed. This is one of the bills that was passed where this is to mean condoning pedophilia because pedophiles do not have to register as sex.
Right? That's what the law was.
But
but the people lied on the information.
What did they lie on about the information?
Okay, now pull up the Rutgers. I got the Rutgers thing right here, and I'm going to tell you.
But this is straight from the Center Square of California. The California Assembly passed bill.
Right. But y'all misrepresenting the bill.
Okay, so
look, let me read it. I'm going to read it from Rutgers. It says, post on Facebook claimed that SB 145, a bill passed by the California State Senate on August 31st, 2020, seeks to legalize pedophilia. This claim is false, as the bill is intended to reform the state's sex offender registry to be fairer to young LGBT adults who may be in technical violation of statutory rape laws. The bill seeks to treat all statutory rape cases, regardless of what kind of sex they involved with equally. Examples of these claims. Now, you notice what she pulling up right there? She pulling up from PolitiFacts. PolitiFacts got the meter on the side that tell you whether the claim is true or false. And you see what it says? Pants on fire, meaning that it's false. But she don't know any better.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Old girl don't know no better. And she don't know who she dealing with. But watch this. Names can be found here, here, and here. Those show some links. I can put the links up if y'all want.
Hey, can I say something right quick?
Craig trying to save fucking women and shit. Craig, no, I don't give a fuck and shit. I ain't got no filter. I ain't got no chill button either. I ain't got no chill button.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, right quick, man. There be a dude say that, you know, safe sex, especially with men on molesting young boys, it wasn't no law against it.
Now
they try to treat it like opposite sex. That's the reason why they bill put it.
Now this is what I did.
In play.
This is what I did, Killer B. This is one of the websites you trust. This was in 2021. What does that say right down the screen?
Pedophilia is now legal in California. Now a 20-year-old can have sex with an 11-year-old and not be listed on the sex registry as sex offender. Now remember that. Y'all see what is happening. Yeah. PolitiFacts, and it's showing the Facebook post for some weird conspiracy theorist. See, look, Facebook post. See, now this is one of the things that sites you trust. Now, what it say right there? She don't even know what she reading. She has no reading comprehension. She has no comprehension of what she's reading. Now, watch what she says. Now, look, you see what it says next to it? Scroll down. It's going to tell you whether it's true or not. This is PolitiFacts. I use that. Pants on fire. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. Don't scroll by it. There you go. No. Pants on fire. Look. It's going to ask sex offender. Now, look, you see, watch it try to scroll by it now. But it says next to it, scroll down. It's going to tell you whether it's true or not. This is PolitiFacts. I use that. Pants on fire. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. Let's bring it on back. I use that. Stop right there. Claim viewed by millions on social media says California legalized pedophilia is what? What that say, y'all?
Pants on fire.
No. What it say when it right? It says claims viewed.
Oh, it's false or something. I can't see it.
Yeah.
My bad.
It says false.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all can see that right.
Yeah,
Okay.
That is false.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, San Miguel?
Hey, San Miguel, man. What's up, man?
Now this nigga in here talking about he done changed the whole subject. Stay away from boosters. Now he talking about vaccines. He want information on vaccines now.
Oh, gee, who's that? The Michael?
The same dude. He get beat up on one thing, and now he want to run to something else. And she does the same thing. So that's showing you he came from over there. He came from over there on her channel. If I'm not mistaken.
Now that he's talking about that, you want me to get him out of here?
No, man.
Nah, leave him there. We're not gonna talk about that shit though. That shit, because you know how the motherfuckers is on the internet with that shit. We're not even gonna talk about it.
I know. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah,
so
I'm just waiting to unload.
Yeah. We'll fuck him up and shit with Ty because he'll drip up in this. Pants on fire. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. There you go. Telling you that is false. That is false.
See, this is what I'm saying. If you
no. What did it say right there?
Hold on now.
You use that.
Let me speak.
I'm dying over here.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute.
I'm nice. I say yes, ma'am. No. Now I'm trying to see something. Yeah, I thought y'all had all your ducks in the order. I thought y'all had all your ducks in a row. You going from site to site to site to site, and they all saying that's bullshit. And she said, but you know nothing. You know you went to this source yourself and tried to say that that's what it was saying, and now it's not saying that. And now you look crazy.
I'm gonna take this off the screen. God damn it.
Goddamn.
No, I'm trying to fix my screen. I can't even find my Okay, I see where I'm at now. Now let me explain this, because I know a lot of people. Y'all, you look at shit with a blind eye.
What? What? Brainstorm. Do you hear this shit? Brainstorm. Do you see this shit about here? I look at the shit with a blind eye. I look at this with a blind eye. But she the one can't read. I don't know why she started this battle with me. I don't know why. I don't know why nobody didn't tell her shit.
You know what? You know what it was? She saw that it agreed. The headline agreed with what she saw, so she didn't even see the pants on fire because she
right.
This is a good one. I got him now.
I got him. I got this nigga. I got him. I read it. What it say?
Wait a minute. Can I make a statement?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. When you look at shit with a blind eye, if you don't have to register for being a sex offender, then nobody will know who's raping children. So that means if a 21-year-old, which we know is a pedophile, that sleeps with an 11-year-old, not only is being registered as...
Now, I'm going to read what the law says about that. It don't say 11-year-old. It don't say that.
Sex offender, but then the charges are more lenient. That's still condoning pedophilia. Where the fuck in America would anybody in their damn right mind would agree with some shit that's written? See, this is how they write their fucking laws so it can fly over our heads.
Can you read it? No? Can you read what's on there? It explains what it is, what the law does.
I understand what the law does, but you're not understanding why it does that and what effects it would have on us as a community. If someone is 20...
Look, it says right there at the bottom. I didn't even read this shit last night, this part. Right there at the bottom, the bill in question only applies to young people aged 14, 15, 16, and 17. And any other offender within 10-year age range.
Let me say something. So what you're saying, I was gonna eventually ask you to get to that part because I didn't know. I've heard people that I work with mention this because where I live, it's like California's the boogeyman, right? I mean, anything in California, it's liberal, blah 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 blah. So I've heard people mention this, but exactly what you just said in my mind had to be what I thought might have happened. Like you got a 19, or say you got a guy's been dating a girl in high school, and all of a sudden he turns like 18 or 19, and she's like 17.
Right.
And by law, he's breaking the law all of a sudden.
Right.
Is he really? I mean,
So
they were, yeah. So
the judge has discretion whether or not he gonna put this motherfucker on the list or not.
Right. And let me tell you something about about she's all worried about you don't know who that sex offender law. I've gone on and I've seen where like, oh, I've got like a sex offender living 2 blocks away or something.
Right.
But the problem is like half the time people don't even know. Like sometimes people went and took a piss out in public and
exactly. Connecticut's like that. You get caught taking a piss, you jump out your car because you gotta go to the bathroom, and you find the nearest tree or the nearest corner or the alley or something, and a cop drive by and see you. He could pop you for a decent exposure, right? And you could just be taking a piss by the dumpster, and your ass end up in our sex offender list.
Yeah. So to me, what this law is in California, that's what people have been. I think most people agree with that, and to act like they would pass a law. This is what I don't think people logically think at all. Who in their right mind would say it's okay for a 21-year-old to be with an 11-year-old? And it's just to fly like that. Like even in California, who would agree with that stuff? It's just insane. But what I find is people in the crazy people in the black community and the crazy people in the white community have a lot in common. They believe crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like, that's what it is. Like if the first like 19 and the chick 17 or something like that, and it's not coercive. So now it can't be he raped the girl. Right. You know what I'm saying? It could be non-coercive set that meaning that they agree. They both agreed on it.
So they actually boyfriend and girlfriend or whatever. And that shit happened. Everybody went to high school and you saw the dude and shit. He graduated and he still go out with the girl that was a junior or a sophomore or something like that, or even a freshman.
Right.
No,
and then all of a sudden,
the parents know about it and everything.
Or all of a sudden the dad finds out that they had sex and he gets pissed off.
Right.
And wants to get him in, it was consensual and they were boyfriend and girlfriend for 2 years, but the dad all of a sudden didn't like it or something. And
right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And what she said, what she's trying to explain, it says right here. Some said the offenders who had sex with minors as young as 11 would not be placed on the sex offenders registry. Those claims are false. In reality, the California legislature passed a bill that aims to eliminate automatic sex offender registration, mainly for LGBTQ young adults. I'm going to get in with that. Instead, a judge would decide whether to register for life those convicted of having voluntary anal or oral sex with a minor and are within 10 years of age of the victim. The bill does not reduce the standards for statutory rape. It does not reduce the standards. Existing law. Brainstorm, come up on here. Let me put the Brainstorm was in law enforcement and shit. Whether to place offenders on the registry in cases involving vaginal intercourse.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I'll see you next time, Killer.
All right, man.
All right.
Take care, man.
Yep. Thanks, Nicky. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me drop the link in here for her. And then I read I say, yo, the people voted for this. You know what I'm saying? And then she got on talking about, our votes don't count and all types of crazy shit. Fucking woman crazy. Let's keep going.
21 years old is sleeping with an 11-year-old. And he doesn't have to register as a pedophile. That's the first violation.
That's not what it's saying.
Well, what is it saying then? Because that's
let me read it. Under current law,
it's really LGBT.
I'm about to read it. Under current law, California judges have discretion over registering individuals of certain ages as sex offenders if they have engaged in vaginal intercourse with a minor who is both over the age of 14 and within a 10-year age range. The bill does not apply to anyone under 14 years old. In other words, rather than the young adult.
I don't give a damn. So you mean to tell me? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question because I get sensitive about this shit. You mean to sit here and tell me that you would agree with a 14-year-old fucking a 21-year-old grown-ass man?
You ain't let him finish.
Why would the system agree with that?
Some states you can get married at 14 with a parent consent.
That's parental consent.
But you should let me finish reading though, because it's explaining.
Yeah, you should let him finish that. I promise you.
Wait a minute. First of all, Craig, please be quiet. This is my fucking show.
You're not
gonna tell me to shut the fuck up on my own goddamn show. I don't give a fuck who I cut off. Y'all already know how nothing.
Get your ass, Craig.
Now, I've been sitting here trying to keep this shit cordial, but you're not going to tell me what the fuck I can ask my guests or when I can fucking talk on my platform.
I'm talking about
this shit up right the fuck there. I've been trying to get
Craig got some explaining to do.
one statement out for the last 10 minutes, and you telling me to be quiet.
I never tell you to be quiet. I never ever in my life will tell you to be quiet.
And I understand what the fuck the laws are doing, and we're having a dialogue about that, and I want to stop him in the middle of a damn sentence to make him clarify what he's saying. I have the right to do that on Sister Nandi, 3G fucking P. Now let's get this shit out of the Now you go ahead and finish reading what you see. You're still over talking me, and I'm trying to be
right quick. What you just said?
I get all the way through the roof. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let you finish reading it, and then y'all gonna shut the fuck up and let me make my comments.
All right, that's fair.
All right.
It says so. In other words, rather than a young adult being automatically registered as a sex offender, the judge may decide. The most extreme example would be a 24-year-old engaging in non-coercive vaginal sex with a 14-year-old. A more common example in which it would likely be inappropriate to add a person to the registry would be a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old having vaginal sex. Right? Now, it says if the situations mentioned above involve anal sex, oral sex, or digital penetration, more typical among the LGBT individuals, a judge would not have discretion over the young adult's registration as a sex offender. Rather, the registration would be automatic, even in the case of a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old having non-vaginal sex. Some Facebook posts, like the one here, claims that the bill allows pedophilia to be considered a sexual orientation in the LGBTQ community. This is false. SB 145 amends Section 290 of the existing state penal code to apply the same standard of judicial discretion to straight people and LGBT people alike. Senator Weiner describes SB 145 as an anti-discrimination law that ends discrimination against LGBTQ people on the sex offender registry. Now, I can keep it 100. I didn't really kind of get that too much. I understood it, but then I didn't understand it. Y'all understand what it's saying?
Yeah, what you just read? Yeah, I was understanding.
Can you break it down a little bit? Because I was like,
okay, well, tell me which point are you talking about? Are you talking about from what I was hearing? It's and I think you understand this, so I'm not. That's why I'm asking what section you're talking about. It's saying that the law, I guess the law was written to where the LBGT, if they got caught, the judge wouldn't be able to be lenient and say, well, she's 17 and she's 19, so but the law wouldn't give him that leniency. He would have to put him on the sex offender list. But this, whatever this thing that you just read said, is they're going to give everybody equal. So even if you're gay and you're and it's digital, using your fingers or whatever,
yeah,
the judge will still be able to give you, well, these two have been boyfriend and girlfriend. It's not sex, it's not a sex. They're not going to be automatically on the sex offenders list.
So they would look at oral sex or anal sex as an automatic. Your ass going on the motherfucking list.
As it was before, but it sounds like they are taking that away and saying, no, it's not anymore. And maybe the law of the straight sex or whatever, vaginal sex, maybe that's already on the books, and this is introducing. That's what it sounds like to me. When you read that, it sounded like it was already on the books, and this is just adding LGBT in the mix, that there's not going to be an automatic sentence to a sex.
That's what I had thought. That's what I thought.
That's what it sounds like to me.
And it said, like, in the most extreme case, it would be a 24-year-old and a 14-year-old. Because they said it could be a 10-year age gap. An age gap of 10 years.
And to me, that's more like if you have a 17 and a 27-year-old, I think that's why they're putting the 10 years in. But it sounds like it's written for 24 to 14. But that's.
They said at the most extreme, but it says the most common would be 19. I mean, it would be 19 to 17 would be the most common case.
What you're saying, and you're saying basically is it's leaving it up to the judge's discretion. Each case is on its own,
Right.
Yeah, like each case will be different. It's not just a blanket, you're on the sex offenders list.
Yeah.
And so from what you read, that's what I got when you were reading. I was like, oh, so it sounds like it's already a law, but now they're just making it non-discriminatory against the LGBT community.
Because, like, I know they say, like, in California, like, back in the 50s or 60s or something like that, if two gay people get caught doing something, that's straight up a crime. Like your ass going to jail.
Yeah.
Like they catch them having oral sex or something, they go to jail.
There's been riots and everything over gay rights. It's pretty crazy.
No, he's right though. That was it was considered, and people would go, you know, depending on where you were at in the country.
Right.
Yeah.
Where if they caught some chick sucking somebody's dick and shit, that they want to go to jail. But if they was gay doing it, their ass is going to prison.
Which is sort of funny because even in the state I live in, that's on the books as illegal. Whether it's a guy and a girl, or a guy and a guy, or a girl and a girl.
Yep.
But like you said, nobody's going to jail getting caught, you know, unless they're doing it out in public, I guess. You know?
Exactly. As reported here by Mother Jones, LBGT advocates argue the situation unfairly penalizes people who do not engage in penile vaginal intercourse, a problem that Senator Wenyell's legislation aims to fix. According to Mother Jones, the Sacramento Bee, a Wiener's official website, the state senator has faced online harassment from troll accounts and followers of QAnon, a big tech conspiracy. Hear that? Followers of QAnon community spreading misinformation about topics ranging from aliens landing to vaccine safety. For introducing a reform bill on August 6th, Wiener began a Twitter thread sharing some of the violent, homophobic, and anti-Semitic messages he has consequently received. The verdict, false. California State Bill 145 does not legalize pedophilia, nor does it classify pedophilia as a sexual orientation. It extends the same discretion state judges currently have over sex offenders registration for certain young adults who have engaged in vaginal sex with certain minors to those who have engaged in non-vaginal sex. That's it.
Okay, you finished now. So
now go ahead.
So you mean to sit here and tell me a goddamn judge has the right to decide who the fuck is a sex offender? And let me ask you a question. 21 and 14, I don't give a fuck what laws are written. I don't give a damn what's documented. I don't give a damn about none of that bullshit because slavery and a lot of other things allowed them to do the same shit to my little brothers and sisters. I don't agree with any of that. So how can anybody justify because just oh well, it's okay to get married at 14 with parental consent. The motherfucking parents need their ass whooped if they consent.
Right.
Because who the fuck does that? So pedophilia is pedophilia to me. And if they're only doing this in order to include the LGBT and they still have the LGBTQ community and they still have the rights, which I don't understand, instead of just following what the guidelines are to decide who's a motherfucking sex offender and who's not, how is that not condoning pedophilia when a lot of these motherfuckers gonna be walking without any type of documentation of us knowing what happened? So that's bullshit. That's how they write laws, so we don't understand it. You still got niggers thinking that the suffrage movement, the goddamn civil rights motherfucking movement, the Black Power movement, and all of this shit that some kind of goddamn laws for niggers.
We niggers now. This is because we out here telling the truth. We niggers. That shit crazy.
Listen, so my whole thing listening to her is what I found sort of funny. And I agree with. Listen, I'm gonna preface this by saying I agree there needs to be laws, right? To protect children, but obviously she's looking from today's standards because you know there were 14-year-olds that were queens and kings of countries at one time.
Yep,
and they had children early because people died earlier. So
yeah.
And not just that, but she's saying, you mean to tell me that a judge is going to decide? And so my question would have been, okay, so what makes someone a pedophile? The same laws that she's complaining about, the laws are making these people pedophiles if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Because they're
Like her granddaddy probably had a 14-year-old wife and he was 50. It's a good chance of that.
Well,
not saying we agree with that,
yeah,
but that was going on at the time.
But there was a time where people didn't listen. People don't understand. When I heard you bring up the subject about when's a better time to live, I really think, and as bad as it is, we're in the best time you can live because we're living to 80 years old, where people never, like I had my gallbladder taken out when I was 33. People used to die of that, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but that's the sidebar. I don't want to get off, but what I'm saying is she's sitting there saying, I don't care what the law says, these people are pedophiles. Well, the law says they're pedophiles. So what are you talking about?
But like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get too deep in this conversation because you know motherfuckers gonna be like, say it, can't be said, and all that shit. So I ain't gonna get too deep in that motherfucker.
They gotta chop it up.
Yeah, they gonna chop the shit up, right? You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like my grandfather and stuff, right? I never met my grandmother. Like she died long before I even came around and shit. I was adopted, but my parents are older. Like my dad, like 80-something years old now. But his stepmother, she was a lot younger than him. Like my grandfather died like the 80s, early 80s and shit. And her ass died in the 2000s. Like, know what I'm saying? And she wasn't that goddamn old when she died.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? So that's whether these old motherfuckers was creepy ass old motherfuckers. A lot of them probably was and shit. I ain't here to say that they wasn't. Like, know what I'm saying? But that's what the fuck was going on. And it was accepted in society. Whether we is wrong today, a lot of shit was accepted in society back in the day that ain't accepted now.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? Somebody could do some shit. There might have been some laws. A motherfucker step on your property, you can blow their fucking brains out. But now this law say you can't do that shit.
Right.
And there be some old motherfuckers still around that really believe in that old school shit that you should just be able to blow a motherfucker brains out if they come on your property. Know what I'm saying? And he'll argue with motherfuckers today and won't be able to comprehend why that shit's wrong. So America, people are correcting themselves. Even in Saudi Arabia and shit, they lifting some of their bans on certain stuff and whatnot. Like, know what I mean? You could do shit that you couldn't do 10 years ago there.
Yeah.
And most of the time it's for the good. Like women and stuff like that. They get more rights in some of these countries now. They can vote. Know what I'm saying? They don't have to walk around and shit all draped up 300 degrees and shit, wearing some big ass blanket over their whole fucking body and shit with 2 eye holes. Like, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
I want to say they got a law where they can drive in Saudi Arabia or something. The women can drive.
Yep. Oh shit, we got the police on this motherfucker now. What's up, Brainstorm?
But I didn't really get a chance to hear everything from the beginning because I was like in the grocery store. So I just kind of caught the very end. So I don't know what's going on. So what?
So this crazy lady was trying to convince me that California passed a law allowing pedophiles, right? So what the bill was for judges to use discretion and to not discriminate against the LGBT community when it came to statutory, what they would call, I guess, statutory rape, right? So if like the laws would be, say, a 19-year-old mess with a 17-year-old, right? But it wasn't rape. It was consensual sex, like they boyfriend and girlfriend, right? And then something happened, right? So if something happened, now the judge got discretion whether to say if that person goes on the sex offender list or not.
Understandably so, because a lot of those children, they're in high school together, and they, one of them may be just a little bit older, maybe a 12th grader in in a 9th grader or 10th grader or whatever. But yeah, okay.
And the law says at the most extreme, it's a 10-year age gap at the extreme. But the laws was different. Say like if it was a gay couple that had non-vaginal sex, non-coercive, non-vaginal sex, that person would automatically go on the sex offender list.
And I understand that too, because sodomy is or was on the books as being against the law. So yeah,
right. Yeah. So now they're making it an even field. So now the gay people don't get discriminated for it. So if it's a gay couple 19 and 17, before they would just put that motherfucker on the list. And just be like, yo, you a sex offender, you out your ass on the list. Where if it was sexual intercourse with a boy and a girl or something like that, the judge would have discretion whether to put them on there now. But the gay couple would automatically get put on.
Yeah, they actually called it. It was called deviant sexual behavior. Is what they called it.
See? That's why we got the police up on here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
know the law.
So yeah, but I understand what she's saying. Because that's where we also brought that up. That like even where I live, like technically anything other than intercourse between a man and a woman is considered illegal, right? But it's nobody being prosecuted for it. You know
that's true as well. You're correct. Yep.
Yeah. But what it sounded like to clean it up a little bit, because he read it. So basically, the law has already been in place in California for the judge to have discretion, and this part that's on there now is just cleaning it up, saying, okay, whether it's like you said, I know you were saying deviant behavior, but if you're using your fingers, your mouth, or whatever, that you're not automatically, the judge is going to have discretion on that too, like, and not automatically you're on the sex offender list if you're, like you said, if you're 19 or 17 or 19 and 17. And we brought up the fact that, there are people that have been boyfriend and girlfriend and suddenly he has a birthday or she has a birthday. And, all of a sudden now the parent gets upset or something because they found out they were having sex and the guy's on the list or the girl.
That definitely happens.
Yeah.
Oh. So let me play some more of this. So
I think what they do is that with the discretion is this: they're able to look at each one of those cases on literally a case by case basis.
Exactly.
So it would not be something automatic. They look at look at what they call the totality of the evidence on the case and make their decision, like that.
Yep. All right, now let's listen to some more.
And the only thing that they do is amend the shit and add on shit and put their bills on them and cross so much shit up till it's 1,000,005 fucking laws. And if you really don't read the red line in print, you won't understand what the fuck they doing to our people.
So now she's saying, oh, I'm not looking at the red underline in print. There is no goddamn red underline in print. I just read the shit to you. Now she making it a conspiracy now, some shit that we can't see, and they using this for white supremacy to oppress black people. But that law ain't mentioned shit about no motherfucking niggas.
And all of these goddamn laws is written in order to oppress our people and allow these same sick, blood-drinking, bloodthirsty ass motherfuckers, whether they black,
but
white,
she said she practiced voodoo. Voodoo motherfuckers drink blood. Motherfuckers, you ain't never see a fucking voodoo ceremony with a motherfucker biting the neck of a goddamn goat and jerking that motherfucker around, cut the head off and start drinking out the neck of that motherfucker? What is you talking about, lady? What is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So she's trying to turn it now.
To begin with, because anybody telling you voodoo is not even pronouncing that right. Right. I'm sorry not to sound too.
I just said that. I know that. I just said that so people understand what I'm talking.
Hey, down here where I live, pronounced voodoo, but I understand what he's saying.
If I'm correct, it's pronounced udon.
Right, it is.
I know, but not here in Louisiana.
Yeah, in Louisiana, they just say voodoo and shit. Like, but
Right.
yeah, there's different places and stuff. And I just said voodoo because that's what most common people
Yeah,
like
you're right. You're
are
right.
familiar with. So I just say that shit. Leave out the technical stuff out of it. But yeah. So like, yeah, the shit crazy. But listen to her.
For it to still go after children, and now without even any documentation. So the nigga next door could have been 21 raping a 14-year-old, but because the judge says okay, he's not gonna document it, and I don't know it, and this motherfucker raped my daughter, then who the fuck is it?
Now she's trying to pull the heartstrings of the crowd, and that's not what the law says.
And it's
it
not
sound good what she's saying. She making a good argument on her little grandstand, but that's not what the law was talking about.
Right.
And that's not what the law is doing. And yeah, so if a 21-year-old had a 14-year-old girl, right? Now the judge gonna look at the motherfucking case and make his discretion on what should happen. And that doesn't mean when you go on the sex offender list, you don't go on it for life. Some people only be on it for a few years. Some people might be on it for 7 years. Some motherfuckers is on that shit for life. It depends on the case. The judge.
Hopefully that depends on the state as well. Because there are some states, I'll say, that Texas do tend to put their sex offenders on forever. I'm sorry, kid.
It's all right.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. Yeah, but the shit's crazy.
Yeah, and I really think she, from what it sounded like, either that or she changed gears on us. She's like, and then that guy goes and rapes my daughter. Statutory rape is I don't know if she's confusing statutory rape with
actual rape.
With the, yeah, I think she's not to say that statutory rape's right, but I think she doesn't understand that, statutory rape is like we're saying, it's like someone who's sleeping with someone underage, and even if it's consent, if I'm understanding it right, that under certain laws you would still be convicted of statutory rape. It doesn't
right. Because the law, depending on the child, does not, if they're a certain age, they cannot give you consent. There is no their age of consent has to be a certain age. I guess
it starts at 14. Yeah. No. It don't start at 14, but the law.
I think it's like 17 or 16 or 17.
On the state,
especially when you're dealing with the person that they're with being someone of advanced age or older. A child that's like 14 cannot give consent to someone that age to say it's okay because they're still a kid. They
You're
don't
right.
give that kid cannot give consent. You know what I mean?
And I totally understand that, because when you're 14, you think you're grown.
Yeah.
And you don't see the consequences, But the law still isn't saying that that's cool. It's saying it has discretion. And I was saying to him that 10 years, that could be the person who's 27 with the 17-year-old.
Right. That makes a lot. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You got a good handle on things, dude. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, let's listen to some more of craziness.
The goddamn laws that they wrote, the biased fucking judge that has the right to make the decision, or the parent and the child. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. I don't understand this shit. And it's a lot of men who be condoning that shit. 14, keep your dick in your fucking pants. You should be telling the little girl to go to school or the little boy to go to school. And the only amendment they added was so that we don't discriminate against the fucking LGBTQ community. When majority of the pedophilia shit and the rapes and shit is going on with that shit.
Okay, now her statement now. Can she show any proof of that?
Well, it's not.
It's only the LGBT community that this shit happening.
Statistically, it's false. That's what I'm saying. Statistically, it's not the LGBTQ.
Yep, and I say that. Listen, I say that.
Fuck out of here.
Well,
most rapes aren't from homosexuals. They're from heterosexuals.
It's actually not true. It's just that it's not being reported for bullshit laws like this right here.
You saw her escape route?
Right.
You noticed her escape route?
Where's receipt on that, please? You know.
Yup. But
a lot of men and a lot of women, because I've dealt with this type of shit in my community.
Mm-hmm.
They families.
But it's more commonly.
Let me
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this.
Big
I have actually mentored and went out in these communities. You think it's a lot of heterosexual
Here come the violin and shit.
Yeah.
The violin. Just to pull the heartstring because she just got beat on her shit.
Going on. Because that's what's reported. There are a lot of black men right now who have been raped in jail.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of little black boys, and they don't talk about it because motherfuckers will join them. They will have something to say. There'll be little derogatory names and shit. A lot of girls don't say nothing. They're embarrassed.
But that's forceful rape. We're not talking about that. We're talking about non-coercive rape. We talk about motherfuckers that ain't been forced into the shit. That's what the law is talking about. Not motherfuckers just snatching motherfuckers up. See how she switched the shit up now? And she can continue.
I think she's probably doing is talking from a place of pain. So evidently she must have gone through something personally or know someone super personally where she's getting emotionally charged, and that's affecting her her judgment and her ability to read and understand that law the way it's supposed to be read and understood.
Right. And or she could be trying to emotionally charge the viewers to get them to side with her and forget that ass whipping she just got on the circuit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she did sort of get embarrassed on the her pants.
She got she made a fool out of you said you wasn't watching, but what she was doing, I asked them, the girl in the chat, Sunshine, said that they making pedophilia legal in California. I said, that's not true. I already knew what she was talking about. So I asked for a source. She said, I wrote a paper on it in college. Okay, so you should have all your sources, citations, and everything on deck. You should be able to present them, put them right in the chat. I'll go, send me the link. I'll go look at it. Right? And then she said, tell me about a YouTube channel. I said, a YouTube channel? You said you did a paper. So why are you sending me to a YouTube channel? Then she tell me the channel, right? I go to the channel. They talking about aliens and all types of dumb shit. I said, no, that's not credible. So later on, now she joins in with the girl. So I'm like, both of y'all gonna be looking silly. I'm gonna be beating you up on your own show. So she shows her sources, and what she puts up is what you see on the screen. Right? And she don't read the source that she put up because the source is agreeing with me and telling the claim is false. And then she went to about 5 different websites. See, well, what about this here? See, it's saying it right here. What that say? And I read it, and then I say, you see right underneath that? It's saying the claim is false. Well, then she goes somewhere else. This
is one you like. This is one you agree with.
Yeah. See, this is a site here that you agree with. Now read that right there. I said, yeah, I use that all the time. And do you see that little lever, that little meter right there that says liar, liar, pants on fire? And it says the claim is false. This is the bottom of it right there. And this way, I said, now scroll down. Now, what that say right there? Say claim viewed by millions of social media says California legalized pedophilia. That is false.
That's just, to me, I think that's just that's just crazy. I mean, anyone that has 2 brain cells to rub together would know that there is no way that they would make pedophilia legal. Yeah, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
I said earlier, I was like, and listen, I'm here at work. I'm here 48 hours at a time. I'm a firefighter, and
oh shit, that's dope.
Yeah, So I talk to people all the time that are in these conspiracies, believe it or not, that are believing these conspiracies. And I've just gone to listen. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's just not logical what you're saying. Let me look what, especially with, look what so-and-so said. And I look it up and it's not true. It's, it's like, and stuff that's just illogical. I said, even if you want to make California the boogeyman, ain't no way everybody in California they're not going to legalize pedophilia. It just doesn't make it, it sounds too suspicious. And of course, it isn't true, So I agree with you. What you're saying is like, there's no way people are going to pass laws and say, oh yeah, it's cool for you to be a pedophile.
Yup, it's just crazy. I'm fucking real. Let's listen to this crazy ass woman.
Because they feel like they've done something wrong for being with the same sex and shit, which was wrong on the person's part who did it. So fuck no. And this is why so much homosexual activity is going on right the fuck now, because of the people who had to be quiet and didn't want to talk about it while they were being molested.
Pulling at the heartstrings.
But if people stop being so fucking homophobic and really just get out here and actually mentor those people, because they still black, they still being oppressed, they still being fucked over, and you talk to these people. See, niggas is so homophobic, you wouldn't know the statistics on the homosexual rapes. So I'm sick of that shit. I have worked with them, and I go to these shelters and shit, and there's more little children down here in Atlanta that's been molested by their brother and they're a little boy, or their sister and they're a little girl, or they fucking daddies or somebody. But don't nobody want to say shit or pay attention to it because you just a gay person and stay the fuck out over here.
Right. But they're saying about non-coercive sex, and also it's commonly, the law is commonly applied to say like a 19 and a 17-year-old having sex.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
So like a 19-year-old messing with a 17-year-old girl or vice versa, they like got used to some discretion whether or not because
based off vagina.
Now you misconstruing the information. Now you misconstruing the information.
I misconstrued. No, that's what I read.
That shit clearly said it doesn't apply to anybody under the age of 14. So that means 14 and up, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Yep.
They'll motherfucking think about it. They'll decide.
Depending on age, and any offender within a 10-year age range. The bill in question only applies to young people ages 14, 15, 16, and 17, and any other offender within a 10-year age range. No. It's not. It's saying it ends. It says under the current law, California judges have discretion over registering individuals of certain ages as sex offenders if they have engaged in vaginal intercourse with a minor who is both over the age of 14.
Fucking rape. You got people that make, first of all.
So that doesn't apply if it's 11-year-old and somebody's 21. That don't apply. That's some different shit. Your ass going to jail, you going on the list. But if it starts at 14, 10 years up, or under 10 years. Anything under 10 years, between 14 and anything under 10 years.
Let me tell you what pedophiles do.
And that means the judge have to look at the case. You know what I'm saying? Rather than just throw the book, the judge gets discretion of how he comes up with the verdict and the punishment for it. So it's not saying, oh, we just letting niggas just fuck the shit out of the kids and shit. That's not what they saying. That's what they saying, but that's not what the law is saying. None of the laws changed. It's just that certain thing that they looking at where the judge is able to make the discretion.
Because I think y'all got this shit misconstrued. That's why they got molester. That's why they got rapists. That's why they got pedophilia. A fucking pedophile is someone who's lusting after children, stalking children.
Right.
Force this person to give
But it's not saying motherfuckers that's stalking motherfucking kids and shit. And just snatching kids up. That's not what it's saying at all.
You know what I'm saying? Some oral sex.
But it's not saying that here, though. It's not saying that here.
That's why it's not saying.
No, how that shit made sense. Now, how the fuck that shit made sense when she just it's not saying for people like pedophiles out preying on, it's saying if it's non-coercive. So this person, that older person, didn't persuade that thing. So like it could be, I guess.
If you got a 14
you can explain that better than I can. I know you better with words than me.
And I just want to say this: if you got a 14-year-old daughter and a 21-year-old man sleeping with your daughter, how the fuck you ain't gonna say it's persuasive? And that's a goddamn.
But that's what I'm saying. They have a lot of people that's like mothers who have 14-year-old and they like this 21-year-old. They don't get permission, right?
I don't give
between
a fuck.
Heterosexual, yeah.
Everybody need to be fucked up or locked up. That don't make it right just because you got a sick.
But they said that used to be an old law, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there used to be an old law, like you could do that, but now it's like 17 to 19, right?
Yeah, so it don't apply to anybody under 14. Hold on, let me put so it's saying like a 19 and a 17-year-old. That would be considered statutory, but then Killer B, let's make this public service announcement. Killer B does not condone any of the practices and stuff of what we talking about on this motherfucker. We just talking about the goddamn law and shit. That's all we talking about here. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers will love to take this shit. Like, look at Killer B and shit. Look what this motherfucker said. But they would have the discretion whether to put that person on the sex offender list.
I could see
that. Yeah, with like a 14-year-old and 17-year-old. There's like 3 years.
It don't motherfucking matter. He need his ass whooped too.
But
a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old?
Right. That's a child.
Okay. Well, 19-year-old and a 17-year-old?
I don't know. A 19-year-old
and a 17-year-old?
That's different.
But that's what I'm saying. Family for 19 and 17-year-old.
That's a 2-year difference.
Yeah.
But
that's the most common case.
17 is a 4-year fucking difference, and that's not the most common case because there's more children getting raped and molested and more men sleeping with young ass girls than it is motherfuckers sleeping with somebody 19 and 17. That's a bunch of bullshit.
But I'm saying if a 19-year-old he get caught messing with a girl 17, like, and to put him on a sex offender list, that is kind of wild.
I said a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old is totally different because technically, if you
but they said that's the most common example.
This is what I'm saying, but that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's manipulated tactics that the white man use because
you hear this shit? The goddamn white man. The goddamn white man at the bottom of everything.
Tell you how, because see, if you read the laws and you understand statutes and all of that shit, at 16 you goddamn grown. At 16 you actually can separate yourself. You can get emancipated from your family.
Yep,
at 16 you can decide if you want to go to school. At 16 you can decide if you want to work. At 16 you can get the fuck out your mama's shit, and there's no such thing as a runaway charge. That's totally different. So why would you have to make a
I read something though. I had something on the back burner for them, but I never used it. I forgot what it was exactly saying. But a child at 14 could actually sign contract in certain things like medical stuff. Actually, that's true.
But the whole situation that she was talking about, that's not true.
The whole what?
Say that again?
When she was talking about a 16-year-old could leave the house and won't be I don't know, reported as a runaway or something like that. They could just go out and do what they want to do. That's not true.
Well,
under the family code, they have to be 18. It's even though they're criminally responsible for their own actions at 17 under the family code, 18. I know that's weird, but
and
we got goddamn police out here.
Yeah, but not only that, but her whole, she's so caught up on some of these things. Like, for instance, I'm listening to her say at 16 you can do this, at 16 you can do that. Listen, I think we all know this. We're all I don't know how old what's her name? Shannon? Okay, I don't know how old you are, but I know Killer B and myself, we're all, a little bit older, and I know for a fact that at 18, your brain's not fully developed to make certain decisions. So she's
No,
all
it's not.
That is the truth. You are so true that I'm 50.
Yeah. I mean, she's all like, at 16, you can do this. We're talking about what the reality, the law, what the law is saying, but physiologically, I mean, even 18 is young. I mean, is really young to make certain decisions,
I was still making fucking stupid decisions in my mid-20s. So,
oh yeah, I mean but I'm saying, but once you get into your mid-20s, your brain is fully developed to make, But when you're 18, man, and everybody has these stories who's been 18 of when you think back and think, man, I could have probably died doing that stupid thing I was doing. You know what I mean? But anyway, she's all caught. I don't know, man. She's mixing things up. I guarantee I don't have the statistics. I don't have the receipts, but she's saying it's not mostly 19 and 17. It's mostly, and she notice how she puts an emphasis on men and women when we know that there are plenty of older women that are, you see it more often now, and that's probably more men than women, but there are those women that are going with younger guys.
Hell yeah, that's the end thing now. That's the end thing now.
You always see these teachers, and of course, all the guys are like, "Man, where was she when I was in grammar, in high school or whatever?"
Yep, we had him in high school. We had a guidance counselor that was messing with the kids in high school.
We had it, and we had one of each. We had one man and one female in junior high.
Yep.
Well, they were doing different things. The man, and the funny thing about this is just a sidebar, is that we all knew. Like,
I'm about to say that. Everybody knew.
Because he was a science teacher, but he was also like the head of the dance team in junior high, and the girls would sit on his lap. This is back in the girl would sit on his lap, after class, and all the guys, everybody knew, you know what I mean? But we were too young to realize how serious it was, and that's what I'm talking about your brain not being fully developed. You're like, yeah, oh man, that pervert, but you didn't really know the seriousness, and then he got busted.
That shit happened to me when I was like a kid too. There was a guy, because I wanted to be open-minded. There was a gay guy that I was hanging around that was like way older than all of us. And I was in this like little band in high school. It's like when I was really young. But I was staying with my sister for a little bit. I turned 16. I was staying with my sister for a little bit, and my brother-in-law, and he, through the grapevine and through the community, found out who I was like hanging around, because we were all going over there and having beers, and I thought the dude was joking all the time, because he would say jokes at me like, "You're really sexy. Can I suck your dick?" All this other stuff.
Oh wow! That's up front.
I thought he was joking. We all thought he was joking and shit. And then I'm glad I got out of there over time, because he did make a move at a young ass fucking kid.
And then how old was he?
Oh, this dude, when I was hanging out with him, he was like late 30s, pushing 40.
Yeah, dude, you say that, and the reason I was wondering is because, and I'm sure this is more common than I remember. I used to go.
It's very common.
Yeah, back in the day, we had like video. I mean, we had the Atari and the Nintendo and stuff like that. But at first, the video games, they used to be at the corner store. We'd go and we'd have quarters, and they had pinball and video like Defender and games like that. And I remember we were going, and there was a pinball machine at this one, and we'd go up there, and all of a sudden this one man, I don't know how old he was, he's probably in his 30s. He would show up, and he would be like, you want to play some more? And he'd be feeding the quarters in the machine. With, this dude's cool, Yep. And then one of my friends went to his apartment to smoke weed, and the dude was like talking about how he's a masseuse. Looking back, the dude was baiting us. He was trying to get us in a situation.
Yeah, no, that's what happened to me. Like, my brother-in-law stopped it before it happened to me, though. Like, because I came home one day from hanging out over there and shit. He's like, "Hey, so and so." I won't drop dude's name. But I was like, yeah, I go over there every day. My whole band goes over there. We all hang out, we drink. There's a whole bunch of people, different ages over there and stuff. He's like, "Don't ever go over there again." And I'm like, wait, whoa, what's going on? He was like almost in tears. He was like, "I know you're too young to understand." He's like, "But if you go over there again, I will fuck you up."
Yeah.
No,
Oh, you know,
it's like,
and
yeah.
again, being that I was 14 or 15, and my friends were all the same age, we didn't think of anything, you know, at the time when they were feeding us these quarters. Maybe I was 13, I can't remember, but like, and when our friend Doug came back and said, yeah, he was time when he was a masseuse and asked me if I wanted to give him a massage. I don't know if anything happened. He didn't go any further than that. And as kids, what do? Make fun of him.
Yep.
Man, you know.
Yep. Now, when I was a kid, thank God I was the fat kid. When I was a little kid, I was fat than a motherfucker, right? And I couldn't play football. They wanted me, begging me to play football, but I was too large for my age group. And for my size, I was too young. Now, there was a man, right? Fuck it, I'll say the motherfucking name and shit. They called him D, right? D was this Cape Verdean dude. And he was a cool dude, so he was like black. Like Cape Verdeans is black. They from Africa, but they mixed with Portuguese, so they look half and half, like, you know what I'm saying? But all the black kids liked him, like, this motherfucker black. So we fucking with him, like, you know what I'm saying? So he had the baseball, he was a baseball coach, little league baseball coach, and he had the man, Mr. Hirsch. Fuck it, I'll say his goddamn name, because that's what it was, right? They had the best team, the Pirates, right? They were the best team in the league. And Mr. Hirsch worked in the elementary school. He was a speech coach. And he also did the, what do you call it? The drama, like the plays. He actually put on like Broadway plays.
Yeah.
He's still doing that shit to this day. But they started when I was in elementary school. So I used to have my BMX bike after school, and I used to see Mr. Hirsch's car there every day, along with Miss Greenhill with his old ass like prehistoric dinosaur lady that used to run the Ditto machine. That's before copy machines came out. Had the Ditto machine. It's Brainstorm, you know what I'm talking about? That shit go and they make them purple copies and shit. She'd be all day and night doing the motherfucking copies. So
sit there and the fumes. You'd sit there, oh man.
Yep. Her fingers are permanently purple. Yeah. And I used to go ride my bike after school, and I would see Mr. Hirsch coming out with this kid that I went to school with every day. They would come out and they get in the car, they leave and shit, right? But now they had D. D was also the football coach. And a lot of my friends in school played football, but they used to come to school and talk about girls and stuff. We in like 4th grade. And they'd be like, yeah, excuse my language, Brainstorm. But they're like, yeah, I got me some pussy tonight, whatever, right? And I'd be looking at them. I'd be like, shit, why ain't you doing that? I used to think something was wrong with me. I'm like, these little niggas and shit, like, they doing shit, like, right? But the football shit, they used to play the football, real pop water football, used to be like the real NFL. Like, they used to go to different states every weekend and play. So one weekend they might go to New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, or whatever, right? And they would stay at other coaches' houses. And now this dude D, you know, a lot of parents and stuff, they don't got time to watch their kids and stuff, so they'll put them in little league football to they almost like a babysitter. And you know, the coach liked the kids and stuff, so they would let the kids stay at his house, or they got to go for a football game on Sunday, and the parents will drop the kid off at the coach house, and they stay the night at the coach house, and the coach drive them to New York or wherever they're going to go play for the Sunday game, right? Now, they used to talk about, I was out there, shit. They used to talk about when sometimes they stay at a hotel, and you know, the cheerleaders would go too. And they would stay in the hotel rooms and stuff like that. And these kids was come to school and tell me about how they was having sex. And I used to be like, well, goddamn, this shit, I ain't doing this shit. I used to feel some type of way, like something was wrong with me, right? Now, fast forward and shit, everybody like D. Now, D he would pop into elementary school once in a while and watch us in the gym and stuff like that. And all the kids used to like him. Hey, D, all this shit, right?
Fast forward, I get to about what? I was maybe 32, some shit like that. There was an article in the newspaper where this guy said he was molested by this man where he played Little League Baseball. This was in the 70s. And they said, I would stay with other kids at this man's house at least 3 weekends out of the month where we would be watching porn, drinking, doing drugs. This is what the article said, doing drugs, not limited to marijuana. And he would get them fucked up and they would carry the kids into the bedroom and molest them.
Oh my gosh.
Yup. And the kid was suing the guy for $1 million. And guess what? A month later, that man dies.
Oh.
Now, I think the goddamn the league was ran by the Police Athletic League. I was like, they might have killed this nigga. I'm like, no, they might have killed this nigga right here, yo. They might have killed this nigga. Like, know what I mean? For this nigga, shut the fuck up. Now, I used to hang with this boxer, and his boxing coach was like some old dude, and I was telling him the story about all this shit, right? And all of a sudden, I see at the corner of my eye, his boxing trainer was looking at me all weird. And then all this motherfucker come out of his mouth. He said there was another one too. I was like, Mr. Hirsch. And that nigga was like, yup. I was like, oh shit, here Killer B running his goddamn mouth and shit. Never know who the fuck around listening, nigga. Never know, right? And he said, yeah, I used to sell them coke back in the day. He said, you know, I kind of knew that shit was going on, but I couldn't say nothing because I was selling these motherfuckers drugs. I was like, damn.
Wow.
And Mr. Hirsch still around today. That nigga's still around today. That nigga ain't dead. But the other motherfucker dead. But, oh yeah, before he died, the police said that they called his house and he admitted it to doing it. And he said he's sorry. And this motherfucker had a stack. The news article, and it wasn't like in the city newspaper. Like it was like the little town, like the little newspaper that was like for free at the corner stores and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was in that paper. To this day, I'm looking for that article. I can't pull it up. I can't find it. But the cop said he had a stack of apology letters of all the kids that he molested. Like he knew it was going to go down one day. He had a stack of apology letters, a stack of all the kids. Now we knew about later on. We knew about what this motherfucker was doing, but we was young, just like No Satan saying, like we made fun of motherfuckers and shit. We were laughing about it. Shit, that nigga gay, you the gay nigga, that gay nigga fucking with you, nigga. Like, know what I'm saying? We don't even know what gay is, like, know what I'm saying? But we just know it's some shit that you ain't supposed to be. Like, know what I mean? Like, all the thing we knew about that, we don't want to be that. And to make fun of motherfuckers like that. So that's all we knew about that shit. So, you know, we'll mess with the fucking other kids and shit about the shit. But this man had a stack of fucking apology letters for that motherfucking shit. And you would see this nigga with the little kids and shit like that. The kids and the parents just leave this motherfucker with this motherfucker.
That's gonna be a no for me. Okay.
Right. That I would never let my kids.
I don't trust nobody with my little people. Okay.
Nope. That's how my mother was. I played Little League Baseball in the league where the nigga was. He wasn't my coach, but I tell you one thing about my mother. Like my father worked all day long. Like when the sun coming up, like before the sun come up and the sun be down, that motherfucker be working and shit. He was a truck driver. He drive out of state and everything and shit. So he was never home. But my mother would take me to practice and stay right there. Other parents would drop their kids off or the kids walk there or whatever. My mother would drive me to practice and stay right there and watch me practice. She never let me out of her sight.
That sounds like that's what I do.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm a little obsessive when it comes to my little people. I want to say my daughter right here. She's 16. But I think she was 15. How old were you, Morgan, when y'all were walking down the street, when y'all were going for a walk? They were just going for a walk down the street. 13. And I was crying. My daughter turned around. She said, Mommy, are you crying? It's the idea, because I know there's sex offenders in my neighborhood. You know, on the app, you know where they live. You know what I mean? Just because they live there doesn't mean that that's where they're staying. They can go wherever they want to go. And being a sex offender or being a pedophile, period, it's a crime of opportunity. So if you have a little person, even like these little kids that go walking to the school down the street, they can be 6 years old and they're walking to school by themselves. That's an opportunity for a sex offender to scoop that child up, do what he do, kill him, and you never know what happened. You know what I'm saying? If you don't give them the opportunity, then your kid will be, relatively safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
My mother, I wanted to join the Cub Scouts, right? So they had how the Cub Scouts, they had the meetings at the Cub Master's house or wherever the fuck, right? I wanted to join. I begged to join the Cub Scouts. I got my little Cub Scout little scarf thing and shit, little uniform, my little my little book and stuff, knowing the Scouts honor. And time to go to the meeting, right? I go to the meeting one time and I never went back again. And you ain't going back there. And I'm mad. I'm like, what the fuck? I wanted to go goddamn Cub Scout. She's like, nope, you ain't going back to that motherfucker.
That's what they
I don't know what was going on, but I know she knew something.
It's so funny because I was never in the I went to one meeting myself. I was never in it. But I took my youngest kid, we took to one of the Weebelo meeting, and it creeped me out so much that I was like, yeah, that ain't that. Nobody's going camping with anybody.
Yup.
And I had to the scout leader.
Yep.
The most.
Yeah, you just had that sixth sense, like,
yep. I end up going to Cub Scouts at the church, a black church, right? That was the most ratchetest ass motherfucking Cub Scouts I ever been in my fucking life. All I learned how to do is tie a goddamn knot and learn the Scouts honor. That was it. The whole shit was a joke. I'm like, what about the Pine Box Derby and all that shit? Like, we ain't do none of that shit. We ain't go camping. We ain't do none of that shit. Black people, we ain't going camping. We ain't sitting out in the goddamn woods in no motherfucking tent. We got a house to stay in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck wrong with you. But, there was a lot of that shit going on. And I still fuck with some of my friends and shit. I talk about that shit. They be getting mad and shit. Or I'll bring it up and motherfuckers just get quiet. And I'll be like, yo, why y'all niggas quiet and shit?
Yeah, I mean,
he mad as fuck. I'm like, yo, why y'all quiet, motherfucker? I was like, you let that touch you.
And so what's crazy about these stories we're telling is that as a 14-year-old, we're thinking, because we don't have any reference, like, this guy's giving me quarters to play. Oh, this guy's cool. He's a nice guy. But in reality, most people that are older don't really like kids that much.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, get your little ass around me and shit, right? But it was so ratchet back then. This is the 80s.
Right.
So, my Little League baseball coach was a straight alcoholic. Like, straight alcohol, I mean, drunk. Like, we said, sometimes he would drive the kids to the game and shit, right? And the kids jump in the back of his truck and stuff, and the back of the truck be filled with beer cans. No, and y'all just sitting back there, and he just be stone pissed drunk. Like, he was a good dude, though. Like, my mother, you know what I'm saying, trusted him in some kind of way. Like, she liked the dude. Like, you know what I mean? Old drunk white man and shit. Mr. Santos. I think he was Hispanic, actually. I think he might have been Hispanic. Mr. Santos and shit. He was a good dude and shit. And he teaches baseball and all that shit. And he'd just be drunk. Like, he'd just be fucking drunk. But he was a nice guy.
Sounds like a real life Coach McGirt.
Yup. Yup. That shit used to be crazy. We was like the Bad News Bears, if you ever seen that movie and shit. That was us in Little League.
Yeah. And
we was the Bad News Bears all day.
and it's not like everybody who does that. It's just to me like if you don't have your own kid playing the team you're coaching,
right?
Yeah, you know, it's not that everybody is
right,
but it's just like because, like I said, like it's just one of those things. Like everybody likes their own kids, but
yeah, but like to be out there fucking with somebody else's kids like that and shit, yeah, it's questionable. But some people like, you know what I mean, doing shit for kids and showing kids stuff like that and stuff. But there's some motherfuckers that just ain't right. I was almost abducted one time. Like somebody tried to kidnap me once. Yup.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was in front of my house. This is when the caravans first came out. The little minivan caravans, the Dodge caravans with the wood grain on the side.
Yeah.
With the sliding door and shit. The man pulled up. I'm in front of my crib. The man pulled up. He said, come on. Come on. He had the door open like, come on, come on. And I'm just looking at this white man and shit. I'm like, hell no, Mr. White Man. I'm fucking fuck you, nigga. I'm out. I was like, pew. I went in the house and shit like that. Yup. Ran in the motherfucking house. And then like a month or a year later or something, my next door neighbor was at the school, like behind the school. And they used to tell us to don't stop playing behind the school. Play in the playground. No, we want to go behind the school and ride our bikes behind there and shit, like where we out of sight from everybody else that live like around there. Know what I'm saying? Like people that like just live in the neighborhood, they know the kids that play in the neighborhood and shit like that. So they're not gonna they're gonna be watching the kids, like, because motherfucker, they'll be like, yo, your kid over here doing this shit, spray painting on the building or whatever the fuck, like, you know what I mean? So the little girl was behind there on the roller skates and shit, and the motherfucker tried to abduct her. They didn't get her. She ran off and shit, and the motherfucker took off. But yeah, now they were telling us, because this is like the crack, and people used to go back there to smoke crack and to have sex and shit like that. I remember one time it was like at night or something, and we saw the car pull up in there, and me and my boy and shit, we went and snuck up on the car to see what they was doing. Like, it was dude, he was messing with his girl and shit. And like the windows was all foggy, and we snuck up on the car like it was like we Rambo and shit. And we looking through the windows and shit. Y'all never forget that shit. That shit was crazy as hell. But like anything could have happened to us.
Hey guys, I've got to go. I got to troubleshoot my computer so I can get my kids' work ready for tomorrow.
All right.
Nice meeting you.
You guys have a wonderful night. Okay, take care.
Yep, you saying. All right now. Yep. Well, that shit was crazy though. Yeah, let's play some more of this fucking, because she said some more dumb shit. Let's skip over all this, the pedophile bullshit, and go to the next one. What she said next about the about religion, that they throwing people in jail for doing African-based religion, which isn't true. They do arrest people and shit if they outside sacrificing some chickens or some crazy shit. Like, know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, cops will show up and be like, yo, what the fuck is you doing? And like later on, they have to explain to them, like, oh, they doing a religion, and then they drop the charges and shit. That shit do happen.
Yeah.
But there was an I know the one I want to use. This one right here. Where is it? With the bitch. I don't mean to be calling a little bitch. I ain't trying to say that shit. That's the thing about the she's trying to tell me that, oh yeah, the Muslims and stuff, that shit true. But where is it? You ever heard where they saying they putting black baby kidneys in soda?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That dumbass shit.
That's insane.
Oh God, man.
Where is it? Like, she was trying to convince me of that. I'm like, that's not true, lady.
They're trying to get her melanin. They're trying to get her melanin.
Yeah, and I was like, God damn, like, how can you be that fucking dumb? Like, wait, hold on, where is it? Yeah, right here, I got it. It's right here.
Welcome to the age of YouTube.
Yeah.
And but you see behind her thing was who she fuck with?
Yeah.
Them Black Panther militia motherfuckers and shit. Yeah. She fucking with them motherfuckers. Those are the ones that got her head pumped up on that dumb shit. See? Which companies are using aborted human fetuses in their food?
Oh my God.
Unreal. Now listen to this shit here. Girl,
I got more. Just
she got
hold on
more.
a second because
Wait, hold on. I forgot to go back. You build a bakery. So they can build a country. Africans. Up. Yeah. There we go. And look, once again, she don't look at what she's searching. Reuters again. I think I'm pronouncing that shit right. Reuters. Reuters. Okay, all right. I know now. Don't have to make that mistake again. Which companies are using aborted human fetuses in their food? State law bills outlaw using fetuses in food industry. Right? Let's go. The shit is crazy, yo. How these niggas is just like convinced that all this shit is real. These niggas are conning you. Natural too. Mighty Hebrew, right? There was a girl named what the fuck her name was? She was from Canada, but she was married to a dude in ISUPK, and the guy was beating her ass. I'm talking about Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew was on a sex offender list and pulled out his dick on this girl. Instead of the girl going to the cops, she allowed the Damona Israelites from Damona to hold an Israelite court and put Mighty Hebrew on trial. And of course, they acquitted him of the charges. I ain't never heard no dumb shit like that before in my life. You can have a nigga Israelite court. Like, that's some stupid shit. Some motherfucker, and Mighty Hebrew is like the poster child for them now. So you think they're gonna say now, even if he was found guilty, what was they gonna do? What, did they have a prison to put him in? Was they gonna kill him? Know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. It's a shit.
Right.
Google that first article up top, the fact check. And that's gonna debunk what you got on the screen right now. But I forgot the girl. That shit's funny though. That shit's funny. The kid picking the nugget. That shit is hilarious. I didn't even like look at what that was last night. That shit funny as hell. A little baby chicken McNugget and shit. That shit crazy.
If it wasn't being done, why are they writing bills?
Right there. The fact check. You gotta go to the fact Jordan check. Bailey. All right, I had you.
You need to go to CDC. I've been studying this for years. The New World Order, all of this shit. Why would they have to write state bills that allows use of fetuses in food industry if they weren't doing it? And this is only in one state. They are using fetuses in food to the point where
they use to develop stuff in the food. To develop certain things with the food, not in the food. They're not putting it in the food. They're using it to develop the product. Like I said, they use it to test the sweetnesses, the sour, and all that stuff without using humans to test it. So they use these cells because the cells can give them a more accurate reading of what the food is. They're not actually putting it in the product.
And then, do you know about the fact?
Yo, what up, Orange Box Sneakers? What's going on, bro?
And what you're saying is correct. And not only that, it's the aborted fetus is not. I know some people wouldn't matter.
What do you do,
like
nigga?
1972. It's like 1972.
Yeah, right. That's what I said. But Orange Box Sneakers, what up, boy? What's going on?
Man, nigga, happy holidays, man.
Yo, happy holidays to you, man. I've been whipping out these.
Hey, shout out to my nigga Christopher Columbus, man.
Yo. I've been whipping out these motherfucking asses, boy. You already know what it is and shit. I've been fucking these motherfuckers up. You know how I get down.
Yes, sir. This shit's all talking about crazy as hell.
Yeah, these motherfuckers is nuts. These motherfuckers is nuts, yo. These motherfuckers is out.
You already talked about Pizzagate and shit on this show. You ain't talked about it today.
I talked about Pizzagate before out here. That's when we had the weirdo dude that used to be down with me and shit, Lamad. And Lamad and shit used to be like, he left the Hebrew Israelites for QAnon. And like, we was like, bruh, That shit is bullshit, motherfucker. And like I laid out all the evidence on the table, and he still wouldn't accept it. Then he gonna do a video on Instagram trying to, well, Killer B, well, what about this, Killer B? Well, what about this? And he shows this picture of this fucking factory in California, and he's trying to convince me and everyone else that they are, it's a baby farm, and what they do, they keep all the kids in that building, and that they take their blood and sell the blood and shit to all the famous entertainers for adrenochrome.
Right.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Now, what I will say, I heard that crazy ass shit. The fact of the matter is, they doing something with kids. Think about it. The Jewish people sacrifice chickens and shit, like the Africans almost. So I wouldn't put it past them,
Yeah, there's some weird niggas out there that do shit. I ain't gonna never say that, but I want to say it's a whole government fucking conspiracy where they got buildings with a bunch like fucking like 500 kids up in there, and they draining their blood every day. Give me a quart of blood, little nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know about draining no blood, but the 500 kids locked up somewhere, I believe that shit.
They might be doing that shit, but I don't know about no 500.
Like, hold up, even child sacrifice.
Think about all the kids that go fucking missing.
All right, now
about.
check this out. I did a video on that.
Like, do you know how many murders are like unsolved in America like every year and shit? There's shit slips by the law all the time. Like,
but the kids though, check this out. This is a statistic. This is the real statistic on the missing kids. 100,000, I think it's 100,000 kids go missing every year, right? But 99% of them are found.
Right.
99%
I did not know that.
Found. Yeah,
and
that's
most
statistic.
of them, and most of them are taken by their own family, like their father.
Yep. Yeah, and it's all relatives. Mostly it's always relatives and stuff. So hey Ivory, you come on up in here. Links up in here. So I did one of my viewers, I forgot what was her name, man. She was so cool. She had like this old black and white like picture avatar and stuff. What was her name, man? I gotta go find her and hit her up and see if she okay. She was super cool. But she mentioned that, and I said, yo, I'm gonna look that up right now. And I showed it was like, yo, the statistic 100,000 kids like go missing. But it's like, it wasn't even 99%. I think it was like 99% are found. So I did the math on how many kids actually go missing and don't be found and shit. It's still a large number. Like 1% of 100,000 is still a lot of motherfuckers. Like, know what I'm saying? But it's not as dramatic as people like put that shit.
What is it?
Sacrifices though, like the whole concept of human sacrifice ever even being like a thing, is there's actually another side to like archaeological study and people that'll claim like, because this archaeological study is still kind of a field that's being like combated over with mines and stuff like that when it comes to certain things like this. And there's a documentary I was watching where certain archaeologists and scientists and stuff think that's like a slander against early pagan societies. Like it's kind of a propaganda tactic depending on whatever government and religion was around at the time.
Well, I ain't gonna cap, big bro. When we get into pagans,
to back that evidence up, because there is a lot of remains of like children and stuff like that. But the thing is what hasn't been taken into account in a situation like that is you didn't have back in like the early pagan caveman fucking days, you didn't have the advanced medical technology that you have now. So the child loss rate was a lot fucking higher. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, take away all the things, luxuries you have now with birthing a child and try to birth them in a cave. Like, what are their chances of fucking surviving? Like, you have to think about that and take that into conception. This is also before like penicillin and a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying? So even though they had some herbs and stuff they could rub around, that was minor compared to the medical advances we've made by now. So
All right, I gotta correct myself here.
Have you studied African history?
That I haven't made too far into. I know vague amounts, but I haven't dabbled too far into it. Like,
okay, because I mean, I ain't gonna act like we wasn't killing like Africans ain't never sacrificed people. That shit happened. I can't tell you when it stopped. I can't tell you when it started. That shit happened. But when you look into masonry and them trying to build a Tower of Babel and shit, you know, Hiram and Biff, all that shit, man, niggas was getting killed, niggas was getting sacrificed. Hiram and Biff sacrificed his life, if you would say, for the brotherhood, you know.
Right.
But the allegorical themes present in the Bible revolving around paganism, that's not, I don't know. I feel like you got a better chance watching one of these horror movies where they chop the nigga head off, putting it in the pot than trying to look at the history on that shit. The Aztec was killing niggas for a fact, hands down.
Well,
you know?
yeah, and that's because you had early misconceptions. Like, it's like kind of religions get, I don't know. There's a, I actually pronounced his name wrong, completely wrong last, because I was, my brain was jarred last time I was on here. I pronounced his name wrong, but it's Carol Poke Runyon. But he had actually made a comment about, like, you know, early human beings kind of drawing symbols onto rocks, and then this evolved into stories, and these stories revolved into like totems and religions down the line, and then it revolved into things that they had to practice and function basically within these pagan societies, like over generations, because they were just kind of passing this on to the world. So that's what I believe a lot of shit like that came about. Like, and in other words, it was just one generation passing something on, and then you get that effect where a word changes, a certain philosophy changes, and something changes, and then eventually you have a tower of people being cut up because they think the sun won't rise if they don't kill people. Like, so it's a
nah. You see, when you go back in time, it's a lot of shit that can't be explained. You know, like the pyramids or whatever else. They definitely sacrifice has a purpose. So if they was killing people, they had a good reason for it. They wasn't as dumb as they want you to believe.
Tradition and culture.
You think I don't think they probably wasn't taking criminals and shit in a lot of cases. They was probably taking the most like how the Bible said, like when you go to sacrifice the lamb, you didn't just take your old sick fucked up lamb and shit that nobody want anyway. You took the best one. You took the best lamb and sacrificed that motherfucker.
From my understanding, it depended on the culture and everything else. Like, I know in like Norse culture, like Viking, as they call it, culture and whatnot, like there were in some certain areas there were like willing sacrifices, and
right.
It's like, but it wasn't like, you know, they were dragging somebody off screaming to a fire. Like, they actually thought like in their death they would ride alongside some god in some way.
I thought Aztecs were like that. I could be wrong though.
All right, y'all niggas just changed my whole shit up. But it said I wanted to we on the Aztecs and shit now. But hold on 1 second. I just want to say this thing. It says 800,000 children are reported missing in America each year. 800,000, and 99% of them are found. That's the correct thing. I said 100,000, but 800,000. That's a lot of motherfuckers.
Now, who presented that statistic though?
This is coming from shit. I forgot what was it. How you pronounce that shit again? I don't forget. Reuters.
Yeah,
Reuters.
But I think he wants to know, is that an FBI statistic?
Where are they getting it from? Let's see if they got let's see here. What does it say where they get it from? But I pretty much, because I think when I first looked it up, it was on the FBI shit.
Yeah.
Yo, you go to the FBI site, they tell you a lot of crazy statistics, like about crime and how it relates to age, race, and shit.
To a certain extent, bro, can't really believe that. You know, them folks doing all kind of wicked shit. Think about what they did to Martin Luther King. Think about Hitler and how he said that the blacks were inferior because their ancestors wasn't shit, you know, and tried to play that card with it.
What? I thought Hitler said the blacks were
the world's. What I'm trying to say is the world's a fucked up place. So if they make that shit okay, I'm not saying they're making taking kids and shit okay, but if they ain't doing that shit, man, they ain't gonna tell you about it. And the FBI would be the perfect motherfucker to cover it up. You know,
But you
5% is a lot of kids.
I wouldn't necessarily
2% would be a lot.
Now, when it comes to the FBI, like me personally, like I'm far from the conspiracy shit, right? But some of the shit that I've been looking up lately be having me like, yo, did these motherfuckers plant these goddamn motherfucking Hebrew Israelite motherfuckers up in here?
Right.
And then I thought about it and I said, now the FBI is here like to protect like the security of the nation and shit like that. Now, if I was in charge of that and I thought about it, I was like, now, if I created a group like the Black Panthers, if I created a group like the Hebrew Israelites and the Nation of Islam, what that would do would get all the people that are against the government and the Constitution, all that shit, and put them in certain place like corrals. Like you got a corral for these horses, you got another one for bulls, you got another one for cows and pigs and some shit, right? And what it does is bring all the people with that type line, like mind, and bring them all in one central place to be observed. So if the Hebrew Israelites believe that they're the true people of the earth, and that one day we're gonna kill all the white people and put everybody in slavery. Now, what it does, and what makes me believe that too, is like Nathaniel Ray, who is the leader of IUIC, Israelite group, right? He was the highest ranking detective in New York State before he created that cult. He was still a detective when he started it, and now he resigned and shit. But he came out with people changing their last names to Israel. And he said, well, we're going to be able to identify each other. And when when Yahushua come back, or when Christ come back, you know what I'm saying? His army is going to be able to come together, right? So I was like, now, fast forward to like now, I'm thinking, damn, if all these motherfucking niggas that hate the government and want to kill all the white people, that what a better thing to do is get these people to change their names. So now you know where all these motherfuckers at. All you gotta do, look at the goddamn phone book of Israel.
To a degree, that's a plausible or arguable thing that could have happened. But when you get into the individual believing that he is Israelite, I remember I was maybe 10, I was either 10 through about 15. It was me, my mama, my brother, and my stepdaddy. My mom ain't with him no more. We went downtown, they had the niggas in purple, all loud, yelling, speaking that shit. And at this point, I was a devout Christian. So these niggas said, hey, we the Israelites. That shit make a lot of sense to a Christian. You feel me? That shit make a lot of sense. But
halfway program. Right. You're already halfway programmed. So you already know the Bible to a certain point. But what gets the Christian is when they kick that rhetoric, they're going to show you scriptures that they never talk about in church.
Yep.
That's what gets you. That's the shit that gets you. And now you start to think that your pastor at church is lying to you. Because look, it says right here that we're going to go into slavery by ships. And you like, the preacher never said that shit. He never mentioned that. Look, he never even mentioned that Christ is black. Look, it says right here. But when you read it, like when you stuck in that shit, I went 22 years not knowing reading comprehension to know that scripture is not saying Christ had an afro. It does not say that Christ had hair like wool, right? It says his hair was light. Brainstorm, the lady that just left, she runs a school. And she came on here and broke the shit down in the English grammar
and gave a perfect example. She said it's the same as like saying his eyes was brown like chocolate. It's not saying your eyes are chocolate. It's saying your eyes are brown. And when you go to that scripture, it says the head of his hairs was white like wool. So it don't mean his hair was woolly. It means that his hair was white. Right? And that's proper English. But you know, most people
even more.
That's proper English and stuff. Took me years to see that.
Man,
took me over 20 years to
say
see
that simple. That simple thing right there would have changed the course of Christianity in a lot of African families. You know, most of these preachers aren't very analytical, or not analytical, aren't very semantical when it comes to their approach. They just trying to get the fucking crowd moving. You know,
right?
They ain't really, they ain't breaking that shit down to see what this shit really means. They're gonna give you a bit and part of it, but at the end of the day, if that's their church, they gotta tell you something to get that bread, you know.
Yup.
Yeah,
that's what it is. But that whole Israelite shit, some straight bullshit, bro. That's just some straight that shit a lie from the rooter to the tutor, motherfucker.
But what I'm gonna add to is it's also the power of suggesting the narrative. You know what I mean? Like the wicked rules the earth or whatever. Well, who's ruling the earth, brother? All the white people. Look around. Now, today that may be true, but like 20 years from now, it might be the Chinese, man. So,
hey, fix your mic, bro. You going in and out, bro.
What's that?
Nah, he sound all right to me. It might be your thing. I don't know. I don't hear him now at all now. So maybe he was right.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't want to catch you. I know street corner dressed in purple orange by sneakers. I'm gonna be looking for you, bro.
Man, hell, I ain't gonna count, bro. I took a picture with an Israelite because at the end, you know, I practice or I follow Ifa, so
yeah.
Any religion is gonna have its light. You know, I don't really discriminate, and I'm not trying to make a nigga convert to E5 or demote the thing that they practicing. I took a picture with the. I'm gonna have to send you this. I took a picture with the nigga. He was a straight Israel warrior. This nigga had a ninja suit with the fucking cross on his head, with a big ass cross on the corner. I need to send you that, hoe, bro.
Yo, that's crazy.
What do you practice or explain? I'm not sure I understand what you practice.
Ifa.
What is that?
What's up now? Put that out there. Give me an email. I'll send it to you right quick.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat. Yeah, go ahead and explain it to him because you explained it better than I would.
Okay.
Oh, Negi, I just noticed that you sent me a link. I didn't even look in the back chat there.
I think he sent that to me.
Oh, he sent that to me. All right. Oh, here you go. All right, it's in the back chat. That's
Ifa is a spiritual system arousing. Who asked what is Ifa?
No, I did. I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't say
is
that.
a religion, spiritual system. Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah, he must be on the delay. Like hearing us delayed or something.
Maybe.
The divination. So there.
Yeah, he was going in and out for a second.
How you spell it? I'll look it up, man.
It's IFA or IFE, one of the two, right?
FE or IFA?
IFA. Oh, so you don't know what it is?
No, I don't.
IFA.
Okay, yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna give you the textbook fucking definition.
Okay.
Cause it's shit's big. Ifa is the world. I'll break it down to you like this. It's 256 odus. Within these odus are things that are birthed, such as your hands, humans, the stars, literally everything in this world. It's 256 bones in your body. Ifa corresponds to every individual part of the universe. Ifa is the act, or Ifa is the act of divining and being able to relay the messages of the actual universe. Ifa is nature, essentially. It's the deity of nature. Um,
Okay.
the only individuals that are initiated into Ifa is priests, are males. You know, a female cannot be a Babalawo. In Africa right now, they are initiating women as Iyanifas, which that isn't necessarily a traditional way. But are you familiar with the Orisha traditions?
No.
Damn. Okay, well, basically, it's some African shit. It's in layman's terms, but it's true. It's true divination. You know how they got tarot cards and shit. Tarot
Yeah.
cards cute, very useful. Even found within the voodoo pantheon, they're utilized in that realm of spirituality. But Ifa actually explains the different realms of spirituality. So you might go see a Bible out, or you receive hand of Ifa, and it tells you, hey, you need to go do something with the dead. You need to go see your ancestors. Hey, El Shu needs you to do this, which is a deity. So it is. Let's see. It's hard. He files everything,
No,
honestly.
I'll definitely look it up to, but no, I just was curious. I haven't been introduced to those
Okay.
terms.
The Orisha, the Orishas are the spiritual forces of nature. So Yemaya is the ocean. Oshun is the river. Oya lives at the cemetery. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm not. That's we'll be talking all day on this shit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, no,
it's
I
so
get
much.
you.
What do you want to know? Shit.
No, I was just curious on. I'd never heard it, but like I said, I can look
Oh,
it up.
E5 predates E5. It predates all religions. Every religion is found in E5. E5 literally explains every fucking thing.
Yeah,
I'm finna send you.
they do divination with the cornmeal. You ever see the Africans have like a big plate and they got cornmeal and they rub
Nah,
their
no,
hands over it and it makes lines.
that's a. It's called the Opon de 5, and that's Eero Sun powder. Um, so that circle that you see is actually a representation of the universe.
Right, right.
So when the priest is doing shit on that board, he's actually fucking with the universe, if you would say it. But E5 is a practice where sacrifice is essential to life, called Ebo. And with Ebo, the sacrifice is taken to heaven, and in turn, the deities are able to help you.
Okay.
When you get into other African traditional systems, they have divination, but none as precise as E5. Let me see. You gonna have to put this picture. You gonna have to post a picture. I'm gonna see all the whole.
Hold on. You get it.
That whole.
Yeah,
You
like
gonna
I
fall
never
out
really
laughing. I'm
dove
right
into
now.
EFOP. I just knew it was a whole lot of stuff involved.
I ain't hear you. You say you just knew a whole lot of stuff involving what?
I think he cut out again.
Yeah, E5 is true, but you gotta be careful, man. It's a lot of folks in these African traditional religions getting money, just taking shit from folks, scamming these people. I was
Oh
blessed.
yeah.
I'm in Florida though.
No, I mean, yeah, that's like anything.
That sucks.
But what you were saying, oh man, I wish I could see people's names on here. I can't even see.
Or orange box sneakers.
Well, that's
Or
you.
orange
Who's
box.
the guy with the mask? I can't.
I ain't even.
My channel name is Left Hand Path Kitchen Magic.
Oh man, you guys with these long names.
Well, it's a take. It's a comedic take on.
Okay.
I've not heard if you've ever heard of like Kitchen Magic.
What's up, Wild Child?
Hey,
You can come on if you want.
I like Wild Child. So what you were saying about real quick about back in the long time ago about children not surviving. You don't have to go back. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to go back that long. I know, like looking at family pictures from like the early 1900s, they had huge families because children didn't live as long. Children died at birth. So that's like something. This is something recent where people are having smaller families because children.
Oh, I got it now.
Survive. But anyway, the sidebar.
Yeah, that nigga didn't know that shit around your neck, motherfucker. He would have been taking no picture with your ass. Oh, this motherfucker really do look like a ninja.
Hell no, he got no shit.
Y'all see this shit.
He look like
y'all gonna be tripping out this. Hold on.
This is killing me. I can't find.
Man, I'm cool. I'm snapping it up. I'm here poses and shit. I kind of felt good, I felt safe with his ass.
So I felt safe with this motherfucker. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put it up now. Yeah, come on in, Wild Child, if you want. All right, here we go. Where is it?
Got that guy. That's Rumila. Hilarious Pim means in heaven my destiny awaits.
But that's
another dude.
At the cross though. That motherfucker look crazy. He got
Man,
he was trying to convert a nigga too.
He just died.
I don't know why he say his numbers with his ass. His ass texted me and shit.
Looks like he died a Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle costume black.
That white thing in his hand is a sign. That shit was like 12 foot fucking tall. It was tall as hell.
Oh man.
Well, shit. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida too, so I wasn't expecting to see no shit like that.
Yeah, you should have never gave that nigga your number. That nigga gonna call you every day. Well, brother, you been studying those scriptures I gave you?
So we got them goons. That's Eshu. Eshu. And then that's Ogun and Ochosi.
Oh, let me put you up. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Shit. Ah, dang it. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to make it so the people can see it. Wait, let me get rid of this picture. All right.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. What? Well, damn. Why the shit won't do what I wanted to do? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now I can do it. All right, there we go.
Yeah, so I know y'all have heard of Papa Legba. Papa Legba is actually a Camino of Eshu. Eshu is the darkness. So Eshu is what was before everything on Earth before this shit was Earth. So Eshu owns the Earth. This specifically is Eshu B. Eshu B is the owner or the captain of the underworld. So Eshu is the captain of the Ero Moles and the Ajo Goons. So that is 201 evil spirits on the right, 201 spirits from heaven, of the good ones. So he is the owner pretty much of Earth. So the reason why we appease him is to keep bad things from happening and to keep good luck. Ogun is iron. Ogun is the warrior that never sleeps. Ogun is founder of the railroad track. Also in this part is Ochosi. This is what this emblem is for. Ochosi is the hunter. I ain't gonna cap. It's a lot, but yeah, man, that's the real. Oh, another thing, Killer be like, I don't know what you just did, but E5 nigga, that shit the way. You just gotta be careful, man. Another thing, a lot of times people try to get involved in these ATRs, and you got to realize in America, it's more non-African people practicing African shit than actual African. When you get into what happened in Cuba when the slaves were transported from Africa, they swallowed certain implements so that they could get to Cuba and re-establish their spiritual deities, if you would say. But the present day Isheshe Ifa transitioned to local meat in Cuba, and they had to synchronize their faith for certain parts of it with Catholicism. So that's where the word Santeria comes from. Santeria is an epithet, but it's a combination of the word Brujaia and Saint. There was an individual practicing. And one day the townspeople came along, his ass got caught, but they couldn't prosecute him because of the Catholic deities present, you know. But yeah, man, it's a very rich culture. I don't I don't really talk to niggas about that shit. That shit is beautiful though.
But a matter of fact, the lady who I'm doing this video on, we got into the subject to that because she kept jumping, getting beat up on subject to subject, so she had to what you got, a big ass sword?
Oh yeah, my
Excalibur.
No, I actually have a practice sword, so I don't lose a leg. It's a 1.5-hand sword.
So, the lady, she was talking about how she practiced voodoo, right? And then, like, she's this giant out all, and I was just like, I'm figuring this lady practiced voodoo, like she believe in half this crazy shit she's trying to show me here. But I was trying. It was one part that I was talking about. She was talking about the things and stuff. Damn, what was it? But I had told her that the story of creation is all stories. You know what I'm talking about?
Your sound cut out.
I was talking about one of the Orishas. I forgot what it was though. It slipped my mind.
Which creation story, bro? We ain't hear nothing you said. Another thing I left out to the homie that asked about E5. Also within those 256 Odus are Apatakis can be compared to folklores or legends, the ancestral stories that are without a doubt true, but they relay wisdom, information, and knowledge to the listener or to the practitioner. More commonly in this day and age, America, they try to reserve the right to read through these apatakis for the Babalawo. So they say only the Babalawo has the Ashe to decipher the message from Olodumare from E5, which to degree that's true. But in Africa, it's not like that. In Africa, you don't have to be initiated to this shit to learn. Think about it. Would your people stop you from learning until you join? Until you got initiated? No, they teach you your whole life. It's a different way of life there than here. It's a lot, man.
No, I get it. I get I understand what you're saying. I'll definitely look into it more just to see what it's about, But you gave me the gist of it anyway.
Do you practice anything? Or you fool around with anything?
No, I used to be a European Israelite, and that's not even.
I'm back.
That's not even a joke. I was a European Israelite.
I'm a chaos magician, actually.
I was in a cult I was like witch binder there. I was
Yep.
a cult myself. It was just but we were a mixed group. We weren't like just Spanish or Native American black. We were anybody could join, but it was the same type of belief that the tribes of Israel got lost in some of the European countries and migrated over the United States.
The word cult scares people in America, but in other places that shit's normal. Christianity is a cult. You mean to tell me that nigga killed Jesus? He killed his son when he could have killed the devil? I ain't buying this shit. I ain't buying this shit.
But yeah, Christianity is like a cult, but how I look at it though is now Cherry Love is she live now. Other than that, she probably would have been peeking in as soon as you said that shit. It would have been on your ass and shit. She'll get skin on your head and shit. She's like the Christian version of me.
Yeah.
Right? You gonna say something?
No, you were cutting out, so I was gonna jump on it a little bit. But
all right. You can hear me now though?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So Cherry Love, she's like the Christian version of me and shit. She made a good point. Like a lot of people, they'll speak against Christianity and stuff. Like, I don't believe all religions are cults. What I consider a cult is a group that will
co-editing.
Damn, bro, he got that fucking he got that Bell South internet.
Yeah, he's cutting out. So
yeah, it's killing me, man. Every time
I'll tell you what.
Something, it's
the
like
reason I know what you're saying, and to a certain extent, you're correct. Mainstream Christianity, normally, the difference between the cult I was in and the cult that Killer B was in, like for instance, I know he wasn't in this one, but like the ISUPK, you have a charismatic.
I'm gonna go out and come back in. My shit tripping.
Okay. So you have a charismatic leader that is structurally on top, right? So you could say the Pope's like that, but in actuality, and he is in a way, but there are a lot of Christian churches that don't have that.
One second. Then we outside. This is the Tyler Egoon. This for the answer. Ton of shit up here. My apologies for cutting you off.
Oh no, you're fine.
How is that viewed? Like, I have a quick question, because I was always taught when using something like a ritual table, like never to show it to like other people or have other eyes see it. But like I've noticed some other people are a little loose. You
said you talking about me? You talking to me?
Yeah. Like this was something I was taught.
Oh well. What I will say is that's to a degree, you know. I just show this on the person. Traditionally speaking, it wasn't any cameras, so maybe that's not a traditional thing, but. Yeah, this shit, bro. You can say it's your shit. It just all depends on the individual and what the deity say. My shit ain't saying I can't show nobody my shit. You know, it's all depends.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of
the ancestors.
Yeah, a lot of people say that you're not supposed to show your things and stuff like that. Yup, I have heard people say that.
I mean, I used to hear people say that, but I never have it. This is why I kind of like chaos magic, because I'll test shit like this. I'll be like, does this really work? Is there really some truth to this? Will this affect like my outcome with like magic? Like I'll test that or put that to the test. Like, will it cause an effect? I don't
see. That's my nigga Jesus right there. The reason why so many crosses is because the crosses represent the crossover of this world and the next world. The reason why is that nigga right there, that my main man, in the rosary, That represents God and his disciples. This white table is an angel, the protective spirits of an individual. There is something called spiritualism. I'm sure y'all are familiar with it. Alan Kardec.
Right.
Alan Kardec. These traditions, although it is a European concept, they traverse to Cuba and other parts of the Caribbean and became a forefront in their practice as far as honoring the spirits that walk with them. Everybody has a spiritual court. Brother Oba has a video. He has a few videos. He has a whole series on this shit called How to Keep Theater, but he details it to you in a little bit better way than me. But in the Bible, it says you got protector spirits, guardian angels, spirits that walk with you when you come to earth. That's the truth. So before an individual wants to go talk to Shango or Shun, Yah, you got to be right with your own spirit. So when you look at Ifa is its own sector of religion, or Rishis is its own sector of the faith. Spiritualism, white table, the Bovida is its own section of the faith. Palomeyambe, that's its own section. You know, they're all but not the same. They're not one and the same. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. You know them and stuff. Like the dirty that went on last night where I was saying it was just on the tip of my tongue. I lost it. But I wanted to ask you about the Ogun pot and how that, because like I look at that, I would think that's like a Nganga and Palo and stuff. So
Nah. I would say I could show you the Nganga. I can't show you the Nganga, nigga. But it's a few things. When you get into the pot and palo, it was not originally a cauldron. In Africa, they were putting them in clay pots. They were putting shit outside. There's also hanging in kiski. So the pot is just something to actually hone the spirit. It was the Afro-Cubans in Cuba that first put in kiskis and those kind of pots. In Africa, they ain't traditionally doing that shit. In Africa, the palo that is practiced in America and in Cuba, the shit wasn't even a thing after. You know, in Isese practice, the traditional Ifa practice in Africa, they don't do palo. There's no context for it. You know, that's solely a Caribbean based practice. A combination of yada 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 whoopie whoop. It's very similar to the pot. And think about this. Imagine having a clay dish and you drop it in, you right? You feel me? That's why they transitioned to the pot. Ogun has traditionally been in the pot. This shit is similar, but nah. And then there's Zarabanda in Palo, which is similar to Ogun, but bro, I ain't gonna lie, this shit is, you really just gotta be a part of this shit, man. Yeah. I've been really focused on this living life. I'm just not at the stage where I'm slowing down. I was fascinated. Oh shit, I can burn the candle, leave this off here. Damn, my life just changed. Damn, I got some pussy. That, you know, and in life, or really in these traditions, you got to understand that it is a true thing. So you might ask God or a spirit for something, and they give it to you. But you have to be prepared to take care of what it is that you ask for. Yeah. Second to that, you got to be patient. So shit don't necessarily happen overnight. Me, I ain't gonna lie. This last year, crazy as fuck. Crazy. I had notably, I'd say about 3 fine ass women. Just 3 fine ass women. But I blew a lot of money. Yeah. I shot myself in the fucking leg. Like literally, I shot myself in the leg. Bullshit. When I got my first reading ever by Babylon, he said I'm not even supposed to have guns because I might hurt myself or hurt somebody. When I received a rumor, I said I'm not supposed to have guns because I hurt somebody, hurt myself. I shot myself in the fucking leg, man. Like,
I
this
remember
shit don't
that.
make you immune.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember you said that. I remember you came out here and said that they shot yourself. Yup. That was what? That was only a few months ago.
Yeah, that was a few months. I shot myself in June. I had I wouldn't necessarily say new age. I guess new age ignorance, because the ignorance that are surrounding these traditions are moderately new, because the avenues of this ignorance, such as social media, they weren't around back in the day. So if a motherfucker was getting this shit, maybe they got fucked over, but 1,000 motherfuckers ain't think that shit was okay because nobody made a YouTube video about it. Nowadays, everybody is buying these beads. They don't know what this shit means. You look in Atlanta, these niggas is carrying Glocks and they got their lekes on and they in the streets. They scamming niggas. I saw Babalau on fucking Instagram. He posted all Carmen Babalau shit. He posted his E5. He was doing the E-Bowl. This with other Babalaus. And then the last post was PNC, Wells Fargo, Navy Federal get next to me. Like, hold on, nigga. If you a scammer, I'm not sitting down for you to read me. I don't trust that shit. But it's no distinction as to what is right or wrong in these traditions, because it's oh shit, we cutting up these chickens, nigga. We can do whatever the fuck we want. But that's the farthest thing from the truth. Thing from the truth.
I got a question. What up, Chris? I got a question. Wild Child Tarot says, my friend in the Orisha said that Ogun walks with me, but I am white. I'm a white woman, so I leave it alone out of respect. What do you think?
I mean, it's not out of respect. Listen, I have a god sister in Paulo. She's white. As far as the white, look at okay, let me break this down to you. In Cuba, a lot of the fair-skinned individuals that are in these traditions, they look white, but they're Cuban. Although you might be truly Caucasian, that's not gonna stop you from having a destiny. So when you receive your hand up a rumila, or you make saint, or whatever it is that you do to get involved in it, you're a fucking human. So the black and white, to a certain degree, yeah, but no, that shit don't really matter. You know, if she said Ogun walks with you, he might walk with you. But if that shit ain't come out in the read, it sounds good. You know, if a priest ain't tell you that shit, it sounds good. But Ogun a nigga wear a metal watch. Ogun is walking with you. Ogun is all metal.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. B, what is that?
What?
Look underneath you. What is that?
Underneath me? What are you talking about?
That person with that wig and that mask.
Oh, that's my boy Robert Paulson and shit. He just
that's my hair.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Spooky.
Hey,
he
look like this. Y'all seen Darkness Falls? Don't he look like that shit out of Darkness Falls?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He look just like it. That shit. That's what it's scary as hell.
Yep. He
was
looked
like Darkness Falls and Kiss.
He's like, I didn't even fix myself and stuff when I came out here. I was like, ain't nobody looking at nothing else but that mask. That's all people was looking at is that mask. They like, everybody love it though. They like that. I like that shit.
Mask. I mean, like I said, it came to me like esoterically a little bit. Like, I don't know. Well, I won't go into that, like what I saw in it esoterically.
Hey, B, I'm going to come on in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Let me charge my phone up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was given to me by a friend who was actually going to do a horror movie with it. Like his idea was to make an intimidating, like female version of Jason Voorhees in a sense.
Yeah, it always does look
that
like
would be dope.
Yeah.
That would be dope. A female fucking Jason. I'm saying somebody need. I might steal that shit. Fuck you talking about?
I know. I want to get a mask too. I don't want to take his swag though. Like I don't want to take his drip. Like they'll say, "Hey, he the dude with the mask," and that's what he give me. He the dude with the mask. Now, how that gonna look is Killer B come out with a mask and shit. That shit ain't gonna look right. They ain't gonna have the same energy.
We can all come on with
That's him. Yep. That's him.
Yeah.
Although we were talking about altar stuff. Currently my table is deconstructed. I won't go into why I haven't been practicing lately. I've been suffering with a little bit emotionally. You don't want to approach things when you're dealing with that.
That's that chaos, because you say you the nigga that do chaos magic, right?
Yeah, and you really don't want to approach that with that. But
I ain't gonna lie, you gotta get strong, bro. Like, have you? Hey, I know what's it called, Killer B to see Haitian Boker, but
magic is
when you messing with dark shit, you gotta be a mean ass nigga all the
time. I don't go into this too much, but I have kind of, I did a ceremonial ritual some years back in my mid-20s for a certain, it's not a deity, it's a primordial deity. But the equivalent that you could technically represent it as or understand it as in the physical realm is the void in space between the stars. It'd be known in Greek pantheon as Nyx or Nox, which is there's some debate on that depending on what side of it you're looking from, like who came first, but it's supposed to be the original first thing that birthed everything into existence in a sense, or primordial darkness in a sense. You
said Nox?
Yeah.
I heard that before.
Okay.
So, you can spell it Nyx.
But I will when you get into like that stuff, that's true. Because at the end of the day, that comes from a particular culture of people. Nobody knows it all, and in every religious system, minus the ones that want to have you by the nuts, they let you know, hey, nobody knows it all. Now it's just spread out.
Right. I mean, I can't find it
So
now, but one thing I did know that came to me is it's about shadowing. The energy that I connected with, it's about shadowing. It's probably why something spoke to me in the mask. And why the idea of working in shadows has always kind of spoke to me in a sense. But I can't find the information now, but I'd found it back in the day for some reason. I'd stumbled across it, some writing about ancient criminals in Rome actually giving like grace to her and stuff to avoid the law, basically, in a sense. So in a sense, she was kind of the god of pirates and the lawless in a sense.
Huh. Damn, I was trying to say what I wanted to say, and I forgot the damn shit again. Oh yeah. Last night, right? This woman talking about voodoo and voodoo this and voodoo that, but I said none of that shit would have existed in America without Europeans and without Native Americans. What do you think about that?
No.
Or
that's as far as voodoo, as far as voodoo, La Regla de Ocho, which is the Cuban sum of V5. If slavery didn't happen, that shit would still be in Africa. So because the Haitians were persecuted by the fucking French, and because the Africans were put in fucking unknown land, these new shits was fucking brought about. You're right. That's just true. You're right. It's true.
Because I said like with Paulo, right? The things how they practice the Congo religion, right? Paulo come from the Congo religion, but it's not solely from Congo. Like what they practice in the Congo when they came to Cuba, the all the things that they worked with in Africa was no longer available. So them dealing with the Native Americans taught them the herbs, the plants, the trees, all the rocks or whatever. Like, know what I mean? Here in Americas, they taught them about that. And then you got the spiritualism, like you put up the Allan Kardec book, that plays a lot into it, with how it worked together. And you got the like with the Nganga. There is no Nganga in Africa. The Nganga is the priest in Africa. But here in the Americas, the Nganga is the pot. It's a spiritual cauldron. But that didn't come from Africa. That came from the Native Americans. Because those Taino Indians, they were using gourds and sacks, and that they would put.
But listen, the Titan, nigga, the first some of the first Ngangas had Taino Indians in the motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying.
Brother Oba and some.
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
They put their ancestors' bones in the gourds or in the sacks and put them in the corner of the room in the house or hang them out in front of the door. And they would give them offerings and ask them questions and stuff like that, like the motherfuckers were still alive. And then it evolved into the pot.
I would love to actually research that sector of Native American practices. I got it on my video on the Truthmonger page.
Oh,
what on the Apollo video?
Yeah,
I'm gonna go back and watch that shit. And
I got like 4 or 5. The audios on some of them are horrible. The audios on some are horrible, but I give all the information. And niggas is still waiting to drop those PDFs.
Okay, I'm definitely going back to check that out.
Yeah, you gotta go check that shit out.
Oh wait, hey, bro. Hold on. Hey, I'm actually scratched in Pablo, bro. So I need email me them bitches if you got them. I'm actually involved in this shit. So email me this shit. Thank you. I need that.
Yeah, it was talking about how the Taino Indians was putting their ancestors in the gourds, and that was what they was using. You know what I'm saying? And then the pot was evolved. Then it came into the pot. And how at the time the Cubans, the slave masters, was allowing them to practice their thing. And like how that like the Israelites would say, oh, these was Israelites, those slaves was Jews and Israelites. They used to call the slaves Jewish. But it didn't mean that they were practicing Judaism. What it meant was they weren't baptized. Or they weren't Christian, so they called them Jewish. Like they had in Palo Monte, they say you got the Jewish Nganga, or they use another term. It slipped my mind for it, but there's different types of Nganga. You ever seen a Nganga with a Christian cross in it? They call it Nganga.
Nah, nigga, I ain't gonna. We don't. I practice Briombo cargo. So, nigga, it's saying Nganga at that pot at my folks' house. I mean, not in Nganga. It's a fucking cross. The cross represents in zombie, so the cross represents God. Once again, it's not necessarily Jesus, but that represents the crossing over. And even in African spiritualism, if you go back, they still use the cross. So maybe I have Jesus on it, but they use the cross.
Yeah. Yeah, they all use like a cross at some point, but like they were saying that the Nganga Judica was like the Nganga where you could do bad stuff, like you could hex somebody to kill them or whatever. But the other Nganga was used for mostly healing and more positive things. But the Judica was used for
send me this document.
Yep. I gotta fix my old computer.
I need the documents, but I will say
PDFs and stuff again though. And I dropped on one of the videos. One of the 2 of the videos, I actually put the PDF in the comments on one of them. But if you look at the video, you can see where I'm reading from, and you can just go search it and find it. But they all came from like people theses for their doctorate in the university, or like they're like real legit like academic journals. Rather all the information, because they interviewed some of these Cuban people and asked them about their lineage and how all this stuff came about. One dude told the story. Check this out. How you're not supposed to a woman on her menstrual cycle in the room with
Period.
the Naganga.
Oh, now, bro. Tell me what happened. Tell me what's supposed to happen with that, bro. I got a story about that. Tell me what they say about that. I need to know.
They said that or children, because the Naganga will smell the blood from the woman and want to feed off of her. And then that Naganga will constantly
I ain't gonna lie, bit, bro. Last time I got scratched, it was a woman on her period. Now she couldn't sleep in there. Traditionally, after the individual gets scratched, you got to sleep in the foundation. But I don't know, bro. Like I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's to each his own. I guess we'll know if she's dead in a little bit. I don't know.
Hey, but this is what he did. He told the spirit, it's like, yo, if you you want her, he said, okay, I'll give her to you. So the spirit, like, I bet. He said, but you gotta eat first, right? So the spirit, like, so the spirit thinking is getting a chicken, like a rooster or some shit like that. He gonna offer it like something like that, but he offers it a metal ball, a big metal ball, and put it in the pot. And say, okay, when you finish that, then you can have her. Knowing that the spirit can't eat the metal ball. Like, it's going to be a gazillion years before that ball disintegrates.
Now that sounds plausible. That shit sounds real.
So
it sounds like, okay, yeah, maybe.
You made an agreement. You made the agreement with it, but you know the spirit can't come through on inside of the agreement because it won't be able to eat the ball. And then I heard like they would put metal plates over the top of the Naganga. Or I even heard people punishing the spirit by taking the Naganga and putting that shit in the river. Because a lot of people say that spirit is your slave. There's a lot of people say that, like, you know what I mean? I've read that they use that spirit as a slave.
It all depends, because it's certain Ngangas that got dogs in them. That got fucking crocodile heads in them. You know, a Nganga does not necessarily have to have a use.
Right. Now, they would say that you would use a dog, and they mentioned this in it. I read it in the video, where it said that, all right, you would take a dog and not feed that motherfucker. And just make it crazy, beat the shit out of it, and make the dog fucking extremely, like, chaotic. Just bug the fuck out. And they would kill that dog and put his skull in the pot. So that's like a attribute that you're adding to the pot. So when you're doing whatever you're doing, now when you go send that spirit out to do a job, it's going to take on the attribute of that dog and be fierce. So it's like you taking that crazy dog that you didn't feed, that you beat, and all that stuff. That dog is gonna take off and be just as aggressive as an angry dog to go attack its target. You get what I'm saying? So they were saying all those things that's in the Naganga represent you're actually making a universe for the spirit. Because you brought the spirit out of the grave, you put it in the cauldron, and now that cauldron is the home for that spirit. So you add the things that you add to it makes a universe for that spirit. So things you would add to it, that spirit would use that as attributes to go accomplish certain things.
That's very true. That's true.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was like, oh shit, like that's ill as fuck. And they're talking about how the spirit might act up and they would punish it, they would put it in a river. or something, like, you know what I'm saying? And with all the water and basically drown it. And then like, all right, motherfucker, you gonna quit playing around now? And then take the pot out of the water and shit and put it back where it was. Like, all right, motherfucker, now you're gonna listen. Because they say, like, when you go get that spirit, you know, I had a dude that used to come to my channel. He was just recently arrested for grave robbing. And like, I think it was in Florida. He robbed the
You can buy Bones medical donation. Why do people do this shit? Like, you can buy it through medical donation.
Yeah.
But because the thing is, you gonna pay money for that medical donation. And what happens when you get those bones there, you start talking to them, and they say, bitch, I'm not going in that pot. You know, you have to ask the spirit if they want to go in there first.
That's true.
So it's not just grabbing this shit and putting it in there. It's a long process. Think about this shit. Nigga, you can go and get you some birds, some oil, some snakes, and put that shit in there and try to do what you want. That shit ain't gonna work. This niggas would probably try to do that shit.
Yeah.
It's science. The Africans know some shit.
They said you would go to the graveyard, you would ask me, and then they would be like, yo, either yes or right, and then if they say yes, they would start digging and take a piece of the body, and then that would go into the pot, and now that's your slave. So basically, but what's fucked up about it, that's like a all right, y'all. I hear y'all now. They would go, and sometime the spirit. All right. What did I say? That you would go to the grave and ask the spirits, do they want to go? And whichever one choose to go, you would dig that hole in that grave and take part that goes in the pot. Now that's your slave, but back in the day, it would be your ancestor that goes in there. So that might be your grandmama that you put in the pot. That might be.
I mean,
it wouldn't be a total stranger.
Niggas
is just going in the graves and shit.
Because what you said about the Tainos, you know, when I said one of the first, niggas have to see the documents on that. I don't know, I ain't heard that. Because they wasn't doing that in Africa. They wasn't putting humans in the pot.
Oh shit, Ivory, you fuck with that shit? Ivory says the pot is my family ritual. We only put family members. Bring your behind up on here, Ivory.
Yeah, come on. We need all that. Is she scratched the Apollo? The reason why I said that was not happening in Africa is because the Palo Mayombe that is practiced in present day is not found traditionally in Africa. As far as the iron cauldron with the human skull, you know, if that was the case, then the Isheshe practices would have a realm of spirituality where Palo is found, but they don't, you know. So it's a lot of niggas that want to practice Ifa traditionally versus Lukumi, and they can't have necessarily nothing to do with Palo because it's not a lane created for that in East Western. That's some Cuban shit. You know?
All right, y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to put my hotspot back in. Hold on, I'll put the link in here, Ivory. Yeah, you bring your behind up in here. You ain't gonna be just dropping stuff and sitting back in the bushes. But yeah, they said so the ancestor would go in there, so it was different. But now niggas just is going to grave rob. this dude. His name is Louis Burgos. He was a nice guy. He commented on my Apollo videos. Like some of the stuff he said I did a good job. Some of the stuff needed some work and stuff. And he actually offered me to give me some advice and stuff. I just never got time to hit him up. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't want to like deal with somebody and just be
talking to them kind of niggas. You say I ain't fucking with no niggas that do that.
Nah, it wasn't like that. But I didn't want to come at him asking some like retarded ass questions. Like, know what I mean? I want to kind of know what I'm asking about before I like go to somebody that, because I don't want to offend somebody or some shit like that. So a couple months down the line, I saw somebody put up a video that somebody got caught grave robbing, right? And it was him. Now, he went with somebody else and they left an orange. I guess there's something like when you go and take the body or something, you leave something in the place of it. Orange or something makes this or whatever, something. I don't know how true that is. But the dude that he was with, when they was blowing the, you know, they used the cigar smoke and all that stuff.
Correct. Okay.
Come on, and Ivory. Shit. He left the cigar there at the grave site. So when the police went there to investigate, they found the cigar. They tested the DNA on it, and it came back to the guy. That because he had a criminal record. So they went to his house, and that nigga admitted to it and snitched on the Tata, who was the dude I was just talking about. So they both got hemmed up for it. But the dude that was that contacted me, he was the Tata. He also was an ex-police officer in Puerto Rico, and he didn't have no record or nothing like that. But they got charged. I don't know. I didn't go look further into the case, whether he was sentenced or not or something. But there's not like a real big fine. There's not a real big charge for grave robbing because it's not like you killing somebody. Like, you know what I mean?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. But that shit, we don't like from what my elders told me, the best places to do that kind of shit is in fucking Cuba, because in Cuba, it ain't no police checking out the graveyard. In America, right, bro, if your ass is caught in that graveyard, you're going on the fucking news. That's it. Game over.
A dude out here got caught doing it. There's a guy out here that got caught doing it. He was. I mentioned that last night on that lady's show. That he was on some drug charge thing too, and they served a warrant for him grave robbing in Boston, Massachusetts. And they went in his house. They found bones. They found a baby coffin in his basement with a bunch of Nagangas and stuff like that with bones in them. But some of the bones that he had paperwork for them. Just like Robert Paulson was saying, you could get those bones from like a medical supply. So some of those bones he had paperwork for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I find it like it's somebody's religion, but in some way, where does it cross? Now, a lot of people was upset about this dude that did the grave robbing because he robbed a black graveyard and he took bones from like these old like black veterans. Like World War
Nigga, that's the best ones. That's the ones.
I know.
Nigga, love
that would be like to them, like, you know what I'm saying?
Not necessarily just a black person, but a veteran. That's good because that motherfucker's ready to get to work. You know, that's good. But I will say it's a lot of
people would look at it as something crazy, especially the family. So you can imagine how the family would feel about it. Like some motherfucker just dug up my uncle and shit and took his bones. Like, you know what I mean?
That's anybody.
Yeah. So it's crazy. And you can't explain to them, agreed to come with me. Like, they're not trying to hear that shit. They're not trying to hear that shit. But like, it's crazy. Like, it's a bugged out religion. And find out too that they say most of the slaves that was brought to the Americas was from the Congo. Because, you know, a lot of niggas out here, they be like, oh, I'm Yoruba. I came from West Africa to Aruba and all that bullshit. But no, nigga, them motherfuckers came later. Like they got actual paperwork where the slave masters requested slaves from the Congo. They only wanted slaves from the Congo. Like that was the slaves that they wanted was from there. And they done research in South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, where they excavated these slave quarters and found evidence that these people was practicing this shit. You know what I'm saying? They was finding pots with bones and beads and little pieces of glass and certain stones, and they will all be in one little central spot in the corner of the house, where the home was. And South Carolina is known for its pottery. Like the slaves were known for like the slave pottery, and they would make these pots that got faces on them. And they noticed that the person that was making these clay pots always would put this symbol on the bottom of the pot, and it was the Congolese cross. You know, the cross with the arrows on the four sides.
Yeah, right? I mean, to an extent, that's the Congolese cross. That represents the deity. Traditionally, oh yeah. I guess you could say that.
I did a video on that. It was pretty decent because the first black church in America was in Atlanta, Georgia. I think it was Atlanta, Georgia. It was a Baptist church. It was the first black church in America, and the historian for the church says that they had a spot where they would hide the slaves. They said it was part of the Underground Railroad, and underneath the church they would hide the slaves, and the air holes were in the shape of the Congolese cross. And
you said that in the video?
Yeah, say in the video. I did a video on it. It's on my channel.
I'm gonna go watch that shit.
Yeah. You got to go to the lessons section. Like the playlist I got called Lessons. All that shit's in there.
That's even better.
Yep.
I was gonna
it's all
say,
in there.
That's even better. It's organized.
That's where all my little educational stuff go.
Drink.
And they got what else they were saying about some of that stuff. But that was deep when it was talking about the woman not being around the Nganga because it's gonna want to feast on the woman's like blood. Like the woman not supposed to be on a menstrual cycle and stuff around the Nganga.
Yup. I mean, I'm trying to see, bro. Like I said, I just actually experienced that. So shit, maybe she dies in a little bit. I don't know. I don't know.
Like what I work with,
I guess that would be the only way to know.
Like what I work with, right? It was just on some random shit, right? And like I sat there and just looked at it for a minute, like for a while, and just sat here. And then I was like, yo, let me try to work with this shit. Like, right? And that shit worked. I was like, oh shit. And like I ain't really had no instruction. You know what I'm saying? But like I had some type of instruction of how magic worked. And it was like, okay, I'm gonna go with what I learned and what I believe is correct, right? Everything, the stuff that I didn't really believe is correct, I left out. So like, I'm not going to tell my whole thing how I do what I do, but I was like, oh shit. Burning crazy. And it was like, I was like, I ain't never seen no motherfucking candle burn like that. Like, is this shit real, nigga? And I was like, oh shit. You still there? You still there? All right, somebody dropped off. Hope it ain't me. Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. So I put the link back in here for him. He'll come back in. Orange box, the link's back up in the chat. It'll come up back up in here. Somebody else was in here, I thought, too. But I was like, oh shit. Shit looking crazy as a motherfucker. Right? I stopped the thing, then
I did it, and the shit was doing it again. I was like, oh shit. And then I'm on my computer, I turn around, and I saw some bugged out ass shit like around it. And like,
Now we don't hear you.
all right, I'm back.
All right.
All right, cool. So, what I was saying, I started working with this thing. The candle was burning crazy and shit. I was like, I ain't never seen no candle ever burn like that ever in my life, right? And then I was sitting there, I had my back turned, and I turned around and looked at the candle, and it was some bugged out shit like going around it. And I was like, yo, that could be my eyes, but that shit kind of weird, like, right? And I hit up Siberians and shit. Siberians left me fucking dead in the water and shit. Like, you on your own, motherfucker. Basically, so I'm like, shit. So I got to deal with what I'm dealing with. So shit started doing what I was expecting it to do, right? And then one day, I decide I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, decide to take something from it. Wait, I thought you was up in here. All right, you up in here now, bro.
All right.
Did you hear what I was saying about the candle?
Hell nah, nigga. I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, okay. All right. So I started working with something, right? And the candle was burning, but it was burning bugged the fuck out. I ain't never seen no candle burn like that before, right? And I'm like, yo, that shit weird as fuck. So like, I'm like, this is bugged out because this is my first time fucking with this shit. Like, I just like the shit that I had was just sitting there for a minute. And I was like, I don't know. So I decided to fuck with it. So now this candle burning crazy as shit. So I'm doing something. It's something telling me to turn around. I turn around and look at the candle, and it was literally like orbs, like going around it. Like, you know how you see like motherfuckers showing a ghost, they saying it's a ghost, like it'll just be like a light. It almost looked like somebody got a flashlight and just streaked it through the room, through a dark room. Almost.
But you had put a firmer down, you put down a symbol, a signature.
No, I didn't put down no signatures or nothing. But
it was
almost
a candle.
Yeah. It was a certain kind of candle. I ain't gonna say what kind of candle it was and shit. I don't want people to know all my business. So it was like little lights that was going around the candle. And you know how you see the glare? You look at a candle and how the light comes from it, that glare of the light.
Yeah.
You know me how it spreads out? Imagine that, but like little circles. I would say maybe it was about 10 of them or some shit like that. Maybe a little more going around it. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I was like, oh shit. Right? So things started happening the way I wanted it to happen. I was like, oh shit. And then my dumb ass decide one day to take something from it. Right?
What you mean take something from? What you mean?
Basically, I offered to it.
Oh, okay.
And took it. I was like, yo, well, I need this shit right now. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I'm gonna make an example. Say like I gave it a blunt, right? I gave it a backwood.
Damn, but you got the alcohol? You got alcohol?
No, it wasn't alcohol. It wasn't alcohol. Man, fuck that. That nigga not drinking.
It was some money. It had to be some money.
All right. I ain't gonna say nothing and shit, right? But to say it was a backwood, right? And I was like, shit, I need this motherfucker. You don't ran out of blunts and shit, right? And right, I was like, shit, right? So I took it, right? It was a special day, so I wanted to use it, right? So I took the shit. Everything started going to hell, nigga. I was like, God damn. I was like, oh shit. I was like, maybe I should have took that motherfucker. Like, right? I was like, oh shit. I was like, yo, what the fuck going on? Like everything was just going wrong. My little hustles and all that shit started going down. I was like, God damn. I was like, yo, what the fuck? And I hit up Siberius. Siberius left me dead in the ocean again. That nigga like, I'm on vacation and shit. All right, well, fuck you, nigga. I got to figure this shit out on my own, right? So I was like, all right, I got to fix this shit because now I ain't going to be going through this dumb shit. But
I'm scared to go outside.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, shit. So I gave back it, but the way I gave it back in a different way. I almost kind of gave it back in a way where I couldn't take it back. So I was like, well, I ain't going to be, I said, well, you ain't have to worry about me taking this motherfucker for your ass again. So I gave it to it in a certain way so that don't happen again. Plus, I'm paying you back, basically, right? I'm paying you back. And things started to work greater than things was going down before. So say if the rate of things going bad for you was at a 5, right? When I did what I did, things went into positive 10 or 15. So if I'm negative 5, it became positive 10. I was like, all right. But it wasn't like luck. It was life-changing shit. You know what I'm saying? So it was almost like how they say Papa Legba open up paths for you. That's how the shit was working. It was doing shit like that. So I'm like, oh shit. I was like, damn, that's what's up right there. And like shit that I wouldn't have thought of, like my whole even the people that I was around that wasn't good, and put those people out of the way. You know what I'm saying? So things that people that was around me that was toxic, it got them out of the way. And like, look, this is what I want you to do. This is what you're gonna be doing now. I got these motherfuckers from around you. I got this energy from around you now. You're gonna be doing this, and this is gonna open up for you, and this is gonna happen, and this is gonna happen.
Man, bro, what was it? Why you can't tell us?
Nah, I just because I feel the shit go backwards. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like. I would tell you privately, but I wouldn't put that on the live stream. That's basically what it is.
What I will say is that shit working. I hope you still doing it. Yeah. I hope you still doing it, man.
But I neglect it. I feel that I neglect it sometimes and stuff. And I also work with some herbs. It was a certain herb that grows out here, right? And I looked up like the attributes of this herb and stuff like that. I use it. I use it for offerings. I use it for what I would call cleansing and stuff like that too. and it work out for me.
What
And
I
now
will
I
say
got another herb that I want to start working with. I haven't fucked with it yet. I grew it, I let it grow out, and now it's cold. The shit's starting to wilt. So I pulled a couple of the leaves and shit, and I got it drying out. So I'm gonna try to start working with that like soon and see what that deals with. The herb was the first herb was sassafras, and the one I'm gonna start working with is burdock.
bro, burdock root is women use that on their period. What I will say is, it's when you get into the not this the what you call hoodoo, like the magic and that kind of shit. It's
Yeah,
what's in your heart. So a
right.
motherfucker can go and spend $1,000 on all this shit, but if they moving wrong, their actions aren't going the direction that they just fucking initiated as far as lighting that candle and shit. They might say, okay, y'all want money, but they cursing out every motherfucker they see,
Right.
or I'm finna do this shit, but I don't really believe in this shit. I hope it works, but I ain't put no faith into this shit. So
Right.
as far as those herbs, they're very specific herbs that got good uses and shit. But when you get into ATRs, you're gonna realize there's a lot of motherfuckers. Oh, a glass of water and a candle take your ass a long way.
Yeah.
Glass of water and a fucking candle. But yes, sir, very fucking valuable. But it's really your faith.
Yep.
Those are powerful herbs. Herbs are gonna have specific uses, but your faith accompanied with the herb is what gives it the power. Because you're that spark. The herbs
Right.
is like a magnifier. It's like, oh shit, I got this shit, but you're that spark, shit. Prayer works. Prayer is found in E5. E5 got verses speaking about prayer and wishing for shit. Like,
Yeah.
like this shit is magical to a degree, earth, the life that we live. We've just been told that it's something else.
Oh shit, he got a parrot. That's dope. Let me try to put out the screen there. We're just looking at this
The
shit
parrot
chilling.
talk.
You're like, chill on the Killer Bee show, motherfucker.
Well, he started
Uh,
squawking, and I didn't want him to get too loud and start like vocally dominating the show, so I put him on my shoulder to quiet down.
What's the parrot name?
It's Huey. It's not mine. I'm watching it for a person that's a biologist. They're on a bit of a cruise right now in the Arctic studying life forms. So from my understanding, I think that's where they're at.
You said they're looking for new life forms?
They're studying Arctic life forms.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm watching their bird for a bit. I've been watching their bird for a little while. But
Huey sitting there like, talking, motherfucker. Yeah, but yeah, you're right, yo. That's what I've been figuring out about this magic shit. And like I kind of be like, I feel like I don't be wanting to offend people, but I be like, yo.
Hey, after you say this, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say
bullshit. Huh? What you said?
I said after y'all. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna say after you finish up, I'm gonna tell you one of my stories. Now, I didn't even think about. We on the topic. Like a nigga actually did a lot of shit. Nigga actually speak on that, like some interesting shit. But finish what you said.
Yeah, so I was like, with the whole magic thing, right? I'm somewhat new to it, right? But I feel like I always been using it in a way, right? And now that I'm like studying it, I don't want to be like have an ego about it, but I'm like, damn, this is what I was thinking it was the whole time. And like, what I'm listening to what people say about it and stuff, and I'm like, that's exactly what I thought that shit was. And a lot of I feel that like a good 70%, I would probably say.
Never mind. Thought I was gonna get lucky. Oh, I think he just cut out.
All right. Now I'm back. So what I was saying is like.
He's still not in there. What happened?
Right.
And we came a long way from the original. He was still on the video. We never got through that whole video.
Right.
Yeah. You probably thought it was. All right, Orange Box.
Man, your sound is barely coming through. This has got to be like co-wedding, smoking a light bulb, cutting the power to your house or something.
You ain't going outside and shit. Cutting wires and shit, smoking my fucking wires. I gotta fix this motherfucking nigga. Fix this motherfucker.
Hey, real.
Go ahead.
No, we got a long way off of the video we were talking about.
Hell yeah, we got a long way off.
But you were starting to say something about pork in that video, and I was interested in it.
Oh, okay. Hold on one sec. Hold on.
Right.
All right. I'll bring my hotspot in here and shit. Maybe it help it out a bit. But so yeah. Wait.
Shoot. I don't know if that helped, his hotspot. It's weird. I don't know why his I don't know if it's just the Safari he set up. The not Safari, what are we on? This StreamYard?
Yeah.
Or what? But he's been there's times where he was coming through okay for tonight, but
That's probably just an airplane or UFO or some shit blocking the fucking signal. Or like I said, it's co-editing, like sabotaging his internet because he's like, trying to grab onto whatever he has left of a fucking career. And the man's career is fucking over. I saw that news clip he showed me the other day on here. I'm like, holy shit.
Which one?
The news clip he was aired on the last live stream I was on, where the news was talking about confronting co-editing over the murders.
Yeah.
Like that.
Say something.
I ain't never seen that name before.
Oh, there you go.
Just make sure they don't do no retarded shit. All right, who this?
Nigga, that's me, nigga. It was a joke.
Oh, all right, okay, all right.
Oh shit. All right, my bad. Yeah, because they acting crazy and shit. They'll come out here and put some gay porn up on my shit, try to fuck my stream. But believe me, motherfuckers try it. But what I was saying about the magic, I was like, yo, I think 70% of this shit is like bullshit. And it's like not bullshit, but it's shit that motherfuckers is doing to keep people from doing it themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody making money off of it, they're gonna cloud you up with a bunch of bullshit.
But listen. You don't tell the butcher how to chop meat. You don't tell the executioner how to take heads. You don't tell the baker how to make cakes. Some people just not made for that kind of stuff. It's like a car. A lot of people like driving in the car, but a lot of people don't like to actually do the work that it takes to make a car, or even smart enough to do that shit. I don't know too many people that know how to make cars, so it's just it's
and
a
now
profession
that you on
at the
cars,
end of the day.
Right. And now that you on cars, exactly, just like that. How a mechanic charge you for 4 hours.
Just because you can drive a car, you feel me? Just because you can drive a car, or you can go buy a car, I mean you can make a car. That's what anything in life,
right?
You know, as far as that stuff,
like
niggas don't. Most people try. Most people do try.
Yeah. Yep. But it seems like magic is clouded with a lot of extra stuff, where it's more of a.
Explain the extra stuff.
Like I feel magic is more of a science thing. Like, and people add all this extra stuff to it to make it extra dramatic. And like you said, how let the butcher be the butcher and shit. Say, like, for instance, right, a mechanic, you go get your car fixed. He'll charge you for 3 hours of labor, right? That don't mean he working on your car for 3 hours. Within that 3 hours, this nigga is working on 5 cars.
All right, I got something
and
else.
Charging all
the thing is, I'm full. I want to have this conversation so you can understand. When you go get your car worked on, you're not paying him for the work he does, for the parts, or for the labor. You're paying him for the time that it took for him to acquire those skills before you be paying him in the first place.
Right.
So when you're paying an individual that is doing this kind of work, it's a few things that falls down to one being do the shit yourself if you don't want to pay. So how many motherfuckers don't want to get up under the hood and get all over their ass, you know? Then you gotta go buy the tools for it. Then you gotta watch YouTube videos. So it's sacrificing. So it's not impossible.
Yep.
But yes, it's not impossible.
Like when I was doing the fire sticks for people, you know, the fire sticks, the motherfuckers get all the movies and all that shit, right? I was doing that shit like a long time before that niggas caught on to that shit. Before the hood.
Yeah, I know you want to charge niggas $10. You want to charge
I was
nobody
charging niggas $150 for that shit, and they
That's
still
what I'm saying. You popping their ass.
Yeah, but I told them, and they see I set that shit up in a few minutes. They're like, nigga, you didn't do nothing this shit. I said, you're not paying me for what I do. You paying me for what I know.
So you understand, my nigga. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So with
you
the
answered your whole question.
Right. But sometimes when you do work like that, you got to sit there. If I can do the job in 15 minutes, I'm going to sit there for an hour. Because now it's going to look like I'm doing all this stuff. But really, I'm just doing this. It only takes me a few seconds.
I mean, but even if it only takes a few seconds, you got to understand when you're doing spiritual work for somebody, you encounter the chance of whatever the fuck they got on them trying to come to you. And what if somebody else doing spiritual work on you? Now you're involving yourself with other shit. Like, it becomes a very dangerous situation. As far as the payment in this shit, at one period in time was kind of like that. And I'm not saying a nigga can just take everything for you, because there is certain guidelines and kind of follow norms when it comes to payments within traditional practices. But when you go on Instagram and all this shit, $70 for a reading, and like in Bible I was gonna charge. Maybe it's some that do, but
you see me though, right? On here telling people what I do. Right. Know what I'm saying? You like, well, what did you give it? I'm like, I'm not saying that. So it might be a very easy process that I did, but
I understand it now why somebody wouldn't share it. You know what I'm saying? I figured it out. It's your turn. If you want to know, you have to figure it out. I might give you some tips here and there or whatever, but it's up to you. Because if I just give you everything, you're gonna take it and you're gonna disrespect it. You're gonna misuse it, and all types of other fuckery gonna go down. So
You know, I can't say that's not true. I can't say that's not true.
yeah.
You know,
But
they
I
say
would
that when a
share stuff
student.
with people. Like I told you, I said, yo, I would tell you what I did like off the camera. But I'm not gonna sit here and share this shit with the whole fucking world. And say like Leonard O'Mara, right? Haitian Bokor,
Yeah.
right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
what he
Real
does,
nigga.
what
Real
he
nigga.
does, right? Now, I'm like, he like a preacher. I like a preacher and a therapist at the same time. He teaches you to have faith, right? And he teaches you common sense. So with that, I would say that's 90% of his job. Like he would say, okay, oh, you want your woman back? Okay, I'm gonna do a ritual. I'm gonna charge you $3,000. And the bitch will pay a nigga $3,000. But what is he? The instructions he gives you is don't call the bitch. You want her back? Don't fucking call her.
I mean,
You want her back?
honestly, I can't too
Stop
much
stalking
speak,
her.
but that's the truth. Cause you gotta let that shit work. If you fucking with the
Right.
bitch, you fucking this shit up. You can't be fucking with the bitch. That
But
shit, like, what? What's up?
9 times out of the 10, that's all the bitch wanted anyway, for you to go sit your ass down for a little bit while she could get her head together. You know what I'm saying? So basically, he's a therapist. He like a life coach. He like a life
I mean,
coach.
nah,
And
he's a
it might give you a little bag with some herbs in it or something, and he tell you what to do with it. You put it under the bed.
Bro. You see that nigga with all them fucking diamonds and the
Right now,
fucking
that's what
beans
I
and
was going to get
shit.
to next. Now, that
So
right here
he's
is
good.
smart too. I'm not saying he fake. I'm not saying the man is fake. What I'm saying is he covering his base on that too. So no one can ever say that he took $5,000 or $10,000 from me and he said some magical spell or whatever, right?
I listening to him. That nigga is motivational, but if a nigga listen to his videos, a nigga will get a lot of wisdom because you know he's Haitian, so the shit he be speaking, niggas can think he just acting tough, bro, but he really spitting that shit, bro. Niggas don't even truly understand that. Nah, niggas be on nigga shit, but he say that shit. That nigga turn on the video with all that fucking Juice Man and shit, like. But don't discount the wisdom.
No, there's was
Don't
you
discount
guys
the
are
shit.
talking about Haitian Bokor Laman. Am I saying the name right?
I don't even know the name, the whole name. Leonard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Man,
he's
bro
on
got
YouTube. He has
he
a
got
YouTube
bitches.
channel.
He posts videos with hope, bro. He's a real nigga. You can't say shit down here. This shit's legit. He's legit. No way around it. He has a whole documentary.
I've been watching him since he
that
was
nigga's
shit on
legit.
co-editing, like the whole time. So the whole time he was talking about co-editing, like looking like a zombie and shit, I watched it. Like I literally watched it. I was like, that's what he gets for fucking around with people and shit he don't know.
Yeah, I can't speak on that. I don't get it. That kind of shit.
Right.
But,
No, I just saw his threat videos towards ZA co-editing, and I was like, I don't know much about this, but I know what's going on here. I know enough to know that co-editing fucked up.
yeah. What I will say is when you get into these, like, it's different with his cause because that nigga take you to Haiti with this shit, so it's no question in
Yeah.
that. There's also
That was weird as fuck. All right, I'm back.
If you go on Instagram, I can tell you this place. It's called like Felix Botanica in LA. Dude posts a lot of bullshit. That shit's a very creative art. And, you know, that's a different sector. So I ain't necessarily got no knowledge of that. any of the traditions I done heard of. But no, hold on. I didn't mean to say that. My fault. I've been up all day, but voodoo is a refined thing. I don't know about that stuff, but I know it's real and I know it's powerful. It's power in voodoo. Everybody know that.
Yeah.
If you see what happened, these niggas playing with his top. Niggas falling off. Time step that shit. Niggas falling off fucking with that man. Niggas are getting fucked up out here. You see the photos.
Yeah,
Like,
and a lot of it is psychological because if you let that shit in your head, it's gonna work on you. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but this shit. I mean, to a degree, yes, but at the root of everything is going to be the psychological part, the conscious part. You know, even these spirits are conscious.
You ever heard of this channel called African Spirit? Fuck, I forgot the name of this shit. But he did a video on E.A. Coetti. He's an African dude, right? And he said he'd been studying Western magic for a while on YouTube during the whole COVID like thing and shit, right?
Yeah.
And he put something in his description. It was, I don't know shit about quantum physics and all that fucking shit, right? Quantum entanglement. Has any of y'all ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard the term.
All right. Could you explain like what it is? Because I saw that. I was like, that's some ill shit right there. Like, I gotta study up on
but
that.
I could not explain
Y'all
it.
talking about Jada Smith?
Nah, Jada Smith. Nah.
You saying entanglement? You remember she was entangled and shit. That's what I thought you were talking about.
Oh. Nah. This is some, but there's a couple of videos. Maybe that person did do a video on it.
Right. I couldn't explain that one.
Explain that. I forgot he know the biologist and shit. He the smart guy.
But basically, it
I'm
was
not that smart, but I poke around and I do try to educate myself on what I can. You know, to the best of my knowledge. But I'm familiar with the term, but I could not fucking explain it to you.
It's like a say for instance, damn, that shit is hard to explain. Let me see if I get the definition of it. The definition ain't gonna really.
Killer B, you need to go and do the fucking Telegram, bro. We need to have a group Telegram. So as people be joining week by the week, you can have a Telegram. We're already gonna be chatting about all kind of shit in the Telegram, but you can, but the Telegram, because once people in the Telegram chat, they in that home. So it's like active subscriber.
Yeah,
I don't know if you already got that home.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
I know,
So everybody could. Yeah, that's true. That's
it's all kind of crazy chats. I know, like in these spiritual families and shit, a lot of them have group chats and stuff. People just had groups. You go on Telegram, you might be in the Telegram group.
I did. Me and Siberia didn't really work out though. Like we had about like maybe 8 people up in there. Some good like occultists. You ever heard of Swap Water? Oh, you heard of him because Leonard Elmira was going at him a few weeks ago.
No,
you remember the dude that Leonard Aisha Bukor was going at? And he was talking about his girl, said, why your girl calling me and all this shit? This dude, he from South Carolina. He cool as fuck. He got a really good channel. It's called Swap Water Roots. He's like a hoodoo doctor. He's like a hoodoo practitioner.
I ain't gonna cap, bro. I stopped doing that. I'll do that kind of magic, I guess.
Oh shit, the definition. I
I respect it though. I'm gonna check it out, see what he's talking about after I watch your videos on Paulo.
All right, let me see here. If we can get some quantum. Okay, let's see if this shit explains it. Let me share my screen here.
Yeah. You just told me about the next helicopter. Don't know what it do.
Yup. All right, check it out. Spooky actions at a distance. It says a source of photons send out a pair of entangled photons. Say one to Alice, right? And one to Bob. Alice and Bob are quite distant from each other. So are the photons, but they remain entangled. Said Alice randomly chooses how to measure the polarization of her photon and doesn't tell Bob, right? Said Bob also randomly chooses to weigh. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure there's nothing blocking it here. Oh shit! What the fuck? All right, let me get this off the screen here. All right, I gotta blow it up too. I don't know if y'all can really check here. All right, I guess that's good enough. Alice randomly chooses how to measure the polarization of her photon. It doesn't tell Bob. Bob also randomly chooses a way to measure the polarization of his photons and doesn't tell Alice. Alice and Bob realize that the results of their measurements are correlated because the photons, even far apart, are still intimately linked, that is, entangled. So, any of y'all get that shit?
A little bit. I get the idea what they're talking about, but there's no way I can even parrot it. Like,
yeah, you got to be chronic.
Yep.
He got that chronic.
It is that. This mask is getting fucking uncomfortable.
Let me see something here. It was one thing. Let me see here if I can find something that's short. Coil entanglement.
Hello?
Spooky action at a distance. They say explain in really simple words, and that shit just like, hell no, that shit ain't simple. Let's see here.
I like how people have been abducting this chaos star. I'm trying to remember because it's not traditionally an occult symbol, but it's close to one. And we abducted it because of it, but it's actually from a fantasy novel.
I done had to turn the lights on fucking with y'all. Niggas still do not like ghosts.
Like I saw one video, somebody explained it, and it was almost like if you got two slots in a piece of cardboard and then you take something straight that shoots through it. Damn, it's still like it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. I don't know really shit about physics and shit like.
What are you saying? If you put like a piece of glass or something through it, or a lead, or what are you saying?
It's like something that relates to each other. They're at a distance, but they could have effect on each other. Even like, wait, let me see. Let me play one of these shits. Let me play one of these motherfuckers. Let's check out. Let's look at this one. All right, fuck it. We'll play this. Let's see what it says.
People with ADHD save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension. But no, by all means.
Imagine that you're on a long drive when you suddenly hear your stomach begin to grumble. You decide to head to a fast food drive-thru and you order a hot dog and a hamburger. They are put in similar boxes and handed to you through the window. You have no way of knowing which box has the hot dog and which has the burger. Obviously, once you open one of the boxes and see a burger, you will immediately know that the other one has the hot dog. This means that the hot dog and the burger are entangled in a certain way.
Schrodinger's box.
Look around you. Everything you see, perceive, and interact with in the real world follows the rules of classical mechanics. This is a study of the motion of bodies in accordance with the general principles first laid down by Sir Isaac Newton. But what about objects that are really, really small? Do they also follow these same laws of classical mechanics? Believe it or not, the answer is no. When things get that small, quantum mechanics takes over, and things start to get extremely weird. Quantum mechanics is the language of tiny particles like photons, the particles that make up light.
See, this shit gonna get weird.
Inside an atom, such as protons, neutrons, and electrons. To give you a rough idea as to the size of these particles, consider this. The tip of a needle is so large that it could fit billions of electrons. That is how incredibly small electrons truly are. Now that you have a general idea of the size of electrons, let's talk about identities. If someone were to ask, "Who are you?" what would you say? Probably your name, right? Now, let's assume that an anthropomorphic raccoon from another planet asks you the same question. What would you say then? Perhaps, "I am Peter Quill, a human from Earth." In this case, you specified 3 levels of identification. Similarly, in a 3D space, X, Y, and Z coordinates are used to specify an object's exact location.
I use that at school now. X, Y, and Z axis.
As no 2 objects can have the same X, Y, and Z coordinates. If you consider a 4-dimensional space with time, t, as an additional dimension, then no 2 particles can have the same 4 coordinates. In the same way, an electron has 4 levels of identification, consisting of 4 quantum numbers. Every electron within an atom has a unique set of quantum numbers. No 2 electrons can share the same combination of 4 quantum numbers. Electrons can be identified using these 4 quantum numbers, which are called the principal quantum number, the orbital angular momentum quantum number, the magnetic quantum number, and the electron spin quantum number. All of these quantum numbers are very important, as they help determine the electron configuration of an atom and the probable location of electrons within that atom. However, for the scope of this video, we're only going to talk about the electron spin quantum number. The definition of spin is the intrinsic value of the angular momentum of a fundamental particle. An electron can either have a positive spin, called spin up.
Is any of y'all grasping this?
Hell no.
All right.
You clicked on the wrong video, nigga.
Yup. And that shit talking about explaining it easy. I'm glad I'm not the only one. So
it's hard to keep up with, but I get it.
So what are you getting out of that shit?
Well, he wasn't all the way through it so far.
This one was good. This is good. This is the closest I got to it.
But I caught the first part of it. It's built off. It's apparently a theory built off Schrodinger's box. So because they talked about the whole box thing, that's Schrodinger's box. If you have 2 cats in a box and you release poison into one box, both there's a cat is going to be dead no matter what in one box. But there's a whole, just look at Schrodinger's box.
All right, well, check this out. Look what this dude does here.
Fire, a sure sign of science. Now, at this point, these cards are entangled. So when I deal them into 2 piles, 1 for each, Dawn and Ivan, even though I'm separating them by a bit of a distance, they still maintain entanglement. Now, you'll each be mixing your cards in a particular way. I'll demonstrate how you'll do that. You'll pick them up and deal them one at a time as they come off the top into a small pile, neatness counter. At some point, you'll decide to stop. When you've done that...
So what he did, he took the cards and he split them up evenly into 2 stacks.
Yeah.
Right? Now watch.
You'll turn everything in your hands over, lay it onto the pile. You'll slide everything back off into your hand, and you'll do that again, dealing them as they come. Eventually, you'll stop, you'll turn over, and set down. Does this make sense? Okay, so please take your piles, deal them just as they come into a little pile. At some point, you'll decide to stop, you'll flip everything in your hand, set it down, and continue. Fantastic. And you'll do that a few times. Now, at this point, they're each making different decisions. Sometimes Dawn is dealing just a few cards, Ivan's dealing a few more before he...
So they're dealing some down, and they're going to choose, each one choose differently when they're going to flip one up.
This will end up producing a situation where some of the cards are face up, some face down. Fantastic. And yet, if the laws of quantum mechanics apply, they are still entangled, and a surprising correlation will take place. Let's check the top card of each file. Top card of this file is a black 10. Top card of this file is a red 7. Krister tells me this happens in the lab, that sometimes you have to do a bit of a flip. So I'll flip to this pile, and let's check now. They're both black 10s. This could be a coincidence. So let's check the next two. The next top two cards are both black aces. One's face up, one's face down, and yet they're both red 9s. Two black 8s, two black queens, two red 10s, two black 6s.
That's crazy, right?
Wait. What's crazy?
He flipping the cards up, and they're all related. So he flipping up two black aces. Then he gonna flip up two red queens.
How did he do that? What happened? Explain that.
They're related. Like how he dealt the cards out, showing that the stack of cards, you split the stack of cards into two decks, right? From the one deck. And he's showing that how even though they're separated, they're still entangled in some way. They're still connected in some way, right? So now he told them to deal the cards down, and when you feel like flipping one up, flip one up and keep dealing it down. And then when you feel like flipping another one up, flip it up. You keep dealing it down, right? So then he took the shits and took the two decks, and he turned one card up, turned the other card up, and two black ace of spade and the black of clubs. I mean, and the ace of clubs. Then he said, okay, that could be a coincidence. Let's flip another. A red queen, like a queen of hearts. In the other pile, it was a queen of diamond. And then he said, okay, now we got to one where one's already flipped up. And say, for example, it's a jack of clubs, right? Mm-hmm. He's going to flip the other side up, and that's a jack of spade. Showing that.
Do you have some cards right now?
Yeah, he's showing it now. Look, let me back it up. Watch what he does.
No, you. I said, do you have some cards?
Nah, I don't. I don't got none near me.
Man, you got some cards. Can somebody prove this? I don't have any cards.
That's some crazy shit, though. So I guess he's saying with magic, even though you can have, so it's almost like you can reach something or create a certain outcome or effect, even though the objects are at a distance, but they relate. They're still going to relate in some way, mysteriously. But I guess science can't figure out what's doing this.
What do you mean by that? Like when people do.
All right, let me finish. Maybe you can finish explaining it. Hold on.
That sometimes you have to do a bit of a flip. So I'll flip to this pile, and let's check now. They're both black 10s. This could be a coincidence. So let's check the next two. The next top two cards are both black aces. One's face up, one's face down, and yet they're both red 9s. Two black 8s, two black queens, two red 10s, two black 6s, black 5s, black 3s, red queens, and those two red 7s, and that is quantum entanglement. Woo!
Let's see what the comments say. Right? And the nigga ain't got no comments. What the fuck is ain't that some shit? Yeah, he don't even tell you what the motherfucker don't even tell you.
All right, bro. Just take off magic and see if it's like a text.
Oh, here goes somebody that doing it again.
I want to talk about the property of entanglement.
All right, this is
how two particles could be entangled, and their properties could be really tied together, no matter if they were vast distances apart. This happens in quantum systems, but I just want to demonstrate it today with some cards. And this is an ordinary deck of cards, completely ordinary in every way except one, and that's that it has the property of entanglement. I have taken care to entangle
Hey, turn up the video,
something you can learn to do if you pass quantum mechanics.
Ah, up.
I kind of get what it's saying though. Like it.
That makes sense.
So basically, if you
deck is entangled. What I'm
outside of
confused.
a deck of cards, like basically, it's saying like if you've done something in an area before, there's like a residual energy of you in that area still, to an extent. Is what I'm kind of catching from it.
Hold on. To me, that doesn't
Maybe I'm
sound
wrong
like
about that.
if you take. I don't know. I just think it's only about there got to be one thing that you can split in half.
Right,
That's
or like
that
in a
shit
sense,
sound like.
it's kind of how if you've seen in like witchcraft rituals or certain rituals, they'll tell you to have like the hair of someone or like an article of clothing, things like that were close to them.
Oh yeah. Coming in a woman. With all due respect to women.
Yeah.
All right. It says entanglement results in always opposite of two particles. Means if you want to stimulate it with cards for educational purpose, you must have to do it the right way. I mean, cards results was same, but real entanglement particles are opposite. And the properties are opposites. I was trying to show the particles were related, hence the same number and color, but opposite suits, diamonds versus hearts. I could amend it to be same number but opposite colors, black versus red instead, which perhaps would be better. It says, in the case of entanglement, just means pairing the cards by color and number ahead of time. I seen a similar video, immediately tried it, and it actually worked. I attempted to observe how it worked the next time, and it never happened again. Seriously, only thing I can think was the cards must have been, by coincidence, paired together. I hadn't touched that deck of cards for at least a year. Ever since I've tried looking for information and insight. I don't know what actually is the measurement, but if it is order, color, and number, stopping to spin the second deck at 2 when measuring and collapsing, we don't have the same measurement. In this case, entanglement just means pairing the cards by color and number ahead of time. So there's some preparation you have to do. How exactly can you do this? Is there a step-by-step guide? It isn't quantum entanglement at all, but a nice representation of how it works. You are only flipping the direction the cards are facing. You did state this at the beginning of the video, but still you said how entangled, but they simply were never entangled. Only placed parallel in color and number to that of the other cards of similar value. Not the step-by-step guide, no, but you must pair the cards by color and number ahead. Oh, so you got to pair the cards by number, color ahead of time. So basically, the dude, I guess, paired the things up, but when you split them up, but I guess if you even shuffle the deck or something like that, it's still going to eventually.
It'll eventually return to that pattern, basically.
If that's what the deck of cards, maybe that's just as an example. Would it happen to be in that specific pattern? No, I don't know, bro. This shit confusing.
Oh, I wasn't even playing the goddamn video.
Hell nah, this is above my pay grade.
I feel you. I'm the same way. And shit. I know Robert's younger and shit, so he been to school earlier than we have and shit. Well, now I know you young too. I'm 46 and shit. I don't remember those shit like this in school. I was in no classes anyway.
Tricks here or anything. And I didn't invent this. Probably find elsewhere on the internet, but I think it demonstrates the property of entanglement nicely. So now we have 2 piles, which come from the same deck, the same intent. What I want to demonstrate
Oh shit. Yo, Robert.
Hey, what's up?
Have you seen that Ricky Smiley song "We Miss Robert"?
The what?
Ricky Smiley song "We Miss Robert."
No.
You should listen to it.
No, I got my
Pull it
name
up.
from well, it's from the movie Fight Club, but I'm more of a fan of the book. If you've ever read it.
I heard about that. I didn't actually heard it myself. But what's different in the book?
So I feel like Chuck Palahniuk has his own reasons for like writing it and shit like that. But it's supposed to be kind of a coming to age, but story for
Me the fuck off right there.
midlife crisis men.
I didn't know I fucking dropped off and shit. That's the motherfucking EA co-edited shit trying to get us. EA co-edited trying to get us, y'all.
Fucking take out your power.
Yo, let's now watch this. This shit crazy, yo.
How two particles could be entangled, and their properties could be really tied together, no matter if they were vastly apart. This happens in quantum systems, but I just want to demonstrate it today with some cards. And this is an ordinary deck of cards, completely ordinary in every way except one, and that's that it has the property of entanglement. I have taken care to entangle it, something you can learn to do if you pass quantum mechanics. So in any sense, take for granted this deck is entangled. What I'm going to do is just cut the deck in half, discard half the deck, and with this I'm just going to deal this entangled deck into two piles. There's no video editing tricks here, and I didn't invent this trick either. Something you can probably find elsewhere on the internet, but I think it demonstrates the property of it. So now we have two piles, which come from the same deck, the same entangled deck. What I want to demonstrate is that measuring one of these piles is going to collapse the wave function describing this other pile into a certain state. And those states are going to be related. So what I'm going to do with each of these half decks now is just deal a certain number of cards face down and turn the deck over. And I can do this an arbitrary number of times. I can deal an arbitrary number of cards here before flipping. I can stop after 2 times, or I can keep going.
What is he doing? Is it?
With the other deck, I'm going to do the same thing, but not the same number of times. And I'm going to deal a different.
What he doing? He had the deck of cards, and then he separated the deck, right? Well, one card at a time, and now he's taking the deck of cards and he laid them down. And when he feel like flipping one, he flip it, and then he grab it, pile it up again. He deal them down again, and he flip it. Now watch what's gonna happen and shit. Watch it.
Cards down. This can be completely random in how many cards you put down. Doesn't matter. And just to demonstrate that it's totally different than the first one, we'll do it more times. Maybe I'll stop there. Now we're going to measure deck 1. It's a 10. We immediately know that deck 2 is also going to be a black 10. This is a queen. This deck immediately is going to be a black queen. We've measured a 5. We get a red 5. We measure a black 9, we get a black 9. And so on and so forth. Each time we measure one of the particles, we get the corresponding value in the other half of the entangled.
That's some fuckery right there.
Yeah.
Bro, you got some cards, Robert?
I was just looking for a fucking deck, but I can't find any.
Yeah, I ain't got none of this shit. But that shit crazy as shit.
Shit, go to another one.
Let's see if they got. They got the nigga doing it again. Oh, we got another nigga doing it.
He was asking about Fight Club.
Look at this.
I actually want to explain.
94% of people believe company culture is.
All right, go ahead.
Quantum mechanics can.
What you said?
He was asking about Fight Club. I wanted to explain that real quick. He was asking about the differences between the Hollywood film and the book.
Oh, okay.
And there's like big key differences. Like obviously, trying to think of the main characters. And Tyler Durden, as he's known, as he first comes across the character, that's different the way he meets him. But that's minor. I won't change that. It goes into the way the persona of Tyler Durden is done in the movie versus the book. Like in the movie, he comes off as like this liberating character, almost in a sense, like this prankster / almost kind of liberatory character in a sense. In the book, it's like the reverse. Like he's more for a pre-agrarian society that's surrounded around worshiping him like a cult in a sense. And there's like big things they probably couldn't pull off in the movie, like Project Mayhem. At one point, actually, they perform a human sacrifice. And
in the book?
Yeah, in the book, Project Mayhem, under the direction of Tyler Durden, the manifestation in this guy's head, they perform a human sacrifice to show their dedication. And basically,
you're talking about Fight Club, right?
Yeah, the Fight Club. Read the book.
Okay.
And if you in the part where like Marla comes up to him and they have that argument in the movie where it's Bob or Robert Paulson, basically when he tries to kick and hide his hand in the novel, it's the human sacrifice that he tries to hide real quick from her. Like there's big key things in it that are like way different that makes the novel a lot darker. And honestly, I like it a lot more though. But it speaks to me much deeper, is because like.
Would you say that the movie is still? Would you say a movie is still a complete personification of what the novel is?
No. Movies are always going to be different from what they make a novel, and that's just in respect. They're not going to want you to have to, because if you could just read the novel and watch the movie and see the same exact thing, it's vague, it's boring. Hollywood wants to give you, or the people who read the novel, something a little new, so they want to give a little twist on it or something like that, and that's usually how they do. So usually nothing you'll see adapted through Hollywood will be 100% to its book, in a sense. Like, and that's because there is always going to be some slight adaptation to it or artistic critique from the individual directing the movie. So.
Yeah. But
okay.
With that shit with the cards though, I can kind of see how it works, but it's hard to wrap your head around it. You know what I mean?
Until you drop the video personally with the cards.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get me a deck of cards. I'm gonna do that shit.
Yeah, shit.
But that's weird as fuck. Let's see what this motherfucker say. This dude look like he's smart. Let's see what
can be both strange and baffling. Sometimes, studying quantum mechanics, you feel a bit like Alice in Wonderland, as if you've fallen down the rabbit hole. And one of the most amazing things about quantum mechanics is that of entanglement. My name is Dr. Krister Sham, and today I'm here at the Institute for Quantum Computing to try and answer the question, what is entanglement? Come on inside to one of the labs and let's see what we can find. When two objects are entangled with one another, they share a peculiar connection. For example, if I were to take these two molecules and entangle them with one another, I could then take them to opposite ends of the universe, and yet they'd still be connected. Anything I did to this molecule would instantaneously affect this one. Einstein so disliked this concept, he termed it spooky action at a distance.
Nein, ich mag diese spukhafte Fernwirkung. Nein.
Entanglement was the subject of some of the most vigorous debates between Einstein and Niels Bohr, and has played a profound role in the foundations of quantum mechanics. But what's entanglement good for? Well, using entanglement, two people can share secret messages between them. Or you can use entanglement to build a super fast computer capable of solving problems that today's machines can't handle. In fact, you can even use entanglement to teleport the information stored in the quantum system from one place to another. Pretend for a moment that I'm an atom. Then using entanglement, I could teleport the quantum information stored within me from here to here or here.
What? Oh shit! He just teleported.
Strange. Some can entertain. And here to help explain quantum entanglement is special quantum magician Dan Trummeter.
Thanks, Krister. Using this deck of quantum cards, Jamie and Krister will help me demonstrate the idea of quantum entanglement. First, I'll mix the cards, and then I'll have each of them mix the cards as well. But first, Jamie, please cut off about half the cards, and then deal those into two piles. One pile for Krister, one pile.
That shit froze, cuz. This shit froze, man. Robert.
It's quieting, man.
Can you still see the video?
Wait, what's
Why he say co-editing? What he do? What co-editing do? He hacked his ass?
No. He's standing out in front of his house with tinfoil fucking up the reception.
Are you for real?
Yeah, we've been bombing that dude real hard.
No, he's outside the dude's house.
Hard, though. What's up now?
Nigga, his ass ain't outside his house. I heard a parrot in there talking and shit. He hungry. You need to feed the bird, man.
So they're making noises.
Do you wear the mask all day?
No. I only wear it for videos. Honestly, it's to keep my identity hidden. I don't like really throwing it out.
You couldn't pick another mask?
What's up?
Bro, that shit's scary. I said that shit's scary, bro. You need to get another mask, bro.
I'll get there. This one seems to be good enough for now. I actually wanted to put leather, reinforce the straps on it with leather. They're starting to wear out.
Hell no, you need to go put that on the wall somewhere and let that whole be a memory. You need to transition, get something new. That's it. I want to fuck around. Let me not say I'm gonna have bad dreams. That shit crazy as hell, man.
So was somebody cash out EA co-editing this shit so he could buy some more meth so he'll leave me the fuck alone?
Bro, he's really outside your house?
Yeah, he's out there with like tinfoil trying to fuck up the reception. He's in the back of the alley, like in the dumpster, smoking a light bulb, like with this like little tinfoil.
Oh no, he's not out there.
The reception to this fucking.
You and EO co-editing in the same state and you beefing with this nigga?
No, actually, I just got a problem with what he's put out in his books and what it's encouraged other people to do. That's really where I'm like irritated with this dude, like completely irritated. That and also is okay. As a person left empath, took an interest in Satanism. Okay, what he's doing and what he's advocating in these like books and shit like this is shit that like. Okay, he's not directly telling you to like go out and like sacrifice people, but the fact that he's telling you it's okay or he's not within control if you act out within your worst or, you know, like shit like that. Like this is stuff that the Satanic Church directly fought against throughout the Satanic Panic, as well as other people, because other people were involved with the Satanic
Well,
Panic.
he was saying like if you kill somebody, it's okay.
Really?
Yeah, and it says like you just read over Baneful Magic and you'll see what I'm talking about.
What I say, not necessarily regarding magic, but I have overheard or heard or talked to, you know, Masons, whatever, like, you know, if a man wants to kill somebody, then he's free to do that. He's a free man. And like, so I've definitely heard that.
You gotta watch some Masons because some Masons ain't really Masons. You got a lot of lodges that are fake that aren't really part of the body of Masonry. Like they said about like Trayvon Martin, they said Trayvon Martin's daddy was a Mason. He was an Illuminati, But then you look up the lodge that Trayvon Martin's dad was actually in, and it wasn't a real Masonic lodge. Like it was a Masonic.
Don't discount. Don't discount. That's what they want you to think, nigga. At the end of the day, if they aren't connected to the main Scottish Rite or whatever the other cases may be, that is
Okay.
a color thing.
I actually am could be connected to the Scottish Rite. My grandfather.
It's a color thing.
Well, my grandfather was a 33rd degree Freemason in the Scottish Rite. I won't rattle off names of who he was, but yeah, he was 33rd degree. So I'm familiar with this.
So you can back up. That means you can back up the claims about them killing people. You know your granddaddy didn't kill people.
No, I don't think. Well, that I don't know. I've heard some. I've never heard like straightforward stories. I don't know. It's my. I don't know. I've heard some good things, mostly good things.
Man, you got the mask on. Just don't never
kill anybody.
Bro, you got the mask on. Just don't never take it off. Tell us what happened. Just don't tell us his name.
Oh shit! Like, I hope my mom's not watching. She'll be like, "How much did everybody know that?" There was something I remember my mom talking about as a kid where she fell asleep in the back of the car and they were laughing about beating some guy or something like that, or beating the shit out of the guy for owing money or something. Like shit you would hear in the mob. I don't know if it was so much like esoteric. It was more like he owned a bar. I know that much. A lot of stuff was kept secret from the family. He wasn't home a lot. That's what I know. He was off at his bar a lot. And taking care of business is how they explained it. But yeah, like my mom has some like slight memories of having sneak like a gambling board underneath her like winter coat out past cops from a bar. There's things like this, minor things like this. I don't think Freemasons, like all of them, are lodges or like esoteric. Some are. I do know a Freemason currently. He's not a murderous person by any means. I know him. He's actually a sweetheart of a person, honestly. I don't think he could ever do anything like that.
Google Freemason killings and a lot of shit to come up.
Oh, I know. I'm familiar with the Freemason.
People dying in lodges and all kind of shit.
No, I'm familiar.
They got
with
Masons.
Yesterday, how much I trust it or not.
Yesterday, I was reading about a case I want to say in New York where they was doing some kind of ritual, and they fired off a gun that was supposed to have a blank in it, and it had a real bullet and killed the man.
Huh.
Dude went to court in his Masonic uniform and got off.
Oh wow. Well, I do know like it has something to do with making better men or something like that. It's like a gentleman.
Nah, bro, that's what they tell you, bro. That's what they tell you. When you get researching this shit, they tell you that in the
no, there's some esotericism in it.
Shit.
There's some esotericism in it.
It's
like I've caught that. Like,
listen, it's not a secret society. It's a society with secrets, bro. You feel me? Like the Masonic shit. Unless you're a Mason, you would never fucking know.
Right, because I thought about joining and I got an invite to a dinner, and I ended up kind of bailing out on it because it wasn't my path. Like everything I've seen from the imagery.
When you Google this shit, Google this shit the right way, you know they always gonna talk about King Solomon, but when you get to talking about King Solomon, you get to talk about how rebel.
Yeah, it's a lot of Solomonic magic symbols.
Nah, I can't say that. Do you know the story of Hiram Abiff?
What?
The story of Hiram Abiff?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, well, Howard Booth was one of the master masons. And there were certain degrees. So you had the interior apprentices, the niggas building the shit. Well, name the first 3 degrees, bro.
Enter the apprentice.
Yeah,
You
that's the
got
niggas
your
building the
fellow.
shit.
What is it? The something craft. Damn, I forgot. The fellow craft, and then you have the master mason.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
So the master mason was a big dog, but in order to reach the next level, you had certain tasks that you had to complete. And as they were building the temple, time was approaching, and it was a group of men, and they was unsure if they'll be able to make it to a master mason in time. So they made a plan. And inspired. It was really like 2 of them. Now it was 3 of them, but they got a big ass group, like some more folks. They inspired to to go to fucking Howardville and make him give them the passwords to being a master mason so that they could be a master mason. And what they end up doing, one of them went to the east gate, one of them went to the west gate, and one of them went to the south gate. And shit, Howardville, he went to the west gate first. Or you can look this shit up, but I know you might not know. He went to the west gate first. And then dude had like a pendulum or some shit. He asked for the password. They ain't give him that shit. He hit the dude. The next one,
he struck him, and then he
he went
stumbled
like,
over to the other one. He got hit with the gavel. Then he got hit with this compass, and he got hit with the square or something like that.
then they end up killing the nigga, burying his ass, and bro, this shit it's like when you get into that shit, it's like something's going on. And then when it's like Walt Disney was a Mason, it's like, oh no. When you look at school, when you look at George Washington, the Masons run the fucking world. For a second, I kind of got caught up in that. I was around the 33-degree Mason.
I
You know,
actually have right here with me the jurisprudence of Freemasonry is an
I
actual
would be
handbook.
wary about that because I can actually pull up. Hold on. There's actually. Let me find it.
Like my father's a 32nd degree Mason.
The anti-Freemason thing, because I was a little weary about the Freemasons for a while, but it's just an old men's magicians club in a sense to me. But a lot of what you're talking about actually does have a root. I'm not gonna say like, oh, you're a Nazi, but like if you look back into propaganda posters from Nazi Germany, now this is really cringe and hard to look at, but if you look back at old posters, they mention Freemasons when they talk about the people they're targeting within society. They targeted not only like gypsies and like Jews and stuff like that. They targeted Freemasons as well. Freemasons were targeted them as well. Actually, hold on, let me find it real quick.
The Catholic Church doesn't accept Freemasons either.
Yeah, and that was a big thing. Is there was a lot of Catholics in Germany at this time. Like Hitler was kind of playing on people a little bit.
Man, so what can you tell us, Mister? My daddy, a 32nd degree Mason.
Well,
I can't tell you much about that because I don't know anything. Like I wouldn't know anything about
No,
Freemasons.
not you. I wasn't asking you. I wasn't asking you. Your dad a Mason?
Hold on. I was interested.
Your granddad is.
Myself, and I was offered to a dinner but never went. I do know I have another friend in it that offered me to join, that suggested me to join it, and really wanted me to get into it. It's one of my girlfriend's best friends actually had become part of it, and had really suggested for me to join, and that I would really enjoy it and stuff. And I was just like, I know what their underlying cause is, and it's nothing insidious. It's like literally like community charity organization and everything else like that. I won't go into what the deeper esoteric stuff is because that's all like hidden knowledge and things like that. And
going to that. That's what I'm asking you about. I know about that shit, nigga. I know that.
That's their secrets. I don't know their secrets.
Right. He right. So
there's certain documents on the secrets though.
Like I have no knowledge.
I think y'all might be more fit to examine it than me. Because I didn't try to look at that shit. That shit confusing.
But what I was saying before my thing cut out is you got to be careful who you talk to, because there's people that are claiming to be Masons, but they're not. Now, like I'll say with Trayvon Martin's dad, Trayvon Martin's father was in a Masonic lodge. He was, but it wasn't a real Masonic lodge. It's what the people call a clandestine lodge. It's a fake lodge. It's people that portray themselves to be Masons, but their charter is not connected to the actual body of Freemasonry.
No,
So
listen. I've heard that there's now. Listen, my boss. Damn shit. Or let me not say my boss. Somebody that I knew that was a Mason. I knew somebody else that was a Mason. He was like, "What part of the lodge are you?" He was like, "I'm a part of Clandestine, the Blue Lodge and the Red Lodge."
Yeah.
Or the Blue and Black Lodge too. It was some
There's no
shit.
Black Lodge.
What did I say? One of my. Have you heard of the Knights of San Pablo or the Knights of what's the name of that shit? It's some shit.
Oh, Knights of Columbus?
Nah, hell no. But shit, like the Blue Lodge. So what's the blue? What's the Blue Lodge?
The Blue Lodge is the that's like, if I'm correct, like the Scottish Rite line of Freemasonry. You got the Scottish Rite and the York Rite, and then you got in America the Prince Hall. The Prince Hall Masons, they say, is really the only real lodge in America because they got their charter directly from the Grand Lodge of England.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But when you get into Masonry and where this shit come from, I don't know.
Now they have no beginning of where Freemasonry came from. The oldest writings are from about, if I'm not mistaken, about 1500s, maybe.
Well, what about Hiram Abiff and shit? Wasn't
No,
Hiram
before
Abiff real?
1500s, I'm bugging. For the like 1200 something is the oldest writing that they physically have. Hiram Abiff never existed. The Hiram Abiff shit goes back to the Bible with Solomon's temple. He had Hiram Abiff help him build the temple. Hiram Abiff was from what's the land? Like basically he was a Phoenician, basically. And
So the Bible is all fucking allegorical. It's not.
Yeah, that shit all
mythology. It's esoterics hidden.
Right.
So the whole Hiram Abiff is an esoteric story.
Right. So even that story isn't in the Bible about Hiram Abiff. Right? Now, with Freemasonry, I'm not a Mason, so T-Duck, if T-Duck is listening, he a Mason. He can come out here and explain the shit a lot better than I can.
He can't tell no secrets, though, nigga. Tell me what you been studied. Nigga.
Now, to become a Mason, you have to ask to be one. Right? For one, you have to ask to be a Mason. Now, when you join, it's a process that you have to go through. You can't just say I'm a Mason and they're gonna sign you up. No, it don't work that way. You get evaluated. The people come to your house, they'll speak to you, they'll see how you run your family, how you run your house, and how you present yourself. Because they want upright people. So they're not gonna have somebody that's out on the corner selling drugs being a Mason. They're not gonna have nobody that's an ex-con being a Mason. Know what I'm saying? Because that's going to reflect on the body of the group. So there's people that in jail that ex-cons talking about I'm a Mason, they lying. They're lying to you. Right? And now they got lodges that have a motherfucking ex-con in it, but they're not part of the body of Freemasonry. There's some lodge that they just made up. Know what I'm saying? And there's no charter. Every Masonic lodge, all that information goes all the way back to the Grand Lodge. So say like if you join here in Connecticut, right? And you got kicked out, and then you go to fucking Japan and try to join a Scottish Rite Mason Lodge, right? And you get write down your name and all that shit. They're gonna be like, no, we're not gonna accept you, motherfucker, because you got kicked out that lodge in Connecticut in America.
All your shit is documented. So, like, and it's like a club, but what they do in their ritual and shit is what they do in their ritual. I don't know. Robert don't know. You don't know. And none of our asses.
What have you researched?
Your research
Bro,
ain't
what
gonna
have
help.
you researched?
You can read the books till you blue in the face. It's almost like they say with Palo, right? You might have a pot with all this bullshit in it, and you doing all this stuff, but you don't know the secrets. You ever hear them say, "Oh, well, I can't discuss that with you," and shit, or they can't tell you the thing that actually makes this work. They can give you the instructions and everything, but it's a certain element that you have to do to make it work. So it's almost like that. So, but masonry is made to make you a better person, to make you an upright person, to be a hewn stone. So you're like a stone, right? As you climb up the ladder in masonry, you're supposed to be refined. So you get to square off yourself. Like you got a rock and you making it a perfect stone for a building. You can't just throw a raggedy ass stone to build that building. No, it has to be square and level, right? The right measurements equal on all sides. So for it to be able to fit, you can put it in that cornerstone and build. You can make it the cornerstone and you can build off of it. So all your actions and stuff are supposed to be right and upright, and you have to believe in a God. You can't be an atheist and be a Mason. So you have to believe in a higher power, and excuse me, and whatever that higher power is, that's what you're supposed to follow. So you're supposed to be a good man, just like Christ, right? Your actions supposed to be Christ-like. Wait, hold on. I got the book right here. I got the book right here with me. It's the Mackey's Jurisprudence of Freemasonry, right? It's basically like a handbook. Let me read something up in here. It's deep. Where am I going to start here? The laws relating to candidates, the foundation of Masonic law, reading the lodges. This breaks down all the rules. And I've never read something so perfect in my life. As far as starting an organization and how it's run, I've never read anything in my life that was so perfect than this. How they handle candidates, how they handle members, right? Say everything is voted on and stuff. So the whole club, the whole lodge has to agree to let you in. They have a voting system. And they have to all agree to have you up in there because you become a brother once you come in there. And now they talk about, oh, if you a Mason, they're gonna give you this and they're gonna give you all this money, like that French overdose nigga and shit. He talking about, yeah, I met a Mason and they sent him $100,000 and he was showing me all these pamphlets. I was like, that nigga wasn't showing you shit. And if he was, he wasn't no Mason, motherfucker. Straight up. Like my father, like he won't even tell me nothing. Right? He told me when I was a little boy, don't go in his motherfucking briefcase, his Masonic briefcase. You go in there, I'm fucking you up. And if you want to join, when you become 18, you can join. By then,
your dad had money?
Huh? Yeah, I don't know a broke Mason. I never seen a broke Mason.
Yep. I'm saying like what?
I'm not talking about rich. I'm sure there's rich ones, but there's none that's broke. Like, you know how you got a broke nigga and shit? They struggling to do this and do that. No, they ain't no broke motherfucking Mason.
Yeah. Is your dad rich?
Huh? No, he good. He well off. Like, I mean, he's stable. Like, he 8 years old now.
Masons
You know what I'm
help
saying?
other Masons. So, like, if you don't have a job, like, they'll find you a job.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And that's not something they obligated to uphold their brother, but they're not obligated to do shit for a motherfucker just to be doing it. Like, they're not obligated, oh, we're going to give this nigga $100,000. No. It don't work that way. Like how they say, oh, Masons are giving people this, they'll buy you this. And like they had that movie that was about like the Skull and Bones or some shit like that. No, they just don't be handing you over, but they help you. If you're in need, they help you.
Yeah.
If you die, they help your wife.
Yeah, that's like a big part of it. Like they're I don't see them as an insidious. I don't know. Maybe there is some groups of it that twisted off somewhere and became insidious, but like I've just never seen it as that insidious. Like, if anything, the only thing that's ever twerked me about it was the capitalism part, but that's my own political squabble.
Well, what's the secret when they wear their suits to court and get off, or why do they wear suits?
That's a bunch of bullshit. They like
Bro,
regular
it's not.
citizens. But the thing is, a Mason ain't gonna get in trouble like a regular motherfucker.
Yep.
A Mason ain't gonna get in trouble. Oh, this nigga got caught for stealing some shit.
Bro,
know what I'm saying?
I done heard all kind of stories from Masons and non-Masons about.
But a Mason might get a DUI charge. The nigga might get a DUI charge. Know what I'm saying?
And go to court.
They driving home from the lodge because they drink. The motherfuckers do drink. And after the lodge, they might be a little tipsy and might get pulled over. And hey, that cop might be a Mason. Right? And like, hey, let me follow you home. Right? So now they follow the man home. Now, this book also goes over if a Mason gets charged with breaking the law. Right? Now, it depends on what kind of law he broke. Now, if you get running a stop sign, right? That's not something they're going to be worried about. But you beat up your wife or you got caught stealing. Now, not only the law of the land is going to deal with you, but the lodge is going to deal with you also. And they're going to weigh out a judgment on how they should handle you, whether you should be suspended, whether you should be terminated, and everything. It is very fair. It's a very fair thing what they do. It's very fair. Of behavior. Let me read this. You are not to hold private committees or separate conversation without leave from the master, nor talk to nor to talk of anything impertinent or unseemly, nor interrupt the master or wardens or any brother speaking to the master, nor behave yourself ludicrously or jestingly while the lodge is engaged. And what is serious and solemn, nor use any unbecoming language upon any pretense whatsoever, but to pay due reverence to your master, warden, and fellows, and put them to worship. If any complaint be brought, the brother found guilty shall stand to the award and determination of the lodge, who are the proper and competent judges of all such controversies, unless you carry it by appeal to the Grand Lodge, and to whom they ought to be referred, unless a Lord's work be hindered, the meanwhile, in which case a particular reference may be made. But you must never go to law about what concerneth masonry, without an absolute necessity apparent to the lodge. Right? Talk about behavior after the lodge is over. Wait, let me get to something. I wanted to read here. Okay. Sir talks about, all right, the landmarks in the unwritten law. See something here.
Lodge regulations, landmark first, landmark 11th. The ancient installation charges. I'm trying to get something that's real interesting and stuff like the read.
If you're interested in the private chat, I put a link to the Holocaust, United States Holocaust Memorial Museum's article on the persecution of Freemasonry in World War II.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I remember seeing this. There's like Nazi photos and propaganda and stuff, or like propaganda posters and shit, where they would show like the Freemason and the Jews working together to dominate the world, and they had this kind of conspiracy raveled around that within the Nazi Party.
What I was trying to find in here, actually, you know what? I don't want to put no Nazi nothing up on this motherfucker. To tell you, this from the Holocaust Museum.
They can't.
All right, now this from the Holocaust Encyclopedia, because them niggas will get you with that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, because you had all these like weird people coming out on the internet talking about white culture and shit. I mean, fuck that train made a big wreck.
Right. Now, what I wanted to show in this book, it was kind of lost my thought and shit. But it was what he was just talking about the about how the people what shit. How the fuck I was gonna say it? Damn, I lost it. What was it about?
How they was together, the Masons and us.
No, it was about Masons, and it was how the world looked like at Masonry. It was the origins of it. Where? Okay, the origins and all right. How it came about. They're saying that there really no beginning of it, and that the ancient builders, they would have levels. So just like with any trade, right? You got the apprentice. Now the apprentice don't know what the master knows. The apprentice is learning. So the apprentice has to stay in his place. That nigga gonna be bringing in material. He ain't gonna be building shit. He gonna be bringing in material, setting stuff up, right? And now you got the fellow craft. That motherfucker might be chipping away at the stones and all that shit. And then you got your master that's actually building, right? Now, they said it started as actual masons, like people that actually worked, like, you know what I mean? Worked in that craft, that tradesman. He was a tradesman. They were tradesmen. And they started accepting political people, like other people and stuff. They would accept them to learn this stuff, not actually building shit, but actually the way that they hold themselves.
Yeah.
I wish T-Duck was here so he could hop on. T-Duck break this shit right now. And so from there, that's how that shit started to move into political power and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like people actually making things happen. Hey, we need shit. I want to build this building over here and shit. So we're gonna get Sir Thomas whatever and shit. He's the whatever to the king, and we're gonna get this nigga to convince the king to let us build this shit over here or do this over here or whatever. But it started off as something like that, and I guess people saw how it was a good thing, and it taught you to be a man, basically, like, you know what I mean, and be an upstanding person and not like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to a certain thing up in here. I'm trying to find the goddamn thing. Enter apprentice, qualifications, petition accountant candidates.
I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom.
All right. The foundation of Masonic law. Let me just start there and shit. Law related to candidates.
Start right at page 1, I guess. I read this stuff a while. You know what I'm saying? I forgot a lot of the shit that was up in here. But it's definitely a good read. I'm sure you can find this book online. It's not like no mystery book or nothing. Sir William Blackstone commences his commentaries on the laws of England with the you got some vocabulary up in here. Succinct definition that law in its most general and comprehensive sense signifies a rule of action and is applied to all kinds of action, whether animate or inanimate, rational or irrational. It is in its sense that we speak of the laws of the country as being those rules, whether derived from positive enactment by the legislative authority or from established custom by which the conduct of its citizens or subjects is regulated. So, to societies which are but empires, kingdoms, or republics in miniature are also controlled by rules of action, which are to their respective members as perfect laws as the statutes of the realm. And hence, Freemasonry, as the most ancient and universal of all societies, is governed by its laws or rules of action, which either spring out of its organization and are based upon its long established customs and usages, or which is derived from the enactment of its superintending tribunals. The difference of the origin of the laws of Masonry leads to a threefold division of them as follows: landmarks, general regulations, and local regulations. The writers on municipal law have made a division of all laws into unwritten and written. The legs non, that's some Latin shit. Leges non scriptia and lege scriptia. Applying these terms to the threefold division of Masonic law, we should say that the unwritten laws or customs of Masonic law, we should say the unwritten laws and the customs of Masonry constitute the landmarks, and that the written law is to be obtained in the regulations made by the Supreme Masonic Authority, and which are either general or local, as the authority which enact them was either general or local in its character. Of the nature of the landmarks among writers, in the nature of the landmarks of masonry, there have been some diversity of opinion among writers, but perhaps the safest method is to restrict them to those ancient and therefore universal customs of the order, which either gradually grew into operation as rules of action, or if at once enacted by any competent authority, were enacted at a period so remote that no account of their origin is to be found in the records of history. Both the enactors and the time of the enactment have passed away from the record, and the landmarks are therefore of higher antiquity than memory or history can reach. The first requisite, therefore, of the custom or rule of action to constitute it as landmark is that it must have existed from time whereof the memory of man runneth not to the contrary. Its antiquity is its essential element, where it possible for all the Masonic authorities at the present day to unite in a universal Congress and with the most perfect amenity to adopt any new regulation, although such regulations will, so long as it remain unrepealed, be obligatory to the whole craft. Yet it would not be a landmark. It would have the character of universality. It is true, but it would be wanting in that of antiquity. Wait, hold on, let me get this something else here.
Legend of the Third Degree. Okay. The division of symbolic masonry into 3 degrees is a landmark that has been better preserved than almost any other. Although even here, the mischievous spirit of innovation has left its traces, and by the disruption of its concluding portion from the 3rd degree, a want of uniformity has been created in the respect to the final teachings of the Masonic order, the Royal Ark of England, Scotland, Ireland, and America, and the high degrees of France and Germany. All made to differ in the mode in which they lead the neophyte to the great consummation of all symbolic masonry. In 1813, the Grand Lodge of England vindicated the ancient landmark by solemnly enacting the ancient craft masonry consistent of the 3 degrees of entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, including the Holy Royal Ark. But the disruption has never been healed, and the landmark, although acknowledged in its integrity of all, still continues to be violated. The legend of the 3rd degree is an important landmark, the integrity of which has been well preserved. There is no rite of masonry practiced in any country or language in which the essential elements of the legend are not taught. The lecture may vary and indeed are constantly changing, but the legend has ever remained substantially the same. And it is necessary that it should be so. For the legend of the temple builder constitutes the very essence of the identity of masonry. Any rite which should be excluded, any rite that should exclude it or materially alter it would at once, by the exclusion or alteration, cease to be a Masonic rite. So if anybody take away or add to the shit, it's gonna all of a sudden that shit ain't masonry no more. So what they practice now has been practiced since the beginning. They didn't change nothing. Now, you know when they talk about Albert Pike, no motherfuckers like to say Albert Pike was a Luciferian and Masons worship Lucifer. No, that's not true. Right? What Albert Pike wrote in Morals of Dogma was his walk in Masonry. So it's not everybody got their own wait, let me drop this off for a second. Somebody say something in the chat. Jordan Bailey. Okay, what's up, Jordan Bailey? Oh, I put the link back. Wait, ain't you up? Oh, you dropped off. I didn't even know. My bad. Wait, hold on. Put the link back up in here. So they talk about Albert Pike, right? Saying that Albert Pike says that Masons worship Lucifer. That book is not part of the body of Freemasonry. That book is Albert Pike's walk in Freemasonry. His interpretation of his walk. So everybody got an individual experience, right? The thing is all the same, but everybody has their own individual experience. So Albert Pike, what Albert Pike said was his walk. Now, when they say, well, Albert Pike changed the degrees, he wrote the degrees, the upper degrees in Freemasonry, that's not true. What he did was just for his jurisdiction. Those things that he did with those upper degrees were for his jurisdiction and not for the whole body of Masonry. Well, Albert Pike was a 33-degree Mason. Like, so what? That didn't mean that he controlled all of Freemasonry.
Right.
I did a great video, but the audio was fucking horrible, and I couldn't put the video up. with T-Duck explaining all that stuff. And I was like, yo, this is an ill-ass video. Like, you can ask him, he straight up tell you the answer to it. And because, you know, a lot of people got a lot of wild conspiracy theories and shit. Like, I'll ask my father some of that shit. He look at me like I'm fucking retarded. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Some shit he can't discuss. And he'll tell me. He said, I don't discuss masonry with non-masons. And that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
There's nothing else I can say. That's just the end of the story. It stops right there. So if somebody might say, oh, I'm a Mason and all this stuff and start asking my father stuff, I was like, who is you, motherfucker? Like, know what I mean? I don't know you.
Right.
And he could tell who you is just by looking at you. Like, know what I mean? You know if you get that shit or not. Like, people have their certain, whatever, how they communicate. They might, like they say, with a handshake or whatever. And even with a handshake.
They have like some symbols and shit they use.
Yeah, they might question you, and you might not even know what the fuck they talking about. They can be talking about something, any old thing.
Right.
And to come out to the normal person is nothing. But he might be asking you something. Like they might say, oh, I'm not saying they use all this shit, but this is like a term. Like, oh, he's a traveler. Right? That's something that Masons use. Say, oh, he's a traveler.
Yeah.
Right? So to the normal motherfucker, like, when this nigga traveling and shit, you going on vacation or whatever. But another Mason would know what he talking about. It's this regular, like, talk. Like, know what I mean? And you play yourself thinking you're gonna, oh, I'm about to learn the secrets. I'm about to get the secrets out of this dude. No, you're not. You're just gonna be sitting there looking like a fool.
Right.
And just like some Masons, like you part of a lodge, like say the Scottish Rite Mason, Look Rock Masons, you could go into any lodge. You could visit any lodge you want. They're gonna test you to see who you is.
Right.
And they're gonna know who you are. It's not gonna be no fooling. Like they're gonna know right off the bat. And you won't be allowed in. You know what I'm saying? But they have some Masons like Prince Hall Masons. A Prince Hall can't go into a Scottish Rite lodge.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They look at Prince Hall as clandestine. You know what I'm saying? Or the other way around. But there has been some, because they said race had a lot to do with, and sometimes too. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And now a lot of lodges are opening themselves up to Prince Hall Masons, right? And you got some Scottish Rite Masons are opening themselves up to blacks, Scottish Rite Masons.
Yeah.
Because it is segregated. It was segregated.
Yeah.
Especially for the South. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, shit, I ain't sitting up in here with no niggas and shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not sitting up in here with these motherfuckers and shit.
Yeah.
But they supposed to be brothers.
No.
Yeah. A lot of crazy shit. But this book is dope. I suggest anybody to check this book out. It's an excellent fucking read. Talks about the ballots and how they organize and stuff like that. But basically, all them niggas is a bunch of working ass alcoholics and shit that run fundraisers. That's all they fucking do, really.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Like my dad's lodge, they help young kids and stuff that can't afford college get into college and pay for their college tuition.
Basically.
They have the little dances. Know what I mean? They got the Christmas dance, the whatever dance, like the, you know what I'm saying? The whatever New Year's dance.
Right. But it's like even like the stuff I see like some conspiracy theorists point out, like the whole Moloch owl thing, like this is just okay. So with the founding of our, it's like I said earlier, with the founding of our country, our founding fathers were really into like the Roman Empire in general, but more when it was a democracy, basically, in other words. So they're really into Rome as just like a whole. So like a lot of things they themed were off of Rome. So the esoteric symbolisms you see and everything else are just really them pulling from Roman culture because they were inspired by the democracy of Rome, basically. Right. In other words, which is what that boils down to. Like, but like even some of these more like upper groups and stuff, they're just like mocking certain cultures or traditions in a sense as kind of, I don't know, just weird people get up to the damnedest shit. Like they really do.
Yep.
Like rich people can do like just about anything, and they get up to the damnedest shit because they get real fucking bored.
Like they say, oh, they planning to take over the world and stuff, right? I see the Masons say, well, shit, I know my lodge can't even fucking get together to decide on who gonna cater our next party.
Right. No, like that's the thing though. It's like they're not concerned about taking over the world. They just want to get high on coke and get drunk and make an excuse to do it. So they have these elaborate
there you go.
show like parties to do such. That's all that boils down to. Like,
yeah, that shit crazy, yo. That shit is crazy how people just put all that stuff on there, and then when you ask them to prove it, they be looking like that lady I was playing earlier.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And people say, oh, they racist and all that stuff. Well, it's an individual thing. But, oh, why couldn't the black people and stuff with Prince Hall and shit, they were free. You can only be a Mason if you're free. So you can't be a slave and be a Mason. You have to be a free man. And I spoke about that on the show. I said, well, she said, well, the country and stuff, they wouldn't allow niggas to vote and all that shit. I said, that's a lie. There was plenty of black people that was voting before the end of the slavery and shit in 1865. There was black people voting in 1778. There was black people voting. There was black people running for mayor and Congress and all types of shit.
Right.
But they were free. They were free men. So I told her the Constitution don't discriminate against your race, your color, and all that shit. And people have a hard time saying that. But I'm like, seeing that. But I'm like, it's people that are doing these things. Like I said earlier about Christianity, how Christianity don't tell you to enslave some motherfucker. Christ ain't teach that. Know what I mean? But the people went and did that shit on their own in the name of Christianity. But Christ didn't teach none of that shit. He didn't tell you to go just take over motherfucking shit and all that stuff. He didn't tell you to do that. You know what I mean? They was doing that in the Old Testament and shit. But when Christ came, he abolished all that shit. And like, you know what I'm saying? So, and the people went off and on their own thing. Like the thing with Ham, right? With the Canaan and stuff like that, saying you're gonna be a slave of a slave. Motherfuckers took that book, saw that in there, and like, oh shit, we can just round up all these niggas and put them in chains because the Bible said so.
Yeah.
And actually take things out of context. Oh, they're African. Well, Ham and Chris did a good thing on that. I was planning on doing a video on that. It's called the Hamitic hypothesis and stuff. It was like a thing where Europeans were taking, like, say, like Africa, right? All the great things came out of Africa. They were claiming that shit as their own and shit, and like leaving the rest out. Like the Hebrew Israelites will use the old Zavra Bible dictionary, where it says that Ham, the father of all the dark races except the Negro, says the father of all the darker races. Now it says darker races, darker. So there was a race that were lighter. So it says darker races except the Negro. So they didn't consider the Egyptians. Then it goes to tell you, it said like the Egyptian, the Libyan, the Hittite, the whatever, like that was descended from Ham, right? And people say Ham was the people of Africa and shit. So they say the Ham was the Egyptians, the Hittites, the Libyans, and shit like that, right? But they say the Negro is not them. The Negro is a totally separate thing, almost like an animal. But you don't see them include the Negro in the people of Shem, because there was Ham, Shem, and Japheth that came off the boat with Noah. So Ham, they said the Negro ain't Ham. It don't say nothing in there about the Negro being of Shem, and it don't say nothing about the Negro being of Japheth. So that's where they came with the thing where they can just round up niggas and do what the fuck what they want with them.
Right.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was because of that hypothesis and stuff that book was written off of. And like the Hebrew Israelites took it. See, because the Negro are Israelites. We not no Africans, because they teach that they not African.
Well, I mean, even when the Western world couldn't base its racism on a religious text, it just moved it over to scientific text. With social Darwinism, and then other. I mean, I could go into it for like 10 minutes, but other texts that eventually led to a lot of things that influenced the Nazi Party in a sense. Certain writings, though, but it would be more like eugenic writings and shit, or shit based around the thought process of eugenics.
Right. Let me check this thing out here. Let's see what this shit say. I want to get to this other thing here. What is that shit?
Greetings. In celebration of Black History Month, I'd like to discuss the story of Prince Hall, our founder, who was a great American and the first Grand Master of
That motherfucker look like a black beaker and shit, man. Beaker for the Muppet Show.
It was our first Grand Lodge. And approximately 1 year and 4 months prior to the writing of the Declaration of Independence, Prince Hall engraved his image in the annals of American history. Prince Hall, a free black man, became a property owner, voter, and community activist in the Cambridge
what?
colony.
A voter.
His story has not been told nor recorded in the history textbooks, despite the fact that he was a civil rights activist who made a significant contribution to the growth and development of our nation. Although little is known about the circumstances of his birth, his condition of servitude, or his occupation, you know, however, that because of Prince Hall's dedication to improve the quality of life for his people, accompanied by a desire to become a Freemason, he and 14 other men of color received the 3 degrees of Freemasonry by being initiated into the fraternity on March 6, 1775, in an Irish military lodge.
I got houses where I live look like that house there. That been built in like 1700s. It's right around my house and stuff. Those houses and stuff, you own a house like that, and you want to like something break, like a window break, or like the door, something mess with the wall or something. Yeah. You gotta build that shit exactly with the materials that they built with that shit and the technique they built it with. When that shit, when the building was first built.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that shit is nuts. Like, so like you buy one of them houses and shit, something go wrong, you can't just fix it. Like you have to have a person come there and tell you what was built, how it was built. You got to use those same materials and everything that they used to build that house to fix the house. Yep.
This event made Prince Hall the first of his race in North America to enter into the oldest and most prestigious fraternity in history. The historical record reflects that the others were Cyrus Johnson, Houston Slinger, Prince Reese, Prince Radine, Peter Freeman, Peter Best, John Canton, Duff Reform, Thomas Sanderson, Cato Spain, Boston Smith, Fortune Howard, and Richard Titley. Around April 14th of 1776, the military regiment to which Hall's Lodge was attached received orders to relocate to the New York colony, leaving Prince Hall and his Negro brethren, all civilians, without a lodge. Prior to leaving, however, the Worshipful Master, Sergeant John Back, issued to Prince Hall and his brethren a permit to walk on St. John's Day and to bury their dead with full Masonic rites. As a result, African Lodge Number 1, Ancient Accepted York Masons, was formed, with Prince Hull elected as first full master. As the Bat permit left Prince Hull with Masonic limitations, he petitioned the Grand Lodge of England for a full charter in 1784. On March 2nd of 1784, Prince Hull wrote a letter to William Moody, worshipful master of Brotherly Love number 55 in London, England, stating that African Lodge had been in operation for 8 years, but it only had a permit to welcome St. John's Day and to bury their dead in manner and form. He felt it best to send to the fountains of whence he received the light for a warrant. This warrant or charter was prepared that same year, but was held up when the fee sent by Prince Hull never arrived. After several years, Hull decided to entrust another fee to Captain James Scott, the brother-in-law of John Hancock, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Captain Scott delivered the letter and the money and received a charter, which he duly delivered to Prince Hull at around the time of the writing of the United States Constitution. Prince Hull acknowledged receipt of the charter in a letter to England and added, "By the grace of God, I shall endeavor to fulfill all that is required of me in the charter, and I shall make the Constitution my guide." According to record, the naming and numbering of African Lodge number 459, which was later changed to 371 on the English Grand Lodge register, has been and is in the exclusive possession of the most worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, Free and Accepted Masons of Massachusetts, and it's secured in the First National Bank of Boston. It's brought out and displayed every 10 years during the Prince Hall Masonic pilgrimage. Some of us have seen it and treasure it, for it is believed to be the only original charter issued.
I want to say something too. I got a good friend and stuff that's a Prince Hall Mason, and when I met him, and like how we was talking about how they supposed to be upright men and stuff like that. Yeah. When I met him, I was an independent sales rep for a bunch of skateboard companies, and like I worked for a headphone company. I had a bunch of brands and stuff that I was representing. Yeah. And he was teaching me about marketing, right? How I was going to this big snow trade show in Rhode Island, and he was like, "Yo, get me all the names of all the clubs and bars in that area." I was like, I didn't really think nothing of it and shit, and he kept telling me about it. So I did it. He said, "Come on, let's go." I was like, "Where are we going?" He said, "We going to Rhode Island." I'm like, "What the fuck you talking about, motherfucker?" I said, "Yo, watch this." He took me to Rhode Island, and he showed me how to get my products, to display my products in a lot of these clubs and bars. So like all the people in New England, basically, that have like ski shops and snowboard shops and stuff were going to Rhode Island for the trade show, right? To put in orders for new product coming out and to see whatever's available and stuff. All the brands in the whole industry is all there at this big, like it's a big like arena. And you know, they're gonna be going out to the bars, and because the thing is like 3-4 days. So all the people are taking hotels and shit like that. So we went to all these bars and stuff, and he was showing me, like, you know what I mean, how to present the stuff to the bar or to the club. Like, hey, let me show my headphones in here on this night, and I'll tell all my clients that's coming to visit and all the people that I come in contact with the show that I'm gonna be here at that night displaying the product and stuff like that, and to come by. Yeah. Right. And he taught me how to do all that shit. And I ain't know to do for a week. And he went and did that shit. Drove me to motherfucking Rhode Island. Rhode Island, like far from it. Rhode Island's probably about a good 4 hours from here.
Oh yeah.
And he taught me all that stuff, and that shit never left me. And he did that shit off the rip for me. So it just shows how the character of the people, you know what I'm saying? It's far from what people say. Oh, they're all devil worshippers and they want to sacrifice you. And
no, that's really far from that.
Yeah, this shit is nuts, man.
Issued by the Grand Lodge of England, that is now in the possession of any lodge in the United States. Prince Hall made significant impact upon society during his life. Among his many, he petitioned General George Washington to admit men of color into the Continental Army. Of further note, Hall distinguished himself at Bunker Hill. He led the entire lodge membership in support of Governor Bowdoin during the rebellion of Daniel Shea and his group. He petitioned the Massachusetts state legislature for funds to educate children of color. He opened his home as a school to provide.
But they said that the white man ain't never did nothing for these niggas. Shit. But you see this man, he petitioning all this stuff. Just like any person will go to the government and petition and say, hey, these people right here need funding to accomplish this. We need this for that. Just like they do today. Yeah. And this man went and did it, and he got the things done. The United States just say, no, fuck them niggas. Like, know what I'm saying? They say no shit like that. Well, they gave the man the money.
In some cases, they did, like, I mean, because you've got the Tulsa massacre. What was it? Yeah. You got shit like that.
That was individual, like, citizens doing that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those are motherfuckers that just live there fucking mad as fuck. And I do a show on that? I might have did a show on that because I know I wanted to. I had all the stuff in front. I think I did do a show on that. And was showing how the story, the way a lot of black people and black things and whatever describe that story, it didn't exactly happen that way. I think the one in Tulsa was when a black guy was an elevator operator, and the woman went in there in the elevator, and the woman said he tried to touch her or some shit like that, and they went to arrest the guy or find the guy with a kid that was working the elevator. He knew some shit about to go down, and he took off.
Yeah,
he found him and brought him to the jail. And then all the white people heard about it. And they went to the jail, like, let that motherfucker out and shit. And the cops wouldn't release him. Now, if the cops is that racist, they would have just opened the door and let them grab the motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it shows that the government officials are holding themselves to their duty of what they supposed to do. Now, the newspapers were fabricating a lot of the stuff to hype up the people. It was the news that hyped up most of the shit to get the people riled up. And like, it was some crazy shit. And then the black business owners was like, nah, they ain't doing all that shit. And a lot of those black business owners were ex-military. So they know how to shoot and all that stuff. So they had their guns and stuff. And it started a whole big thing. And the way the city was designed too, it created a huge thing. But they said the reports of planes dropping bombs or something like that, they said it wasn't necessarily true. Like, there's people that said it, but they said that there was people that said it, but they don't have that much evidence. Like, I read an article on it. It was like a real peer-reviewed article and stuff on it. And it was talking about the situation and what they have proof of and what they don't have proof of. And so, but it was good. I don't know if I did that show. I gotta double check that.
In education to adults of color. He petitioned the state legislature to grant to all citizens of color the right to own real property and to vote in all elections. He also served as a special deputy to the English Grand Lodge and was armed with the charge to travel throughout the colonies to determine the number of subordinate Caucasian lodges still operating as such in the New World. The question of extending Masonry arose when Absalom Jones of Philadelphia appeared in Boston in 1791. He was an ordained Episcopal priest and a Freemason who was interested in establishing a Masonic lodge in Philadelphia. Black men from Providence, Rhode Island also traveled to Boston to inquire about Masonry. At a subsequent assembly in 1791, the African Grand Lodge was formed by delegations from Philadelphia, Providence, and New York. Prince Hall served as its first Grand Master and remained in this capacity until his death. African Lodge in Philadelphia and Hiram Lodge in Providence came under the aegis of this Grand Lodge in 1797. Prince Hall died December 4th, 1807. A broken column monument marks his gravesite in Copp's Hill Cemetery in Boston. At a General Assembly of the Craft in 1808, the name African Grand Lodge was changed to Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of Massachusetts. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew.
Actually, T-Duck and stuff that I was talking about earlier, he's a past Grand Master, so he was a past master. Now, somebody else is
then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge. During this most significant period of Masonic growth, Masonry spread throughout the colonies. Many lodges and Grand Lodges were formed under the authority of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. Today, there are over 1 million Prince Hall Freemasons in approximately 50,000 lodges in 44 jurisdictions throughout the United States. It takes 3 or more lodges to form a Grand Lodge. Hannibal Lodge number 1 of San Francisco, Philomathian Lodge number 2 of Sacramento, and Victoria Lodge number 3 of San Francisco are the 3 lodges that formed the Grand Lodge, free, ancient, and accepted Masons, organized in San Francisco, California, on Tuesday, June 18th, 1855.
Shit, that might be
the ninth
T-Duck's
Grand Lodge
Lodge.
was formed. The fraternity now holds the distinguished title of Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, free and accepted Masons of the state of California, Incorporated. Since its colonial birth, the organization has attracted to its ranks professional men in business, government, religion, and community service, civic-minded men of good will and character who continue to provide the needed services.
Look, no booger eaters.
I will say I remember a story my mom and my grandma were telling me before my grandma passed away about my grandpa and his whole Freemasonry thing is he had one of those top hats apparently.
Yeah.
and my grandma called him Jiminy Cricket and it pissed him the fuck off like so bad. Said he looked like fucking Jiminy Cricket and that shit. And he got so fucking salty over it, I guess.
Yo, I called somebody Jimmy the Cricket the other day. Yo, I forgot who it was and shit. I was like, Jimmy the Cricket looking motherfucking shit. Wow. Yo, Jimmy the Cricket top hats.
For the betterment of mankind, thereby leaving a legacy by which Prince Hall Freemasons are best known. To be one, ask one.
Yep. And wait, there was another video. They say, yeah, speaking with a Prince Hall about some secrets.
Black Friday is here.
Oh,
for a limited time, get everything you love for only 90.
Private chat. Apparently, something popped up with co-editing. That Magic Barbie just posted another video about JS. Yeah, exposing JS threats against killing my family and what for protecting me and my children.
Oh, I seen that. I seen that last night. I
haven't had a chance to see it yet. Holy crap.
Okay, I'm gonna play it. I'll play it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy too. All right, let me get the thing here.
Oh my god, I haven't even jumped back into this yet. Like
I was supposed to do a show on it tonight, but the earlier show never stopped this shit. So what the fuck am I doing here? I'm fucking up. All right, share screen. Chrome. BS threats of killing my family. I heard they pissed on his altar too.
Damn.
Yup. Oh shit, this ain't the goddamn video. Some fuckery here. What the fuck going on? This ain't the video. All right, here we go. Oh,
and poked it.
Black Magic Barbie.
Hey, they're not the real Papa Smoke. Yeah, we've put that together. And
wait,
yeah,
Papa Smoke.
they did piss in.
Papa Smoke is that dude and shit.
Wait, what?
You know who Papa Smoke is?
No.
It's this dude. He's like a white voodoo dude and stuff, like from the UK and somewhere and shit. But Leonard Amelra, the Haitian Bukora used to fuck with him and shit.
Hey, they're not the real Papa Smoke. Yeah, we've put that together. And yeah, they did piss in his ritual circle. Do you think that means they should die? Yeah, that's psycho. Another thing is that these 65-year-old men came to my house and poked at my husband all night, wanting him to show his true colors. He didn't, though. He hid his tail between his fucking legs. But as soon as they were gone, guess who he took it out on? And my kids. Real man, right?
Oh.
But whomever you are, yeah, I got a pretty good idea. You would know what a not real man looks like. So I'm just going to say that my daddy and my uncle and all the other men that JS loves to hate that are in my life that constantly tell me I deserve better, yet stood back and let me make my own decisions because that is what real men do. Influence, not control. I will forever be thankful to my dad and my uncle for coming that night when they wouldn't have usually done on a trip like that, knowing what was going on in my home. They just had enough. 14 years of watching me be destroyed on a regular basis, watching my children be destroyed was enough for them. Yet Rurik was there. It was 2 on 2. And my dad and uncle are 30 years older than those 2 men. Yet they both pulled their bitch cards, didn't they? And that is why JS wants to kill them and thinks that it is justified. Not long ago, after posting the threat, this is what he posted. Looks just like my daddy's bike.
Wait, y'all said something?
Yeah, can you full screen that? I can't see it.
Oh shit, my bad.
Like it's hard to see shit sometimes in her videos, but so I'm like, man, I need to know this. This is important.
Yeah, right. You try to get it. Yep. Oh shit! God damn it! Wait, hold on. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. That's the fuckery right here. Hold on. Hey, Huey.
Didn't they? And that is why JS wants to kill them and thinks that it is justified.
Oh shit! I gotta plug my shit in.
Not long ago, he references good luck to all my quote-unquote family. Thinks that it is justified. Not long ago, after posting the threat, this is what he posted. Looks just like my daddy's bike. And he references good luck to all my quote-unquote family members who ride bikes. He doesn't have anybody else that's in his family that rides.
Wow.
All of those helping him try to kill my family. I see you. Aren't all you ugly little flying monkeys just so fucking cute? So if JS would have been a real man that night, he would have asked my dad respectfully to quit disrespecting him like JS and I talked about. We agreed that that's what he was going to do. It was between him and my dad and my uncle, men. And if he would have done that, it would have led to conversation about how he mistreats us, and my dad's sick of it. Boys wouldn't know how to be men.
Wow. That's crazy. So that woman is going through all that shit.
Better than giving a better phone this
Come on,
holiday
lady. You get the fuck up off my shit.
season. It's giving.
Look, I hate that shit, man. Fucking commercials, yo.
Right. Ad apocalypse of fucking YouTube.
Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's crazy. So her man sat up there in the house. That her dad and her brother, I think she said, came in to bring her motorcycle for her birthday or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Give her a bite. And they tired of the shit. So, you know, they trying to start some shit with the nigga and shit. So this motherfucker sat there and took all that shit. And when they left, he decided to take all this shit out on her and the kids. She need to call the cops on the motherfucker and shit.
Right.
Take that bitch to jail. Take that, send that son of a bitch to jail, and he better hope he got family to come get him out. I'll leave his ass right up in that motherfucker.
That is just some, man. I'm sorry. That whole situation just sounds.
Yeah, and like when I was in the cult, right? Now they say the Hebrew Israelites is crazy with their wives, which they is. Right, but the group that I started off under, it was like, if you gotta beat your woman, you not doing something right.
Right.
Know what I'm saying? Like they saying it in a crazy way, but it's like your woman's supposed to be a reflection of you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you write an exact, just like we talking about this masonry shit. If you write an exact, everything else supposed to fall in line with it.
Yeah.
But if you not, know what I'm saying? It's not everything else gonna just anything like with the military, like what they say, shit goes downhill or whatever the fuck. If the leader ain't right, everything else is gonna be fucked up.
Yeah, yeah.
So like if this man that angry, he got to beat on his wife. He got to go look in the mirror. If he that angry, he got to go look in the mirror. Like me and shit. I'm not sitting there arguing, but like I got to argue with myself. I was like, okay, this chick ain't doing what I like expected her to do and shit. I got to look at myself. Why is she doing that? Because you not doing nothing right, doing what you supposed to do. Right?
Yeah, that's a messy situation. Like,
yeah, it is.
Like, even if I was mad, let's say with my significant other on some situation where I was like disgruntled, like, wow, you let your family talk to me like that, I would not hit her.
Yeah.
I'd just leave.
Yeah, that's how I am. I'll be out. Like, yo, I'll be like, hey, bye.
Like, apparently this isn't the right relationship to be in. Like, whatever. Like,
who I was telling, I think Ivory that was in the chat, that was she talking about the ancestor bones and shit. I don't think that was her I was talking to. I was telling about the chick, she's from her city and stuff that I used to go out with, right? And I was a Hebrew Israelite. I was trying to get her into that shit or whatever. And we went out. She came here. We went out. We went to like Rhode Island and shit. We went to this restaurant. We had a hotel and shit. And I left her motherfucking ass right up in that motherfucker. It was like she got an attitude in the Hebrew Israelites. I'm like, what the fuck you got an attitude for? Like, know what I'm saying? And she wanted to cut that shit off. Like, yo, chill the fuck out or whatever the fuck. I was like, oh, well, all right. Well, this shit ain't gonna work out for me. All right, I'll go home. And she looked at me, that was crazy. I left her ass right there in that hotel room, nigga, and dipped. Yup.
Like, I've actually had women try to pull, like, in my past. I'm with a great person now, but like in my past, like I've had like girls try to pull violence out of me.
Yeah.
Some sort of weird Stockholm syndrome, and I would immediately end the relationship like right there, like we're done.
Yup.
Like, if that's what
you're
done.
Yup.
Yeah.
That shit crazy. But like, yeah, man, that's fucked up that she gotta put everything out there on the internet like that. But it's tied in with I wouldn't say something bigger, but it's tied in with this EA Coeden motherfucker. And a lot of that shit could be an influence in it. Who knows what EA Coeden is even putting in this man's head? Because he's obviously an EA flunky.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That whole, I don't know what's up with that whole little clique there. He's got a whole little clique of dudes. It's like
That shit is crazy.
ICP concert.
Yeah, this shit is crazy, man. How like, and like it affects families. It affects families. And like a person could be just viewing EA co-editing, watching them corny ass fucking Become a Living God videos and shit is one thing. But then there's people that actually get close to the person. Just like when I was in Torah Nights with Judah Natzarah, right? It became, I didn't just was a viewer. I was somebody, okay, now I'm talking to him on Facebook. Now we made a Facebook group. Then we got the Facebook chat. Now we got some other people in the Facebook chat, and it became a community. Yeah. And now you got a handful of people talking to each other all day long, like what Orange Box was talking about, right? How we should make like a Telegram, whatever the fuck they call that shit, like group or whatever. And we sitting there, we exchanging ideas and talk about certain stuff. Somebody might be going through something, and the other person giving the person advice and shit like that. And then it turned into something else. Now, maybe you want to start pushing this group into an organization now. So now you're getting people building websites. You're getting people setting up all type of accounts or business and all types of shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? So now you got these people that once were just YouTubers or viewers on people that like to watch YouTube videos and a YouTube creator. And now it comes almost like a unit, like a family almost. You know what I mean? So now the ideas of becoming a living God is being reflected on these viewers' families. Like EA might be going through something with his wife, and now he telling somebody else, well, yeah, this fucking bitch is acting up, and I never gonna submit to this bitch and fuck this bitch and all this shit, and I put a curse on her and all this shit because she did this. And now, what you think that other person is gonna do now? Because he's already infatuated or already following the person. Because this person is directing him in his spiritual path or whatever. This man is like the leader of his spiritual system.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everything he learned from EA. So EA telling you now how to handle your woman. EA now is telling you what to drink and what to eat. What kind of car to drive. Yeah. Oh, you shouldn't use gas. You can have an electric car. And now you going out selling your car to get an electric car just because EA co-editing said so. You know what I mean?
No cold light.
Realize that. It's fucked up. Like, I feel bad for the lady and shit, but shit. Like, we can't be there to we can't be like, yo, we going there to fuck the motherfucker up and no shit like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times that shit happen, and a motherfucker will go do that shit, and guess what happened? Your ass get locked up, and guess what? That nigga be right be at the house fucking the next day. Mm-hmm. While you want to be the fucking hero and shit. So, but like, my best suggestion to her, like, yo, if that motherfucker put your hands on shit, just call the motherfucking police. Let that motherfucker take that motherfucker away from the house. Take that, get a restraining order on the kids and all that shit. So that motherfucker, like, as crazy as it sound, I don't know what really going on in the house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All I know is the EA co-edit shit. This shit really ain't my business, but it's fucked up if that's what's going on the way she describing this shit. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that shit happening, like, do you know what to do? Yeah. Don't second guess it. Like, you know what to do. And let the court decide. If y'all can't figure that shit out, you got a court system that decide for your ass. Like, you know what I mean? Well, like, it's kind of crazy to say,
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not expecting her to take my motherfucking advice or no shit. I'm just a motherfucker on the internet.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? But shit, that's the best thing I can tell you. Just like I'm watching a movie or something. Oh, such and such shouldn't have did that. She should have did this. But that shit don't matter because it's a fucking movie. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like, I feel bad for the lady and shit. And, like, the shit that she presented and stuff like that, I know is factual. I don't know about her, like, married life and shit, but the EA Coed shit and how all that shit go, I could give my little 2 cents on what could be happening and shit like that. But, like, yeah, that shit's fucked up, man. That shit's fucked up. I feel bad for her, but shit, she should know what to do.
Right.
If her daddy and her brother didn't fuck that motherfucker up, which they should have did, they should have turned their asses around and went back there and fucked his ass up and dared that motherfucker to call 911.
Right.
That was to happen.
I mean, in a lot of situations like that, the abuser can kind of. I speak from a little bit of personal experience. I went through a little bit of a rough childhood. I won't go into it, but like abusers can do that. Like they can entrap like women and children and put them in a state of fear and not speaking about the situation. Like enforce that. Like it's pretty common actually. Usually a lot of dudes that end up like beating on their wife and kids and shit. They'll usually they'll do it in subtle ways. They'll lower it down in their minds. They'll sit there and say, "Oh, no, it's not that bad what I'm doing to you," and so on. And then also it'll be like they'll find other subtle ways to keep you like silent about it in public and stuff like that. Like really scorn you if you speak about it in public and stuff.
Yeah.
At least that's what I know from personal experience. So this wouldn't surprise me if he had done this afterwards, or let's put ourselves in the same scenario. Like if, let's say he does this to her afterwards and her brother and father are already done taking off. Like, let's say it's a far distance away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's already been put into a situation where she feels like she's not important. So calling them and telling them to turn around and come beat this guy up is probably not a priority in her mind to begin with.
Wow, that's an ill way of looking at it and shit. Yeah. I feel you on that.
See, you kind of got to take things like that into account. Like, I went through abuse when I was younger.
I remember you was telling me about that shit.
Yeah. My girlfriend went through a few relationships where she went through like mental abuse, and she really introduced me to whole like the abuse wheel and stuff like that, and like how actual abusers, there's like a whole wheel to it, or like diagram on like how they act and shit and certain things that they'll do, and a rotation to it, like all the way to when you kick them out of your life and they'll come back, and if you accept them again you'll go through the wheel again all over again. Like there's a whole thing she showed me to it. It was really crazy. I'll have to get that sometime.
Wow. And like sometimes that shit end up with a motherfucking killing your goddamn ass and shit too.
Yeah. Actually,
the motherfucker kill your motherfucking ass. You be sitting there looking crazy and shit, dead than a motherfucker.
Yeah. No,
that shit do fucking happen, man. And it's like you said, sometimes they just hesitate from doing what they really need to do because they might be thinking about the kids, or that person might be the person that bringing the money.
Right. That's a big one right there. Is the money part. My mom, I won't say anything too in depth on it, but my mom took so many fucking ass beatings over not just running away and wanting to go live with her mother and take me with, like, because that would be seen as embarrassing in her age. So, I mean, she put herself through so fucking much just to be able to have a goddamn Ford Escort. Like, it was really depressing. But that's kind of what abuse does to people. Like, I mean, and that's how abusers can keep people clung sometimes, is they can basically slowly eliminate
everybody attached to you in your world, and then slowly eliminate your personal belongings by accident, or shoving them into random areas where they get routed or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Then replacing them over time with stuff that they've bought. So then when you have a rejection to it, in other words, they can say, well, I can take all of this stuff away. Like that's another way abusers can work as well too. They can work on like a material status in a sense. And some physical abusers will intertwine this. In other words, they'll buy their wives and kids nice things, and be like, hey, I can take all this away in a heartbeat, if you don't follow my very whims and demands, if you don't please me at every moment, things like this, it can go into that, like, so. And it's a thing.
Yeah, man.
It's a subject in itself.
That shit is just fucking that's crazy that like motherfuckers go through shit like that though.
Yeah.
Like that shit. I could never see myself like. There's a lot of dudes too that oh, I didn't see Wild Child Terror. It was when we were talking about masonry. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Wild Child. It's some like there's dudes, right? This shit go on with black motherfuckers. I ain't never brought myself to that shit. I never will either. I don't give a fuck, right? These motherfuckers would, all right, my neighbor, right? The big old fat lady and shit. Big old fat lady. And she used to be hot back in the day, right? They said her day she was the shit. Like she was a bad bitch. Right? But now she was a big old 600-pound ass fucking grimace, fucking Gorg from Fraggle Rock looking ass, right? Now she got these motherfuckers that be locked up. So these motherfuckers get out of jail. She like, they gotta have an address to go to for parole and all that stuff. So they use her house and stuff. And like she like, I got my man and shit, my man and all that shit, right? Really, they ain't her fucking man. That motherfucker ain't thinking about her ass. But he need her for a place to stay to get the fuck out of jail, right? To get out of prison. So the dude will be sitting up in the house. I called it a halfway house and shit. The nigga be sitting up in there, and when she come home, right, he might have to do some chores or some shit, but she buying the motherfucking Jordans, making sure he got money in his pocket. And now the whole time he locked up, she's sending this motherfucking money. So, he eating good in prison, making all this little commissary and all that shit, like, right? But she owned the motherfucker. The motherfucker get comfortable. And maybe one of those motherfuckers might like her, right? But she'll take care of the dude, and now the dude don't know how to get a job and shit like that. So he depend on her, but she'll keep him at such a low estate that he can't go anywhere. And then when he looks the part where he could leave, or say like he get a job, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, she's gonna get real abusive and start threatening him. I throw your ass out, or give me that money, or whatever. You getting out. So with doing that, it keeps that dude in the same spot.
Yep.
Because if you get in a situation where he could get out on his own, she's afraid that he gonna leave. So she gonna keep oppressing this motherfucker, stressing him out, and doing all this shit. So
just to keep him around.
Just to keep him around.
Yep.
Just to keep him around. So it don't be just the women. Sometimes it be the dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
That shit bugged the fuck out that people do shit like that. That shit weird as hell.
Well, no, it happens on a physical level with men too. Like that's something that gets often looked over and not spoken about. There are men that are physically abused by their significant other and won't come out about it because there's that whole dilemma in society, like, oh, you'd be considered weak for being beat by your girlfriend,
Yeah.
When in truth, that's not the reality of it. It's just abuse happening onto an individual and should be dealt with. Like, but it's really sad.
I know another dude, right? Like he got bread and shit. He got money, and he'll buy a chick a car. He'll find a broke ass bitch, like a all right, decent looking chick, right?
Yeah.
But she like ain't got it all. Like, you know what I mean? She struggling. Like she a bad looking chick, but she's struggling. And like he cleaned the bitch up. Like, know what I'm saying? And the chick might be a motherfucking looking like a 7, and he'll fix the bitch up where she looking like a 9. Right? But he paying for all that. So now he might buy her a car. The chick ain't got no car. He'll buy her old bullshit ass car, right? But the chick need that car to get to work and all that stuff. And he got like 3 other chicks he doing the same thing to. Right? Give him a couple some money and buy him a car. So now he got the bitch where he want her. He can do whatever he want to do. Because if she start acting crazy or disagreeing with him, he'll take that fucking car. Like, okay, it's over. Give my fucking car back. And now the bitch is like, oh shit. Like, damn. And she got to take that shit now.
Right. Yeah. Oh shit. I lost connection for good.
All right, I'm back. I'll put the link up in here. I know, Shabby. He said you still on. Damn. The homeboy dropped off, and so my hotspot had died. I had to plug that shit back in. Let me put the link back in. Shamian, you want to come up in here? I could make like 3 other videos, 3, 4 more videos and shit out of this motherfucker. That's why I gotta start doing this shit. I just be too lazy to do that shit. Download these shits and just chop them up and re-upload. That's what I should start doing. Robert, you can still come back up, or you still here? Links in the chat. No Saint, you still up in here? No Saint probably knocked the fuck out. He been up out here with me the whole time too. Shit, it's been going on 8 hours. Maybe I should just close this bitch up.
I'm here.
He said, I'm here. But yeah, I didn't know you was a fireman. That's dope.
Man. Yeah, man. Been doing
there was another dude, we call him Kung Fu Tony. He's from he lives in Miami, and he's a fireman and stuff. I ain't seen him out here in a minute and shit. Yup.
He's used to come in here too?
Yeah, he used to come up in here too. I ain't seen him in a while and stuff. But yeah, that's a good stream and shit. We got a lot of shit covered. Oh yeah, you wanted to get to that pork thing and shit. Let me go to that and shit. Let me go find that shit. Yeah, that was a dumbass lady and shit. And she ain't go live either. See, I make motherfuckers scared to hit the YouTube streets again and shit. They fuck with me. So that supposed to been going live and doing the thing with me and Judah Natzarah and shit. And I ain't heard shit from her ass. I emailed her like 2 times. Nothing.
You're saying you're supposed to go live again?
No, I was supposed to go live on her channel at 4:00 yesterday afternoon.
Oh, okay.
And she never like you know what I mean? Because they supposed to get a hold of Judah Natzarah. So Judah Natzarah was supposed to face me. And I was supposed to lay out all that evidence, and he supposed to explain that fucking shit. And I'm like, and I said, yeah, because I know the motherfucker ain't gonna show up. I know damn well he ain't gonna show up. I wouldn't show up. You wouldn't show up either. If you had the shit like I had on him and shit. Like, ain't nobody trying to show up and fucking have to explain that shit. Hell no. All right, let me get this thing here. Her dumb ass. That's why I don't like going on some of these channels, because the motherfuckers is like fucking retarded. It's like the Killer Bee show, like way back in the day. Like if you look at some of the old videos and stuff, like you see the motherfuckers, the Israelites come on trying to tell me something and teach me something and shit. I was like, man, sit your ass down. You been an Israelite for fucking 3 weeks. And all of a sudden you thinking you fucking high priest and shit. Like get your ass on somewhere. Like ain't nobody got time for that. Shit crazy, yo. All right, where is shit at? You're talking about the goddamn. Can I do the transcript on here? Nope. I got this thing on here. Well, it'll play the transcripts of the video. That shit's kind of cool, but it don't work with all videos. Only certain videos and stuff. So, like, I want to find a part. Say, like, if it's like an 8-hour video, like my shit, I can find a certain part. I can just type in a keyword, and it'll tell me where that word is within the video.
Oh, damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's good when you need to get a motherfucker real quick. Like, you said this, like, I ain't say that shit. And you just pull that shit up, just type in the word, that shit pop right up. I'm looking crazy. All right, where this shit at up in here? Yeah, this is it right here. A dumbass. There you go, with the baby chicken McNugget. There you go. All right, there we go. Right there. The fact check. You gotta go to the fact check.
They have this is you need to go to CDC. I've been studying this for years. The New World Order, all of this shit. Why would they have to write state?
How do you study the New World Order? That's what I want to know. I've been studying this for years. You've been freaking being retarded for years.
When you said that last time, I was laughing.
Oh, these people is crazy. And they swear they know what they talking about, too. They swear they know what they talking about.
Bills that allows use of fetuses in food industry if they weren't doing it. And this is only in one state. They are using fetuses in food to the point where
they use to develop stuff in the food. They develop certain things with the food, not in the food. They're not putting it in the food. They're using it to develop the product. Like I said, they use it to test the sweetnesses, the sour, and all that stuff without using humans to test it. Right. So they use these cells because the cells to give them a more accurate reading of what the food is. They're not actually putting it in the product.
And then, do you know about the fact check website? Do you know how many times their information has been debunked?
You got to look at the information. You still got to look at the information.
But
you can't. It's on the internet. That's why you got to try to use something that is as accurate as possible.
So is this
and the companies, they're allowed not to even tell how they do it.
The article you're talking about.
And then when you see an article and stuff that's saying that, and you look at the article and it'll be like realnews.com. Like, you know what I'm saying? It'll be some shit like what they're not telling you.com. Or you know what I mean? So you already know it's a conspiracy theorist website. Right off the rip.
Right is
Simtex. You just passed it.
I'm finna go right here. I'm finna go in here so people can see it.
Here we go again. Her ass read. Here we go again. You already know what it is.
This is fact check. This is what you
Flavor enhancement company. See, use flavor enhancement company. Look, she mad. She clicked on it now. That bitch mad. She clicked on it now. Says popular food and drink items such as Kraft, Pepsi, and Nestle use a flavor enhancement company that puts aborted baby fetuses cells in their food and drinks. Now, what that shit say? False. not fire, pants on fire, false, but it's false. Know what I'm saying? That puts aborted baby fetus cells in their food. That's not true. What they do, the company, they test the flavor. Like I said, look, no, food companies are not selling products that contain aborted fetus cells. I said to see how sweet it is and stuff like that. What they do, I think you mentioned it too, that in 1970 something, they had an aborted baby, and they took the kidney cells from the baby, and that same kidney cell line is used today. It's still used, and it is not a baby kidney cell. It's a duplication of it. But so it's almost how they explained it. It was like you take the kidney cell, or like you got a document, a legal document, and now you put that document on a copy machine and make a copy. Now the copy is not the original, but it's just a duplication of it. And that's what they use, because the original cell can't last long. So that's why they have to do that, so they can use it and they can keep replicating it and using it. And it's used so, just like back in the day, you go to the mall and they be like, we'll give you $5. You come in this room with us and eat these cookies. And they be like, on a scale from 1 to 10, how crunchy is those cookies?
Right.
From a scale to 1 to 10, how creamy are those cookies? From a scale to 1 to 10, what's the texture? How hot are these potato chips? From a scale to 1 to 10, how sweet are these cookies? Or how sour or whatever? And they take that analysis and they figure out how to develop the thing, what it needs to do. They may need to make it sweeter. They need to make it crunchier or whatever, right? And with that kidney cell line, what it does, it's like the receptors like in your tongue that tell you how sweet something is, or how sour, or how salty something is. And I don't know how they do it, but they're able to analyze how sweet or how salty a product is by using that cell line. I guess they put the shit up in there, and however the shit react and look under a microscope or whatever the fuck, that's how that shit work, I guess.
But why we need damn babies to do all that? And this is another thing.
Yeah, well, we need damn babies to do that. It was one baby One, we're not using the babies.
So let me ask you a question.
It comes from one line. It only comes from one cell.
We gonna get back on the Sonetta and them. I just want to ask a question. Perfumes. It's a lot of stuff. Lipstick, cosmetics in the medical industries, fetal cells, biotech, fear factor. See, I look at people who are actual medical doctors. Not
you hear this bitch? I'm sorry, I done turned into calling her a bitch and shit. I don't mean to do that shit to her. I don't know the lady like that to be doing that. But goddamn. And she says, yeah, now I listen to medical doctors and all this shit. No, you don't. No, you don't. This one sounds smart. And I'm just dragging her on our own fucking live stream. Dragging her. Oh, Craig shrugs. Ratchet Craig, I wonder the fuck he at. I know he said he had to drop his daughter off or something. But he supposed to been showing up. He ain't never show up. But Ratchet Craig and shit. No, damn well. He be like, yo, Killer B, you need some friends. He said, everybody and shit show up and shit. You burn them up. Like, you don't give these motherfuckers no chance. You don't let these niggas breathe. It's like, yo, you can't just chill just for conversation. I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I ain't gonna be having somebody sit there in front of me bullshitting me. Especially on some shit I already know. I said what my viewers are gonna say. If I'm sitting there, some shit I just finished teaching, some shit I just finished doing the video on the shit, proving the shit, and I'm gonna sit up on a panel and let a bitch sit there and try to tell me and shit. I'm supposed to sit there and agree with her. The fuck out of here, man. What the fuck wrong with you? He said, but goddamn, man, you can just like lay off this one. I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I ain't got time for that.
That's funny.
I got a fucking job to do and shit. I ain't got time to be sitting around for that dumb shit. I didn't even want to be over there. Like, I know she was talking about that Shaka Amos shit was molesting kids. You seen that shit?
No, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Shaka Amos was molesting kids, and Sonetta and shit had a 14-year-old girlfriend or some bullshit or something. And I went over there for that. Like, I saw her on Judah Natzarah shit. So I like, let me go see what this bitch about this shit. So then I talked to Chris. Chris like, yeah, go on over there, man. Go over there. I was over there the other day. So I went over there. I said, what up in the chat? Everybody ignored me and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't nobody. Right? Then all of a sudden, Chris told her about me. And she put up this, oh, Killer B, and all this shit. I'm like, well, goddamn, bitch, you don't even know me. You making it act like I'm somebody and shit now, right? So I was nice with the lady. And I know what I'm saying, I didn't click their link and shit. So I clicked it. And then she was like, yeah, you know, Judah, I'm telling the whole thing and stuff about Sonetta and all. She was feeling me. She's like, no, you're going to hold that to later. We're going to go on later tonight. And all this stuff. And I'm like, well, all right. I was like, well, this is good. I get to wake some people up and shit, get these people out the cold and stop these people from making stupid ass decisions and thinking all this conspiracy shit, right? That's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do that night, right? And I could have just left and everything would have been cool. No, can't go down that way. You saw how it went down and shit. And I'm just like, all right, I got to knock all of y'all asses down now. I was trying to be nice. And when she talked about, I was talking about something else in there, and I was like, she was talking about the UCC codes and all that sovereign citizen shit. I was like, damn. And I just try to like spin off of the topic because I didn't even want to get into it. I'm like, yo, because I'm gonna end up telling this lady what's up with that shit. Like, so I don't even want her to talk about it. I was like, oh, we save that to another show or some shit. Like, and then she turned into this goddamn babies and fucking soda shit.
Fact check somebody else's opinions.
Uh-huh.
And all of this
like Forbes. Simonex, see that right there? Simonex. How I'm trying to be nice to her now. Like, I'm just trying to explain it to her. Trying to be nice. That's what I did my video on company.
But that's one company though. They have multiple companies that's doing this. Yeah. I showed a list of companies, not one, a list of them.
Yeah, but they use it to develop it, not put it in the food.
So if they're developing the food and we
the heck line, The heck line, 293. The heck line. Yep, that's it right there. Where it says which companies are using aborted human fetuses. The Semitex uses the heck 9, the 293.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying.
Look at chicken, yo, that shit is funny as hell, yo. The chicken nugget fetus, yo. That shit is crazy. That shit is so funny. Yo, you never even seen the video that I did. I gotta show you the thumbnail that I used for the video when I did the when I did the video on that. It was a little black baby with a Pepsi bottle like on her head, yo. This shit look crazy. Wait, let me see that shit. Watch, you're gonna die, yo. You're gonna die when you see this shit. It almost as funny as that. Watch this shit. You're gonna be like, oh shit. Wait, let me go here. I gotta show you that shit. I have to put in Pepsi. That shit should pop right up. Yup, showed up. Blow it up here. Ah, shit. Clicked off of it. This shit, yo, they was like, yo, Killer B, you ain't shit for doing that, yo. They was like, yo, you ain't shit for doing that. Watch this. You gonna roll, yo. Look at that shit, yo.
What the? Hold on.
Wait, let me see if y'all can see it. Yeah, you can see it. It's like a 2-liter bottle shit wrapped around it. It's got her head, yo. That shit is crazy. I said, yo, that's the shit right there. I said, that's the one right there.
Look at her face, man. That's funny.
Yo. Put black baby. She said she didn't say this aborted baby kidneys. She said black baby kidneys and shit. I was like, yo, black baby kidneys and soda. This shit's hilarious, yo. I can't make this shit up, yo. I dragged the fuck out of that Nepal bitch with that shit. I dragged her up and down the internet with that. I couldn't believe she was that stupid.
Who was that? Who was showing that? Oh. I don't know if I lost you. I think I lost your sound.
That was my crashing ass internet. All right, let's go back to this thing. Shit, I gotta go find the spot again. You go hit the link, Killer B. Yo, crazy ass lady. Oh, is that what you talking about? There we go. wait, I skip up ahead. I've been studying this for years. You've been a fucking fool for years. That's what it was. You've been a goddamn fool for years. I've been studying this for years. Yeah, all right, lady.
It's a lot of stuff. Lipstick, cosmetics in the medical industries, fetal cells, biotech, fear factor. See, I look at people who are actual medical doctors, not fact check somebody else's opinion.
And all of like Forbes. Simonex, see that right there? Simonex. That's what I did my video on it. That's the name of the company.
But that's one company though. They have multiple companies that's doing this. Yeah. I showed a list of companies, not one, a list of them.
Yeah, but they use it to develop it, not put it in the food.
So if they're developing the food and we
look at this right here. The heck line, 293. The heck line. Yep, that's it right there. All right. Where it says which companies are using aborted human fetuses. The Semitex this the woman that started that shit with the other shit we was talking about. What was it? With the whole rape thing, pedophilia shit. Mm-hmm. She says Kentucky Fried Chicken changed their name from KFC.
Oh my God.
Changed their name to KFC because they could no longer legally call their logo name chicken.
Oh my God.
The bird is in fact a genetically altered creature made in labs.
I remember when that rumor was going around.
She dumb as fuck. I gotta say it. I call her a bitch. I ain't gonna call Nandi like that because she let me on the show. I was trying to be nice to her, but I had to fuck her up and shit. But this Sunshine bitch, she dumb than a son of a bitch. I ain't never seen no shit like that. I swear for God, I ain't never seen nobody that fucking retarded. I remember when that shit came out. That shit came out in like the 90s.
Yes.
I think. And when they would say, oh, they said instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken, they changed it to KFC because they couldn't call it chicken no more.
Right. It was like the 90s. I remember that.
And she still believe that shit. These motherfuckers, man. Like, I can't make this, like, for real. And, like, these motherfuckers, I don't go over there for views to get people over there. No, I do not go over there to get no subscribers over here. Because I do not want the motherfuckers over here up in my fucking comment board. You saw what we dealt with today with the dude with the pagan. Oh, the football is pagan. Sun worship. We like, okay, and motherfucker. God damn. Uses the heck not
ashes of a dead baby on the
I will give an accurate reading of how salty you fry.
Sprinkling some ashes of a dead. I showed a list of companies, not one, a list of them.
Yeah, but they use it to develop it, not put it in the food.
So if they're developing the food and we
the heck line, one that 293, the heck line. Yep, that's it right there. Where it says which companies are using aborted human fetuses. The Semitex uses the heck 9, the 293.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. If they're using that to prepare the food, that's just like me saying right now, if I go cook some chicken and I feel like sprinkling some ashes of a dead baby on the food.
No, that's not what they doing.
I'm using this as
yo, food. Like, how stupid can you be? Like, what would fucking sprinkling some baby kidneys on the goddamn chicken do for the chicken? Why would it that just spending money on the shit? That's spending extra money. I'm just gonna put some. I'm frying chicken and shit. I'm just gonna put some of this old ground up fucking dead squirrel and shit on my shit. Like, this bitch fucking crazy, yo. Like, this shit crazy. And, like, you know what I mean? I'm not acting like I'm smart, all that goddamn smart and shit. I'm not. I'm really not. Know what I'm saying? Like, but I know how to research.
Right.
I know how to get to the bottom of shit. Like, to find the primary, to find the actual source where the information come from and make the decision or whatever. Sometimes if you don't hear me talking, that means I'm listening to whatever the fuck's whoever's saying. Cause they know, cause I'm looking at them like they know what the fuck they talking about. I'm not gonna open my mouth unless I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This shit in most cases. They're using it for testing. So like you fry some chicken and you want to know, is this chicken too salty? And instead of you asking a bunch of people and paying them, they use that cell line, and the cell line will give an accurate reading of how salty that food is. So you're not putting it in the food. You're using it to test the food for the development. Like, the development ain't actually making the product. The development is coming up with everything to make sure that shit right.
But you see right here where it says they could have easily chosen animal insect or other morally obtained human cells expressing the G protein for receptors. So why the hell would they use?
But it only comes from one baby. It came from one baby that was aborted in the 70s. Right.
Look at this right here, and then we're going to go.
It said to reproduce the receptors.
Do you see that?
Your tongue got receptors that tell you how sweet something is, how sour something is. So what that cell does is replicate your tongue. Look at what the website she's on. Look what the website. Now, this is the quality of the website now. boycotting cannibalism, food containing dead fetus cells, right? Let's read what it says. Every time we eat any of the food sources listed below, and anytime we eat the flesh and blood of another sentient being, we are participating in a satanic ritual. So we participating in the satanic ritual if we eat anything that got flesh and blood in it. Even if you eat a motherfucker, that's not a satanic ritual. Right? It's time to say no by never purchasing products made with dead babies again. The following products are manufactured using aborted fetal cells. Pepsi beverages, all Pepsi soft drinks, Sierra Mist soft drinks, Mountain Dew soft drinks, Mug root beer and other soft drinks, No Fear beverages, Ocean Spray beverages, Seattle's Best Coffee, Tazo beverages, A&P Energy, Aquafina water. So the water got dead babies in that motherfucker. Aquafina flavored beverages, Double Shot Energy, Frappuccino, Lipton tea, Propel beverage, soft beverages, Gatorade, Fiesta. Like I'm like, listen, you don't shut your ass the fuck up.
The topic, but I'm just saying, do you see all of these companies that people are boycotting because they consider it to be cannibalism?
Yeah, those are crazy.
Soft drinks, Sierra, Mountain Dew, mugshot beers, all of these different things.
They all use that company.
Energy beverages, frappuccinos, Lipton tea. These are things that people consume damn near every day. Gatorade.
And I'm willing to bet anything that she used those products every goddamn day. Saying all that shit, I bet you everything she used those products every goddamn day. Yup.
And all of this stuff, Tropicana juices, coffee creamers.
Yep.
Muggy brand Esther soups. That means like
how many aborted babies does this bitch think that we produce?
Right.
How many a goddamn aborted baby ain't but so goddamn big and shit. How you gonna put that shit in all that goddamn product? I'm sure they make more sodas than baby fetuses a day. Like, know what I mean? How many bottles of soda these companies produce a day? To be able to put a little bit of baby fetus up in the motherfucker. This shit crazy, yo.
Ramen noodles.
I just had me some Kraft cheese.
Ketchup. Sausage, seasoning. These are all of the things. And I'm gonna even pull it up. What is that? The place that does the food. Is it the Board of Health? Which is one of them that has this same list telling people don't eat any of this shit because these people and their states or companies has not been excluded from putting this shit inside the food, including the vaccines that has aborted fetuses.
Yeah, here we go.
This is the entire
thing. That's not. So they're not putting it in the food. They're using it to test it. It's not being put in it.
Okay, so we can go back to your topic. I just wanted to share.
You goddamn right. So where I was at was that's a goddamn Sonetter and shit. Yeah. So that shit, this shit is just a goddamn shame that people that fucking retarded, yo. I can't believe it. I just can't. That shit crazy, right? Wild Child. Yo, is that shit crazy or what? I know I used to believe some of this shit. And then I learned better. So I'm not trying to listen to nobody try to kick that shit to me. Like, I don't know better. Like, I didn't find out. Like, know what I mean? Like, these people need a cheat sheet or some shit, the cheat code or something. Something. Because it's going to be another 20 years before they figure that shit out. Putting that shit. How many goddamn fetuses and shit can you produce in this motherfucking world? God damn. A baby fetus ain't but so goddamn big. And to put all that shit, and they just shipping them to all these companies. They grinding them up and shipping them to the companies. Put this shit in the water, put it in the soda and shit. That bitch said, that's like me frying some chicken. Of course you're frying chicken. You're talking like you're making some biscuits too. And shit, you dumbass. And fucking, I'm just going to sprinkle a little bit of dead body ashes onto my chicken. I said, now how stupid that shit sound.
Oh my God.
Like it's gonna make it taste better and shit. This shit crazy, yo. Like some MSG or something. She said that shit. I was like, woman, you about dumb as all hell. This shit crazy, yo. I just can't put my mind around it. And I'm trying to show her better. And like she's just not comprehending. And that's that QAnon shit. That's what that shit is. But that shit been around before QAnon. So the QAnon, they just made that a club.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That shit just a club for the bullshit. Unbelievable. I bet you couldn't, when they stormed that motherfucking Capitol building, I bet you couldn't find a Pepsi bottle, Lipton tea bottle from goddamn nowhere. What the fuck was they drinking and shit? They said they put that shit in Aquafina water. Oh, I did a video on Aquafina when they were saying Aquafina water had, what did they say that shit had in it? Because it fizz. Like when you open the bottle, it fizzes. Like you open the soda and shit. Like it's like almost like it's carbonated.
Right.
But it was like I forgot what the explanation for it, but I got down to the explanation for it and stuff like that. And on that same video, I talked about Procter and Gamble. You remember Procter and Gamble? Man.
Yeah.
With the whole thing with the satanic thing?
Yep.
Bro, that scared me for years. That shit scared me since like third grade.
That's what I was gonna say. I remember that like in the 70s or something. Like
yeah. Like you know what I'm saying? What 80? Like out third grade? What I was in what? Shit, third grade. That shit was probably like what 80, 82 maybe some shit. 81.
Yeah, maybe it was. And I remember like seeing like a soap opera brought to you by Procter and Gamble. I used to be like, oh shoot, man.
Turn that shit off. The devil's gonna get me. I used to be scared. I used to be scared to death. My mother had me scared to death of the devil, yo. My mother had me scared to death of that motherfucker shit. You keep being bad, the devil gonna get your ass when you go to sleep and sit. I'll be like, oh shit. I ain't trying to have that bullshit. Sitting in the room and shit. See my fucking shadow or some shit in my room. I'm like, oh shit, that's the goddamn devil and shit.
Yeah.
Take my ass to sleep. I'm gonna be still. Maybe that motherfucker ain't gonna leave me alone and shit. I used to be scared. My mama ain't shit for that one. You know what I'm saying? She dead and gone now, but yeah, she wasn't right for that shit. Had me scared to death of the motherfucking devil, nigga. Like, yo, fucking, I used to be sitting there, she like, keep acting up and shit. The devil gonna get your ass and shit. I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
Devil gonna get me. And then I went to school and the teacher talking about Procter and Gamble and stuff. They worship the devil. So my mother buying Procter and Gamble products and shit. And my mom, I'm like, yo, that's the devil. And my mama looking at me like I'm stupid. Like, what the fuck is you talking about, motherfucker?
Yeah, if you remember, it was like their symbol on that they put next to Procter and Gamble was something like some stars and a moon or something like that. It was like the whole symbol was part of the reason they were trying to tie it in with, oh, this is, satanic. And yeah, if you look at their symbol, Procter and Gamble. That's why.
Well, Child said we got great radio voices and shit. I know he do. I don't know about me and shit. I just sound like some old crazy motherfucker and shit, screaming and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't even listen to my videos. Like, after I do a video, I just did the video. I ain't gonna go back and like revisit that shit. Like, I be sounding crazy sometimes.
So
like what I did yesterday on the lady who kid got the haircut and shit.
Yeah,
I went nuts on that shit. Ivory fucking clipped that shit up and had that shit all over Facebook. She was like, yo, listen to this motherfucker. Yeah, I was going in on that video. That was the real Killer B right there.
Were you saying that the picture of the baby with the Pepsi, the black baby with the Pepsi across its, that was something you got, or you said you got that from the pa?
What? Say that again? Say that again.
The black baby with the Pepsi.
Yeah, that was a video I did going at the pie.
Oh yeah,
because that's when the pie first showed up, like basically on the internet, and she was cool with Judah Natzarah on SVDL, and I was listening to her and Judah. I was like, this dumbass bitch fucking around with Judah Natzarah. You know, I was sitting there and shit, mad the motherfucker, and then I heard her say that shit. I'm like, what the fuck this bitch just said? She said they put black baby kidneys in soda. I said, oh, hell no. I'm getting this bitch. I like, she done fucked up now. Say, hanging out with Judah Natzarah, bitch. See what it gets you? I said, yo, you hang around with Judah Natzarah, you fear game and shit. Like, know what I mean? You fear game. You ain't got a chance. This shit. I'm on you. So I'm just like, damn, I did that video and I did the research on it first. I was like, damn, this bitch dumb as fuck. Because I know that was something that I would have might have believed. And I knew, like, cause I'm out of the cult. So I'm like, yo, I know that shit ain't true. So let me just do the research on it and just fuck this chick up, like, with that shit. Her dumb ass. Yup. That shit crazy. And I found that fucking I found that thing to do the thumbnail and shit. I was like, oh, man. Had the little black baby with the Pepsi wrapper around his stomach. With the 2-liter thing on her head, yo. I was like, yo. As soon as I put that shit up, motherfuckers was texting me, was like, yo, man, you ain't shit for that. Yo. I was like, man,
oh my God. Something I remember the reason I said I think I remember. I don't know if I remember that. I don't think I saw what you're talking about, but I do remember her bringing, like, maybe another video or something talking about that, and I'm just like, I mean, I never said anything, but I was just looking. I'm like, man, she believes some wacky shit sometimes, but she at another time she's got some good information. I mean, you know, she can hold her own in some of those debates, you know.
Yeah. Yup. So my grandmother too said anytime I was bad, I was possessed.
Right.
Saying she 41. Hey, you 41? Shit, I'm 46 and shit. They can't throw me in jail. They put my ass in jail and shit, boy. You heard this? 10 years. 10 years.
That's right. That's right.
Just
that's right.
Can figure it out. You said you both do sound great together. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yup. Yeah, man. Yeah. But that Procter & Gamble shit, like, I have Crest toothpaste in the house. It got that little moon on it with the stars and shit. That's all they had to tell me. I go home, I see the Tide detergent and shit, got that shit on. I'm scared to wear my clothes to school. Got me fucked up. This shit had me all fucked up in the house. Like, I was even brushing my teeth. I was pretending to brush. I'm like, shit, I ain't putting that goddamn satanic toothpaste on my shit. We go shopping and shit. I'm like, Mom, why don't you get this one? And shit, I convinced her to get another toothpaste and shit. So long as they ain't got that goddamn moon and stars on that.
I never forget, man. I'm telling you, it was that's how much of an imprint. Like when you can remember shit like that. I remember I think it was the soap opera As the World Turns, and they would, at the end of it, that Earth would be spinning, and they would be like, brought to you by Procter and Gamble. I'm like,
oh shit, oh Lord, you're gonna get this. Have my little Snoopy toothbrush and shit. I have my little Snoopy electric toothbrush and shit. I ain't putting that Crest shit on my motherfucking Snoopy toothbrush. Like my little Snoopy toothbrush and shit. Right? Fucking, I don't know if I still got that motherfucking hair and shit. That was the shit, little Snoopy toothbrush. Fucking, I had the Snoopy snow cone machine and shit. I used to like Snoopy. That was my dude back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the Tide had me scared wearing the clothes. My mother laid my clothes out in the morning and shit before school. I'm scared to put that shit on. I'm like, goddamn, the devil gonna get me. Mama, the devil gonna get me. You wash my clothes in that goddamn Tide. Mama, the devil gonna get me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yup. Procter & Gamble. Yo, that was a big thing though back in the day. They really, yup. Hell yeah, that Snoopy Snow Cone machine. I might still have that shit here. I wouldn't even sell it. If that shit was $1 million, I wouldn't sell that motherfucking shit. I'd be going looking for the ice, motherfucker. That shit was blazing. Snoopy, so you had to crank that motherfucking shit. Said put your ice cubes in it. How the commercial used to go and shit. Put your ice cubes in it. Watch the snow come out. That's what it's all about. The Snoopy Snow Cone machine. Put the ice cubes in it. Watch the snow come out. Yum, yum, yum. That's what it's all about. Remember that shit. Snoopy Snow Cone machine and shit. That was the shit. You had the little thing. You put your Kool-Aid with all the sugar and shit in it. You put your extra sugar down Kool-Aid. And it got the Snoopy with the little nipple thing on the top and shit. You squirt that shit on top of it. Yup. That was the bomb, boy. That was the bomb back in the day. Hell yeah. Yeah, man, but these motherfuckers is retarded. Like slow bus, like short bus. They got the super, they got the motherfucking the 2-seater short bus. You gotta wear helmets and pads and everything on that motherfucker. These motherfuckers, I'm like, God damn. But she a grown ass woman. Like, I'm like, how a 50-year-old woman believe that shit? Like, she not even supposed to be exposed to that shit. She like 50-something goddamn years old. That shit crazy. I believe she 50. She look like she 50 and shit. She wear that little hat and shit, like that little blues player hat and shit. So you know she old. She wearing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I just keep it 100 and shit. I ain't got time to be playing with people. You know what I'm saying? That's shit. That like Craig Truggs and cuss me out after the show. Like, man, why you always doing that shit? I'm like, what I do? I ain't do nothing. I said, shit. She's sitting there trying to tell me some bullshit. He said, yo, you gotta let that shit go. I'm like, I ain't letting shit go. Ain't nobody gonna sit there and insult my goddamn intelligence and shit like I'm some fool. And then somebody, one of my viewers come over here and look at that shit and say, look, Killer B believe in goddamn babies and Pepsi and shit.
Right.
And here come the clips and shit. We get this nigga now. He said he believe in black babies and Pepsi. We gonna get him. Yup.
Yeah.
Bye. Please go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so I don't know what part that came up. You started, I don't know if it was you or her, somebody started talking about, and you started talking about the pork, and I was trying to, and it was in the middle of it. I was like, oh, what are they saying? You know, and you cut it off because you were going on to the point. But do you remember that at all?
I think that was that part when we got into the babies and shit. Was it? Wait, let me think back now. It's all about pork. I said, man, I remember I was eating. I think what did I mention? I think I said some shit. I ate some pork and that shit was good or something. Or I know the part you talking about. I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about. Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about now. That's what I was talking about when I was vegan, maybe. Wait, maybe not. Wait, hold on. I was talking about, I don't know. I don't remember playing. I don't think I played that though tonight for you to even hear that. Because I was vegan and stuff before I became an Israelite. I was vegan for about 6 years, 7 years maybe before I became an Israelite. And they told me that I had to stop being vegan because I had to observe the Passover and I had to eat lamb. So I was like, well, goddamn. Wait, man, I don't know if I mentioned pork, but the transcripts ain't up on that video.
No.
That was a long ass video too. That shit like 5 hours and shit. Yeah, we talked about 9/11, but she's trying to convince me and shit that the motherfuckers blew the shit up and like why they ain't find none of the planes. I'm like, yo, they did find rubber debris from the plane, and I'm showing her the shit, and she said that don't look like no shit to me. I'm like, well, goddamn, what you want, lady? Like, what the fuck you want? It's BBC, bitch. Like, what the fuck you want from me? What you want me to show you? You want me to take you there and shit so you can look at it? That what you want me to do? You believe all the other fucking dumbass shit on the fucking internet? Was you questioning that? Maybe. Now, I don't think the transcripts. Nah, there's no transcript. Yeah, go and hit the link, Killer B. Damn, it won't let me look at the transcripts on this. I had the transcript, I could just type in pork and that shit come up. Fuck, man. I can't. It wasn't that Sonetta shit. Hey, what was he talking about? Let's see here. Wasn't the pedophilia shit. What else we talked about? Damn, you don't remember nothing else I was saying?
No, because it was in the middle. Basically, shoot, I wish I remember the whole. I'd have to go back and look, but it was you were playing it for something, and then I want to say you or her started bringing up something about pork or some kind of something to do with pork, and I was listening. I was like, I got to hear what this is saying because And then you went on, you stopped the video because it had already gone past the point that you were making, and but it was so long ago now I can't remember. I just remember like it piquing my interest on what was going to be.
Oh, said. I know. Maybe that was with Judah Natzarah when the Halloween party he was serving pork. And I said it was a little container, and it said in Japanese, pork in Japanese, and next to it had English. It said pork. And I said that all the little kids was lined up to eat the shit. That might have been it. All right, let me go. That's the only thing I can. Damn, I got a good ass memory, I guess. Shit, I remember all that bullshit. That little ass shit. But, yeah. Yeah, I was like the pork and all that shit. I showed with Judah Natzarah Mister sent me that message talking about it's all right to be gay and if your innate desire and shit. I was like, nigga, what the fuck is you sending me, nigga? This is it right here, shit. But hold on, that shit was crazy. Yeah, but he played himself on that one. I was. All right, my bad. My shit crashed. Ever since I put Linux on this computer and shit, the shit crashes. I should just play the regular pork video because I don't even think we even that far into it.
Killer B.
Her voice is killing me. Court session to see if he actually sexually assaulted or did some. The father went after Polite on 125th. Now, why ain't they in jail? We had Rob Black, me. But check this shit out. This is the text, the Facebook text that Judah sent me. March 31st, 2017 at 2:07. I pray that all people who are attracted to the same sex be bold to live it out. I got to read it the way Nagy want me to read the shit. Nagy be tickled like a motherfucker when I read that shit. He be dying. Fucking nobody can believe this motherfucker actually sent me this shit. Let no religion, person, or fear get in your way. It is not a choice. It is an innate desire. Be who you were created to be. Be amazing. The Most High God of love embraces you. I am free. No down low. Bisexual. And I was just like, wow. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, and you see what I wrote, I was like, bum McClot. Right? And this is after he already been exposed for typing all that shit, asking motherfuckers to play with his booty hole and all that shit. Like, and I was like, oh shit, like what the fuck? And I text him again. I'm like, you can't be serious, right? And then the motherfucker didn't answer me till like 2 days later. And he didn't mention that, like he was talking like we was talking regular. And like I was too embarrassed to even bring it back up. I was like, I don't want to relive that shit, right? But it was at 3 a.m. when he sent this 2 o'clock p.m. here. It's like 3 a.m. in Japan. So I'm like, who the fuck did this motherfucker was typing that shit to?
Right.
I know he didn't mean to send that shit to me. That shit was meant for somebody else. He put it in the wrong box.
Yep. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I do that shit all the time. I be typing in the wrong box and shit. And motherfucker be like, yo, what the fuck is this? I'm like, oh shit, it's in the wrong person. Yup. Caught. Calling himself a high priest and shit. Fuck out of here. I killed him though with this picture though. I killed his ass with that shit. With that picture of his wife, yo. I fucked him up with that. I was a shit for that. I don't care though. Fuck it. 2 tears in a bucket. Fuck it. Here we go.
That's the Edomite you got living with you, Judah, that you've been telling everybody living up in your crib?
Yeah.
Is that the Edomite you got living with you? A tranny?
Hold on. I'll tell y'all what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Let me tell you what we're going to do because I'm real with my niggas. I don't fuck around like that, right?
Real with my niggas.
I'd rather we freeze this shit right here, right? Tomorrow is Sunday. Yep. I want to set up a show. We're gonna set up a show around 4 o'clock. Kofi, I want you to get in touch with because I know you and Judah fuck with each other. I need y'all to tell Judah what's up. Tell him to email me so I can make sure that they have I want everybody to have the right. What a lot of people should do is have a panel, and the people that are being
all right, bitch, shut the fuck up,
shitting on my niggas or crossing somebody out. I would rather them be here and address anything that comes out.
Yup. That's fair. I respect that. That's fair because you don't really know what's going on and stuff. That's fair. But I asked you, since it's gonna be Judah and Suave Boss, could it be Killer B and Chris Harris along with it?
Chris Harris, he can come up here at any time. And my sister Sunshine said
that's me setting her ass up. She had no clue. That's what happened. That's my Chris boy. Harris together on those motherfuckers. That shit gonna be fucking murder. That's they gonna be screaming for mercy and shit. That's my boy. So now what? So now that's my homeboy. So now what? Wait, hold on. Maybe this
Judah's redemption. How can Suave feel like that? I didn't him. L. I feel like he let standard I fuck with. That's why I'm telling you to go bring Suave and tell them to come back to the panel. I'm not gonna allow that. That's why I'm telling you it's okay. Killer B and he'll address both of them so they could just come on the panel. And me and Craig gonna stay up out of this. Because apparently Kofi and all of them, they know what's going on. We don't have nothing to do with that. So if you could just tell Suave them to come back over here, that's positions themselves. So
you know I mentioned
what I want to do right now to stop all this bullshit, we gonna freeze this show. Kofi, you can touch with
Yo, black people is one of a kind, man. Ain't nobody in this world act like us.
I'm telling you, man. That's
I can't find the motherfucker. I remember saying it, but it wasn't nothing crazy. I was just talking about Judah with the that had the pork in his house.
Yeah.
And I was talking about, well, damn, what the fuck did I shit. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Let me get that shit. That's a classic video. I think that might be one of the best videos on my shit. Cause we just we cut loose on them and we were just because we had all this evidence. Like we had all these old clips and stuff like that, and we were just dragging his ass with that shit. All right, let me get here. Yep, it's the tranny video. Wait, is this the most? Here you go. That's his kids dressed up for Halloween. Got the little witch. One had the little witch hat on and shit. But he a Levite priest of the Most High and shit celebrating Halloween. This might have been the Christmas. No, this is the Halloween party. That's the son and shit. Looking like an old little nigga and shit. I ain't shit. I mean,
I'll see if y'all catch it.
Look, a house full of Japanese motherfuckers and shit. With the trainee dude and shit right there and shit. He not dressed like a woman, but he wearing a wig though and shit. But that's the owner of the house. Watch, you'll see him.
I can't even. It's so small, the picture in front of.
All right, let me blow it up for a bit. Look at Judah.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Is that a transsexual?
That's a transsexual. That's a tranny with orange hair. Go back just a little bit. Let's see it some more.
Bring it.
Chris Harris is stupid, yeah.
Bring it on back.
Is that the Edomite you got living with you, Judah, that you've been telling everybody living up in your crib?
Now I know that I gotta tell everybody I was still in the cult in this video.
Yeah.
All the homophobic shit and all that bullshit. Killer B no longer condones all that type of bullshit. But we were still in the cult and we dragging the fuck out of this motherfucker because the cult didn't believe in none of that shit. Right? So that's why we acting the way we acted in this motherfucker. So that's my little disclaimer.
Is that the Edomite you got living with you? A tranny?
Like Chris said, that shit was funny the way he said it. He said, that's that Edomite. But y'all don't know and stuff what an Edomite is. And the cult, an Edomite was like the who Esau, the people that came from Esau, from the story of Jacob and Esau in the Bible. The Edomites we refer to as white people. As Caucasian people were Edomites.
Transsexual. Damn, Judah, and your daughter seemed like she likes him a little bit.
Now Judah said he was a pedophile. Judah called that man a pedophile and said that he told his little daughter that he likes the other one and all types of shit. And he said he always be playing with the kids. And he sent her a picture and stuff of him in drag, wearing like a schoolgirl uniform and shit. Like
a bit like she cool with him. You supposed to be teaching her not to be around wicked people like that.
See?
Come on, Judah, save the babies.
Yo, you remember that shit? Willow, save the babies. The babies. Willow, the babies.
Where is this nigga going? Look at that nigga. Look at that nigga's face.
Look, he supposed to be an Israelite. Well, I said, look right there on that little bookshelf.
Look at
that nigga. Right there. See that? That's the Nutcracker Suite. You supposed to be a goddamn high priest of the Most High God and shit, and you got some goddamn Christmas shit up in your house. This catching them. This catching the motherfucker with all types of bullshit, and this supposed to be his house. This supposed to be his house. Judah Natzarah house. But in reality, it's this man right here house. And they living in there, and they brought the language coach franchise from him. Look at that nigga's face. Look, he was taking off with the little girl in the back. Look at that nigga. Look at that nigga. Look at that nigga. That nigga creeping him off. What the fuck? And where he going?
That nigga went looking for Nagy.
Yo, that's when we was getting that Nagy, because Nagy was still over there with him and shit. So we was going in on Nagy, yo. We did Nagy dirty, yo. I took those videos that we did Nagy bad and shit. We did Nagy dirty and shit. But Nagy's a good sport, and Nagy came up out of that shit. I used to be like, Nagy, you better leave Judah Natzarah. He's like, nah, fuck that, Judah Natzarah. I gotta stay over here. I'm like, Nagy, you better leave that motherfucker. I said, Nagy, I'm about to do a video on your ass. Like, I was literally like trying to extort his ass and shit. Like, it was like blackmail. I'm just like, yo, Neg, if you don't leave over there, I'm about to drop another video on you. He be like, come on, man. I'll be like, yo, better leave, dog. I'm gonna do it. He be like, come on. I'll be like, do it, motherfucker, do it. He be like, come on, man, that's fucked up. Don't do that shit. Because he already know that shit gonna be crazy and shit. Yeah, man, we got Nagy. That shit was funny, man.
He went looking for Nagy.
Oh, goodness. In that corner. That's funny.
He sashayed right around that corner. Look at him switching. Look at this shit, Judah. This is you got living in your house? Abomination? Hey, wait a minute. Don't the Torah state man shall not wear what pertaining to a woman? What's that wig on his head? That's a tranny.
Wow. Yo, Chris Harris. Damn.
Man, Judah, man, you fake. Judah, you fake, bruh. Judah, you fake, nigga.
And the thing how he going so hard on it, because he would condemn people to death, say God gonna kill you, you're gonna get a brick shower, and all this fucking shit. That shit's fucked up, a brick shower and shit. But like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker get a brick shower, and when the camera off, look what's going on. But literally, when the camera's on now, this is his wife camera. Well, that's actually his wife sitting down. So I want to know who the fuck is filming. Who is filming? That's a good question now. Who's filming?
Your card is revoked, bro.
Look, you see the British pillow? That's his wife on the left. You see the British pillow? Now, what's some Japanese niggas doing with a goddamn British pillow? A nigga and some Japanese people up in a house that they own, and they got some British flag shit up in there. That, because the dude with the wig on, that's the Brit. He's from England, and that's his home in Japan. And that why you see all these Japanese motherfuckers and shit, that shit like a rooming house. They renting a room. Judah got a single bed. He a grown-ass man with 3 kids and sleep on a single bed with his wife. Far as we know, the kids sleep on it too. So if you got a big-ass house, that's a 2-story house. That's a big-ass house. We got the shit on Google Earth. And you're going to own a goddamn single bed and shit? Who you think you is, Bob Marley? On my single bed and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Trying to fool people and shit. Living in the rooming house.
Your card is revoked in Israel, bro.
Look at the kids lined up to get candy. and shit. With the little witch hat on and shit. little Japanese occultist.
Hebrew Israelite community ever again.
You fake, Judah. You about as fake as that tranny's wig on his head. You can't even come around me no more, Judah. And let us see these stab wounds you keep talking about getting beat up by the KKK. Show us these stab wounds.
Yeah, he was trying to tell us that he got in a fight. He fought the KKK back to back with Malcolm X's grandson. And I was like, wait a minute, Malcolm X's grandson and shit. Wasn't the nigga? Ain't that the nigga that burned down and killed his grandmama or some shit? I'm like, yo, and there was only two of them. One was like a crackhead, and the other one fucking killed his grandmama and shit. Like, fuck out of here, dude.
What is it you got in your house?
And you can't take charge of that.
Bro, is that a man tranny or a woman tranny? Which one is? What is up with that hair? Wait a minute. Not to mention at a Mexican. Not to mention at the Mexican Halloween party excitement. Hey, can y'all finish playing? Hey, play this cool video right quick. We want to see where all the excitement was coming from. Let's play the video. Let's see if Judah there having fun or not. Let's see if Judah there on the Sabbath having fun at a Mexican Halloween party. Come on, let's see if he having a good time. Let the video play. Let's see. Wait a minute, is that man sitting there with them kids? Oh, never mind. Keep on playing.
Charlie Brown.
Look at the witch hat.
Yo, that was a fly little pumpkin suit though. That shit was dope. That was a fly little pumpkin suit and shit.
Yeah.
Look at witch hat. Look at what the hell is that?
Yo, I was the shit for this video.
Oh man. Oh my God. You busted, Judah. And solving the race problem in the building.
Yup.
That's another motherfucker and shit I dragged the fuck out of and shit. Snake oil salesman selling the service, talking about solving the race problem and shit. I brought him on and shit, man. And I start questioning him and shit. That motherfucker was getting fucking uncomfortable as a motherfucker. Said, oh, you have to go to the website. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, motherfucker? I'm asking you a question. Oh, yeah, I have to go to the website and shit. And they ain't shit on the website. So I said, so how you solve the web? I said, so motherfucker supposed to pay you and then figure out how you going to solve the race problem and shit?
Wow. Look, nigga, tuck them chains in when I'm out here. Look, where's he going? Look at him take that corner. God damn. Bring it on back. Bring it on back.
It's a great pumpkin.
Hey, look, ain't Judah having a good time at this party? Ain't he there drinking beers? Ain't he there drinking beers at that party?
Look,
let's get that screenshot of him.
Yo, that picture is so funny because we made a meme with that shit, right? And the meme says, hey, make sure you make that video title and shit in Japanese so the witch finder won't find it. Then he says, wait, the witch finder found it. That shit was funny. He said, hey, make sure you make that video title in Japanese so the witch finder don't find it. Wait, he already found it.
Oh my God, that's funny.
On the Sabbath?
The Guinness? You know, the Guinness is looking frosty.
Yup.
Yeah.
You talk about this frosty.
Hey, let's see this clown.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, solving the race problem said he live in a judo studio.
Look at that motherfucker. Where is
is he going? Whoa, what the hell is that right there? Wait,
I
whoa,
just fast
whoa,
forward a
whoa.
little bit, but
And you know how the witches like to wear purple. Look at Halloween candy, the jack-o'-lantern.
the kids lined up for the candy. Caught red-handed.
Damn. Look at the little witch.
He could not believe that we found this video. He cannot believe that we found this motherfucking video. We was not supposed to see this shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is his wife's channel we had no idea about. And we just stumbled across this shit.
Wow.
Bitch hat. Hey, let's see Judah. Did we get that picture of Judah? Did you get the video?
Yeah.
Hey, let's get that next picture up of what he's calling himself now. Let's get that next picture up. 2019. Dr. Gary.
Look, caught in Japan trying to fucking tell people that he a doctor. Caught. I found this shit on Japanese websites and shit.
You calling yourself Dr. Gary? Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Dr. Gary.
You busted, nigga. You ain't no doctor.
Ass nigga.
Nigga, I got a 5 years master degree in engineering, dog. You ain't got no doctorate, nigga. You phony, Judah. Doctor, you trying to pull a polite man on these people, man?
Damn, it's crazy.
I guess it would be through the other entrance. I can't let him. It would be through the other entrance. You go around. Yeah,
that's right. Well, you showed it Judah Natzarah the door.
Oh no, I'm at work, man. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so Judah Natzarah the door. Go get on it.
Well, the thing is, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, see that shit? Torah teacher by day, Halloween Sabbaths by night.
Hey, can we get a little bit of that video when the kids was eating all that pork and abominations? I got my man Abdul, aka Solving the Race Problem, who called Judah out a long time ago on this bullshit. Show that video for a minute. Judah, you busted. Dr. Gary. You already coming up with your next hustle, huh? Dr. Gary.
Conversation coach.
Hey, what's the date on that? What's the date on that Dr. Gary thing?
2019.
Oh, hell no.
That's old big hip Zapara. Shout out Zapara. I know you probably watching. You mad as fuck. You know you need to show yourself up in the chat and shit. Old big hip Zapara. That's my girl though. She cool, yo. She cool. She know.
You already know what jigs up over here. So now he's Dr. Gary. He's gonna move on to the next hustle.
Damn.
Right.
You caught.
Gary English conversation coach.
At 4 nights.
Caught.
Man, just
Make
go
sure
on.
y'all share it.
Let's get this video up. Let's get the video up.
Oh, here it come. Here it come. Look.
Bring it on back.
Look at that shit. Oh, motherfucking what they call that Mexican Halloween shit?
Day of the Dead. Day of
the Dead and shit. Judah Natzarah, Santa Muerte, Day of the Dead, Mexican Halloween party. Got the date and everything with his picture right there in the avatar. Damn. Looking crazy. Like, they designed that. No Japanese people don't know nothing about no fucking Halloween. He threw that party. And look, they did the fucking, all the decorations and everything. Look.
What'd that say there?
Damn, Mexican Halloween party.
And they got that shit made.
Why is it a Mexican Halloween party in Japan?
Because
none of that shit over there. They bringing the wickedness to the mother.
I said they bringing the wickedness to motherfucking Japan.
You busted, Dr. Gary. You celebrating Halloween.
Happy birthday, Gary.
Happy birthday.
Yo, we also called him and shit with a birthday cake and shit, with a big birthday cake. And it said, happy birthday, Gary. But he tell everybody get a brick shower for separating their birthday and shit. And this motherfucker having birthday parties.
Thank you, Abdul. This is what we do. Tell your friends to come subscribe to the Witch Find Dr. General. Witch Dr. General. Witch Finder
Motherfuckers
General.
stay get my name wrong and shit. I hate that shit.
Baby. He busted all over the place. A big fat creamy one busted on his forehead. You busted, Judah. You fake as shit. Me and you will never lock arms again, phony. You phony. I'll never lock arms with your clown ass again. You a clown, nigga. Abdul was right about you. You a clown, nigga. Clown ass nigga. You Jew.
Judah.
Roll that goddamn footage. Hey, roll that A+ footage on this nigga.
Oh, is that shrimp? Is that shrimp right there? Wait, goddamn. Here we go. Look. That nigga got shrimp cocktail and shit. I caught. That's the Halloween party. Hot damn. Look at that right there in the corner. Let me see if maybe all the Tupperware out. Video better. Nah, I don't go no higher. Sister Lori caught. Sister Zabara caught that. Pork. That's pork right there in the middle. There in the bottom corner. That middle dish with a play button at.
Yeah, a little bitty pink sign say pork with some Chinese stuff under it. Or whatever, Japanese, my bad.
Leave it to black people. That old Chinese shit. A bitch stay in Japan. Only black people do shit like this. Yeah, but got the pork. And right there, the little pink tag on the Tupperware. It said Japanese. And then it says pork in English. Because, they invited the people over and they teach the language shit. So, like, they get to see what the shit is in English and Japanese.
Japanese writing.
Is that kosher?
You called, Judah.
Kosher pork. Yup. Motherfucker eat fried chitlins and shit.
The jig is up, Judah. The jig is up.
Oh, Judah Masturbator. Judah Masturbator strikes again, a.k.a. Root Chakra Gary, a.k.a.
Yo, we also got that motherfucking doing yoga. We got him and the family doing yoga and shit on the beach. Yo, his wife was doing the baby. You ever see baby yoga?
Yeah.
You ever see the crazy baby yoga though? Where they be throwing the baby up in the air and shit?
I don't think I saw that, no.
I did a video on that. I don't know what the name of it is, but it's somewhere on my shit. I got like over 400 and something Judah Natzarah videos on my fucking channel, yo. There's so much shit that I forgot that I can rehash and shit. Like this, terrible shit. Like shit like this. And like, I forgot all about it. But we got one and it showed her doing the baby yoga. And then I went to a site and shit. Now they were doing baby yoga. And the lady taking the baby, just throwing the baby up in the air.
Oh, fuck. That's funny.
Dr. Gary. You busted. I'm giving the Witch Finder General all the information I got on you. We finna roll the carpet out on you. That's it. You done, Judah. You don't keep making videos about your fake ass. You don't belong on no debate league, nigga. You're done. Get the fuck up out of here and stay your ass in Japan with that tranny over there, man. You done. Roll that goddamn footage, nigga. This is what he's celebrating. Mexican Halloween parties. But don't forget, Mexicans is Israelites too.
Yes, look at that beef. Was that spare ribs? That spare ribs with the skulls in it?
Yeah. Yeah, that shit look like I wouldn't want to see that shit wiggle.
It is rare. Look, you put little skulls in the food. Skins right there.
Judah got pork on deck.
Cocktail right here. Let's not forget that shrimp cocktail right there.
Hey, to everybody watching, y'all don't see no fried chicken, no cornbread, no black party items nowhere, no red hot.
No
all you see is a
macaroni.
bunch of abominations to eat. No nothing. Look at what you feeding them babies, Judah. Look at that water. Look at that water down there in salsa. I wouldn't feed my babies that.
Yo, we horrible, yo. We is fucking horrible. Yo, and when we was in the cult, we'll be trolling motherfuckers like this. So, like, know what I mean? Like, this shit was all day for us. So when we caught Judah doing all this shit, we was doing Judah like we would do the other motherfuckers and shit. Like, we go up in people comment boards and we just be jumping people. Like, somebody will say something smart, right? And next thing you know, this like 10 tour nights come up in the comment board and just start tearing that motherfucking down. Like, we was fucking horrible.
And you said this is Chris Harris?
Yeah, that's Chris Harris talking with me. But we talk, this is Judah Natzarah's house.
And
in Japan.
He still comes in here, right?
Me and Chris wasn't fucking with each other for a little bit,
right? Chris Harris.
Yeah, well, Chris came in here tonight. He came in here tonight. Remember the dude that said, "Yo, who the fuck is that dude with the mask on and shit?" That was Chris Harris.
Yeah,
that's the first time he been in here in like goddamn probably almost a year. Me and him, we had our little differences.
Is he still a Hebrew Israelite or is he not?
No. Hell no. He far from a Hebrew Israelite now. He far from it. Far from it. He basically just debates and shit like that. Like on this, like he does shit to fuck these motherfuckers up. He debates Hebrew Israelites. Like, I can't stand that debate shit because it's just like a bunch of retarded people. Just like how I was talking to that lady earlier and shit. I can't deal with that shit. Like, he'd be like, yeah, watch this debate. I'm like, dog, I'm not watching that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit kills my brain cells and shit. They have to fucking watch that shit. But that's his thing and shit, doing the debate thing and stuff. And like, he was more leaning to all the comedic shit and whatnot. But I don't even think he don't even fuck with that shit no more. Like, he just debate and just beat up my motherfuckers with stupid ass shit to say. So that's basically what he does. Like, you know what I mean? But me and him talk now and stuff. Like, he don't really be up on here because I don't be wanting to hear all that crazy shit. Well, actually, no, he came on here like a month ago and he jumped off. He got mad at me and shit and made a video on me and shit because I said I don't want to hear none of that smart shit and shit because it was like 8 o'clock in the morning and I've been screaming for like 10 hours or some shit. And he just like, you know what I mean? He be trying to one up motherfuckers and shit. That's his thing, trying to one up a motherfucker. So I was like, I ain't in the mood for that shit right now. But like, yeah, I talked to him and stuff because I'm going to school for what his like profession is and stuff like that. So I talked to him about off the scenes. But he had supposed to come on tonight and shit and help me drag this lady and drag Judah and shit. But he had fell asleep or whatever. But then he showed up and he'd be back in 20 minutes and never came back. But whatever. Yep. So he was in tour nights with us and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Hey. Okay, so we just embarrassed him there. All right, hey, give us that screenshot of Devin. Can we get that screenshot of Devin right quick?
Now, Devin was a member of Tour Nights, right? He was in the military. He was in the Navy. And Devin was a good dude. He was a cool dude. Like, he wasn't really up on the Hebrew Israelite shit like that. But, you know, like, he liked Judah Natzarah videos and stuff. And he was trying to learn the Torah. And he was more of just trying to learn the language of the Torah and stuff like that. And, like, this, as he wasn't into all the real Torah, like, the real, like, fucking racist ass fucking bullshit. He wasn't really into all that shit, right? He was a good dude. Like, he was a really nice guy. and he went to Japan. He got a chance to get to Japan while he was in the Navy, and he went to go visit Judah. He was the first person to go to Japan and visit him. And we haven't seen him since. Now, he was up over there and everything. He came back, and by the time he came back, that's when the split happened, when everybody left. So Judah said some crazy shit about him. He told this man, "You been to my house. You better come back over here." That's right. I said, you better bring your ass back over here because I'm your fucking teacher. That's right. I said it. I'm your fucking teacher. And if not, you want to keep fucking with these fuck niggas, you better just get a rope, a chair, climb up on that chair, and play that Van Halen CD with that single Jump, with that song Jump. And jump, nigga, jump. That motherfucker said. I was like, yo, that's fucked up, yo. Told this motherfucker to commit suicide if he don't come back on his side. Because he thought that he sided with us. But really, he didn't. He was like, he stayed out of it. He was like neutral. But Judah thought he was leaving with us. Know what I'm saying? So he turned up on him. And he said, you know, my wife got connections and all this shit. Like, he gonna have something happen to him in Japan. That's what he was saying. That shit was crazy. But none of us seen Devin since. Heard of him and heard from him and nothing. I try to contact him, no response or nothing. The nigga could be dead, all we know and shit. Negi went to go visit Judah in Japan. Yeah. Negi trying to go back out to Japan and shit. But he ain't gonna go visit Judah, but like he going on his own shit. But he went to Japan and he visited Judah. He said it was not what he expected. Said Judah was very strange. Like at the dinner table, Negi went with his dad and stuff, right? And he said Judah was talking about like peeing in his wife's shoes and like this like weird shit that you don't talk about like at the dinner table. And he definitely wasn't expecting this eye to look like the way she looked. Because Negi, I don't know if you know what Negi Springfield is an anime character.
Okay.
Yeah, so Negi's all in the anime and like Pikachu and all that shit, like, right? So
yeah,
Negi expected he gonna go to Japan and see the motherfucking anime bitches, you know, the anime chicks and shit, like you know the little anime chicks and stuff.
Oh yeah.
He thinking he gonna go see that shit, and he got that picture that I put up.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna choke the shit out of myself saying that shit. Yo, I was like, Negi, I know you was expecting to see one of them hot anime chicks and shit, and instead you got Aisato motherfucking looking crazy, looking like she got a mouthful of fried rice and shit instead of teeth.
Hey, Judah, after this Halloween Sabbath, are we going to YouTube Live?
That's Devin right there. That's Devin. And we made a meme on this because he's standing there and like the tranny was in the house. So like, I know Devin was like in his head like, yo, what the fuck kind of shit is this, yo? Like, what the fuck is this shit? And this was a Christmas party that Devin was at. So I'm like, I know this motherfucker was like, Christmas party and shit. You know what I'm saying? He thinking it one way, like this motherfucker a Torah priest and all this shit and everything would be strictly kosher and Torah and all that. Hell no. You see the meme we made? Say, hey, Judah, after this Halloween Sabbath, are we going to... No, I guess this was the Halloween party. He says, after this Halloween Sabbath, are we going to go to YouTube Live and wake the people up about the Torah?
Damn.
Yo, bro, when I did this video, this shit was crazy, yo. Motherfucker was like, God damn, these motherfuckers. And this is what I really got. Like, I already had a name for like fucking motherfuckers up and shit. Like, but when I did this shit, Man, it was over. Judah went into hiding after I did this video. Judah didn't show his face for like 5 months. He was going to other people and like, yo, man, can you tell Killer B to stop? Tell him to stop making these videos. They was like, you know, goddamn well, Killer B gonna stop that shit. You know, damn well. He talked to the suicide hotline, man. We had a member, an old dude. He was like, that motherfucker was like an old vet and shit in the Navy. That motherfucker was old as shit. He had like back surgery. The motherfucker was like, he was all fucked up like Christopher Reeves and everything and shit, right? So that's fucked up. I didn't mean to say it like that. Fucking, that's what it was. But he was the dude that when you called the 911, the suicide hotline, he wanted the people that answer and like talk you out of suicide and stuff. So he called him and tried to convince him, like, you know what I'm saying, to talk to me and shit like that, right? And he was like, Judah, I think you should just take a break for a while. I think you should just get off of YouTube and take a break for a while. And made that motherfucker go and hide it and shit for like 4 or 5 months. Because it was that bad. I was doing this shit every night. Every night I was doing videos like this. Like, I mean, this hardcore evidence, shit that he can't dispute. And it wasn't jokes. It was like straight facts. So that shit was fucking him up. Like literally fucking him up. And we had no remorse because he didn't have any sympathy or anything or remorse for the things that he was doing to all of us. Like he was doing really terrible things to some of these people. Like real bad things. So I ain't have no mercy. I was like, no, this motherfucker getting everything that he done to all these other people. And all the times he got me to get at motherfuckers and shit and dig up all this shit, I'm doing this shit for all those people. And that's what I did. And I did this shit for a minute. I got like 400 fucking something videos of all this straight shit like this. I mean, bad stuff, like real bad. Chris Harris is stupid.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's not right. Yo, make sure y'all share, like, and subscribe because you keep it hot. Yo,
we got the fakest Israelite on deck. We got the fakest Israelite wannabe thug on deck. He's done. He's done.
Can you put that meme up one more time? Can you put that meme up?
It's up. You don't see it?
Oh,
what's it up?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm
Judah.
looking right at it.
After the Halloween Shabbat, are we gonna go on YouTube Live to wake the people up about the Torah? Oh man! Oh man!
We got my boy with the drink in his hand and shit and everything.
Oh
got
man! He looking.
them babies eating out of plastic silverware. Hey Judah, where's all the temple tabernacle dishes that you talk about? Why you ain't got them eating out of that?
But that look on his face tells it all, though, man. He looks so disappointed, man. He looking like, damn.
Yeah, he do look disappointed. He really do look disappointed. Like, goddamn, I came all the way here to Japan, and this son of a bitch gonna have me over his house, and they're gonna have a goddamn Halloween party. I know this motherfucker was like, goddamn, I wasted all that money and shit to come over here. This son of a bitch got a goddamn Halloween party going on. Calling himself the Torah teacher. That's just shameful. Like that shit is bad. But it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Normal people, like say like Wild Child or whatever, watching this, she don't really get like probably like what we doing is because this person would tell people they're gonna die, would tell people that we gonna that you don't deserve to live, that when we go into the wilderness to get the kingdom or whatever, that we're going to give you a brick shower. We're going to stone you to death. Your children are gonna die. This motherfucker sent up curses telling people Rashad Jamal. Why that name sound familiar? I gotta go look that up. What about him? What's he like? It's like it's like damn. It's like all the abuse and this like shit that Hebrew Israelites put on people and stuff. So these videos, I'm giving him exactly what he claimed that was going to happen to all these people. No, this is going to happen to you. You believe this. Like I tell people, like we talking about today and shit, with this dude talking about all the pagan football teams and shit like that, or whatever. But like, you believe this. This is what you believe. To a normal person, like, so what? He had a Halloween party. But no. This motherfucker ain't supposed, he don't believe in that. It is not that he don't believe in it. You know, like some people don't believe in now I'll check him out. I'll check him out in a second. It's like he condemns people to death for doing these things on YouTube. And here we go in his regular private life. That's what he's doing. He projects himself all the time. Like it's like a projection. It's just crazy. It's just bugged the fuck out.
Oh, Devin, you busted. Devin, you busted up. This is Devin. He's a so-called Torah Knight there at Judah's house or Judo's studio, celebrating with these babies eating pork. Where's the Torah at, Devin? Why you ain't telling Judah they shouldn't be eating that abomination at, Devin?
Devin's supposed to leave. He not even supposed to be up in that motherfucker. I would have been there. I'm like, I'm out. I ain't sitting up in here with this goddamn shit. I would have been out the door.
You bought his faking shit too, nigga. Which one in general is the new MVP? I'm just Andreas Harris now. That's all I want to go by. Which finder? You did it again, man. You did it again. You did it again.
Man. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, because we got more coming on this clown. This is the tip of the iceberg.
Can you teach me how to stimulate the chakras?
Look, we got him again. Posting up yoga. Nigga, he ain't supposed to be doing no type of yoga shit. That's some old Hindu shit. He ain't supposed to be promoting none of that shit.
What a phony nigga.
I gotta find that screenshot right there. I forgot I had that shit. I forgot I had that. That's a good one. You got the Mexican Halloween food shit there and everything.
Oh, man.
Don't worry, I'm Dr. Gary. Don't worry about it. No relation to Judah Natzarah. No
witchcraft
His
hacking.
fake ass witchcraft.
What else I got here? Look at this shit.
I love
Well, guys, don't know what else to tell y'all.
Look, I love Japanese people.
This so-called Torah teacher, he's a fake. Yeah, he's a phony. He been hustling the people.
Yes, he has.
Yup, Mr. Old Gary Burgess.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Burgess.
So with that being said,
all right, you said Rashad Jamal. I know, I thought I heard that name before. Rashad Jamal. Oh shit. You talking about Yo Pharaoh and shit? Oh God. Oh, he's the one, the blood sacrifice motherfuckers and shit. Yeah, let me check out this shit.
Yeah, but the question is more, how do you get there? You get there by confrontation, violence?
Oh, is that the question you were asking?
The 9 ether.
See, that's, I mean, that's another.
That 9 ether shit right there. That's some motherfucking Malachi York shit. Wild Child, you ever heard of Malachi York? Malachi Z. York? That's some stuff I used to be into before Hebrew Israelites. No Saint, you ever heard of Malachi York? Shit, you still there? Have you ever heard of Malachi York before? Malachi York is a cult leader that's now, I think that motherfucker got like 600 years. I think they gave him like 600 fucking years. He was molesting children at his commune. He had a commune in Atlanta, Georgia, where he had like the members and stuff. Hold on, maybe I gotta plug my thing in here. Damn. All right. Malachi York, he started out, I believe he was from New York. He was an R&B singer. And a lot of black dudes out here that are a little older than me and stuff, they like in their 50s, early 50s, they were into it. It was called Imam Isa. He was called Imam Isa in the Ansars. And then he changed his name to Malachi York or Dr. York. And he started to have the Islamic Hebrews. Then from Islamic Hebrews, he had Malachi York in the Holy Tabernacle Ministries of the world. That's when I started reading on him, when he was that. Now it's called the Nuwapians. I don't know if you ever heard of the Nuwapians. But Young Pharaoh was like into some of that Nuwapian type bullshit. But what Malachi York was, he was just basically a mix of all different type of religions and esoteric and a bunch of pseudo knowledge. He believed that he was from the planet Risk, wherever you think that shit is, wherever it is, right? He said he came from that planet. And he was just a real far out black cult leader. And he got enough bread to get that land in Atlanta. No, it wasn't Atlanta, I think. I think it was Atlanta. And he had a commune. It was basically like a mini Egypt. And let me show you. I get it for you. Malachi York. Malachi Z York right there. That's Malachi right there. Let me see if that's when he was R&B singer in 85 with that fucking Process hairdo. What was the name of his commune and shit? This is him speaking at his commune. And you like him. You listen to him, he say some real interesting shit. The 9 ether thing was that black people have 9 ether hair, saying that our hair make curl in the shape of a 9. And white people hair curl in the shape of a 6. I forgot how he like was talking about it and shit. But he used to have these what he called scrolls. There are little books that you could buy, and it's got crazy fucking information in there about some of the shit was true. Like, know what I mean? Like he would play on a lot of what's that Will Cooper shit, Behold the Pale Horse type information. He'll play on that. And he'll get into some biblical stuff, and he saw drawings of the biblical characters are black, and some of the 5%er knowledge he'll tie in there, like Yakub, the big head scientist, and Illuminati type stuff, and like he was mixing all types of things put together. Let's listen to play a little bit. Sorry,
but they're the visible.
Listen.
And he went through the whole story of the planet Riz, was flashing in pictures like this, and how the planet's ozone layer was depleted, and the rays were coming through from 3 suns crisscrossing, and our people were dying by the millions. You understand?
Saying that
And how the people
was
were
here to
not-
mine gold, like they drop people off here to mine gold and all types of stuff, and they're gonna come back to get us. And he come from that planet. And he also said he was from Nigeria. He was born in Nigeria, which was a lie. They went and checked all this paperwork and shit. He come from no goddamn Nigeria. Like, but he was a slick ass cult leader, and he was fucking all the chicks, and he was fucking all the little kids. And the commune would separate everybody. So the kids had their separate quarters, and he would go up in there and fuck with all the goddamn kids. If you know Brother Polite married his daughter, and Brother Polite was a Nuwapian. Brother Polite, I played the video the other day. I actually played it. No, I didn't play it on that lady's thing last night. But Brother Polite said, I don't care if Dr. York got caught molesting 2,000 children and they had DNA evidence. He said, I will still worship this man as my God and my spiritual father. That's what kind of hold he had on motherfuckers.
not taking heed to the messengers called the Denier, who were their spiritual guides that would tell them and warn them.
He's talking about his abduction, that he got abducted by aliens.
And they cued it on each individual. They got to me, he said, Yanon. I was like, Yanon? Esau? My name was Esau, not Yanon. He said, Yanon.
Now, Esau, the name Esau is Christ, is Jesus in the Quran. Like Muslims call Jesus Isa. So his name is Imam Isa. The Imam is the priest of the Islamic religion. So Imam Jesus, basically. And then he would switch up to some Hebrew shit, some Christian shit. He would pretend to be a Mason. So he had his own little clandestine, like fake Masonic lodge. So he embraced all different types of religions and tied himself into all that shit as the supreme teacher of all these things. And the members used to call him Pop.
And it was risk. And when they did it, I knew I was from there.
Let's see if I can find some more shit over here. See, that's the pictures he would make. The coming of Christ. The true coming of Christ. I want to see. All right, this is Nuwabian. This is his place. The commune right here.
The Nuwabian Nation or Nuwabian Movement is an American religious group founded and led by Dwight York, also known as Malachi Z. York. York began founding black Muslim groups in New York in 1967. He changed his teachings and the names of his groups many times, incorporating concepts from Judaism, Christianity, and many esoteric beliefs. In the late 1980s, he abandoned the Muslim theology of his movement in favor of Kemetism and UFO religion. In 1991, he took his community to settle in upstate New York. Then they moved near to Eatonton, the county seat of Putnam County in Georgia. His followers built an ancient Egypt-themed compound called Tamari and changed their name to the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors. By 2000, the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors had some 500 adherents. They drew thousands of visitors for Savior's Day. Adherence declined steeply after York was convicted of numerous counts of child molestation and financing violations and sentenced to 135 years in federal prison in April 2004. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe if you would like to view more of our videos. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I used to listen to all that shit. Yup, he was fucking all them damn kids and shit. It's goddamn shame. But he doing like 600 years. I forgot how much time they gave his ass and shit. Hey, let me look up and see this thing. Malachi York. Wow, Malachi. Z York. Sentence. Yeah, 135 fucking years in federal child molesting charges. York, a former head of the Eatonton-based Nuwabian group, is now serving a 135-year sentence on federal child molesting charges. The former head of Putnam County Court now serving 135 million charge and wants $2 billion. God damn, $2 billion. What the fuck? Wants $2 billion. Demanding compensation from various government agencies. So he's trying to use all that Moorish stuff. You know what I mean? To get out of jail. You holding me against my will and all that stuff. I'm a national. I'm a Nigerian national and all this shit trying to get out. And the people are his members really actually still believe in him. They still believe in him, and they said that he was set up. His son was one of the main witnesses. What not witness? What's the word I'm looking for? Maybe it is witness. You know, like the motherfucker that know it, telling. Basically the nigga that's telling. So his son was one of the main people. He had a lot of children. See, pseudo-religious and sect. For a jury convicted him on 10 federal charges, including racketeering counts, transporting children across state lines for sexual purposes. Federal prosecution claimed that York molested and sexually abused countless children who were members of the Nuwaubian group. 14 of those children testified in his 3-week federal trial. Gave him a maximum of 1,620 months or 135 years. He is currently being held in federal maximum security prison in Florence, Colorado. After his conviction, federal prosecutors seized Eaton's compound and demolished it. You have 20 days. Although federal prison records list him as Dwight D. York, he filed his lawsuit this week as Malachi Z. York, one of his aliases. The federal docket for his 2002 criminal case lists several other aliases: Isa Muhammad, Isa Ali Mandi, and Baba. His lawsuit cited an 1871 law that allows people to sue local governments for civil rights violations. I'm looking for compensation from Title 42, Statute 1983, in the amount of $2 billion. York submitted several attachments with his lawsuit, including several documents arguing that he is not under jurisdiction of U.S. law. A form granting power of attorney to a Michigan man in a manila folder simply marked, "You have 20 days to comply." That's some Morris shit. The Morris Science Temple do stuff like that. They'll send you a letter and say, you got this many days to comply. If you don't, you forfeit and owe me this much money. As defendants, his suit named the Macon County Police Department, a non-existent agency, Bibb County, State of Georgia, FBI, and unidentified Sheriff's Department, and Judge Royal. No trial date has been set for York's lawsuit. The Federal Bureau of Prison website lists York's earliest release date is June 7th, 2122. That nigga gonna die in jail. He gonna die in that motherfucker. That's him there, looking old as shit. He was sharp as fuck though when he was out. That motherfucker stayed sharp as a razor. He looking crazy up in there. That's a court leader. Court leader for sure. And that the white people come from from Cain and stuff. They said because of the leprosy and stuff, that it came from Cain and all types of shit. That nigga was a bugged out nigga. He was a bug. Yo, he did look like ODB though. That shit crazy. When I first saw that picture, I thought that was ODB. You listen to him though, you'll fall for him. You'll fall for that shit. His books, you be reading them and you like, damn, oh shit, this shit is dope. You read it, and all of a sudden you turn the page and he'll be like, I'm from the planet Risk. And that motherfucker has some reptilians up on that motherfucker and shit. And you be like, yo, what the fuck kind of shit is this? He'll take you way out in left field. He'll take you way out in left field. Malachi Z. York, the Holy Science Temples of Ministries of the World. But yeah, you gotta watch these niggas and shit. You gotta watch them motherfuckers, because they'll have you right into some Malachi York shit, and your ass.
But the question is more, how do you get there?
I
You
want to
get
hear
there
what this
by
woman
confrontation, violence.
Oh, is that the question you were asking?
Yeah.
See, that's another thing. When you talk about a revolution, most people think violence.
Oh, that's Angela Davis.
Without realizing that the real content of any kind of revolutionary thrust lies in the principles and the goals that you're striving for, not in the way you reach them. On the other hand, because of the way this society is organized, because of the violence that exists on the surface everywhere, you have to expect that there are going to be such explosions. You have to expect things like that as reactions. If you are a Black person and live in the Black community all your life and walk out on the street every day seeing white policemen surrounding you, when I was living in Los Angeles, for instance, long before the situation in LA ever occurred, I was constantly stopped. No, the police didn't know who I was, but I was a Black woman. I had a natural, and they, I suppose, thought that I might be a, quote, militant. And when you live under a situation,
lady, you wearing the fucking uniform and shit, goddamn it,
like that constantly, and then you ask me, whether I approve of violence. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense at all. Whether I approve of guns. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. Some very, very good friends of mine were killed by bombs that were planted by racists. I remember from the time I was very small, I remember the sounds of bombs exploding across the street, our house shaking. I remember my father having to have guns at his disposal at all times because of the fact that at any moment, someone, we might expect to be attacked. The man who was at that time in complete control of the city government, his name was Bull Connor, would often get on the radio and make statements like, niggers have moved into a white neighborhood, we better expect some bloodshed tonight. And sure enough, there would be bloodshed. After the 4 young girls who lived, one of them lived next door to me. I was very good friends with the sister of another one. My sister was very good friends with all 3 of them. My mother taught one of them in her class. My mother, in fact, when the bombing occurred, one of the mothers of one of the young girls called my mother and said, can you take me down to the church to pick up Carol? We heard about the bombing and I don't have my car. And they went down, and what did they find? They found limbs and heads strewn all over the place. And then after that, in my neighborhood, all of the men organized themselves into an armed patrol. They had to take their guns and patrol our community every night because they did not want that to happen again. I mean, that's why when someone asks me about violence, I just find it incredible. Because what it means is that the person who's asking that question has absolutely no idea what Black people have gone through, what Black people have experienced in this country since the time the first Black person was kidnapped from the shores of Africa.
Here comes this bullshit now. Now, what she said is true. My mother, my father, they're from the deep South. And they've told me stories like that, right? Like my mother had a big thing about me not going certain places. Oh, you going swimming and shit? Like out from the suburbs, I had a lot of white friends and shit like that. They going swimming somewhere. No, your ass ain't going down that motherfucker. Or say like, oh, we going out on the boat and shit and whatever. Like, no, you're not going. Because she grew up with some of her cousins, you know what I'm saying, siblings might go fishing, right? They got the river or the pond somewhere. A lot of them went fishing and never returned. Never came back. Never been found. That might have did something. I had an uncle or something that was on the chain gang. Like you see on TV about the chain gang, that shit was real. Motherfucking those striped suits and your ass is chained up with a big fucking ball and you sitting there busting rocks or whatever and shit. And though people never return home. And there'll be no record of them. Oh no, he wasn't here. No, he was locked up here. Like, no, we ain't got no record of that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? People would go fishing. You on your boat or something on the river, in the pond, and it might be some white people and shit with their boat. They might do something to make your boat sink. Go buy your boat to make it capsize or some shit like that. So that shit is very true. That shit actually happened. But you know, people will take this thing like Angela Davis said, right? And now use that to pull at your heartstrings to push their agenda, but their agenda ain't no thing where there's the issues are being solved, right? They're taking it to make it worse. Like I asked this woman last night, and she's talking about the white man this, the white man that, and shit. But you know, she talk all that militant shit, like black people the shit or whatever. But she keeps talking about the white man doing this, the white man doing that. But I'm like, so the white man your God? What the fuck you talking about? I'm like, listen to what you say. Everything that controlling your life, you saying the white man got his hand in it. Anything bad happening to you, the white man got his hand into it. So I asked her, I said, is the white man your God? I said, he must be your God. Because you're allowing him to control your mind. But what it is all these groups that she joined. The Black Power groups, the Black Panther type fucking groups. And like, you know, I had my thing about the Black Panthers, and then I saw the movie and shit, and that whatever the fuck, I forgot the latest movie thing that came out. I don't know if all that shit accurate or not, but it made me see like learning some things that they might have been doing. Like they weren't just for black people. They had all types of people. They had some crazy people with them now. They had like some of those QAnon type motherfuckers hanging with them and stuff. They fought for gay rights. You know what I mean? They did a lot of good things, but there was also things that they're doing that weren't right. Like for example, like, all right, this is a story my father told me. He was visiting his cousin or something, like I believe he was in Atlanta, and they would make 911 calls and say, you know, a woman's been shot, somebody been something at an apartment building. Or there would be a sniper and they would kill these cops. You know what I mean? It's one thing about getting the people that did the crimes, but when you do things to innocent people that had nothing to do with it, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, with a lot of things were individuals, like the Tulsa thing that No Saint was talking about. I see it, but that wasn't a government doing that. That was citizens doing that. So, but people say, oh, the government did this, the government did that, when it's actually the citizens. And like I said, they was holding that man in that jail cell, and they was holding that jail down. They're like, y'all motherfuckers not coming up in here and getting nobody. And these white men put their lives on the line to protect that prisoner. All right, my bad. My shit was tripping. But yeah, these people will pull at your heartstrings and shit, and have you thinking that you back in the motherfucking day. And I'm not saying people don't think like that no more. I'm not saying that shit at all. But a lot of that shit's on its way out. And a lot of this stuff, like I would ask somebody, right? I asked somebody one time. I said, okay, you saying all this stuff, white man doing this, white man doing that. I said, okay, what has the white man done to you in the past 6 months? You hear crickets. I got one. I'm going to be honest. I got one person answered me. And know what he said? It was funny. I had to laugh. He said, they took my money. The goddamn crackers took my money. I'm like, what? I'm like, yo, they took your money. He said, yeah, the motherfuckers took my money. The man was talking about taxes. He was talking about taxes. I started dying laughing. I said, well, your kids go to school, right? He said, yeah. I said, they get books and stuff, right? He's like, yeah. I said, you got traffic lights and stop signs. You got the yellow line in the middle of the road when you drive them to school, right? He said, yeah. I said, that's where your money goes when you pay your taxes. So what if they took all of that stuff away? When you don't pay your taxes, guess what? They can't afford to pave the road. So now you're driving, you got potholes in the street, and the pothole only going to get bigger. It's not going to fix itself. So that was your tax dollars pay for. But like trying to explain that shit to a motherfucker, it's fucking like crazy. Like it's fucking retarded. Like the motherfuckers are straight retarded. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like racism is still alive, right? I believe it's more of a age thing now. Rather, like, I'm not saying there ain't no racist, little racist motherfuckers out there. Yeah, it is. But it's not to the effect of what it was when I was a kid. Right? Now, when I was young, these motherfuckers were having Klan rallies out this son of a bitch. Like in the early 80s and stuff, that shit happened. I actually tell y'all the truth on some real shit. One of my friends, when I was in high school then, right? My mother didn't even know this shit. That he lived in another town, and 2 houses down from him was the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. This motherfucker had his Klan flag flying with the American flag and shit right there on his fucking front lawn. I ain't never got fucked with and no shit like that. I never even seen the person, but I seen the house, and then I found out that that's who house that was. He was the Grand Wizard of the Connecticut chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. Then right there. Now, I can imagine his kids still hold on to the ideology. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. Some parents, some people have those ideas and stuff, and maybe the wife might not even agree with that shit. And he go to work all day, the kids is home with the wife. And the wife teaches the kids better. So those kids grow up. Right? Now, this is another thing too, right? I used to drive a cab, right? I used to drive in Fairfield, Connecticut. Fairfield, Connecticut is a very wealthy area in Connecticut. Fairfield County, period. I live in Fairfield County. I know at one time they said Fairfield County was the richest county in America, right? All the big wig CEOs and presidents of all the companies, all those companies and corporations in Manhattan, in New York and stuff like that, they live in Connecticut. And I thought the people were going to be real racist and stuff like that. Some of the people were some of the nicest people I ever met. I used to drive one guy around. I was going to recording school in New York at IAR, and I was telling him that. He was like, "Yeah, man." He said, "I work in advertising, and we just came back from Switzerland. Like, we went all the way to the Swiss Alps and shit just to record a snowboard on the snow." And we got back, and the recording was fucked up. We went to the music studio, and the recording was fucked up. And like, we had to fix the shit and all that stuff. He gave me his code. He said, "You finished $100 and shit." He said, "This to your education." I had a couple of people give me $100 when they found out I was going to school and stuff, right? And now there was one kid that I picked up. He said, shit, I'm black. And I laughed out of his shit, like, right? He like, "For real, I'm black." I'm like, "Yo, motherfucker, what are you talking about?" He said, "Shit, I was raised by black people." He said, "Yo, I don't even like my parents and shit." He said, I was raised, my parents was never there. Like, because, you know, these parents that they work in New York City, they got to leave like 4:00 in the morning to be to work, take the train into the city, and they don't come back till late at night. And they got nannies. And now they got these nannies from Haiti, Jamaica, or it might be a black American taking care of the kid, right? And now that kid is being trained by that black woman and teaching them about stuff, feeding them and stuff, certain food and shit like that. And the kid see that and say, "Shit, this woman care more about me than my own motherfucking parents." And that might not be the case, right? But it's the parents are not there for the kid growing up. You know what I'm saying? So some parents are like, you know, they might love their kids, but they working. They buying the kids all type, everything that they need, but they not there for them, for certain shit, for emotional shit and whatnot. Like me, I was a spoiled ass kid, but my father was never around. My father was at work. My father, when I wake up in the morning to go to school, my father already left for work. When I go to sleep, after I go to sleep, my father come home. I don't be up when my father come home. So when I wake up the next morning, I still don't see the motherfucker because he already left for work. You know what I'm saying? But I got everything I wanted. I didn't want for nothing. I got everything I fucking wanted. I was the first kid in school to have Jordans and fucking like the Jordan 1s. I was the first motherfucking kid in school to have them shit. Motherfucker like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker got Jordans." Fucking, I was the first one to get my ear pierced when that shit came out. You know, it was the shit. This is back in the B-boy days, like 84 and shit. I was first kid in school and shit with my ear pierced. I had the little diamond earring and shit. I had the Dookie rope gold chain. I used to get clothes. Dapper Dan is, y'all can look him up and shit. He was like the fashion designer for a lot of hip-hop artists back in the 80s. And a lot of the big drug dealers like Alpo Martinez, the dude that just got out of jail and got murdered and shit. He used to have his clothes made by Dapper Dan. You know, like how the kids wearing Louis Vuitton and Gucci and stuff like that. Now, we was wearing that shit back in the 80s. I had my little Louis Vuitton jacket, you know what I'm saying? But like the puffy shit. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't a real Louis Vuitton jacket, but it was a custom-made jacket with Louis Vuitton shit on it. Yup. Like she said my mom and dad wasn't around much. My grandmother was more of a mother to me. Yup. That's how that shit happened. I was spoiled as a motherfucker. I was wearing that fly ass shit. I wish I still had that shit and could wear it, because my mother used to give shit to the Goodwill or give it to my cousins and stuff, because I had some cousins that wasn't as fortunate as me and stuff. So like all my old clothes and something, if they could wear them and shit, the kids wasn't as fat as my ass and shit. So fuck it. You know what I'm saying? So most of the stuff went to the Goodwill and Salvation Army and shit, because, you know, most of my cousins and stuff, they wasn't as big as me. They couldn't wear the clothes either, anyway. So like, I just get every Easter a fucking like tailor-made suit. Like those suits was expensive, like $300-400 for the goddamn suit. And I'm getting this shit every year. Didn't even appreciate it. Didn't want to wear it. Oh, you going to Easter Sunday and shit, you wearing this motherfucker. Like, shit, I don't even want to go to this son of a bitch and shit. I gotta wear this big ass fucking 3-piece suit and shit, looking like Brother Love from fucking WWF and shit back in the day, looking crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I hated wearing suits and shit, like, right? But I was getting those shit. I didn't realize how much the motherfuckers cost. And I'm going to where all the, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the old Italian motherfuckers going. I ain't going to some old bullshit like Taylor and shit. I'm going to some old Jewish or Italian motherfucker out in Fairfield where the rich people at. And they measuring my fat ass up and shit. Because I couldn't even go to the store and buy a suit because I was too fat for my size and shit. So my shit had to be custom made. My parents was buying all that shit when I was a little kid. I was a fly little motherfucker when I was in school, when I was a little boy. And then I got into skateboarding and shit. And then I just wanted to dress like a skateboarder. I ain't give a fuck about none of that shit. Like, I'm wearing flannels and fucking shit, and fatigue fucking pants. I got into the whole punk rock shit. I quit. They didn't give a fuck about looking fly. No Jordans. I'm wearing Vans and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Airwalks and Vans and DC shoes and shit like that. Etnies. Like, I ain't give a fuck about no fucking Nikes and all that shit. But when I was a little kid, like B-boy days, I had every color of Puma, suede Puma that ever was made. Every motherfucking shell-toe Adidas. Every motherfucking suede Adidas. I had all the Lee suits. I had the Lee, the cranberry with the black pinstripe. I had the cranberry with the white pinstripe. The cranberry with the gray pinstripe. The baby blue with the white pinstripe. The baby blue with the black pinstripe. I had all the motherfucking colors. The two-tone joints. The gray and black two-tone and shit. I had the cranberry and black two-tone. I had all the motherfucking suits. I was a fly little motherfucker, boy. Yup, I love Vans, yo. That's all I want to wear. Like, I don't like them now because they all like trendy and shit like that. Like, I like the Vans like when fucking like, you know what I mean? Like when that shit wasn't popping. Like, I don't like, I feel some kind of way about Vans and shit now. But I still love Vans and stuff. Like, Vans is a dope ass shoe. Yeah, like motherfuckers and shit. Now motherfuckers don't even skate wearing Vans. I'm like, what the fuck you wearing them shits for? Like, motherfucker, you don't skate. Like back in the day, you wore Vans, you know, you rode BMX bikes and you skated. That's just what it was. And you get made fun of when you went to school wearing Vans. Oh, kids you say, yo, what the fuck is them shits? But they already know and shit. I could go home and come back and shit and have them looking crazy and shit. I go home and get the fly shit and have them fucked up. Have them fucked up. I used to have all the fly ass gear, yo. But yeah, that's how shit was. But those kids in Fairfield, like those rich white kids, like they was like, yo, that lady raised me. Said my mother didn't give a fuck about me. She wasn't there. Said this old ass black lady right here, she the one raised me. She had me eating oxtail and all types of shit. Like the motherfucker was just telling me, he was like trying to confirm that shit that he was black. This motherfucker telling me about all types of black food and all types of shit. Like you couldn't convince that motherfucker he wasn't black. That shit was funny as hell though. But like there was a lot of nice people. Like there was another young couple that grew up the same way. So that kid, he grew up to have a good education. And now he can buy his $500,000 house out in the woods in Fairfield. And he might have to get a nanny now, right? And I would go pick up some of them young nannies, and the people are putting her through school. While she being the nanny and stuff, they paying for her college tuition. So when motherfuckers talk about all this racism and shit, especially like around a lot of rich white people, a lot of rich white people aren't racist. Like they might be scared of black people or not, don't really know what they expect or how to interact or something like, know what I mean? But the majority of racist white people that I run into was poor white people. That was the majority of them. They were less fortunate than me. That's what I saw. That was my experience. Like they were less fortunate than me. So I could see where it would come from. Like, shit, this motherfucker, I ain't got that shit, so I'm gonna hate this motherfucker. And that's what you see, like some old redneck motherfuckers and shit, that just as poor as the black people there, those are the ones that hate them. But the rich motherfucker, they don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I mean? They already got their shit. Like, what I worried about this motherfucker, they're not even thinking about a black motherfucker. Like, they're not even thinking about that shit. That's just my experience. I don't know what it's like anywhere else in the motherfucking country. But here, that's what it's like. But even in the South, I see like white people that hung out with black people and shit. I didn't see a lot of it, but like when my cousins and stuff in South Carolina, they had a white family that lived on the same road and stuff, and they used to play with the kids and stuff. I remember her name was Andy. They used to call him Andy Boy. He had a horse and stuff like that. He taught me how to ride a horse and shit. And that motherfucker was cool as fuck. That motherfucker was cool as motherfucker and shit. Like, let me go see Andy Boy and shit. That motherfucker, he would talk funny. He used to bug me the fuck out because the way he used to talk and shit. And he used to be all hyped up on my fresh gear. Like, oh shit, where you get them tennis there from? I'm like, tennis? Like, what the fuck you talking about, motherfucker? These is sneaks. Called the sneakers sneaks. Yeah, these is sneaks, motherfucker. Tennis? Like, what the fuck are tennises? Yeah, these called sneakers tennises. Yeah, where you get them tennis from? I'm like, nah, motherfucker, these are sneakers. These Jordans. These Bo Jacksons, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? These are Jordan 2s, motherfucker. Like, what you talking about? If they couldn't get that shit, they out in the deep South and shit. They don't got no malls and shit to be buying no Nikes and shit. The motherfuckers brought their shit from Woolworths. You know what I'm saying? I'm out there looking fly to the summer, bitch. Kango hats and shit. I got my Walkman. They never even seen a Walkman before. Says, I grew up in upper middle class in Peoria, Illinois. My best friend was a mixed boy who lived across the street. My brother loved him. Yep. Hell yeah. My best friend was a white kid. He was actually a dwarf. I be trying to get him up out here, but like he be like scared all the shit I be talking about. Like he got a good job where he got like clearance and all that type of shit. So he don't want that shit to be all on his fucking like fucking social media and shit. But I grew up with him and stuff. Like he was born a dwarf. Like he was actually the guinea pig for growth hormone. Like he was in Time magazine and all that shit. He was born like a dwarf is like a midget, but in proportion. Like midgets aren't in proportion. They got like big hands and big heads and shit like that. So he was just like a tiny person, like in proportion. So that was my best friend. I was the like fat kid, and he was a little tiny little motherfucker and shit. And he ended up they put him on growth hormone like when he got in first, second grade, and he took it into like his last seat, like junior year in high school. It only made him grow like a little bit, like where he's supposed to, like it only made him grow maybe like a few inches taller than what he would have normally been if he didn't take the growth hormone. But he was a person that they experimented on that shit for. He's a little white kid. And my mother, I go somewhere, that motherfucker be right with me and shit. Doing all the black people shit. That motherfucker be right there with me. Go to cookouts and all types of shit. His ass be right there. My mother have his ass eating motherfucking black eyed peas and all that shit. Cornbread, collard greens, and all that shit. Motherfucker be sitting right there with me. I remember one time at his house, like his father was just got married to this other lady, and she was from Fairfield and shit. So like she cooking dinner and shit. So they got some straight up like she wasn't like the best cook. Like she used to have all these cookbooks and all this shit. Like so she like, hey, you want to stay for dinner and stuff? His father was like, what? He said that motherfucker know what that like. He wasn't cussing and shit, but he was basically like, that motherfucker know what that shit. He said, do you know what he eat at home? She had like some tuna casserole shit and some bullshit, or some hot pockets and some bullshit with something like. He said, you don't eat that shit. He said, do you realize what the fuck he eat at his house? This motherfucker eating T-bone steaks and shit for lunch. He said this motherfucker got cornbread and collard greens. This motherfucker eat a full course meal. Like, this motherfucker don't eat this shit. He said, I don't even want to eat this shit. I want to go to his house and eat. Yeah, my mom was wild with that shit. Oh, Willie Grits? Yeah, that's before Willie Grits came around. Nah, that's not Willie Grits that I'm talking about. Willie Grits came like a little after, like a few years. Willie Grits moved out here like in what? Shit. Early 90s, probably. Like, no, I graduated 93. Willie Grits probably moved here at like 89 or something like that. Willie Grits moved here. He moved from North Dakota or something like that. But he was from Camden. Like, his dad had jobs that was like sending him in different states and stuff. But Willie Grits was like that, though. Willie Grits hung out with nothing but black kids. Willie Grits didn't really have no white friends. All his friends was black. Like, Willie Grits was a lot younger than me and shit. Like, Willie Grits used to follow us around the neighborhood and shit. He was like the little kid that's like trying to tag along with us and stuff. Yup. Willie Grits is cool as fuck. Rest in peace, Willie Grits. Yo, Shamiam, you know Willie Grits be gone in like fucking shit. Remember, he died like in January. So it's almost a year. That shit crazy, right? Oh, Willie Grits is missing. That's dope, though. I got mad videos and shit with him on there. And it was fucked up. I wanted to send those videos to his father, and then his father died. His father died 30 days and shit after he died. That's some bugged out shit. The whole family wiped out. The mother, father. No, he died. No, Willie Grits died like January 3rd. January 3rd or 4th. Or something like that, Willie Grits died. Because he was telling me after Christmas, he was saying how his dad hates Christmas because his only brother died in a car accident and stuff. Like, he was like on cocaine or some shit like that and drunk and crashed his car and he died on Christmas. So you say how his dad and stuff is always like down and stuff when Christmas comes around. He was just telling me that shit like after Christmas. And like a couple days later, Willie Grits was dead. I was just telling that story. Was that? No, I was telling Chris that story before I went live. How his best friend and shit, I was joking with Willie Grits and saying that the cops came and fucking picked him up, that the feds came and got him. And that the motherfucker on like a fucking like $50,000. I forgot how much bond I think he had, but I said some old stupid crazy ass bond. Nah, I think Willie Grits might have. I don't know what happened. I don't know. It wasn't COVID though. It wasn't COVID. Willie Grits might have been fucking with some shit. If something happened, he got something bad, or the motherfucker might have killed himself. Either or. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what happened. And I ain't the type of dude to be asking somebody like, yo, how that motherfucker died. Like I might ask some like distant people how he died, but I'm not going to the family and shit. Like I don't even like talking to motherfuckers and shit. Like when shit like that happened. Like I'm too like bugged out, weirded out and shit by shit like that. So all I know, Willie Grits gone. They said he had like 5 empty nip bottles in his pocket. And his ass was dead in this room. Oh, that's how that shit went down. And he had just moved to New Jersey. He moved from out here because his mother died the year before. And then his father moved there before she died. She died. Then he moved to New Jersey from Connecticut. Because they were staying with their aunt. And then Willie Grits died. Like a year later. It might have been a year and a half, almost 2 years maybe, when his mother died, between him and his mother. Oh, when he moved there, and the motherfucker died. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I couldn't believe that shit. I didn't even want to believe that shit. I still throw some E and J and shit. We got the light pole where we used to hang out here. Like we were just fucking bugged out. Like we in the suburbs, but we used to act like we on the block, like in the hood and shit though. Like so like people was used to like just random motherfuckers just hanging out in the street. Like we'll be like literally in the street, like 4 o'clock in the morning. Like now, we and Willie Grits would be outside, just hanging outside and shit, drinking or whatever. I might have a blunt. Willie Grits didn't really smoke this shit. So I'd be out there smoking and shit. Willie Grits have his bottle, and we just be out there just talking. Like I would have been out there with my phone or something, live streaming or something, standing out there in the street. Like that's how that shit would have went down. Oh, hanging out in the pole. So we got like a little shrine thing and stuff like at the light pole and shit. So like why I go to the liquor store or something, I buy a little nip of E&J and something like that, where I got a bottle, always like go over to the pole and shit, splash some of that motherfucker on the pole and shit for Willie Grits. Yup. That motherfucker loves some E&J. Like, yo, who got the bottle tonight? Who got the bottle? Who got the bottle tonight? What's up? Who got the bottle? They buy the big half gallons of that shit too. And won't go home and won't go inside till that shit gone. Oh, tell Chris let's run it. He erase you and shit. You better not fuck that car up, Shamiam and shit showing off. Don't want to be reading about your motherfucking ass, motherfucker. Fucking racing and shit. That car accident shit, no joke. That should have fucked you up, bro. I flipped my car over and shit. I'm still scared of cars. I be driving with people and motherfuckers start driving crazy. I be like, yo, let me the fuck out. Like, that shit scarred me for life. That shit got me fucked up. You come up in here if you want. Oh, the link up in here. My old 10-hour live streaming ass and shit. Full-time job for this motherfucker. Damn, I didn't even do thank my supporters and shit yet. 10 hours. Wait for somebody to talk some shit. Motherfucker, you forgot, motherfucker. Thanks to all my supporters. Willie Grits, yeah, fucking Willie Grits, even though he didn't give me no money. Fucking Sister P. Sister P. Brainstorm Homeschool Academy. Nagy Springfield, Josh, Myron Evans, Siberius the Sleeping Serpent, Yasu, Victor Always, and San Miguel TV and Sahara Jr. and shit. Got that shit out the way now, so nobody can say I didn't do it. Oh yeah, work. All right. So yeah, yo, Willie Grits was a trip though. Yo, we used to wild out here, yo. The cops used to come and shit like every night. And just fuck with us and shit. We like, man, fuck y'all. Shit. But it wasn't mostly me. It was mostly the rest of them. They was all younger than me and stuff. But once in a while, if I ain't doing nothing, I'll go out there and hang out with them and shit. Especially if they got some liquor and shit. I ain't gotta pay for it. I just go out there and shit. Like, yo, let me get some of that E&J, nigga. Like, no, I go out there with my little cup. I already got my cup in my hand and shit. Don't even got ass. I'm like, yo, let me get some of that E&J, nigga. Willie Grits fill the cup up and shit. Like, you don't get no shot, motherfucker. You get a cup full. So you sitting there, you got a half pint and shit. You getting fucked up. Like, yo, you drinking that shit or what? You be fucked up. Well, you just get that whole half gallon of E&J. Be out there hammered. Oh, that shit used to be crazy. Then Willie Grits got to go to the store to go get his Lucy's. Go get his cigarettes and shit. I'm like, wait, girl, why don't you just buy a fucking pack of cigarettes so you don't have to be going back and forth to the store? He said, nah, because I keep smoking them shit. It's cheaper me going to buy Lucy's. So, like, you know what I'm saying? I got to do all this bullshit just to go get one. So it spreads the time. I was like, I guess you're right. But that motherfucker car never was registered. He used to go to the store and we driving back, right? And you would see the lights and shit. And you already know the cops behind that motherfucker. And that nigga would never pull over. He would drive and he would pull that shit in his garage. The cops are just going to have to follow him to his house. And he get out the car. They be like, yo, stay right there and shit. Don't move and shit. He be like, yo, what? Yo, what? You know my shit ain't registered. You know my shit ain't registered. But if you pull over, they're going to tow it. So he'd be like, fuck them motherfuckers. I'm driving home. And that motherfucker drive home. That shit happened plenty of nights. One time he tried to run in the house and shit. They tackled his ass. Fucked him up. Yeah, Willie Grits was a nigga for real. Straight up. Willie Grits was hood as fuck. Willie Grits go to the gambling spot. All that shit. Go to the hood to the bootlegger. I'm like, yo, he'll call me up like 3 in the morning. Yo, want to take this ride with me to the bootlegger? I'll be like, yo, fuck it. All right, yo, I'm getting up. Let me get dressed and shit. And I take that little ride with him. You got to take all the little back roads so the cops don't see us because we driving hot and shit. Yup. Hell yeah. That was a fun motherfucker to hang with, boy. Yeah, he definitely missing. He definitely missing. Yeah, those shows and shit he used to come on. He used to be wild. Remember the first show, Shamian, where he went in on Lamad? I don't know if you remember. You remember that shit, I think. I listened to that shit the other day, yo. That was a classic video. Lamar was talking shit. He didn't know that was my boy. Like, so he just thinking that just a random motherfucker just came up on the stream and shit. And he started trying to go in on him. And Willie Grits was like, yo, you shut the fuck up, motherfucker. He chopping the shit out of him. I was like, damn. I was like, yo, chill. I was like, yo, chill. So then Cube is on there. And he finessed Lamont into saying that he watched gay porn. And Willie Grits is trying to help Lamont. He's like, yo, he trying to tell him, like, yo, this motherfucker's setting you up for some shit. And he's sitting there and shut the fuck and talking shit to him. Willie Grits was like, all right, then, fuck it. And then we got him to admit that he was watching, that he liked to watch gay porn and shit. That shit fucked him up. And Willie Grits is just laughing and shit. Oh. Well, me and Chris talking about that shit earlier. Yo, his funeral, it didn't even look like him, yo. They held his body for like fucking a while. They held his body for like a month. Oh, that was because of the COVID shit. They did that. But yeah, that was crazy. It didn't even look like him. I saw that shit on the internet and shit. We watched the funeral on the internet. The motherfucker's ass is in New Jersey and shit. I don't try to go goddamn New Jersey. But fucking, especially that COVID shit. So yeah, we watched that shit. That motherfucker, yo, Shamian, did you know that motherfucker was going to hang out with the funeral home people? Like after his mom died, like he became friends with the funeral home people because you know he had to do all the shit for the funeral for his mother. He became friend, and they said this motherfucker's just be showing up at the funeral home, just chilling with them, sitting down, talking with them. I said this nigga was creepy as fuck. I was like, yo, he was trying to fuck that old bitch, yo. He was trying to fuck that old funeral home lady, yo. I was like, Willie Grits, yo. Oh, that motherfucker missing, though. Willie Grits. Like, yo, where the bottle at? Where the bottle? Before you drunk. He had a serious alcohol problem and shit. That motherfucker stayed drunk. He said he had 5 nips in his bottle, 5 empty nips in his pocket and shit. I was like, that's him, motherfucker. That's that motherfucker right there. You buy the nips and shit. If you got enough money for that big bottle, you buy the nips. Because you get, a lot of motherfuckers don't know, you buy nips and shit, it's cheaper than buying like a pint. You just buy all nips. Yeah, you trying to holler at the old funeral home lady. Willie Grits is a creepy ass motherfucker. I wish that motherfucker was alive, yo, so I could fuck with him about that shit. He'd have been like, damn, the motherfuckers found out. Like, Willie Grits. Because we were watching the funeral on the internet, and his best friend texted me. He said, yo, you hear what that lady just said? I said, yo, I heard that shit. I was about to text you and ask you the same shit. He said, yeah, Billy was shook. We called him Billy. We didn't call him Willie Grits. We called him Billy and shit. Willie Grits is the name I made up for him for the show and shit. So he's like, yeah, Billy was so nice. He used to come here all the time to talk with me. We used to have all these long discussions and shit. I was like, damn, Willie Grits is trying to hit that shit. Yup, that was some wild shit, though. But you know what? I used to give Willie Grits hell, too, when I was a Hebrew Israelite. He said the story one time on the bottle. I mean, on the bottle. I'm tired now. He on the stream. He said it like it was somebody else. Like, it was funny. I was like, damn, Willie Grissom had to do that. He could have just said, yo, that was Killer B did that shit. But he was like, yeah, I remember some dude with stuff like at his bottle, like motherfuckers got their bottles and shit. Like, saying the bottle sitting there, motherfucker want to drink. He just grabbed the bottle. Like, he said, I grabbed the bottle, I want to go take a sip. And this motherfucker said, man, get your cracker ass lips off my fucking bottle. I was like, oh shit. I was like, yo, Willie Grissom, he talking about me and shit, but he talking like it was somebody else and shit, because he wouldn't tell motherfuckers it was me and shit. I was like, go ahead, motherfucker, tell the motherfucker that shit was me, motherfucker. He was like, yo, get your cracker ass lips off my bottle and shit. So once in a while, I'll get real Hebrew Israelite on Willie Grits and shit. But you know what's crazy though? Willie Grits used to listen to all that shit. Like, I used to tell him, he used to ask me questions about it all the time. So niggas wouldn't listen to me and shit, but Willie Grits would be there listening to me. So I used to be like, shit, Willie Grits hang with a bunch of niggas. Willie Grits might be a fucking Israelite. We had the thing, I was under the GMS thing, like the House of David. So we believe that some people that appear white could actually be Israelites. So you could tell by like how they move, like, you know what I'm saying? So I used to be like, yo, Willie Grits probably an Israelite. So when he used to ask me questions, I used to talk to him like I'm teaching somebody that I'm thinking is an Israelite. So like he asked me questions, I show him the scriptures and why I believe this and stuff. I show him all the scripture, lay the shit down to him and stuff. But I don't think he really understood the shit, like, or whatever. But when he started coming on the show, he started understanding it more. But back in the day and stuff, I used to be sitting out there. We'd be drunk as hell, high, whatever the fuck. I'd go through scriptures and shit. Like, know what I'm saying? Show this and about the Jacob and Esau thing and like, know what I'm saying? The dietary laws. I used to go through bad shit like with them. Like with the women. How, like, you know what I'm saying? The women not supposed to rule over you and all that shit. I used to kick all them scriptures. And you be right there, like, listening to that shit. Drunk as hell. But motherfuckers like this conversation when they drunk and fucked up anyway. Yup. Yeah, that was some wild shit, though. Yeah, that Hebrew Israelite shit. I was like, yeah, Willie Grits might be an Israelite. Willie Grits, man. Yeah, I gotta take some of those clips from some of those old videos he had and try to make it into one video. Yeah, maybe I should try to do that shit for the anniversary of his death and shit. Maybe I might try to do that. That's a lot of work though. Fucking shit. That's a lot of work. Finding all them little clips and stuff. He used to go in on motherfuckers though. But what else I got here? What's going on? What Wild Child that said that Jamal. I wanted to go back to that dude. What was it, Jamal? Something? No, it was something. Rashad Jamal. That's what it was. Rashad Jamal. But he seemed like a brother polite, not brother polite, like a brother polite, young Pharaoh type motherfucker. Pharaoh tried to talk. Oh, so he actually fuck with young Pharaoh. Oh, is he one of the dudes that was in his thing? Oh no, I guess they wasn't. They were just going at each other as like young Pharaoh. Oh shit, that's what I was trying to tell that lady last night about how Sinetter brung all these con artists and cult leaders to black people. Young Pharaoh was another one. Young Pharaoh would have been nobody if it wasn't for Sinetter. And look what your Pharaoh turned into. Let's see what this motherfuckers are talking about. You ever heard of Nature Boy? Wild Child, if you're still in here. You ever heard of Nature Boy? Oh, no, it's the thing right here. Find something short. Let's see what this says. Wild Child. Wild Child. Wild Child. Don't tell me you listen to this shit. Yo, I'm gonna start doing videos on this thing. I'm so glad you gave me this, dude. Just from hearing what 16 goddamn seconds, I'm on this nigga's head now and shit. These videos is coming. For somebody that fucking retarded. You heard what he said, Shamia? This shit is worse than the Nation of Islam. Because worse than the Nation of Islam said white people was grafted from the pig, the rat, the what was it? The rat, the pig, and a cat, I think. The Nation of Islam said white people come from a rat, the cat, and the pig. This motherfucker said the wolf and the pig. Only the real gonna relate. No, only the retarded motherfuckers gonna sit there and listen to that shit. Oh shit. So I've been following E.A. Coedin for years. Those other guys are newer to me. All right. But E.A. Coedin wasn't as bad as this shit. This mother, you hear what this motherfucker said? People stay away from this nigga. He said, we don't even got DNA. Now, where does nigga get this information from? That's what I want to know. What college this motherfucker went to? Well, you know, son, I ain't got black people ain't got to go to college. You know what I'm saying? We got all the 360 degrees of science, mathematics, and geometry, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding all in our heads. We was born with that, Ak. We was born with that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the white man came from the dog, the rat, the cat, and the hat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They came from the dog, the rat, the cat, and the hat. See, they got the pink skin, you know. So you know, the sun cook them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, son? That's that Wu-Tang knowledge. Let's listen to this shit. You heard what this nigga said? See, that's a damn shame. Got the kids in on the shit. They should lock that nigga up. Now you see the little girls right there? What do you think happened to them kids? What do you think happened to them kids? Shit. You saw what young they were saying about what's his name? The crazy comedic nigga that I don't want showing up in my house. Better stop talking about him. I do not want that nigga showing up my door. I'm calling the police, motherfucker. Shit. Damn. What's his name, yo? Y'all know what I'm talking about. God damn, Shaka Amos. Because, you know, they believe all that old ancient shit. See, niggas want to put niggas back in the Stone Age. They actually want society to go back to the Stone Age and shit. You hear these niggas? Oh, we don't, you know what I'm saying? We got to drink all this, eat and drink all this natural shit. You know, we got to live off the land and all this shit. Yo, fuck refrigeration and shit. We just eat the herbs and all this stuff. Because, you know, they put black baby kidneys in the soda. Niggas want motherfucking black people to go back to the fucking Stone Age. But really what it is they want them not to use resources, not to buy soda, not to buy KFC, because they want all that money to go to the cult leader. So they're going to tell you don't go shopping at Walmart. Don't go shopping at these stores. So you go to work, you got a whole bunch of money. And guess what? They got stuff for you to buy. So all that money is going to them. See? Y'all peep game. Niggas is slick. Know what I'm saying? You got peep game. Oh, you know, you be a vegan and all shit. You vegan now, so you got all this goddamn money. You can stop going to McDonald's and shit like that. They have you sitting there just drinking sea moss and shit till your ass die from drinking sea moss. But yeah, but the little girls and stuff, now they believe in all that ancient Kemetic shit where, you know, they had queens and kings and shit 13 years old, 14 years old. So, know what I'm saying? They're going to push up on one of them little kids and thinking they in the ancient days. Y'all heard me talk about GMS and all that shit with the rape doctrine? Long as a woman having her menstrual cycle and stuff, she's a woman. If the girl has a menstrual cycle, they believe that that's a woman. So if she can have kids, that means you can have sex with her. That's what they believe. But they don't talk about the little boys. The little boy, okay, if the little girls become women when they get their menstrual cycle, what about the little boys? Right? When the little boys hit their puberty and shit, they men. The Jews believe that, you know, you had your bar mitzvahs and all that shit, right? They supposed to be fucking with the little girls, not your old ass and shit. Not your old 50-something-year-old ass. That's for the little boys. Oh, say, okay, we back in the day, you got the 12-year-old girl and you got the 12-year-old boy. Let them do what the fuck they got to do. Not your old 50-year-old ass fucking with that little girl. And the little girls, see, like these little girls, the one got the dreadlocks, the other one got the little natural little afro puffs and shit, right? They want to learn about all that deep shit. You know what I'm saying? The white people, they have dog, rat, cat, and hat. And that little girl she gonna want to listen to that more than go to school. I was there. You know what I'm saying? I was there. So like all that little like KRS-One and shit, right? When I was a little kid, the Edutainment album, that was the illest album ever. Taught me about veganism and all that shit. I became a vegan. My parents looking at me like I'm fucking crazy. Like, where the fuck your ass get this shit from? I didn't get it from no motherfucking book. I didn't get it from TV. I got it from fucking rap music. Right? And then I hung out with some little white kids, lived in Fairfield. Because, you know, rich people and shit, they was on that vegetarian, vegan shit. Like, know what I'm saying? So they had their little specialty little stores that sold little specialty health food stores and stuff. You could go and get vegan stuff. And, like, nobody knew what the fuck a vegan was unless you was, like, white and rich and was into all that new age shit. That's the only way you're going to know what the fuck a vegan is. Normal people didn't know nothing about no vegan. Normal people didn't even know what a vegetarian was, let alone vegan. Right? So I'm up on that shit, and I'm going to get the tofu hot dogs. My boy and shit, he was vegan. He was a white dude and shit, right? He was in all that new age, like hippie shit and whatnot, like eating mushrooms and shit. Motherfucker give me mescalines and fucking all types of bullshit. Like he was into all that shit. the little restaurant, but the two lesbians ran a restaurant, a vegan restaurant. It's still way back in the day. So that was like a little spot for like the unnormal motherfuckers, like as a society would say. So like it was just two like straight up lesbians, like, you know what I mean? They was real lesbians, like there was real lesbians. They wasn't on no fake shit. You know what I'm saying? So, and we used to go there. They used to trip out on us and shit. We was young kids, and my ass is black. I'm up in there and shit with my little fucking crazy ass punk rock hairdo and shit, with my skateboard and stuff. Like they was feeling that, like, you know what I mean? And we up in there with a whole gang full of lesbians and shit. Like that shit was a straight up lesbian hangout. But our little asses would be up in there eating vegan food, tofu and all that shit. What do you call it? The quinoa bullshit, the couscous, and all types of shit. Like, you know what I mean? This food was good though. Food was really good. I wonder if that place is still open. I gotta check. Cause that shit like classic. Like that's some throwback shit. I gotta go there and see if them old bitches still remember my ass and shit. But you know what I'm saying? I ain't knowing what no lesbian was back then. I was too young to know anything about all that shit. But yeah, we go skating and like, yo, we go to Blood Root and shit. That was the name of it, Blood Root. Oh, we go there and stuff and eat. They used to hook us up. They were just shot, like they was pumped that we were just in there and that we was like vegan and stuff like that. So like these little girls, they gonna embrace all that shit. They gonna like that. The little girls, I don't know who them little girls is or whatever. I don't know who they is, but it could just be random little girls. But I'm telling you what the energy is gonna be like. They looking up to all them dudes standing around. That don't look like a family, right? Tell me if this shit look like a family. That don't look like no family. Now, where the little boys their age? You know what I'm saying? Where the little boys their age at? Hell yeah, Karis One was the shit. Shabian said the Harlem Hustle. The Harlem Hustle. Yeah, so that shit molded me. You know what I'm saying? I want to learn that shit more. Fuck school, motherfucker. I listen to Karis One. Like Wu-Tang said, yo, y'all niggas ain't gotta go to school no more. All you gotta do is listen to the Wu-Tang double CD, and you're gonna get all the education you ever gonna need in life. You remember them niggas said that shit? Somebody need to whip they motherfucking asses right now for putting that fucking shit out, saying that shit. All you need is the Wu-Tang double CD. I was listening to Ghostface the other day, and he was talking about his album. I forgot what song it was and shit. But he was like, you know, he said he was somewhere and he made them songs. And he was like, yo, those songs didn't even mean nothing. He said, I like putting like real slick words together and shit. And he said he put the songs out, and then you see him motherfuckers online and shit trying to decipher the Ghostface song. And I remember I was like, yo, we used to do that shit. He'd be like, yo, fat bag of weed, ravioli, like, you know what I'm saying? Beef and broccoli, well, he used to say some old crazy shit, right? And we be trying to like figure out what he's saying. So he'd be like, yo, I had the beef and broccoli. He'd be like, yo, he talking about fucking chocolate and that Hawaiian, nigga. Or that skunky, right? Because we used to go to New York and cop weed and shit. Like, you know what I mean? We used to go to the weed spot and they got a menu. Like, you go to the dispensary now. We had that shit in New York back in the day. So we go there, like, yo, let me get a dime of that chocolate Buddha. Let me get a dime of that Hawaiian. Let me get a dime of Cess. Let me get a dime of Indica. Let me get a dime of motherfucking Panama Red and shit. We had all them different flavors. So we was like, yo, the beef and broccoli is when you put the indica, you put the chocolate. Know what I'm saying? You put the chocolate and mix it with the Hawaiian. Know what I'm saying? The Hawaiian's the broccoli and the chocolate Buddha and shit. That's the beef. So you're like, yo, the beef and broccoli once and shit. Like, know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, roll up the beef and broccoli, son. We be sitting there listening to that Ghostface, that Wu-Tang shit, that Killer Army, Sons of Man, motherfucking motherfucking the RZA, all that shit. We said, yo, nigga, yo, roll up that beef and broccoli, son. Or the nigga got the indica and shit. Yo, roll up that indica, nigga. My nigga, yo, roll up that indica. Right? That's what it was. And we were trying to decipher his song. And he said it. He said, yo, I heard motherfuckers is trying to decipher my shit. He said, yo, I had to fall back from that shit. He was like, yo, let me stop for these niggas come up with some old crazy shit I'm saying or some shit. But that shit was true, though. We were just making up shit. That shit was wild. Yup. Let's listen to another Rashad Jamal fucking shit. That nigga said, white people is the dog. Let's find another short one. Yeah. Nigga, that is a bunch of ghetto ass information, nigga. Oh, they ain't use no medicine. You know, they use those old remedies and shit. So we're not supposed to be using no medicine now. Like I said, these niggas want to take you back to the Stone Age. Oh shit, how fucking up shit like that? Hold on. Niggas wasn't meditating and shit. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? Man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're gonna bring us back to the goddamn Stone Age. Message to the elites. Let's see if this niggas. Nigga shit. Look, all this shit is dangerous. Very dangerous. If YouTube want to take some shit down, this is the type of shit they need to do. Like how they did EA co-edit, this is what they need to do. Unbelievable. All that, but look at his teeth. All that, but look at his teeth. Got the gold watch and all that shit. You a fly ass nigga. pumping the music, but look at your raggedy ass mouth. But look at your raggedy ass mouth, nigga. Huh? Huh? What, you got the $50,000 chain, but you can't go fix your teeth? See this shit? You see this? Oh, shit, I didn't even put it up on the shit. I'm bugging. My bad, y'all. I gotta say, Killer B, you stupid motherfucker. You don't even got it on the screen. Look at this nigga mouth. Look at that nigga mouth. Gold chain, gold watch with a raggedy ass mouth. With the Fendi belt on. See, you got a Fendi belt on. Right? That's a Fendi belt, ain't it? Right? Hard as a nail, gangster. But look at your mouth, nigga. Oh shit, this shit done fucked up. Wait, we get it back. We get it back. Y'all think I'm playing?
The Moors gave him some culture and ain't.
God damn it. Hold on.
Not rich over real. Y'all can keep them crappy ass record deals, the bullshit ass advances. You know, matter of fact, I'm finna start signing artists. You know what I'm saying? Y'all come sign over here real over rich. If you want to keep your song, want to get paid for what you do, want to have.
You're gonna pay somebody, but you can't pay to fix your teeth? Huh? But you can't pay to fix your teeth, nigga.
Freedom to be an artist, man. Go ahead, come over here to Real Over Rich ENT, man, where you can be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Where God can be a God and a goddess can be a goddess. You hear me?
You ain't neither, nigga.
End of the day, man. Shout out to all the whole you, Real Over Rich ENT, man.
Well, hold
where
on,
you can be yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Shape right. Why the shit won't close up the way it fuck going on here? This is fuckery. How'd I make the shit? That damn shit big the way. All right, fuck it. Do it like that. Look. Oh, he a bad motherfucker, ain't he? Look.
On me, they bench pressing. It's cool, I accept this. They say that I'm dope. Flow got them dope sick. Try and take us out, so they bringing all the dope in. Cops kill a nigga, catch a case, then they close it. Nigga speak his mind, he get shot in the open. My style ain't in. I'm too outspoken. Young and I'm black, so that makes me the culprit. Telling all these lies and they.
Look at that nigga mouth. Which more yellow? That chain, that watch, or the yellow ink on his shirt? Which one more yellow? Tell the truth, y'all. Tell the truth. Who would have called me a lie? That nigga talk, I'll sign you, you gonna make some money with me, and you ain't gotta sell your soul. How you gonna pay for art, pay artists when you can't pay for to get your grill fixed? Look, it's not big enough for y'all niggas. It's not big enough for y'all. It's not big enough. It's not big enough. I mean, see, y'all can see it now. There you go. Look at this nigga's mouth.
Built their promotion. Yeah, kill him, but it's really killing our culture. They from out the cave.
Look at that nigga mouth. Look how raggedy that nigga mouth look. Look how raggedy that nigga mouth look. But got gold watch, big link chain, all that shit. Pumping the music and shit. No, I'm sitting in the whip, son. I'm sitting in the whip. You know what I'm saying? Sitting in the whip. You stupid, yo. But you ain't sitting up here, your grill all up in the shit. But you ain't talking all that big shit like this, motherfucker. Everybody teeth ain't, especially you hit 40s and shit. But motherfuckers, the doctor told your ass what to do and shit. Same with me. And I ain't listening now. I go to the dentist. I go to the dentist. The motherfucker like, nigga. What I told you, nigga. What I told you. Did I tell you to come in here every fucking whatever months and shit? What now you need me now, huh, nigga? Know what I'm saying? I feel you to everybody like that, right? But this nigga talking that big shit. He went and invested. I don't got no big ass gold chain. I ain't got no big ass gold watch. I ain't got no Fendi belt. And guess what? Before I'll run out in the street with my shit like that, I'm gonna fix my goddamn teeth first. That's like Rob Rack. I know fucking Shamiam and shit about to drop whatever you fucking doing at work. Because I said Rob Rack. Rob Rack gonna like some girl from fucking the UK, right? Some Sudanese chick and shit, but she ain't like a real Sudanese. She ain't one of them crispy ass black Sudanese chicks, right? Her ass is half Arab and shit, right? So she got a nice tone to her and shit, right? But she a pretty lady named KK. She been on here before. And she came to went to California to go see him. Rob Rack gonna try to impress her, gonna rent a Bentley. Right? Gonna rent a Bentley. Now, he rent the Bentley. He riding the girl around in the Bentley. And guess what? He had to get her a hotel. They stayed in the hotel and shit. She admitted she fucked the nigga and shit, right? He rented the Bentley for a week. He got the hotel. Now, the money ran out. Then the money ran out. Now what, nigga? Now what? And she talking about, I gotta bring some more money and stuff. You know what I'm saying? To help you out. To help you. Instead of being a real nigga, he don't even got a place to live. Rob Rack live in his sister's basement. You watch it when he go live. You see the pipes with the hangers on the pipes? And shit, the nigga gotta hang his clothes on a fucking pipe in the basement. He doing videos, got the hot water heater, heater and shit behind him. In the goddamn basement. He down there drunk than a son of a bitch because he ain't allowed to go upstairs because he don't know how to act. Like normal people. But you gonna try to impress a bitch with a goddamn Bentley, no goddamn well, you ain't got no goddamn Bentley money. Gonna say, well, I own this Bentley, but you ain't got a place to live. If I got a Bentley, a bitch ain't going to the hotel, nigga. Matter of fact, a bitch ain't going to the hotel, period. She's coming to my house. Or apartment, whatever the fuck you got. Am I right or wrong, wild child? A nigga know he ain't got it like that. Ain't gonna sit there in front. And now the money run out, you looking stupid. You making excuses. Oh, you getting motherfuckers to call you. The money run out, so you getting motherfuckers to call you now to say, yo, call my phone, my nigga. Call my phone and say this emergency or some shit. So I got an excuse to get out. I could be out. And shit, you know, I ain't got no more bread. You looking bad. You looking bad and shit. See, you laughing. You know I'm right. Nigga trying to stunt and shit. It looks stupid. That what niggas do. You know, that was Rob Rack and all them that I was watching. You saw the shit just drop down to 4 people. I be hurting them niggas' feelings, boy. That's right, son. I hurt your goddamn feelings, motherfucker. I tell the truth, nigga. I ain't gonna lie and make fun of you lying, nigga. I'm gonna make fun of you telling the truth. Tell people he got a motherfucking Bentley. That stuff don't impress me anyway. Exactly. I know that shit. Chick just want a real motherfucker. They don't give a fuck about all that shit. It's nice and shit. And the chick can help you out. Like, yo, I ain't got no problem paying half. Like, know what I'm saying? Right, Shamiam. They out there smoking that shit. Out there sucking on that shit. No goddamn well, he done took his goddamn stimulus check and tricked it out. And got mad and shit, but like, God damn, shit. I gotta be sober and shit for a week, this bitch down here and shit. Drive around in the Bentley. In the Bentley, they probably got little bottles of Henny, right? Drink it out of plastic cups. Drink it out of got a Bentley drinking out of plastic cups. You ever put some Henny or some liquor in a plastic cup and shit, and it's the clear plastic cup, and it should be sitting in there for a minute. That shit, the rim, not the rim, like where the watermark, where the liquor mark at, and shit, that shit'll start getting white instead of clear and start getting white because the shit eating away at the plastic and shit. Shit eating away at the goddamn plastic. Ain't got no goddamn glasses and shit for the chick and nothing. Look at this sorry nigga. If you want to impress her, at least have some glasses, nigga. You're going to have a Bentley sit up in there with some plastic cups. Ain't no way in hell. I swear for God, you won't catch me doing that shit, but you catch Rob Rat. Old broke nigga. That's a goddamn shame. You're going to rent a Bentley. And then they can go on people's screen talking about I own a Bentley. How you own a Bentley? You ain't got nowhere to live. And everybody mad because I put up the video with the nigga sitting on the edge of the bed wearing a pink bra and panties. Big old fat fucking nigga and shit with pink bra and panties on and shit. With everything that's hanging out. That don't make no goddamn sense. Now, you know that don't make no sense. But you the hardest thing out there. Hardest thing in the goddamn world. Sitting there on the edge of the bed with your behind tooted up in the air and shit. But you a hardcore gangster nigga. Always showing your gun and shit on camera. That don't make no goddamn shit. Faking the funk. They're faking the funk. The faking the funk. How that song goes, shit. The faking the funk. Who was that did that shit? Was that Far Side that did that song? Or like Lords of the Underground and shit? One of them motherfuckers did that shit. Faking the that was faking the funk. Do. Nah. Who did that shit? That's I think. Oh, Lord Finesse or one of them motherfuckers. I forgot who did that shit. Ed OG and the something. I forgot who that. You faking the fuck. I remember that shit. But fucking that's a goddamn shame. And you got niggas like this. That yeah, girl can teach you this knowledge. And shit, I teach you this knowledge. No, motherfucker, she need to teach you how to brush your shit. She need to teach your ass how to go to the goddamn dentist. Cause the nigga been looking for you. The nigga got your picture on the wall, motherfucker. Say wanted. Oh, mushmouth nigga, wanted. Right there on the dentist wall. He told you to come in there every 6 months and shit. Come see him. No, you ain't seen him since elementary school. Now you're a grown ass nigga. Your shit. Your shit looking like motherfucking goddamn dominoes and shit. Shit look like some lined up dominoes in your mouth. Yellow. Fix your mouth, nigga. Before you coming up on camera and shit all up in somebody's shit talking about you got money. Look.
Caves, the Moors gave them some culture. I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. They come out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. And
the white man came out the caves. The Moors gave him the culture. Newsflash, buddy. The Moors wasn't black, nigga. The black Moors of the Moorish Empire was slave soldiers. All you gotta do is go search up the Black Guard in Morocco. Search the Black Guard in Morocco, and y'all learn the truth. Let's go.
Ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. Yeah, y'all know, like.
We don't know, nigga. We don't know why your grill look like that, and you up in people's face like you the shit. Explain that shit to me, nigga.
I heard that last night. I think I want to play that back a little bit. Let me say it one more time. Like, okay, so I was like, they come out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. They come out the caves, the Moors, us gave them some culture.
You ain't no more, nigga. You ain't no more. Because when they wrote about them black Moor soldiers, They said they were scared because when you see the white of their teeth, your teeth ain't white, nigga. Your teeth look like that watch on your arm, that fake ass gold watch you trying to fool everybody with, nigga.
I ain't Migos, I'm doing this for the culture, man. I know what it is. Real over rich. Double R's, 1100. Not real, not rich over real. Y'all can keep them crappy ass record deals, them bullshit ass advances. You know, matter of fact, I'm finna start signing artists. You know what I'm saying? Y'all come sign over here, real over rich. If you want to keep your song.
Real over rich. Real grindy. Real nasty over rich. Real raggedy over rich. Huh? Oh, yuck mouth ass nigga.
Want to get paid for what you do, want to have true freedom to be an artist, man. Go ahead, come over here to Real Over Rich ENT, man, where you can be yourself. You know,
your teeth want to be they self. Your teeth want to have freedom, cause you've been abusing them motherfuckers. That they want to do, and you younger than me, man. You younger than me. That shit don't make no goddamn sense. That just don't make no sense.
You know what I'm saying? Well, God can be a God.
God
damn.
damn.
You hear me? Like, end of the day, man, shout out to all the whole UCI, University of Cosmic Intelligence, the whole Real Over Rich, the whole planet of carbonated beings, man. You know what I'm saying? This is our time. Planet coming back to us, man. Anytime I get on here, I'm gonna breathe and talk real shit, whether it be in the lecture, whether it be over these beats. Y'all know what it is. EP coming soon. Now we rise.
If I'm up in that motherfucker, got that camera in my mouth, and my shit, I still got a cute ass smile and shit. I got like 1 or 2 tooth pull and shit in the back and shit. Like you can't see them motherfuckers and shit. Like my wisdom tooth, and I got another joint and shit, right? And but I know how to fix my mouth in a picture. My mama taught me how to do that. When I had a little kid and I had a missing tooth and it was picture day and shit, my mama taught me how to smile, nigga. So you smile like this, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't go showing all your goddamn grill, nigga. You can smile and shit, you know what I'm saying? I got a cute ass smile. All the women's tell me that shit. I got a cute ass smile. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my things. Shit, motherfucker like my motherfucking smile. Right? Now, I ain't got no motherfucking goddamn shit. Who got a big ass smile and shit? I ain't got one of them motherfuckers and shit. I'm a regular nigga, but I just look cute, motherfucker. That's what it is. I'm just a cute motherfucker. So, this nigga mouth, I ain't gonna be sitting there just throwing my teeth and shit all over the goddamn screen and shit. This motherfucker, this nigga teeth throwing up gang signs, nigga. Look at that. Look,
I know. I get on him, I'm gonna breathe and talk real shit, whether it be in the lecture, whether it be over these beats.
His teeth saying crip.
Know what it is.
Was blood.
Now we rise.
What, nigga? You need to beat them teeth about your mouth and get some new ones. Let me back this nigga up again. Let me see that grill again. Can I get a witness?
Hold on. The Cosby Show was raping, the rapist getting exposure. Now they saying Cosby a rapist is full exposure. Tore his image down to help build their promotion. Yeah, kill.
Look at that nigga raggedy ass mouth. Tell me his teeth ain't throwing up gang signs. Neggy, what up? Neggy got his second win. He go to late, Neggy. Throw up them gang signs and shit. Yo, yuck mouth nigga and shit. They got to link anybody will come up in here. I said it gives some character, yo. You sick. So cute. Give some character. But I know some niggas that had some raggedy mouth. My old boy, God rest his soul, he passed away too. Fucking LK Mooney and shit. LK Mooney fucking grill was so jacked up, but that nigga he ain't had no hot chicks and shit. I can't even include that nigga. He had some old raggedy, some old fat chicks and shit. The big motherfucking, big. I mean, no little, big. So yeah, I take that shit back. And that nigga just be smiling, hugging on them big ass bitches and shit. They be hugging on them and shit. And we got that tooth, that nigga smile. He got that missing tooth, that tooth missing and shit, nigga. You just fall out laughing and shit. Be like, yo, that nigga's a hot nigga. He like on some old dirt. He was like an old dirty bastard nigga and shit. That was him all day. You sit there and talk all that shit. But that nigga, he keep a chick though. It'd be a big 500-pounder or some shit though. Yup. We go to link, nigga. You come up in here. You know I'm acting up and shit. I'm trying to get keep my shit going and shit, nigga. I'm marathoning right now. I'm marathoning. What up, nigga Springfield?
Not a whole lot, man. How are you?
Man, we was out here to tear these niggas up out here in these YouTube streets, just tearing these motherfuckers up. I found a new dude to fuck with and shit. This nigga right here. I gotta get this nigga out the way. I guess he's going at Young Pharaoh. He said that
who
white
is he?
people. His name is Rashad Jamal. Right? His name should be Brush Your Grills.
Yeah, toothbrush.
Look at the nigga shit.
I know.
He's talking about signing people. People can get money with him. He got a gold watch, the chain, and everything, but his grill look like that.
I've seen my own teeth. I know bad teeth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This shit, like we own this shit. Like, know what I mean? Your shit ain't looking fresh unless you like 20 or some bullshit or whatever and shit, right? You get old because the dentist told you when to go in that motherfucker, but no, you want to do what the fuck you want to do, right? Until it's too late, then you want to go visit the nigga, and the nigga like, ha ha, right? This nigga right here need to stay his face out the goddamn camera. How you presenting yourself when your teeth is the same color as your watch? I ain't lying.
Kill him, but it's really killing our culture. They from out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. They come out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. And I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. Chatter. Yeah, y'all know, like, I don't think y'all heard that last line. Like, I think I want to play that back a little bit. Let me say it one more time. Like, okay, so I was like, they come out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. They come out the caves, the Moors, us gave them some culture. You hear me?
No motherfucker. They got your ass out the jungle, nigga, with your raggedy ass grill, yellow ass teeth, nigga.
I ain't Migos, I'm doing it for the culture, man.
He thinks
I know
he's
what
got
it is.
a
Roll
bang.
over rich, double R's, 1100. Like, okay, so I was like, they come out the caves, the Moors gave them some culture. I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture. They come out the caves, the Moors, us gave them some culture. You hear me? I ain't Migos, but I'm doing it for the culture, man. I know what it is. Real over rich, double R's, 1100. Not rich over real. Y'all can keep them crappy ass record deals, them bullshit ass advances. You know, matter of fact, I'm finna start signing artists. You know what I'm saying? Y'all come sign over here, real over rich. If you want to keep your soul, want to get paid for what you do, want to have true freedom to be an artist, man, go ahead, come over here to Real Over Rich ENT, man, where you can be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Where a God can be a God and a goddess can be a goddess. You hear me? Like, end of the day, man, shout out to all the whole
A guy can fix their fucking grill.
Whole UCI, University of Cosmic Intelligence, the whole Real Over Rich, the whole planet of carbonated beans, man. You know what I'm saying? This is our
carbonated beans. You hear this shit? Carbonated.
Yeah. I hear this retarded.
These niggas,
planet coming back to us, man. Anytime I get on here, I'm gonna breathe and talk real shit, whether it be in the lecture, whether it be over these beats. Y'all know what it is. EP coming soon. Now we ride.
Yes, Nagy Springfield. I feel we got a new victim. Old Wild Child and shit put his on. Thank you very much, Wild Child. Like old
This
Jim
Black
Morrison
Friday,
had
get
an
holiday
overbite.
ready with Ford. Get
Get
great offers on the Ford that's right for you. Right now, get 0%.
had that overbite.
Yeah. That dude sounds like he's gonna try to pull some, sovereign citizen BS.
Yeah, that's exactly who he is, Nagy. That's exactly what he doing.
He's gonna get pulled over by the cops. He's gonna be like, yo, I'm just traveling. They're gonna be like, all right, we know how this goes. Bust his windows, kick his head, bust more teeth. Be like, all right, you're not traveling anymore. Like, you understand that now? No traveling.
No traveling.
You under arrest.
It is. See what this nigga saying.
Dodging them charges, I treat them like a Durango. Chopper showers wet a nigga like a raincoat. Ulterior motives tell me what shit hurt ain't go. I see people true colors just like a rainbow.
I want to hear you kick that knowledge, my nigga. I want to hear you keep that knowledge, nigga. Oh shit, Larry Hoover, growth and development. Goddamn, nigga, that's deja vu right there. Goddamn. Oh, let's see this nigga kick some knowledge. I want to hear that knowledge, my nigga. This nigga got mad subscribers too, and dumb as shit. And I'm over here sitting over here and shit. God damn, ain't this a bitch? Soul harvesting. Hidden spell we never knew. I'll find something short. When Satan comes to collect. All right, whatever, nigga. The true color of gods. Okay, here we go. This is dropping. It's a long one. We're just gonna drop.
Oh, I already know this is gonna be a good one.
Peace to the gods and goddesses of planet Ka. What it do?
No, the nigga got the house, ain't got no furniture. See what I'm talking about? This is a real nigga. This is the niggas that move up in your house. You got some shit, and women and let this nigga live with him. And let the nigga live with him. He ain't gonna have no job. He just gonna be making YouTube videos all day. And he's gonna sit there and look cute for the bitches with his raggedy ass mouth. He got his fly sneakers on, but he ain't got a goddamn dime in his pocket. Because if he did, they'd fix their goddamn teeth. They ain't got no type of care for shit you supposed to do in life. They spend all day looking cute, but that cute run out. That cute will run out. My boy, my other boy, he ain't here with us either. God rest his soul. He told me, he said, yeah, you think you getting the bitches that smile and shit. I said, you ain't gonna have that smile forever, niggas. The first time I chipped my tooth in the back, it shit out like this motherfucker. I still got it though, but the nigga was like, nigga, you said you ain't gonna have that smile forever, motherfucker. I forgot what we was talking about. We was sitting at the kitchen table in my house and shit. He said, nigga, you ain't gonna have that shit forever, my nigga. I was like, God damn.
Yeah. We got someone in the chat saying, where's the air mattress?
Exactly.
What it do?
They're talking
What it
about
do?
that
What it
blow-up
do? What it
mattress.
do? Ooh. What it do? Do what it do? What it do?
Come on, the nigga you gonna talk about.
We don't even need him. We got Jean Grey. All Professor has to do is tap in the niggas' minds. We got Jean Grey for that. We don't need him. Feel me? Because Jean Grey was a gangster. She wasn't trying to talk about shit. What was Professor X trying to do? He trying to hold her back.
Professor X, the motherfucker.
Okay. So before we dive into this lecture, I got some disclaimers.
All right, shut your ass up. Get into the action, nigga.
The copper complexion.
Copper complexion.
And I want you to let that sit on your soul for a second. This is the copper complexion. But this is after your avatar, which is another word for body, your vessel that your soul chose to use as a vehicle while in this realm. This is after it has been exposed, the carbon, the neuromelanin has been exposed to oxygen. So let's go through the science behind it, okay? So the Anunnaki
nigga
would be the first race, first specimen.
Them niggas wasn't black. You didn't come from them niggas.
To ever come into existence in what we now call this multiverse.
Nigga, you came from the sub-Saharan in Africa, nigga. Your ass do not come from no Mesopotamia, none of that bullshit, nigga. Your ass is from the goddamn sub-Saharan Africa, nigga. The people that didn't know what the wheel was until the 1800s. The niggas that wasn't making clothing, wasn't making textiles until 1 AD. That's where you come from. Don't try to claim no Anunnaki, Mesopotamian, Babylonian shit, nigga. They didn't look like you, and you ain't look nothing like them. Tell that lie.
The Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
It's a lot of fairy tales running around now about the Anunnaki because they see that we are remembering who we are. So they want to make the Anunnaki look like the bad guy.
Nigga, you heard that before. All that shit coming out because we waking up to who we really are.
Yeah, I've heard that before. This is just the same hustle.
Same hustle. Same hustle. Oh,
I honestly wish. I mean, this guy's pushing obviously crazy stuff, but you know, people like this just need to sit down and do something else, you know.
Yup. Instead of wasting lives. You see all these people in his chat? This video got 82,000 views.
Oh, he's got numbers in his chat?
Yeah, the nigga got 75,000 goddamn subscribers.
Oh, I'm scared now. Shoot.
The video for November 14th, this bitch already got 82,000 fucking views. And he talking a bunch of bullshit.
And you know, the worst part is they should all be watching me, not him.
Exactly. People that got some goddamn sense. You know, we might act up and shit like that, but we got fucking sense. We gonna give y'all the real. We gonna give y'all exactly what the fuck going on. This nigga is out to fool you. Like, yeah, these stupid ass niggas, these stupid niggas and shit, give me these views. I'm getting these checks now, motherfucker. He said, so you know, when we find out, since we waking up to who we are, you know, the white man, they trying to stop this knowledge and shit. Same thing Hebrew Israelites say. Same exact thing.
Guys. Just like they made Killmonger look like the bad guy in Black Panther. When he wasn't. Killmonger wasn't the bad guy, but that's how they made him look. Because he was willing to stand up against T'Challa, who was soft. Magneto wasn't the bad guy in X-Men or Apocalypse. But that's how they made them look, because they were willing to fight against the true oppressors in those movies. The Decepticons wasn't the bad guys in Transformers. No, they wasn't. The Autobots were. Because the Autobots wanted to protect the human beings, who were the ops who had took the whole planet from them. Meanwhile, the Decepticons, Megatron and them, was trying to kill them. They knew they was the ops.
And you know,
Transformers.
And we got the Decepticons over here.
The Decepticons. That what we can start calling him over, the Decepticons and shit. Decepticons.
Yeah.
Alexander said, you say he got watch colored teeth and shit? Yeah, this shit watch colored.
Transformers, Autobots get out of glory. Thanos wasn't the bad guy. The Avengers were. But they made Thanos look like the bad guy.
I'll skip over this goddamn.
He's just trying to bring balance. And you see these Mother Guys commercials and information coming out about the Anunnaki. And it's all lies. They can't tell you shit about the astral realms. And they want to put a white face on them too. Whitewashing it again. You have to understand that we were complete darkness.
So did you catch that? Did you catch understand?
Pure darkness.
Yeah.
When you close
understand. The understand. I overstand, understand.
So the thing that he wants you to subconsciously hear is that he's going to use words like that because he's different. He's a special specker, specker paint eater in the back of the room.
Now that's some Malachi York shit. Now, as soon as I saw him, I told Wild Child, I was like, yo, this nigga on some Malachi York shit.
Malachi Z. York.
Yep, Malachi Z. York used to say overstand. Say you never say understand. You're supposed to say overstand. Right?
Your eyes now, you're in the center of the multiverse. Just closing your eyes. Jet black, completely dark.
See, people don't know I've been fucking with shit like this since the 90s. I was into this bullshit in the 90s before I even became a Hebrew Israelite. That's why I sit there and just laugh at this nigga and shit. Yeah, and I was waiting for him to talk about the lizard people. Then that nigga would come out with some Anunnaki shit. Goddamn son of a bitch.
This dark matter energy.
But he ain't got no furniture in his house. And probably got Big Mama and them picture on the wall with white Jesus. And he covered it up with that motherfucking, that goddamn Merkaba Cube bullshit fucking tapestry thing.
Yeah.
Got white Jesus behind that shit.
Yeah, what's that rag he's got on the wall?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah,
he got white Jesus behind it. Because that's probably a mama in them house or somebody house he up in, and they got white Jesus, and he better not take white Jesus off the fucking wall. So he put that thing over the top of it. His girl probably left him at the house while she go to work.
Yeah.
She taking videos.
I can see it now. She's like, yeah, you just make your little videos. I'll go make the money, honey.
Yep. And she probably a big 500-pounder too.
Yeah. She's a few pounds short of my 600-pound life.
Shit, nigga, you stupid. Shout out to all the big girls.
It's called antimatter by scientists today. And it's considered a luxury amongst NASA scientists. Antimatter, antimatter. But this is dark matter energy. And as it lowered in frequency, because we come from high up, astral realms, where it vibrates faster.
Yeah, he comes from high up.
To come down to a solid, to appear in
the astral realm. No, motherfucker, you came for your mama, nigga.
Oh, now he's stepping into my domain.
Yep.
Solid. So when we manifest in this solid realm,
Remember the 4 phases of matter: solids, liquid.
Oh, see, he says 4, nigga. He said white people come from a dog, the wolf, the pig, the I think he said the rat, and there's some other shit that white people come from. He said the sun burns them up. That's why their skin is pink. Their skin pink because the sun gonna burn them up. Like Malachi York said that what Malachi York has said about white people about their skin and shit. It said that the sun gonna kill them all or some shit. Eventually they gotta wear suntan or what the Hebrew Israelites used to say that shit too and shit.
Yeah,
I remember Ariel said Ariel one time said, he said, how you, he said, how the hell are you gonna build pyramids? He said you can't even go in the sun for 5 minutes without dying from cancer. He said, how the fuck you gonna build pyramids? You stole the land of Israel like you sold Russia, like you sold Germany, like you stole the moon.
Yeah, this is the same kind of crazy.
He said you can't even go out in the sun for 5 minutes without dying from cancer. How the hell are you gonna build pyramids?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
This is the same kind of crazy, man. This is just the same kind of crazy.
Yup. But it's a different level. Know what I'm saying? Because it won't be like she put me onto, but a Wild Child put me onto this. I would have never found this nigga and shit. And I'm glad I'm dead because I'm gonna start tearing his ass up and shit on that dumb for the dumb shit. I can start breaking all this shit down because
what is this booger eater's name?
His name is Rashad Jamal.
Okay, all right, Rashad Jamal.
His real name probably is Henry Singleton or some bullshit.
Yeah. Something. Yeah,
and he got a rap sheet from here to motherfucking goddamn the moon and shit. Rap sheet probably for fucking sexual assault, fucking selling narcotics and shit, and car theft, all that shit.
Yeah. I gotta burn this dude up, but I'm gonna jump off for right now because my internet's being weird.
All right, Naggy. Thanks for
coming. I'll see you. I'll be watching in the thing.
Yup. Thanks for having the second win and shit coming up out of here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yup.
See you next time.
Yup.
Liquids, gases, plasma energy. Each one vibrates a little faster than the other. With the solids, anything that appears solid vibrates.
Now, how any of this shit supposed to help your ass in life? Somebody explain that shit to me. How do you apply this in real life? Well, you got to stay alkaline, brother. You got to drink alkaline water. I sell it over here for $14 a bottle and shit. and sea moss. You got to drink sea moss. This is a bunch of Nature Boy shit. Oh, yeah. Did I ask you, Wild Child, you ever heard of Nature Boy? He's the same. He's like a spit-off of Nature Boy. He's a Nature Boy wannabe. Nature Boy actually got the motherfuckers out the house and on like a commune. Nature Boy was going places that he ain't supposed to go. They'll take a trip to Costa Rica, right? And they get the little passport to go there like they're going on vacation, but they never leave. And they'll find some beach and live in the beach or some shit and just eat mangoes and bullshit like that. And they get the white people down, right? They'll convince the white people that they can be down with them. So, the white people got money. So there was a white dude and shit, I ain't mean call him white boy. A white dude that had like a lawsuit money or inheritance or some shit, right? It was like $100,000. And he gave that shit to fucking Nature Boy. And that's how Nature Boy funded the whole thing for everybody and shit. And they blew all that money. Within a matter of months, they blew all that money with nothing to show for it. And then the Costa Rican authorities got a hold of them, and none of them niggas had passports. And they was bucking up
and shit, and the Costa Rican police beat their fucking asses. Pulled out one nigga dreads and shit and everything. Beat they motherfucking ass and threw him out the country.
Rates very slow. Anything appearing solid vibrates very slow. The liquid realms vibrate a little faster than the solid realms. The gas realm vibrates a little faster than the liquid realms, and the plasma energy realm vibrates a lot faster than the gas realms, and up and up and up and up and up. So as you're descending from the astral realms down into this realm, solid, density, as they like to call it, into this world, this realm of density, that dark matter energy turns to neuromelanin as you lower and lower.
Yep.
And then that neuromelanin, which what in the plasma realms is neuromelanin. It's called neuromelanin. Neuromelanin in the plasma realms. But by the time you descend to this physical realm, which in your solid vessel, this neuromelanin then turns into carbon. Now, in this matrix of what we call the solid realm, what is carbon? Carbon is the basis from which all life is formed. So that's first. Understand that carbon, neuromelanin, and dark matter energy are all the same thing. They just at different vibrations. Carbon gonna stay carbon, but as you rise in frequency, once you get through liquid, gas realm, and plasma realm, it's neuromelanin, which means it's in a stronger state than when it's in a carbon state. And in that neuromelanin state, as you continue to rise up in frequency, it'll eventually go to a dark matter energy state.
Wu-Tang knowledge.
So the dark matter energy is you. This is why they fear you. This is why anybody with carbon, neuromelanin, dark matter energy is a weapon to them. You are feared. But you are in a lower state here in the solid realm. So all the power of the dark matter energy still is in you. But you have to go through extra steps in the solid realm to access it, to activate it. You have to activate. Just like when you get a phone. You get the phone, but you got to activate it, right? You got the dark matter energy and the neuromelanin, but you have to activate it. Because you are in density. That's what 3D, 4D, 5D. The D stands for density. As well as dimension. But when we talk in science, think density first. Dimension will lose you. Dimension, you say dimensions, motherfuckers start thinking about the movies and shit. You get what I'm saying? Let's talk science. Density. Density. Just like there's no such thing as gravity. Gravity don't keep.
Y'all hear this shit? Y'all hear this shit? I'm gonna end the stream in about 15 minutes and shit. Just to let y'all know. Cause I forgot I gotta fucking do a fucking Zoom fucking thingamajiggy and shit at noon and shit. And I hope I get my ass up. But y'all hear this? Y'all hear this? That nigga just said there's no gravity. Where did he go to school? Who raised this nigga? Who raised him? Where has he been? There ain't no gravity. Let's see what he got to say.
Don't keep you on the ground. Density do. Okay, let me repeat that. There's no such thing as fucking gravity. Let's get it out of here. Let's go now. Let's tell these gods what they really in. Density. That's why they lied to us in school and they taught us about gravity. Because if they taught you it was density, then you'll begin to realize that you control the density. But then you go ask, why can you control the density? And there go all these questions that they have to answer. So we'll just make up this story about this unidentified force that holds you to the ground, and we'll call it gravity. force of gravity. This is density. But the law of gravity tells you that you can't fly. The law of gravity tells you that you're supposed to stay on the ground. That's why when you say an athlete do something, they say he's defying gravity. Well, if an athlete can defy it just doing something as small as dunking on the rim in a certain way or running a certain speed, what else can, how many other ways can we defy gravity?
Oh, man.
Soon you'll realize that all these scientific laws were set in place to limit your thinking, to stop you from activating your
melanin,
carbon.
Yup.
AKA
I knew it.
neuromelanin, AKA dark matter energy. Now, in the beginning, our goddesses created themselves out of pure dark matter energy.
So when you get all this shit activated, your melanin activated, and all this shit, what you supposed to do now? Take over the world, kill all the white people and everybody else in it? Is that what you getting to, nigga? So you gonna be able to fly then, nigga? God damn.
So that means darkness is the normal, original color. I don't like to say black. I say it so I don't lose nobody. But black,
You've been
the
lost.
way they created the term black was to be used in derogatory terminology. It's derogatory terminology.
So we supposed to call ourselves
our
carbonated.
oppressors like to talk over our head, y'all.
We carbureted niggas.
And get us to down ourselves and talk bad about ourselves while not even recognizing it. To cast curses over ourselves.
Well, all y'all white people out there, y'all better go invest in y'all melatonin and shit. Cause I got melanin, y'all. I guess y'all better overdose on melatonin and shit so y'all can reach the astral realm and all that other fucking good shit and be black.
Without even recognizing it. He's a trickster. For he learned from the best. For his father was the king of tricks, Satan. See how it all correlates.
You gotta coordinate, niggas. Look, nigga, I'm coordinating. I got my mushroom shoes. I got my mushroom socks. I got my mushroom tie. I got my mushroom jacket. Gotta coordinate. Y'all remember that shit? That movie? That dude's name. I'm forgot his name.
In the beginning, because we gotta talk about the Anunnaki. In the beginning, it was just dark matter energy. There was no planets, no galaxies,
we was kings.
No realms, no universes, no paradigms, nothing.
Black power.
Nothing.
Black power.
Just dark matter energy. You have to see this in your mind eye. Close your eyes if you want to know how to close your eyes. And it's gonna remind you.
Carbon crispy ass.
What you see when you close your eyes? Darkness. Right. Nothing else. You open them, then you see all these titles. Door, refrigerator, stove, bowl, crystal, candle, water bottle, lighter, brush, laptop.
They put baby fetuses in that water, nigga.
Remote control. Those are not objects. These are titles. And each title has its own program. And that program is what creates your reality. There were no human beings. So human beings, ain't no need of y'all asking was y'all around. No, y'all wasn't. Y'all wasn't even thought of.
Wait.
Literally.
Well, child, Tarek said, speaking of that, have you seen the white people who take melanin to turn dark? I had no idea you could actually. Yo, there's a dude. Somebody was trying to get him on my show, and we was gonna team him up with Negi and shit. I forgot his name. It's a dude. He got a YouTube channel, but he actually turned himself black. Nakazeus, that's him. That's him. That's him. That's him. Somebody was trying to get him on my show. Yup, somebody was trying to get him on my show to talk with me and stuff. And I was going to put Negi on his ass and shit. I'm like, yo, Negi blacker than you, motherfucking. Negi was a Hebrew Israelite. Yup. Take melanin, get melanin shots and shit. Chicks is getting ass shots to make the butt bigger, and the white dudes is getting motherfucking melanin shots. Goddamn. Nakazeus, that's his name. Nakazeus. Fuck that. This nigga boring as shit, yo. Let's look and check out Nakazeus, yo. Let's check out Nakazeus. I'll be on this motherfucker again for sure, though. I'll be on this nigga here for sure. But they need to beat Nakazeus' ass and shit. Somebody need to fuck him up. And he really trying to say, damn, spell Zeus wrong. Goddamn. Oh, I can't play that nigga on that and shit. They flagged the shit out of this bitch. He could be dying. Look at this motherfucking Negi.
This is what virtual care with doctors and therapists looks like with United Healthcare. And this is what
ain't gonna die. You don't never know. So, anyways, I just got a call from the doctor. I have liver disease. Which one it is none of y'all motherfucking business. But I got a liver disease, and they said that I need to go see a specialist. They're gonna send out the fucking paperwork of my name and shit like that, and then they're gonna call me and make an appointment. But because of fucking the holidays and shit like that, they said it could take a while for me to get there. So hopefully I won't die from liver failure before then. You never know. But you know, I'm gonna need all y'all motherfuckers out there to hit my Cash App up and send me some money, because you know I ain't got no motherfucking insurance and I gotta go to a specialist. You know how much?
Because I'm black. Of course I ain't got no insurance. I'm black. Bitch, you got state insurance, motherfucker. They pay for that shit. Fuck out of here. Look, trying to be slick, trying to be just like a nigga and shit. Trying to be slick. That nigga straight up said, send me some motherfucking money, my nigga.
Much of these motherfucking specialists be charging and shit. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna need y'all to do is keep me in your prayers and don't do that I told you so bullshit. And I'm gonna keep doing me. You know me. I'd rather die to the death. And I don't know, you want to say something? My baby said that y'all need to suck my dick.
What? Why did that? He say my baby, but it's not like
that, y'all need to suck my dick.
Wait, hold on.
My baby said that and I don't know, you want to say something? My baby
sounded like a nigga. Well, goddamn. Let's see. This one that basically. Wait, hold on. Oldest.